Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books presents The Flirty Vet by Casey Cox, narrated by Rupert Channing. 1. Cole. I hate flying. I hate everything about it. Since I was 7, it's terrified the living fuck out of me. Even now, 19 years later, I still get the same sweat-inducing, gut-churning panic before a flight. Too bad I just scored a promotion at work that means I'm going to be doing a lot more traveling. And the trip I'm currently on is a real doozy. I travel a lot for work, as it is, but I've already promised myself I will never, ever complain about the 6-hour flight from New York to LA again. Because while flying from one side of the country to the other isn't fun, it's got nothing on traveling to the other side of the freaking planet. The thing is, I'm not just a bad flyer. I start freaking out well before I get to the airport. The low-level nerves begin in the weeks leading up to the trip, but things really kick into high gear the day before the flight. Usually the day before is when the big wave of anxiety hits. Up until that point, I can convince myself that the flight is still a while away. But tomorrow ain't a while away. There's no way to spin it. It's freaking tomorrow. The 24-hour lead-up to takeoff is almost as bad as the flight itself. Almost. I do everything I can to take my mind off it, but it's hard when you have to do trip-related things like packing, confirming flights, and doing any last-minute checks. Dinner the night before? Forget about it. By the evening, I can barely hold anything down. That's how you can always tell if something's wrong with me. I'm a master at brushing off concern and putting on a display of being okay. But if I push a plate of food away, things are terminal. My best friend, Brant, always calls to check in on me at some point, too. He's good like that. We've known each other since we were kids, and no matter how busy he is with his acting career, well, former career at this point, he always rings. And we spend a few hours shooting the shit, talking about anything and everything other than the impending doom I face the following day. After packing, showering, not eating dinner, and doing my damnedest not to spiral into a meltdown, it's time for bed. Notice how I said bed and not sleep, because even though I've been known to sleep through a snowstorm that almost tore the roof off our house, the night before a flight, I'm lucky if I get a few hours of shut-eye. And it's never that good, solid sleep, you know? It's the kind of sleep you suffer through when you have a big day ahead of you and you need to rest, but your brain refuses to cooperate, which ironically only leads to more stress and ultimately barely getting any deep sleep at all. All of that, and only then do we reach D-Day. Departure. I always take an extra dose of my anxiety meds first thing in the morning, along with a few additional pills to help me out. All prescribed and totally legit, of course. Where possible, I try to book an early flight to get the damn thing over and done with quickly. My flight to Sydney, Australia, left JFK just after 9 in the morning. That meant getting up before 5 to shave, shower, and get ready. I'd love to say I'm a morning person. I am not. Once my ride arrived, the nerves launched into a new stratosphere. The streets of New York were still pretty quiet as we drove to the airport. Quiet by New York standards, at least. But my palms were sweaty and my chest was tightening with dread. On top of everything else, I was worried about being late for something I needed to be 3 hours early for. That always messes with me. I got to Freakout Central, aka JFK Airport, where I had the ever-so-joyful experience of checking in for my flight and going through security. I have to say that thankfully this time it wasn't as bad as it's been in the past. The downside of breezing through security, though, was that it meant I had a lot of spare time on my hands. And when the business lounge beckoned with all sorts of alcoholic goodness, who was I to decline? It may have been morning on the East Coast, but Sydney was 14 hours ahead, which meant it was late night there, I think. Time zones have never been my thing. I drank, stopping after 3 vodka sodas because I'm responsible like that. Dad FaceTimed me, which was nice. I got to speak with Brant again. I knocked off a few things from my work to-do list, and I managed not to pass out from nerves before boarding. Bonus. Of course, there's no direct flight from New York to Sydney, because that would be too easy. Instead, there's one long-ass flight to Auckland, New Zealand, before hopping over to Australia. The meds and the booze kicked in a few minutes after we reached altitude, and that, combined with the super comfy, fully retractable business class pod, not a seat but a freaking pod I was nestled in, resulted in the flight itself being fine. No panic attacks, no vomit-inducing anxiety, no unwanted visions of what happened to Mom. Heck, we barely even had any turbulence during the course of the entire 17-and-a-half-hour flight, which meant I didn't even get the chance to envision all sorts of gruesome, nightmarish ways we'd meet our fates if the plane were to drop from the sky. But still, we were in the air for 17-and-a-half hours. That is not okay. Humans are not designed for that shit. Finally, I touched down on Australian soil, and the time was only 2 hours after I left New York. So mindfucky. My hotel is located a few blocks from the Opera House and the Harbor Bridge, so of course I checked them both out and snapped a ton of selfies, which I then sent to the WhatsApp group I have with Brant and my dad. It's late June, which means it's winter in Australia. Although, if this is what winter in Sydney is like, I'd hate to think how hot it gets in the summer. I wore jeans with a light jacket all day, and apart from a few gusts of wind, I was perfectly fine. After the obligatory tourist selfies, I checked out a museum, had some great seafood by the water, and moseyed through the botanic gardens, all in the hope that staying awake during the day would help me sleep at night. No such luck. I let out a disgruntled breath, kick the sheets off my sweaty body, and pick up my phone. 9:57 p.m. Letting out a groan, I look around the darkened hotel room. Why can I not sleep? And why the fuck is it so hot in here? I've already peeled the comforter off the bed and stripped out of my sleep shorts, and I'm still boiling. Maybe the air conditioning isn't working. I trudge over to the panel on the wall, tap it so it lights up, and frown at the display. It's set to 30 degrees. Why am I not freezing my balls off? I press the down arrow button, stopping when it doesn't go any lower than 16 degrees. That's when I notice the big C after the number. Hey Google, I call out, waiting until my phone screen lights up on the bed to say, convert 24 degrees Celsius to Fahrenheit. 24 degrees Celsius converts to 86 degrees Fahrenheit. Of course it fucking does. No wonder I'm overheating. Keeping the aircon on the lowest setting, I put my sleep shorts back on and climb into bed, resting the quilt at my feet for when the room cools down. It takes a few minutes, but the cooler gusts of air circulating in the room slowly make my eyelids grow heavy. Finally, I can rest. Oh, 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 wow, oh, 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 oh. What the fuck was that? I sit up and look around. Whoa, 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 whoa. The noise is coming from outside. I need background noise to fall asleep, so I always leave the window open a crack. But that sound, that's not right. Some inconsiderate asshole is singing the refrain from Katy Perry's Roar. Loudly. Badly. Very, very badly. I grab my phone. 10:23 at night, for fuck's sake. I rip off the bedsheet and stomp toward the window, lifting it so that it opens all the way and stick my head out. A drunk guy wearing a black cowboy hat is wobbling his way down the alley because, yeah, the glorious view out of my hotel is of an illustrious back alley filled with a ton of lovely-smelling, industrial-sized garbage containers. Hey! I yell out, managing to restrain my inner New Yorker and not call him an asshole. The guy stops walking, spins to his left, right, wobbles a bit on his feet, then left again, looking literally anywhere but in my direction. I wave a hand. Up here! He lifts his head, spots me, and waves back with a smile. Oh, hey! What's up, mate? What's up? What's up? Is he for fucking real? My sigh turns into a low-level growl. Wait. I may be exhausted and jet-lagged as fuck, but my brain is sending me a signal that something's not quite right here. And it's not just the terrible singing that woke me up, or the fact the dude is wearing a cowboy hat in the city. He runs a hand along his smooth chest before dropping it to his hip. Ah, there it is. The missing detail. He's not just butchering a pop song in the middle of the night, he's also shirtless. Why is he shirtless, and why is this suddenly something I have to deal with? I just want to sleep. My room is on the 3rd floor, and the shirtless singing cowboy is standing in between 2 streetlights. But even in the dim yellow glow, it's clear that this guy has got the whole buff Aussie bod thing going on. Which reminds me, I need to check out Bondi Beach while I'm in Sydney. I may or may not have become addicted to a certain reality TV lifeguard show filmed there. But I'm getting sidetracked. I extend my hands through the window and shake them. Do you mind? He keeps staring at me, gripping his tiny waist before barking out a laugh. Now, if I thought his singing was loud, he somehow manages to add a few more decibels to his laughter. It's not a laugh, it's a motherfucking roar. Full, hearty, and maybe slightly infectious, if I wasn't tired and pissed off. If he keeps going at this rate, he's going to wake up this entire side of the hotel. I usually don't take requests unless they're from my kids, he says once he recovers. But you seem like a decent sort of bloke. What would you like to hear me sing? My brain, still foggy, sleep-deprived, and possibly stuck in another time zone, takes a few seconds to process that. This guy has kids? Really? From up here, I would have sworn he was around my age. Not that 26-year-olds can't have kids, but still. Then I latch onto another detail in which he just yelled to me. A more pertinent one. I am not requesting a song. Then why did you interrupt me? I was fully killing it. Although, to be honest, he takes off his hat and runs his hand through his hair. I don't actually know all the words to that song, so I've been stuck on that whoa part for the last few blocks. My throat's starting to hurt a bit. I drop my head and want to cry. Why is this my life? Down below, the guy takes a step back, trips over something, but manages to steady himself and not fall on his ass. He looks up at me and does an unsteady bow, like I should be impressed he didn't just ass-plant in front of me. People are trying to sleep. I wave my arms at the hotel windows. I'm trying to sleep. He cocks his head. Why do you talk funny? I do not talk funny. Are you American? I am. Ah, the land that invented cheese in a can. Sweet. Whereabouts are you from? I sigh. The last thing I want is to be striking up a conversation with some random drunk dude, even if he does have an Abercrombie body and seems nice-ish, if I can look past the rudeness, which I seem to be having trouble focusing on. Normally, I'd have no problem telling this guy to shut the fuck up, flipping him off and slamming the window shut. You know, like a typical New Yorker. That's what I should do. I know that. I definitely shouldn't answer him with, New York. What? As soon as it's out of my mouth, I'm chastising myself for engaging with him. Don't encourage the drunk locals. Didn't I see that sign passing through immigration this morning? Don't like big cities myself. Had to come down to Sydney for business. He drags the words out, then pauses. Could you see my eye roll from up there? No. But by the way you said business, I gathered you weren't exactly pleased about it. He takes a few steps toward the building. He's standing on the road now, but I doubt this alleyway gets any through traffic. How come you don't sound more like a New Yorker? Aren't they meant to be all nasally and shit? I grew up in L.A., I say, before stopping abruptly. I really need to be shutting this down. It's late. This guy's a stranger. I need sleep. Without shifting his eyes from me, he keeps coming closer. The definition of his body comes into better focus. And Jesus, hold the window open, because he's even more ripped than I thought. Muscled without being bulky. Nice angular shoulders, tight biceps, and well-defined pecs. His jeans hang just below his waist, showing off his abs and V-shaped line that I will never have because carbs. My breath hitches and my gaze slides to what's in his hands. "Why are you wearing a cowboy hat?" He smiles, his face bathed in a warm orange glow. "You're in Australia, mate. They're called akubras. I'm from the outback." "And do they not have clothing stores in the Australian outback?" He looks down at his shirtless chest, then lifts his head up, stretching his arms out wide. "Why? Are you coming on to me, kind sir?" he asks, grinning like he's enjoying this. "What? No!" I jolt and bump the back of my head against the bottom of the window pane. "Ow, fuck!" "It's okay if you are." He eyes off his perfectly sculpted arms. "Perfectly understandable you'd want a piece of this." Then, like the madman he most likely is, he jumps into the air, fist-pumping like he's celebrating a huge win, before looking up at me again. "That gives me an idea for my next song. Want to know what it is?" "No, I do not. Britney's Piece of Me. I'll need to learn the lyrics first, but I will make that song mine at monthly karaoke. That I promise you, window guy." For one of the few times in my life, I'm actually speechless. This guy is unbelievable. And also, why can't I take my eyes off him? "Have a drink with me." I almost choke. "Absolutely not." "Why not?" "Because I don't know you. That's why we should have a drink, so that you get to know me." "Not happening." "Who shoved a stick up your ass?" I narrow my eyes, my inner New Yorker waking up from his hibernation. "Excuse me?" "I said, who shoved a stick up?" "I heard what you said." "Then why'd you say excuse me?" I rub my eyes. I'm way too tired for this. "I'm trying to sleep." "Doesn't look like it's working." Well, it had started working until a certain someone strolled by. "There's a place close by," he continues, either completely oblivious or simply choosing to ignore my lack of interest. "It's on the harbor. Got a decent view of the bridge. You tourists love that shit, right?" "Maybe," I reply a little defensively, thinking back to all the super cheesy tourist selfies and photos I took earlier in the day. "Is that maybe to having a drink with me, or maybe to tourists being touristy?" When I don't reply straight away, he props his cowboy hat, a kubra, on his shoulder and brings his hands together like he's begging. "Come on, mate. One drink. I promise I'm not a baddie." "And how do I know that?" He drops his arms. "Look at me, would ya? I'm drunk off my tits, half-dressed, I'm kid-free, I've just come off a brutal mustering season. All my friends bailed on me because apparently we're at that stage where we have responsibilities." He says the word with about as much joy as he used for business before. "And I've had a totally fucked up day. I got some real bad news." I get the feeling that if I asked for details, he'd tell me. But I don't like it when people pry in my business, so I sure as fuck am not going to barge into his. Who goes around blabbering their unfiltered shit to strangers in the middle of the night? It's enough of a struggle for me to open up to the closest people in my life. I'm about to yell out no and shut this down once and for all when, "Please!" He's looking right at me with the biggest, cheesiest, most hopeful grin I've ever seen that's not on the face of a 5-year-old pleading for a toy at Christmas. I blow out a slow breath as I take in his smooth, tanned torso. My brain, much like my dick, is back online now, but it's not fully booted up yet, so the window for me making a mistake is still open. "Fine." I point at him. "One drink." "Woohoo!" He shimmies his hips and does the dorkiest dance I've ever seen in my life. I angle my head so he doesn't catch me smiling. "One more thing," I say, turning back. "Anything, name it." I stare at him for a full 10 seconds. "Put your goddamn shirt on." He gives me a military salute. "Yes, sir. I'll meet you out front in, 500 minutes?" He shakes his head, grinning to himself. "That doesn't work, does it?" I bite my lip. "No, it doesn't. But I know what you mean. I'll see you in 5 minutes. And with that, I close the window, shiver at how cold my room has gotten, and start getting dressed. What the hell have I gotten myself into? 2. Wilby. The sound of the window slamming shut echoes in the laneway. Better get my ass into gear then. The entrance to the hotel is on the main street parallel to this one, so that's where I head, pulling out the shirt I'd tucked into the back of my jeans as I start walking. Okay, so maybe today won't be a total write-off. Not that potentially hooking up with a grouchy New Yorker is any consolation for finding out we're on the brink of losing the farm. That's been in our family for 6 generations, but hey, it's better than a kick to the balls. I round the corner. The hotel entrance is lit up ahead of me, but he's not outside yet. I adjust my hat so that it sits comfortably on my head and fling the shirt over my shoulders, doing up the buttons from the bottom, stopping when I reach the one between my pecs. Yeah, it's a bit wintry, but I'm tipsy enough to withstand it. Besides, I'm pretty sure my American friend was checking me out. And if I'm forced to use my body to make a good impression on a tourist visiting our country, who am I to say no? I'll email Tourism Australia with my Venmo details tomorrow. I approach the hotel entrance and peer inside through the massive window. Right as I do, the doors to the lift open. A few people come out, and then there he is. The cranky American. The cranky and... hello? Even cuter than I could make out from the laneway American. As he makes his way through the opulent foyer, my eyes roam appreciatively over my new friend. His hair is tucked under a grey Adidas baseball cap, but a few dark blonde strands peek out from the sides. He's got a long, angular, classically American face with just the tiniest amount of stubble starting to poke through. He's tall, maybe slightly taller than me, and he's wearing a moss green jacket, tight dark jeans that are perfectly sculpted to his muscular legs, and a pair of white sneakers. He spots me gaping at him through the window. His eyes narrow. I smile and give him a wave. He doesn't wave back. Maybe he's not a waving person. Maybe he's shy. Maybe he's regretting his decision to have a drink with some random dude who just woke him up. Or maybe he's so overwhelmed by my amazing singing prowess that he's a little awestruck. Yeah, it's probably that. And honestly, I can't say I blame him. If I didn't love animals with all my heart, I'd be gracing the world's biggest stages and blowing audiences away. I'm not saying I'd be the male version of Taylor Swift, but I'm also not saying it either. The people who got out of the lift before him go through the revolving door first, and he gets into the next wing after them. I walk up so that I'm there to meet him when he steps out onto the street. "Hey, New York," I greet him, flashing a massive smile. He shakes his head. "New York? Really? Would you have preferred if I'd gone with a super cheesy, 'G'day, mate'?" I say, over-ossifying the words. His lips twitch. "You could try Cole. That's my name." "Nice to meet you, Cole. I'm Wilby. Wilby Lynn Fox, a.k.a. the greatest undiscovered singing talent in the entire country." He lets out a small chuckle. "How drunk are you?" "Not very anymore. The cold night air has freshened me right up. You should see how hard my nipples are." "I have," he quips, his serious expression betrayed only by the slight hint of amusement in his voice. Our eyes meet again, and this time, standing so close to him, I notice the coolest thing ever. Whoa! Your eyes. They're different colours. His left eye is light green, while his right eye has a bit of green, but is mainly blue. He presses his lips together. Do you always say everything you're thinking? Yeah, don't you? No. No one over the age of 10 does. That's weird. You're weird. Thank you. I smile proudly. Now, let me buy you that drink before you change your mind. Good idea. Lead the way. I gesture in the direction we need to go. When did you arrive in Australia? I ask, as we start walking. This morning. From New York? Yep, via Auckland. That's a fucking long flight. It is. You must be jet-lagged. He shoots me a look. I am. Jeez. Now imagine if some self-centered prick was roaming the streets half-naked, singing at the top of his lungs. Why, it wouldn't matter how good his voice was, or how killer a bod he had, that'd be fucking annoying, wouldn't it? It's literally the worst thing in the world. Worse than that scummy shit that gathers at the bottom of the kitchen sink that you have to scoop up and chuck out. Worse than that. Worse than visiting relatives and clogging up their toilet right after you've dropped a massive dump. He ponders it for a moment. Okay, not as bad as that. I let out a laugh. Excellent. I'm one notch above a shit-block dunny bowl. Good to know. It doesn't take long to reach our destination. Predictably, on a Friday night, the opera bar is packed. We do a lap, and I'm hoping I've earned enough karmic brownie points that someone chooses that very moment to leave so that it opens up a table for us. But no such luck. We find a less crowded spot outside at the end of a row of tables. The opera bar is tucked in just under the opera house, overlooking the bridge, and on the other side of the water from the rocks, the oldest neighbourhood in Australia. It's one of those places that's touristy as fuck, but actually worth checking out. I pull out my phone. What'll you have? A vodka soda, thanks. Extra ice. With a few taps, the drinks are ordered. There, done. Remember when you used to have to get up and order drinks at the bar? He asks. Primitive times, my friend. Primitive times. Cole lets out a soft laugh, and for the first time since I crashed my way into his night, I can feel a tiny bit of his guard lowering. Our drinks arrive. I lift my glass. Cheers to a bloody good holiday. Thank you, but I'm here on business. We tap glasses and I watch him as he takes a sip. I suppose I should ask him what he does for a living, but how fucking predictable is that? I rest my drink on the high-top table beside me and turn to face him. If you were a font, what font would you be? Excuse me? I don't say anything. Cole arches an eyebrow, aiming those blue-green eyes straight at me. We stare at each other in silence for a few moments. I break it with, "Oh, sorry, I thought you were doing that thing where you just say, 'excuse me,' when you've actually really heard." I only do that because you say things that... I jut my chin out. Yes? Surprise me. I shoot him a grin and shrug. Why be a boring cunt? The world's got enough of those. Cole chokes on his drink and starts spluttering. I clap his back a few times until he regains his composure. He eyeballs me with those laser beam eyes, and even if my life depended on it, I couldn't tell you what he's thinking. It's oddly fascinating. Not sure I know fonts well enough to answer your question with the name of a specific one, he says, picking up where we left off. But if I had to choose, I'd probably be one of the more obscure fonts, italicized. Interesting. Why italicized? He gazes out at the harbour. Because I've been thrown curveballs my whole life. I've been pushed, sometimes to the limit, but I've never been knocked over. He brings the glass to his lips. Yet. I watch him as he takes another sip. I get that we've only just met and don't know each other, but something tells me that Cole doesn't share little nuggets like that easily, or often. What about you, Wilby Lynn Fox? He swings his gaze back at me. What font would you be? That's easy. Arial. Why Arial? Well, it's easy to read, just like me. It's simple and classic, also like me, and it's one of the most popular fonts in the world. Not to brag, but everyone back home in Scuttlebutt loves me. He grins. Scuttlebutt? Yeah. What? Don't tell me you've never heard of the most awesome outback town in Australia. This is going to sound so bizarre, but it actually does ring a bell. I snicker. Yeah, right. He's pulling my leg, for sure. He's got to be. Most people in Australia haven't heard of Scuttlebutt. Why would a New Yorker know it? He finishes the rest of his drink, and I reach over to take it from him, since he's got nowhere to put it down. Same again? I ask. Sure, but let me get it this time. Cole? I interject. It's fine. You're a guest. In my country, I can buy you drinks. You hungry by any chance? He grins. Always. I scan the menu on my phone. They only have snack food this late. Are you happy sharing some fries? Sounds great. Thanks. Don't mention it. Consider me your unofficial welcome to Australia committee. I place the order on my phone. Once I'm done, I'm about to open my big mouth again, but Cole looks so deep in thought, staring out at the bridge and harbour. I don't want to disturb him. The breeze is picking up a little, and there's a bit of Friday night activity out on the water. One of those obnoxiously loud party boats, with music blaring and epileptic lightning, is sailing under the harbour bridge. I stay quiet, leaving Cole with his thoughts and reflecting on the shithouse day from hell I've had. It's not every day you discover you have to raise $4.2 million, otherwise you'll lose your land, your house, your animals, everything you own. Everything that you and generations of your family have worked so hard for, basically. I'm so pissed at Katrina, my sister. I could murder her. If she hadn't already deserted us and taken off on yet another bender. My other sister Emma is desperately trying to track her down and bring her home before she gets into any serious trouble. Kat's always had her demons, but when it came to the farm, I thought she had her head screwed on straight. I thought she'd do the right thing by us, by the kids, by Emma and me, especially after Mum passed last year. But I thought wrong. We all did. Mum trusted Kat, and now she's let us all down. We're in such a huge mess. I honestly don't see any way out of it. Why were you walking around the streets of Sydney shirtless? Cole's question snaps me out of my thoughts. I look over and catch him lifting his head. Oh yeah, he was totally checking out my peck game. I send him my flirtiest smile. My troubles ain't going nowhere. They can wait until tomorrow. This tasty American treat, though, cannot. Why, serenading you, of course, which, in case you weren't aware, is part of the VIP welcome committee package I've upgraded you to. Cole's lips stretch, and he's about to respond when our drinks and food arrive, bursting the moment. He helps himself to some fries and starts munching away. I was having drinks with friends from uni, I say, answering his original question before stuffing a few fries into my mouth. You went to college? I laugh. Yeah, I went to college. Why do you Americans have a different word for everything? And I only had to fuck 2 professors to pass, so yay for me. Cole almost chokes on his drink again, before shaking his head at me, his jewel-coloured eyes gleaming. You really are something else. I know. Don't be jealous. That earns me even more head-shaking. Okay, screw answering his question. The answer isn't that interesting anyway. Mainly since I don't actually remember why I took my shirt off, only that it happened sometime after leaving my friends and getting lost on the way back to my own hotel. Our eyes connect. I seize the moment. Why am I picking up on a vibe here? Would you happen to be interested in me, Mr. Langdon? He supplies, devouring a few more fries. And yeah, there may be a vibe here. Mainly coming from you, though. Well picked up. You're observant. I like that. I lean in. My voice drops. But rather than playing semantics with who's flirting with who, let me cut straight to the chase and say I'd happily accept an invite back to your hotel room. I hear it has an exquisite view. He stops eating. It's pretty shit, actually. Just a small alleyway mainly filled with trash cans. Where do you think I popped up from? Cole snorts and looks at me like I really can't tell what's going through his mind. His face is impossible to read. He could be having a great time, which makes sense. He's in my company, and he's only human. Or he could simply be playing nice while secretly planning his escape route as soon as I get up to take a leak. At this point, it really could go either way. And what do you have in mind if I decide to invite you back to my hotel? Cole lifts the glass to his mouth, but as soon as I start talking, he smartly lowers it. That's probably for the best. Me talking is often a choking hazard. I run my fingers along the rim of my hat as I begin speaking. Well, I don't mean to sound arrogant or anything, but I don't just have a perfect face and a hot ass. I also have a massive cock. He laughs again, louder this time, shaking his head. I'm serious, mate. It's so big I can suck it myself. That's disgusting. A drunk guy spits out as he walks by us in a group of people. Don't remember asking for your opinion, mate. I yell back at him. He gives me the finger before one of his friends pushes him along. Uptight fucker. I glance over at Cole. Probably works in finance and never gets laid. Cole looks at me. I work in finance. I bark out a laugh. Good one. Now let's get back to what we were talking about. Your massive cock. Well, if you insist. He shakes his head for the millionth time, but instead of leaving it be, he suddenly closes the distance between us, drops his glass onto the table behind me, and fists my shirt with both hands. You talk a good game, Lynn Fox, but can you back it up? I take half a step forward, the tips of my boots butting against his sneakers. You bet I fucking can, Langdon. Let me show you what I got. He unballs my shirt, then slides his hands down my stomach. When he reaches my belt, he tugs on it with one hand, and with the other, he smooths his palm along the top of my right thigh. Christ almighty, I wasn't expecting him to be so forward. Who does he think he is? Me? Good thing you're patting my right leg, I tease. Yeah? Why's that? I swing to the left. So you'd be groping me in public if you'd gone that way. Something tells me you wouldn't mind. You saying I'm easy? You're anything but easy. But you are up for it, right? I very much am. I come in closer, brushing my cheek against his before murmuring into his ear. And you are on the VIP package, remember? I pull back so we can see each other better. Everything around us, the bar, the people, the water, the lights, the music, all fades away. My heart floats in my chest. There's something you should know about me, Lynn Fox. It's not possible to stand any closer to him, so I interlock my fingers around the curve of his lower back. You into some kinky shit? That's okay, I'm down. I can tie you up and spank you if you like, shove a gag in your mouth, pour candle wax over your body. Do you ever shut up? I tighten my grip and shove him forward, my hard cock pressing against his equally hard cock. I think you like me talking shit, and I also think you like pretending you don't. But go ahead, enlighten me. What should I know about you, Langdon? There's a slight flinch to his gaze as he responds. In the past, I've used sex as a way of avoiding dealing with shit in my life. You're trying to make me fall in love with you. You're not freaked out? No, I'm not. I thrust forward, pressing into him even more. But I am very hard. You don't think that's weird or messed up? Mate, I'm the same. For me, sex is a sport. Some people play footy or tennis or cricket. I like to fuck. Simple. If I can jump onto that analogy for a moment, I'm all ears. Oh, that gives me an idea. Be sure to nibble on his ears. I'm, new to the team. What team are we talking about? The LGBTQIA+ team. Right. Well, in that case, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Have you received your membership details and your every 10th fuck is free card yet? He swats my arm, trying to bite back a grin. Stop it. What are you saying? I look him in the eye. Why did you tell me that? I'm not sure. I don't usually. He cuts himself off. Just thought you should know. I trace my fingers down the side of his face. Want me to go gentle on you? He shakes his head. Have you been with men before? He nods. One time. Then you're sure you don't want me to go slow? My dick can be very demanding, but I can rein him in if that's what's called for. I can handle your dick, believe me. Have I mentioned how big you have, and I'm not scared? His eyes glimmer. I'm always up for a challenge. Glad to hear it. We stand there, staring at each other, and I am so fucking lost in his eyes, it's not funny. Who is this guy? I've spent a couple of hours with him, and I can honestly say I have no real clue. Any brief glimpses I've caught of him only add to my confusion. He's not as cranky as I first suspected he was, but he's hardly an open book. But then, it feels like he has opened up to me, at least a little, with that cryptic comment when we were talking about fonts. And for someone inexperienced with guy sex, he veers from hesitant and vulnerable to overly forward in a way that makes my head spin. Good thing, then, that my big head was handed over control to my big head downstairs. I sway toward him. Any special requests? Just one. He replies in a soft tone, bringing his lips so close to mine they almost touch. Meet my first night in Australia, one I'll never forget. I run my tongue along his lower lip and murmur, You got yourself a deal, mate. 3. Call. Sheets rustle behind me. I minimize the window on the Word document I've been working on since I got up an hour ago, and spin around to the mass sprawled diagonally across my bed. There's a human body of the Australian variety buried somewhere beneath that heavy quilt. Take a guess what happened when we got back to my hotel room last night. Zip. Nada. Nothing. All that suggestive talk and flirting at the bar amounted to a big pile of diddly fucking squat. When I told Wilby I wanted an unforgettable first night in Australia, I should have been more specific and added, courtesy of some extremely hot man-on-man sex. Because what I ended up getting was him complaining about not feeling well as soon as we got back to the hotel room, and then proceeding to throw up all over the bathroom floor. I managed to get him out of his boots and jeans and into bed, only to spend half the night engaged in an epic battle for the comforter, because Wilby Linfox has never learned how to share. It's too bad. I was enjoying talking to him at the bar, even if I spent most of the time not knowing what to make of him. Hard to know if he was being serious or if what he was saying was just cocky bluster. What's even more unsettling is how easy I found opening up to him. That's definitely new for me. People who have known me my whole life, like Brant and my dad, practically have to pry information out of me. I have to hand it to him. Wilby is intriguing. Doesn't hurt that he's easy on the eyes, too. When I stepped out of the elevator and saw him properly for the first time, I was more than happy with my decision to take up a drunken stranger's offer to get a drink. The guy I glimpsed in the dim alleyway from the 3rd floor was even better up close and in good lighting. Turns out, he's not just buff, but bronzed, too. His complexion is a delicious hue of burnt caramel, extending to his torso, which I was able to see since he conveniently only had time to half-button his white linen shirt. I'd bet good money he left it like that on purpose. He may have boasted at the bar about having a hot ass and being well endowed, 2 things I am, sadly, unable to verify. But he was spot on about his face. It's perfect, especially when he's smiling, which he tends to do a lot. His eyes are dark gray, and they have a mischievous glimmer to them. I only came out as bi a few months ago, and I didn't think I had a type when it came to men. That officially changed last night. Because everything that Wilby Fox is physically very much works for me. Now, if only I could do something about that big mouth of his. There's more movement on the bed before a mop of unruly hair pokes through the quilt. "Morning, sweet cheeks." I bite back a surprised grin. "Morning, Wilby." He's wrapped the comforter around himself, so all I can see is his face. "You sound sprightly." "Why wouldn't I be?" "I can think of a few reasons. Before we get into that," he lifts a brow suggestively, "I've got a question for you." I wheel my desk chair closer to the bed. "And what would that be?" He breaks out into a big, goofy, lopsided smile. How good was I last night? Are you serious? I sputter. His smile doesn't falter. You don't have to flatter me, just be honest. On a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 is the worst possible sex you can imagine, and 10 is an all-out, back-breaking, hole-destroying fuckfest, how would you rate me? I rest my heels against the edge of the bed. Please don't tell me you actually think we had sex last night. You're playing with me, right? Well, I'm in your bed. He lifts up the comforter and peeks beneath it. I'm stark naked. And look at your face. It's positively glowing. I'm wearing a face mask. Is that what we're calling it now? I hunch over my knees. Be serious for a minute. What do you remember after we left the bar? I'm not sure. He scratches his nose. But I did have a very vivid nightmare. Tell me about it. And since I've been in therapy on and off for most of my life, I lean back in my chair to give him some space and add, take your time whenever you're ready. Okay, well, in the nightmare, and definitely not in real life, I must have had a bad reaction to the fries we had at the bar, and I may have been a teensy bit drunker than I realized, all of which culminated in getting back to your room, and instead of treating you to a world-class marathon deep-dicking session, I may have gotten intimately acquainted with your toilet bowl instead. He bows his head. If he were any other random dude I'd known for a grand total of less than 12 hours, I'd be a lot of things right now. Shocked, pissed off, disgusted, and I'd probably be figuring out the politest way to tell him to fuck off, and that I never wanted to see him again. But there's something about Wilby that manages to bypass those instincts, and instead, I actually feel a bit sorry for the guy. Here's the thing, I say, and he lifts his head, looking up at me with puppy dog eyes. I had a nightmare too. Really? Yes. And in my nightmare, and definitely not in real life. I roll my eyes at the absurdity of what I'm engaging in. I ended up barely getting any sleep after someone passed out as soon as I got him into bed, and kept stealing the quilt all freaking night. Wilby looks sheepish. Would it be any consolation if that awful-sounding guy who did that in your nightmare had the vocal cords of an angel? Possibly. Unfortunately for me, that person was you. I'm so sorry. I'm used to sharing a bed with an unruly child with freakishly strong legs, so my muscle memory might have had me coming in a little hot when it comes to bedsheet wars. He smiles bashfully. And what was the second difference between your nightmare and mine? In mine, you didn't get intimately acquainted with the toilet bowl. I didn't? No, you didn't make it that far, and instead you ended up vomiting all over the bathroom floor. Wilby's eyes widen in horror, and he leaps off the bed, his naked ass tripping over the comforter he's tangled in, before he charges toward the bathroom. Oh my God! I'm so fucking sorry! He calls over his shoulder. I'll clean it up right... Oh. He halts when he opens the door, then drops his head as he notices that the mess has already been taken care of. I don't remember at what point he undressed himself during the night. I was too busy dealing with him tossing and turning and fighting to keep some of the comforter covering me. But somehow, he managed to get naked. I'm picking up on a recurring theme here. He's walking back toward the bed slowly, and I am not going to take advantage of the situation. Or... what if I allow myself a 3-second grace period? That'll be it, one quick peek, and then no more perving. Swearsies. I sneak a glance his way, and fuck me sideways. It's like Wilby's walking around with a baseball bat swinging between his legs. Heat surges in my chest, and yep, the 3 seconds are over. But shit, that's an image that'll last a lifetime. I pull my gaze away from him as he flops onto the bed, covering his face with his arm and leaving the rest of his tanned, muscled body exposed. I throw a sheet over him to protect any remaining modesty he may have. He removes his arm and looks at me. You cleaned up after me, didn't you? I did. Why? Because I'd feel bad leaving it for housekeeping? Besides, you hurled literally all over the floor. So if either one of us needed to use the bathroom at any point during the night without getting chunks of vomit between our toes, it had to be done. Cole, I am so sorry. You probably don't know this about me, but I have very few filters and a Herculean tolerance for public humiliation. But for this, I am truly ashamed. I can tell he is. The poor guy looks positively distraught. It's okay, I reassure him. Happens to the best of us. He reaches for me, but I'm too far away from him. So I get off the chair and sit on the bed. He takes my hand in his. Thanks for being so cool about this, and for calling me the best. I chuckle. There he is. Wilby runs his thumb against the inside of my hand, his eyes lifting to meet mine. Here I am. My whole body goes weightless as I stare at the half-naked idiot who's barged into my life. Let me make it up to you, he says. You don't have to do that. Yes, I do. I wouldn't want your first impression of my fellow countrymen and women to be based on my antics last night. His lips curve into a smile. They're not all as great as I am. I start laughing. You're one of a kind, Mr. Lynn Fox. Thank you. Don't be jealous. Now, tell me, what would you like to do? I'll take you anywhere you want to go. I can take you off the beaten track and show you some hidden gems I uncovered during my uni days, or we can eat some amazing food. We can go to Taronga Zoo, which is incredible and so worth checking out. Whatever you want to do, it's up to you. I don't have a lot of time. I fly out this afternoon. But there is one thing I am dying to see. Name it, and we're doing it. I want to go visit Bondi Beach and take some selfies. Wilby groans, falling back on the bed. That's literally the worst, most touristy thing you could have picked. The heart wants what the heart wants. You realize that isn't the real Australia. It's just an image we sell to highly intelligent people overseas to lure them to visit. I shrug. I don't care. You cannot dissuade me. I want to see the beach, and I want to see an Aussie lifesaver in real life. But hey, if you want me to think that all Australians are untrustworthy and don't stick to their word, then okay. Fine, I'll take you there. Great. I just need to wash off this face mask that isn't your cum, and then I'll be ready. And I might need to have a quick shower. He sniffs his armpits, then pulls a disgusted face. And I don't suppose you could lend me some clothes? Wilby. What am I going to do with you? He shrugs, grinning. Just marry me already and get it over and done with. Why would I do that? I head toward my luggage. I plan on enjoying the rest of my life, thank you very much. Ooh, burn. I turn around to find Wilby clutching at his chest, that grin on his face only growing bigger. I'll find you something to wear. Why don't you have a shower first? Great, thanks. Wilby heads for the bathroom, and I keep my eyes firmly glued to rummaging through my luggage. Must not look up, must not look up. It's so tempting, but I am determined to stay in control of my primal impulses. I just need to hear that damn bathroom door shut so I can, breathe again. Hey, Cole. Of course he just can't go in. He has to say something. I stop what I'm doing, but I don't look up. Yeah? Thanks again. And sorry again about last night. I've disgraced myself on many, many occasions, but I've never lost control like that before. It's fine, really. No, it's not. I hear him mutter to himself before he raises his voice. I fucked up big time last night, but I promise I'll make it up to you. We're going to have a bloody great day today, mate. And with that, he slips into the bathroom, closing the door behind him. I finally release the breath I've been holding and sag against my suitcase. I'm smiling, and despite having so many reasons to doubt him, I actually believe Wilby. Somehow, I know this is going to be a bloody great day. 4. Wilby. I am officially dying of embarrassment. I could point out at least 5 things you've done in the past 14 hours that are more embarrassing than this. Cole replies, leaning over his thighs. His sculpted, muscular thighs. Besides, what are you concerned about? I'm the one wearing a budgie smuggler, not you. The fact that anyone still wears budgie smugglers is reason enough for concern. I shoot back, glancing around the crowded promenade adjacent to Bondi Beach. The place is swarming with tourists. A group of middle-aged women wearing sun visors and bum bags slow down when they catch sight of the strip show Cole's putting on for everyone. Nothing to see here, ladies. Let's keep it moving, please. I step in to block their view. and they continue walking, although one of them slows down and glances back briefly. I fold my arms across my chest and narrow my eyes, and she scuttles back to join her group. "How do you know they're called budgie smugglers anyway?" I ask Cole. "Don't you Yanks call them something different? You seem to have a different word for everything." Cole finishes getting undressed, save for said budgie smugglers, packs his neatly folded clothes into his backpack, and spins around. I may or may not have watched every episode of Bondi Rescue. Couldn't help but pick up some local lingo along the way. I roll my eyes. That bloody show. Cole steps directly in front of me and smirks. "Don't be jealous." I scoff in surprise. "Are you using my own copyrighted and patented catchphrase against me?" "I am." His lips quirk as he shifts his eyes to meet mine. "But I'm still open to fucking a non-life-saving Aussie. So cross your fingers and keep praying, and who knows, you might be in with a chance." Hilarious. I deadpan. "And for your information, you can't patent a catchphrase, I think, and us Yanks would call what I'm wearing a Speedo, or a swim trunk, or even a bathing suit. How boring. We have much better words." "Wait, you mean there are other terms for this than budgie smuggler?" "Oh yeah, Aussies are fucking legends." Cole chuckles. "Okay, I'll bite. Like what else? Let's see, we've got ball huggers, cluster busters, lollybags, meat hangers, boasters. I could go on." "I'm sure you could." He seems a little bewildered. "I get the idea." "Do I win?" "When?" He shakes his head, but he's smiling. "Fine, yes, you win. Australian words are better." I laugh. "Told ya." Cole's a lot more outgoing today than he was yesterday. Maybe he's over his jet lag. All the more impressive considering some bozo woke him up in the middle of the night, dragged him out for a drink, and then hogged the doona, or comforter, as he calls it. He waves a hand in front of himself. "How do I look in my cluster busters?" I laugh again. "That's what you're calling them?" "I think it's the best out of a bad bunch." "Fair enough." My eyes slide up and down the length of his body. Let's see what we've got here. What we've got here, ladies and gentlemen, is a prime, grade A specimen of 100% American beef. My eyes don't know where to look first. Last night, because of his jacket, I could only imagine the type of body he was rocking. Now the only thing standing between me and his crown jewels is a flimsy piece of nylon, and believe me, the view from here is spec-fucking-tacular. Cole's got a great body, slightly taller, bigger, and more built than mine. I take in his round shoulders and strong, well-defined arms, before dropping my gaze. His stomach is flat, but only the top half of abs are visible, and starting under his belly button is a light treasure trail that leads to one part of him I can't see. But honestly, as impressive as his rig is, it's his eyes I can't get over. I feel like I've been staring at them all day, any chance I get, 'cause, see, they're not only two different colours, but they also change colour depending on the light. Or what stupid shit just tumbled out of my mouth. I didn't even know eyes could do that. "Well?" he prompts, when I've clearly taken too much time. I clear my throat. "Sorry, might need just one more minute." I glance down again at his clusterbusters. Hey, he invited me to. How rude would it be of me to turn him down? Inspecting the bright blue Speedo adorned with a yellow patterned fruit print in very close detail. "You look fantastic," I tell him. "The pineapple print is a nice touch." "Bet you say that to all the blokes." I smile. "Another of your Bondi Rescue words?" Yes, it is. Here." He shoves his phone into my hands. "Make yourself useful, would you? Make sure you get me, get the beach, get the sky, all of it." He jogs back a few meters and spins his baseball cap around. I stare after him. "Aren't we forgetting something?" He cocks his head. "Am I seriously getting lectured on manners by the dude who spewed all over the bathroom floor?" I can feel my ears going red. "Fair point." "Can you take my photo, please?" Cole asks politely. "And just so we're clear, for the remaining few hours we have together, I promise not to bring up Spewgate ever again." "Appreciate that," I mutter, as I fiddle with his phone's camera settings, deservedly feeling like the idiot that I am for having disgraced myself so badly last night. "All right, let's take some photos." In my head, I'm thinking it'll go something like this. I point the camera at him, He smiles. I take a few snaps. End of story. But no. Oh, no. Any thoughts I had of Cole standing there and smiling like a normal person while I take a few photos evaporate the second I raise the phone and aim it his way. Because from out of nowhere, he goes into full-on tourist on steroids mode, adopting a corny new pose every few seconds. Despite being aghast at the cringe-worthy display, I dutifully snap away through the double thumbs-up pose, the thoughtful beard-stroking pose, the side-on randomly lifting one leg and one arm in the air pose. But all of that cheesy posturing pales in comparison to the granddaddy of "oh no he didn't" moves, when Cole leaps into the air and starfishes his arms and legs. And he doesn't just do it once, because one time I could maybe tolerate. No. Old Cole here does it over and over again. Once he's satisfied, I stopped counting after the 8th jump, he sprints back to me, smiling. Beaming, actually. "Man, that was terrific." "It was?" He nods enthusiastically. "I feel so alive. I'm in freaking Australia," he shouts, even though he's standing right next to me. A passing tourist raises his fist. "Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Oi, oi, oi!" Cole fist pumps back, and I am officially dead. "I've got an idea." He thwacks my chest with the back of his hand. "What do you say we go for a swim?" "Mate, it's freezing." "It's not. It's 75 degrees. I don't know what your crazy Fahrenheit numbers mean, but I repeat, it's freezing, and frankly, I'm very happy with the size of my balls." He gets up nice and close, right in front of me. "Didn't you say you'd do whatever I wanted back at the hotel?" I scratched the back of my neck. I've talked a lot of shit today. Every day of my life, really. It's kind of my thing. Who's keeping track of every single little detail that comes out of my mouth? Fine. Cole picks up his backpack and heads for the sand. "If you're a chicken shit who's more concerned about testicular shrinkage than keeping your word, that's fine. I'll go in by myself." I bolt like my ass is on fire to catch up with him. "Stop talking. No one calls Wilby Lynn Fox a chicken shit. I'm reserving my judgment until I see you get in the water." And that's how I end up in the freezing cold Pacific Ocean on a freezing cold winter's day in June in nothing but my white undies. My balls are going to hate me for this. It's a bit choppy, but Cole does an impressive job diving headfirst into the breaking waves, not stopping until we've reached a calmer stretch of water. Maybe watching all that Bondi rescue has taught him a thing or two, apart from Aussie slang. "Aren't you afraid of sharks?" I ask Cole, who's floating on his back while I'm treading water to get warm. "Nope. I trust my life to the good men and women watching over us from that tower right over there." He lifts a hand and points toward the lifeguard tower. "What about jellyfish? You're not worried about getting stung?" "Will be." He rolls over and swims over to me. "I was diagnosed with anxiety at the age of 15. Most days my brain doesn't brain right. I'm either in a state of panic about something, or I have a foreboding background sense that something bad is about to happen. For the first time in God knows how long, I don't feel any of that. Can I please have this one peaceful moment?" Yeah, sure. Of course. Sorry." That's one way to shut me up. "Thank you. Just lie on your back, look up at the sky, and be quiet, okay? I'm sure I'll be back to my usual neurotic self in a few minutes." I nod, then roll over onto my back and stare up at the cloudless blue sky like I've been instructed. We float in silence for a few minutes. And then, because I can't help myself, "For the record, I don't think you're neurotic." "Thanks, Wilby." "Cranky and a little uptight, but not neurotic." "Shut up, Wilby." "I'm shutting up as I speak." I glance over at Cole. His face is lit up by the sun, and he's got his eyes closed, but there's a small smile playing on his lips. I let out a satisfied hum, a quiet one so I don't piss him off. I keep bobbing in the water as my mind revisits something he said at the bar last night. I've been pushed, sometimes to the limit, but I've never been knocked over. Yet. Coupled with his recent revelation about being diagnosed with anxiety, it makes me wonder what sort of curveballs life's thrown at him. I wish I knew more about mental health stuff, but it's not something that gets talked about a lot where I'm from. People in the country just get on with things, no matter what life throws at them, which even I know isn't healthy in the long run. "What are you thinking about?" Cole's voice drifts over to me. That when I'm lying like this, my bulge looks really big? Look. I thrust my hips higher so he can see. He cranes his neck and snorts. Do you ever not think about your dick? Sometimes I think about food. His eyes sparkle. I love food. What should I try while I'm in Australia? Aussie sausage, it's the best. Goes well with the creamy side of... A wall of icy water splashes me in the face. What the fuck? Oops, sorry. Did I get you? Oh, you want a water fight, do you? I don't. He puts his hands in the air. I surrender. The water has pulled us closer to one another. In that case, we're going to need to discuss the terms of your surrender. In that case, I've changed my mind. I make a move as if I'm about to return the favor and splash him in the face, and he gives up with a laugh. Okay, name your terms. I have only one request, actually. I paddle over to close the remaining space between us, stopping when I'm an arm's length away. But it's strictly non-negotiable. Does it involve your Aussie sausage? I laugh. Can you please stop thinking about my dick? I'm starting to think you're obsessed. An eye roll. Just hurry up and name your terms, please. So polite. I like it. Makes you so pretty. I drift closer to him, our faces barely a breath apart. Like I said, it's non-negotiable. I remember. And if you don't agree, I'm going to be forced to retaliate for the completely unprovoked attack I endured as I was innocently lying... Oh, for fuck's sake. 2 cold, wet hands grab the sides of my face, and a set of equally cold, yet delightfully salty lips descend on mine, holding me in place. Cole sweeps his tongue along my lower lip. Now that's another good way of shutting me up. I'm a little shocked, but I am so fucking up for it, getting off on this wilder, more aggressive side of Cole. I latch onto his sturdy shoulders and open my mouth, inviting him to do whatever the hell he wants with me. Rivulets of water drip from his hair onto my cheeks as his tongue surges into me. He tastes perfect, sweet, warm, and with a trace of something like cinnamon. And then, as quickly as he pounced on me, he retreats, leaving me wanting more. So much more. A playful glint brews in his eyes. Was that your request? Yes? I squeak. I clear my throat. It was. So we've reached an armistice. I lick my lips, tasting him there, and... Wait a minute. The kiss is over already. That's all I get. I've farted for longer than that kiss. And I'm not just upset for me. I don't want Cole missing out either. I have some spectacular moves he needs to experience. His time down under won't be complete without it. Not to get all in the weeds about it, but my request was actually a long kiss, possibly with some underwater groping thrown in for good measure. Of course it was. Hey, the water's already salty and frothy. Why not add a little something extra to it? He gives a shake of his head, his hair glistening as pearls of water fall and pebble on his broad shoulders. Have I told you you're one of a kind? He says in a soft tone. You may have mentioned it. Are you serious about the groping? Mate, I would never joke about underwater handjobs. He glances around, like maybe he's actually weighing it up. There's no one around us because, hello, it's freaking winter. What are you thinking? I ask. That this never happens on Bondi Rescue. I laugh. No, it doesn't. That would make for a good show, though. Bondi Rescue after dark. He smiles, but still looks a little unsure. We don't have to do anything, I assure him, because I genuinely don't want to pressure the guy into doing anything he's not comfortable with. But inside, I'm screaming, come on, do it, do it, do it. He moves closer. My heart leaps into my throat as his fingers slide down my stomach before slipping under the waistband of my briefs. Is that your way of saying we're doing this? He nods. His eyes, both of them, cloud with desire. Yeah, we're doing this. I waste no time finding the drawstring of his clusterbuster, giving it a solid pull to loosen it, then tugging the material down his legs the same way he's done with my underwear. I curl my fingers around his length. He does the same to me. If you need 2 hands to manage what I'm working with, let me know. I'll hold you up. Whatever he was about to retaliate with dies before it reaches his lips, when I jerk his cock a few times. He throws his head back. Have I told you have awesome eyes? His lips stretch. You may have mentioned it. I run my spare hand down the side of his face. I wish we had more time together. He blinks a few times. Can I ask you something? Mate, you can ask me anything. I'm an open book. That's kind of my question. How are you so open? I'm not like that at all. I never really thought about it, so I'm not sure how to answer. Dunno. This is just who I am. I've always been this way. You don't ever worry about what people might think? Have you met me? He smiles. I believe I have. And we are in the ocean holding each other's dicks. That we are. I couldn't give a shit about what anyone thinks. The only two things that matter to me are my family and my work. Everything else is just noise. That's a really cool mindset. Thanks, I think. I'm not used to you complimenting me. That was a compliment, right? He smiles again. It was. A happy feeling blooms in my chest. I think I might be the kind of person who responds well to positive reinforcement. Like a dog? I chuckle. Yeah, like a dog. What makes you say that? Now that I've gotten one compliment from you, I'm more motivated than ever to earn another one. I can think of one way you can earn your next compliment. He places his hand over mine, which is cupping his dick, and gives it a squeeze. Harder. I give him a few hard tugs. Harder. I grip him harder still. He inhales sharply, then reaches his hand out and pats me on the head. There's a good boy, he says in a talking to a dog voice. I keep going. After a few more jerks, Cole's hand lands on my cock, and he reciprocates. There's definitely a thrill factor to what we're doing, but there's also the less sexy aspect of treading water and trying not to drown while we get each other off. Also, this water is fucking freezing. I'm surprised my balls haven't shriveled to the size of raisins yet. Luckily, I'm so horned up and so fucking hot for Cole, it doesn't take more than a few rough strokes until I'm close. Wait. I reach down and grab his hand to hold his movement. Don't want to come yet. Thank God you're close. I've been holding back, waiting for you. This isn't a competition to see who can blow first, Cole. His eyes shine. Everything is a competition. I know I've said this before, but stop trying to make me fall in love with you. Competing is in my blood. All right, then. Let's see who can come first. Your own? And with that, we let go of each other's dicks and take hold of our own. With my spare hand, I pull Cole in around the back of his neck. We trade hungry, wet, salty kisses while furiously beating our dicks, both desperate to win. He groans. I'm so fucking close. Close doesn't cut it. I pant into his mouth. It's who crosses the finish line. Fuck! I accidentally smack my forehead into Cole's as I start coming. Cole winces, and at first I think it's from the pain of the impact, but I soon realize it's from something else. I'm coming too, man! Staring into his blue-green eyes while I blow my load in the Pacific Ocean is going down as one of the all-time best things I've ever done in my life. That was incredible, he says, once he's taken a few deep breaths to recover. Welcome to Australia, my friend. Quite the introduction.
Pause, breathe, let the stillness in. We'll continue in just a minute. We're grateful to have you listening.
Did promise you a bloody great day. You did. And guess what? What? I've got another surprise for you. 5. Cole. Where are you taking me? I have a flight to catch. I know. Relax, mate. Everything is under control. I got this. I hate surprises. What a shocker. I glance over at Wilby, reversing out of the parking lot. Is he smirking? Or is that his usual resting Aussie face? You want tunes? He asks, once we get on the road. I don't mind. He flicks the car radio on. A song that sounds like an old-school rock anthem, sung in a very throaty Aussie accent, comes on, and Wilby starts singing along. Not too loudly, which is an improvement from last night, but still very, very badly. The poor guy really has a terrible singing voice. Why has no one told him? The blue waters of Bondi Beach fade into the background in the rearview mirror. Every time I see the photos Wilby took of me, I'll remember our little underwater adventure. I'm just hoping there weren't any drones buzzing about that I was too preoccupied to notice. Not super keen on the idea of the footage leaking and going viral. Can you at least give me a clue as to where we're going? He stops singing and turns the volume down. Wings. Oh, like chicken wings. Do you have chicken wings in Australia? Nah, our chooks are wingless down here. Really? He bursts out laughing. No, Jesus! I wince. Can I blame that on delayed jet lag? Wilby flashes a smile. Sure you're not coming off the adrenaline high of almost beating me in the water? What are you talking about? I did beat you. I came first. Nuh-uh. I've consulted with the judges. Apparently it was a photo finish. Our sprog hit the ocean at the same time. Sprog? Yeah, you know, our little fellas. What a gross word. Seepage is a grosser word. Anyway, stop deflecting. The judges say it was too close to call. So, a tie, then? I suppose so. He glances over at me and lifts his chin. Got time for a rematch? No. My flight leaves in less than 3 hours. I'm aware. You've mentioned it several times. After we left my hotel, and before we got to Bondi, we stopped by Wilby's hotel. He's leaving Sydney today, too, so he grabbed his gear, checked out, and we took his rental car to the beach. I may have been hurrying him along, mentioning I had a flight to catch a time or two, or several. In my defense, it's flight day. Normally, I'd be way more unbearable to be around. I increased my meds, so he's getting off lightly. If anything, he should be thanking me. What time is your flight? I ask. In, less than 3 hours. Oh, are you flying up to Brisbane too? No. I heave out a breath. You're being frustrating again. Relax, you will love what I have planned. I swear, I haven't let you down yet, have I? Today, I mean. He hastily adds. I haven't let you down today. No, you haven't, I concede. A few minutes pass, and we pull up at a red light. Wilby turns to face me, looking serious-ish. I know you're not exactly an open book like me, and that's totally cool. I actually like that you're unreadable. Makes you all mysterious and shit. And I don't mean to make you uncomfortable, so if I do, you can tell me to piss off. And I apologize for my word vomit, which I am currently in midstream of. Also, I apologize for using the word vomit around you, and I'm making a mental note to banish it from my vocab. Anyway, what I was getting at before getting sidetracked is what I'm going to say now. He takes a breath, because at some point he has to. We're probably never going to see each other again, so I'd really like something from you. Is it my American sausage? Wilby's laugh stretches around us, filling the entire car. It wasn't, but that's way better than what I had in mind. Wait, are you hungry? What makes you say that? First the chicken wings, now the sausage. I'm picking up on a theme. I can always eat, except before a flight. What were you going to say? He taps his fingers on the steering wheel. Tell me something no one knows about you. It doesn't have to be anything big or serious. It can be something silly even. But it has to be something no one else knows. The light turns green, and we take off. Why do you want to know? He shrugs. I just do. It'll be a nice memory for me to have of you. Jerking each other off in the ocean isn't enough of a memory? Mate, I do that all the time. He turns, sees my face, then laughs again. I'm joking. We drive in silence for a while. I run a hand through my still damp hair, formulating a response. I've never found talking easy. I don't see the point of opening up. What does it actually achieve? Last holidays, Dad and I had a proper heart-to-heart, and I've started seeing a therapist in New York this year, and honestly, there's been no miracle breakthrough. I've still got all the same shit to deal with. But it makes Dad and Brant happy, so I play along like everything's fine. I don't like it when they worry about me. Some people are just wired wrong, and I think I'm one of them. But Wilby's right. After today, we'll never see each other again. So what have I got to lose by sharing something with him? I let out a deep breath. Before I came to Australia, I made a list of the things I wanted to do while I was here. He lets out a chuckle. Of course you did. How many things were on that list? 3. Go ahead. First, my work. It's the reason I'm here. When do you start that? I meet with my first client tomorrow in Brisbane. Cool. The second thing I wanted to do was snap a few pics of the obligatory tourist hotspots, like the silly yank that I am. Hey, stop taking words right out of my mouth. How am I supposed to make fun of you? I swallow a grin. And the third thing? He asks. The third thing... I look out the window. This is the thing no one knows. The third thing is I want to scatter my mother's ashes. Wilby snaps his neck to look at me. The car swerves. Fuck! We both cry out. Sorry. Wilby straightens us out. Mate, are you serious? I am. I'm so sorry. Thanks, but it didn't happen recently. I was 7. So what? You still lost your mother. You don't ever get over that. Do you... Fuck, I can't believe I'm about to pry like this. Do you speak from experience? He nods glumly. I do. We lost Mum early last year. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you. What is it? Nothing, just... Okay, if I'm pushing too much, which I probably am, tell me to piss off and I'll drop it. But if your mum died when you were 7, how is it that you still have her ashes now? That's a fair question, I say. So I'll bank your invitation to tell you to piss off for another time. He gives a small smile. Fair enough. I take a deep breath. Dad and I scattered her ashes shortly after the funeral. But he also saved a portion for me to scatter when I was older and ready, which 19 years later I still apparently am not. That was really thoughtful of him. Yeah, it was. I smile, my chest filling with all the love I have for my dad. It's the worst losing a parent, but God am I lucky to have him. But enough about me. How about you? Is your dad in the picture? Long and complicated story we would need more than 3 hours for. Yours? Yeah. Dad and I are like this. I intertwine my index and middle fingers. That's awesome. Any siblings? Nope. You? 2 sisters? Kids? 2. Prying, I'm coming to realize, is like popcorn. Once you start, it's very hard to stop. How do you have 2 Wait, why are we turning off? I've been paying attention to the road signs, and we've been heading in the direction of Mascot, which is where Sydney Airport is. I'm surprising you, remember? How can I forget? I grumble, falling back in my seat and forgetting all about our conversation. This takes precedence over everything. Should I fess up and tell him I'm not a good flyer, and that, despite what I'm sure are his good intentions, whatever surprise he has in store for me is starting to really freak the shit out of me at a time when that's the last thing I need? Despite taking a turnoff, we're actually closer to the airport than I realized. Up ahead, there's a runway. I decide to bite my tongue and stay quiet, until I see the next road sign, the one for private aircraft, to take the next left. Wilby flicks the indicator on. We turn left. A rush of nerves crashes into me. Okay, Wilby, I need you to tell me what we're doing. Maybe it's my tone, but Wilby finally stops being evasive and reveals, I'm taking you to Brisbane with me. I gulp, my chest tightening as a hangar, and a few small planes come into view. In one of those? He chuckles. Well, yeah, what else? Pull over. What's the matter? Stop the car right now! I shriek. He pulls over. Sorry, fuck. I start gulping down air as fear overwhelms me. I'm not a good flyer. Wilby doesn't say anything. I face out the window, focusing on the few parked cars I see, trying to get my breathing back to normal. After a few moments, I turn my head back. Wilby's resting one hand on the steering wheel, looking my way but not directly at me. I open my mouth. I'm sorry. Do not apologize for that. But stop, please. I don't know what Wilby does for work, but his voice is giving off total stern school principal vibes, and for the first time since I met him, he's frowning. I keep my mouth shut. Are you okay? His voice is firm. Would you like anything? Water? I nod. There's a bottle in the center console. He unscrews the cap and hands it to me. I take a sip, then a few more, my mouth drier than I realized. He takes it from me when I'm done and puts it back. I'm sorry. I had no idea you didn't like flying. That's putting it mildly. His frown deepens. How are you planning on getting to Brisbane? I've taken meds. I have extra on hand if needed. I travel a lot around the US for work. And if it's a short-haul flight on a real plane, it's bearable. That's as far as I can get. I can't bring myself to tell him the real reason why I'm petrified of light planes. I just can't. Wilby gently places his hand on my knee. It's okay. You don't have to tell me. I bow my head. I'm sorry. Don't be. He gives my knee a firm press. I'll take you to the airport. You ready for me to start driving? I am. Yeah. He takes his hand off my knee, checks over his shoulder, and we turn around, headed for the proper airport where the real flying machines of death await. Hang on, I say, my brain snapping back into gear. Were you going to catch your flight on one of those planes back there? I was. Don't you need to call the airline or your pilot to tell them you'll be late for your flight? You're right, I should do that. Ring, ring. He lifts a hand to his ear. Good afternoon, Lynn Fox Airlines. How may I direct your call? Yeah, g'day. It's Wilby here. Can you please tell the pilot with the massive cock and incredible vocal pipes that I'll be taking off a little later than scheduled? Wait, Wilby was going to fly himself back home? Holy shit. Why's that, you ask? Well, I ran into this... He side-eyes me. New Yorker, and I think he's corrupting me. Mm-hmm. No, this isn't a hostage situation. I'm a very willing participant. I see. So what you're saying is you'll waive the rescheduling fees and let me reschedule my departure time if the New Yorker gives me another kiss. Right. I mean, personally, I'd prefer a blowy, but if those are the airport's rules... Wilby pretends to cradle the phone against his shoulder. Do you agree to those terms, Cole? You'd really be helping me out and save me from having to pay a fee. I shake my head, laughing, which sets Wilby right off, too. This guy... I never know what to expect. Are you actually a pilot? I ask, once we're back on the main road. I know how to fly, but I'm not a professional. It's just one of my many talents. What do you do for work, then? I'm a vet. Went to uni and everything. His cheeks are still a little red from laughing. What do you do? I work in finance. Went to college and everything. Stop competing with me. We've already established that Aussie words are better. Wait, finance? Yeah. Last night at the bar, when I made that crack about that asshole working in finance and never getting laid, you told me that then, didn't you? I did. I thought you were kidding. I wasn't. Wilby indicates, but drives into the wrong parking section. This isn't drop-off, I say. Your point? Aren't you dropping me off? Drop-offs have 5-minute parking limits. And? The corners of his mouth tip up. And I plan on getting that kiss. And I'm going to need more than 5 minutes with you. I'm not ready to say goodbye yet. So, you're coming in with me? But you don't have a ticket. I'll buy one. That'll cost you a fortune. He pulls into an empty spot. Mate, for you, it's worth it. 40 minutes, and one exorbitantly overpriced airfare later, Wilby and I are sitting in the Qantas Business Lounge. Once we're admitted into it, we raced each other to the buffet. Take 2 plates, Wilby said, handing me a second one. Saves you having to get back up so soon. I knew I kept you around for a reason. What? He nudged into me. Me being my lovable self isn't enough for you. We're now on our second helping, so plates 3 and 4 for anyone counting, when I suddenly stop eating. What is it? Wilby asks, around a mouthful of lamb curry. I'm eating. Yes, you are. He pats me on the back. No bib needed or anything. Well done. You're a big boy now. No, I mean, I'm eating before a flight. I never eat before a flight. I lose my appetite, and I usually can't keep anything down anyway. Well, we did some stuff to work up your appetite. Yeah, guess we did. I run a hand through my hair, deciding not to overthink it. For once, I actually feel semi-okay despite taking off in less than an hour. That's a monumental win, and I'll fucking take it. Wilby pushes his third plate away, and as he reaches for his fourth, asks, "What's your favorite feeling in the world from the following two options? An orgasm or uncontrollable side-splitting laughter?" Excuse me? I know you heard me. If you had to choose, which would you pick and why? I don't know. I like laughing. I lower my voice since we're not alone. And I like coming, so I can't choose. You tell me first. Orgasms for sure. I give great ones, even to myself. I roll my eyes. Back to you, he says. I spear a cherry tomato with my fork and glide it through some ranch dressing. Neither. What? You asked me what my favorite feeling in the world is. I like both of those things, but neither one is my favorite. What is then? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first call for all passengers on flight QF516 flying from Sydney to Brisbane. Boarding will commence shortly. We invite any passengers requiring assistance, Platinum and Platinum 1 members, as well as guests seated in business class to make their way to gate T3G. I close my eyes. Fuck. You'll be okay, mate. A warm hand slides down my back. You're on the VIP package, remember? Nothing can happen to you while you're down under. I personally guarantee it. I take a breath and open my eyes. Thanks, Wilby. We get up and leave the lounge. I start heading toward the gate. Wilby's right by my side. You're really sweet, but you don't have to walk me to the gate. I'm not being sweet. He pops his hands into his pockets and drops his gaze. I was kind of hoping I might be able to get that kiss. You know, to avoid that pesky rescheduling fee. We stop walking and move aside so we don't get crushed by the stream of people rushing to catch their flights. Thank you, I say. For what? I already know that whatever else happens on this trip, you've made my first 2 days in Australia a highlight for sure. He smiles cheekily. Is this your idea of verbal foreplay? Depends, I chuckle. I know you respond well to compliments, but do they also turn you on? You turn me on. I've never been a huge fan of PDAs, but fuck it. These are the final few minutes I'll ever spend with Wilby. I yank his neck and fuse our mouths together. As his hands grip my waist, his tongue searches into my mouth. Man, does he know how to kiss. It's frenzied and hot and passionate, and even though it was longer than our first blip of a kiss in the ocean, when we pull apart, my chest aches, knowing it was nowhere near as long as I wanted. God, I wish last night had turned out differently. We didn't even get the chance to be together. I twirl a lock of his sandy hair between my fingers. Sucks I have to leave. Then don't. He smiles at me, eyes shining brightly. Stay here and let's get married. That's the second time you've proposed marriage. Are you saying the third time's the charm? I try to grin, but my lips don't want to move. Why is this hitting me so hard? 24 hours ago, I didn't even know he existed. Another boarding call screeches through the airport. I run my hand down the front of his shirt. I'm glad I met you, Wilby Lynn Fox. He looks me right in the eyes. I'm glad I met you too, Cole Langdon. 6. Wilby. I land on the wooden floor with a heavy thud. Ow! Who needs to set an alarm when you've got a 6-year-old world-class sheet hog kicking you out of your own bed every morning? I roll over onto my back. Ow! My sore back. I already hurt my wrist last week. I've been meaning to rustle up all the spare pillows and blankets we have and line them around the base of the bed, but I've been too busy to get around to it. Morning, Uncle Wilby. I'm greeted by 2 bright blue eyes and one hell of a gappy smile. Little dude lost both front teeth last week. It's cute as hell. I smile up at him. Morning, Colby. You know what? Sure. I could do without the pain swelling in my lower back and my wrist and my balls from where he landed his foot last night. But this right here, these few precious seconds I have staring up at my nephew each morning, gives me hope, brief and fleeting as it may be, that even when everything goes to shit, and it fucking will, we'll still have each other. Nothing will ever change that. We may lose everything we own, but no one can ever take this away. Why do you always fall out of bed? You do it every morning. Because some sneaky, stinky munchkin crawls in here and kicks me out. He laughs hysterically at that, as he does every single morning when he asks the same question. Can I jump on you? Mate, those days are well and truly over. I sit up to make my body a less attractive launching pad. I used to bounce him on my belly when he was a toddler, and somehow he still remembers that. Kids, I find, are a lot like animals, creatures of habit. Teach them the wrong habits and you're in for a lifetime of abdominal pain. Come on. I clamber to my feet. Let's get you and your sister clean, fed, and ready for school. School? He groans. Mate, you go to the best school in the world. Stop complaining. Now get up. He falls back onto the bed, his eyes closing before his head even hits the pillow. Oh, you're sleeping, are you? He doesn't answer. Too busy sleeping, obviously. That's such a shame, 'cause Gran's making pancakes for brekkie this morning. An eye pops open. He pulls the sheet up to cover his mouth. With maple syrup? He murmurs. Who said that? I stomp around the room like I'm looking for where the question came from. He giggles. But yes, definitely lots of maple syrup. Whipped cream, too. I rub my belly. And if Colby Jebediah Linfox is fast asleep, it means I get to have his... No! He's out of that bed and zooming towards the bathroom before I can finish what I'm saying. Uh-oh! I hear him call out from down the hall. Fuck, what now? I scramble after him. Colby's wincing by the bathroom door as his older sister, Bridget, slowly steps out, face pale as cow's milk. What's the matter with you? I ask, brushing past Colby and feeling her forehead. She doesn't have a fever. If anything, she's a little on the cold side. Don't feel well, she says meekly. I just threw up. Oh, you poor thing. I graze her cheek. Jump back into bed. I'll bring you some water and toast in a sec. Colby pushes past me, and as he enters the bathroom, lets out a shriek. Yuck! Bridge chucked up everywhere! Sorry. She bows her head. Didn't make it to the toilet bowl. That's all right, sweetie. I lead her down the hall to her room. Happens to the best of us. And the worst of us. A memory of that night in Sydney flickers in my mind. Hard to believe it was 6 weeks ago. Even harder to believe not a day has gone by since I returned where I haven't thought of Cole. The funny way we met. How nice he was. Once I pierced through that thick layer of New York grump, and he realized I wasn't a baddie. How easy it was to talk to him. How much I loved making him smile. Our time at the beach. Our time in the water at the beach. How surprisingly hard it was saying goodbye. And those jewel-coloured eyes of his. I can still see him clear as day. Mesmerizing, hypnotic, intriguing. Fuck. There are no words in the English language to describe those amazing eyes. And when the fuck did I become such a sap? Stuck on a guy I barely know and spent less than 24 hours with. It's official. I'm the king of pathetic. Yuck! Colby yells again. I guide Bridge into her room. You need anything? I'm okay. She climbs into her bed and nods towards the door. Go to him. I'll bring you something to drink as soon as I'm done with the little fella. She smiles appreciatively, tucking her blanket all the way up to her chin. Thanks, Uncle Wilby. You're the best. I smile back. You really are the smartest one in the family. I dash off down the corridor and into the bathroom, where Colby is frozen in place. I cover a hand over my mouth. Oh my fucking God! What has he done? He sees me and wails, completely distraught. How did you get Bridge's vomit all over you? He grabs his groin and points to the toilet bowl. 'Cause I need to pee. 6-year-old logic. I slipped and fell in it. Are you hurt? No, but... He looks down at his arm, covered in... I grimace. Mate, We're going to have to get you cleaned up. He nods as I lift him by the armpits and carry him out of the bathroom, keeping his swinging legs as far away from me as I can. How is this my life? Laughter rings in my ears, filling not just the back room we use as a storage space, change room, and a place to crash between clients, but I'm pretty sure the entire clinic, all the way down to the waiting room at the front. Glad my life is so amusing to you all, I mutter, aiming death stares at my work colleagues, Fitz, Muir, Linus, and Ride, after regaling them with my morning misadventures. I down the rest of my coffee and wince. It's instant, tastes like shit, but it's all we can afford around here. I'm not laughing, Ride points out. I shoot him an appreciative glance. Thanks, mate. Can always count on you. He's young and he's the latest addition to the vet crew and not versed in the ways the guys around here interact. He'll learn. Ride nods, then glances over at Linus, blushes and looks away. Even Linus, our bearded and usually grumpy boss man, is smiling as he dunks his Tim Tam biscuit into his tea. What did you do with Colby? Fitz asks, flopping an oversized bunny ear off his forehead. You're not exactly renowned for being good with bodily fluids. No, I am not. I get up to pour myself another cup of brown piss. I explain to Ride. I can handle animals' blood, guts, gore, pus, all of it, but human things? I shudder and grab my chest, pushing the rising bile down. Cannot deal. He gives a sympathetic nod. Such a sweetie. Wonder how long it'll be before we corrupt him and bring him over to the dark side with the rest of us. So, what did you do? Muir asks, stopping fiddling with the back of Fitz's rabbit onesie for a minute. Those two are joined at the hip. If they weren't both currently dating women, I'd swear they'd be a match made in quirky gay heaven. I return to the small dining table the five of us are sitting around. I don't know what to do, I say, looking around at everyone. All I knew was if I stayed in that bathroom for 1 second longer, my spew would be joining Bridget's on the floor. It was everywhere. So I picked the little fella up, raced him outside, and hosed him down. What did you do about the bathroom situation? Linus asks, helping himself to another Tim Tam from the open packet of biscuits laid out on the table. I'm sure that packet was full when he set it out a few minutes earlier. I bring the mug up to hide my face to cover my shame a little. I left it for Gran. Linus stops mid-chew. Mate, that's fucking feral. That's me. More roaring laughter from the guys. Even Ride can't help himself this time. In my defense, I did offer to clean it up when she arrived, but she knew the deal. Then I'll be cleaning up too, lots of spew. She hedged correctly. Gran, my mum's mum, is the absolute best woman in the world. There's no way I'd survive without her. None of us would. We all depend on the old chook. Life out here is tough at the moment. In addition to my family's financial nightmare, Scuttlebutt hasn't had a drop of rain in almost 3 years. When there's a drought, it doesn't just dry up the land, it dries up funds. People stop going out, buying as much, spending money basically, and in a small town like ours, the financial flow-on from that affects everyone. People, especially farmers, still require vet services, but even they scale back to just the essentials. Everyone's tightening their belts. That's why we're drinking shit coffee. A lot of businesses, a lot of families, including ours, are on the brink of going under. It's fucking depressing. But this is the only place I've ever lived, and I love it here. My family, the farm, my job here, these nincompoops, the whole batshit town. Call me crazy, but I wouldn't give it up for anything. I can't imagine living anywhere else. Wait till everyone gets a load of this at karaoke tonight, Muir says, eyes gleaming. Oh, please. Fitz waves his hand in the air, his sparkling purple glitter nail polish catching in the fluorescent white light. This'll be all over, Scuttlebutt, by lunchtime. Fuck, karaoke. I sit up straight. That tonight? Yes, Muir replies, and wags a finger my way. And you are not skipping it this time. Look at the time, I have to go. Ride announces, getting up. Got an appointment. I lift my coffee mug. Catch you later, mate. He smiles shyly at me, takes another look at Linus, who's too oblivious to notice the attention our newest recruit is giving him, then leaves. Riot's got a massive boner for you, Muir tells Linus once he's gone. Linus's eyes widen comically. Riot's my best mate's son. So, Fitz and I chip in at the same time. The dude blushes every time he looks at you, I say. And he looks at you a lot, Fitz backs me up. He's got a crush on you. Linus's brief good mood evaporates, and he scowls, scratching his beard like the grouchy bastard we all know and love. You're imagining things. Besides, I would never get unprofessional. I'm his boss, and as you all know full well, after Kane, Neil, and Oliver left for the big smoke, we need all the help we can get round here. Ride's still green, but he's a fast learner and a good addition to the team. Anything else is just nonsense you boys are making up, so quit it. Muir and Fitz nod their agreement, while guilt pricks my chest. Linus is a tough bastard, so if he's openly admitting things are tough, then things are fucking tough. I'm sorry I can't be doing more, I say. Mate, I'm grateful for what you are doing. He sends me a grateful look, especially given everything you're dealing with at the moment. Yeah, but still. I swill the coffee around in my mouth. I hate feeling like I'm not pulling my weight. Unlike the others, I only work at the clinic part-time. Mustering takes me out twice a year from March to June, and then again between September through until November. On top of that, I've got a disappearing sister whose kids have become my responsibility, and a cattle farm with 10,000 head of stock to run. Because my other sister, Emma, who is normally in charge of that, is running around the freaking country tracking down Katrina. Doesn't help that I also live 200 kilometres, or a 3-hour drive out of town and away from the clinic. Because, yes, in a country as big and largely empty as Australia is, you can claim the nearest place with streets and buildings and where fellow humans live as your hometown. I don't come in every day, usually just 2 or 3 times a month. Obviously a huge hardship for these guys, who miss out on my sparkling company. I always make an effort to be in town for the monthly karaoke, since there's no good reason the people of Scuttlebutt should be denied. Given the distance, I don't drive to work. That'd be ridiculous and eat up too much of the day. So I fly in. Usually it takes less than half an hour, door to door. That's my one big contribution, I guess. While these guys handle clients who bring their animals to the clinic and visit farms within an hour's drive from Scuttlebutt, with my pilot's license, I'm able to cover a much wider terrain. On the map, Scuttlebutt looks like it's in the middle of nowhere. Okay, let me try that again. While Scuttlebutt is in the middle of nowhere, nowhere is a large fucking place. And it's dotted with farms and farmers who need vet care for their livestock and animals, but live too far away for anyone to reach them without a plane. That's where I come in. I'm able to reach far-flung places that no other clinic can. Australia is a massive country, but most of our resources are where our population centres are, along the coast. The big empty middle doesn't get shit, and it sucks. Everyone should have access to the same basic services irrespective of where they live. But I'll save that rant for another day. I finish my second cup. I've thought about it, and yeah, I'm going to give tonight a miss. No fucking way! Fitz pins me with an unimpressed look. You skipped karaoke last month. We need you, Wilby. Not really in the mood. You said that last month. It's still true. Bloody hell. Don't tell me it's that fucking guy. Fine. I won't say anything. What guy? Linus looks up from shaking the empty packet of Tim Tams. Oh, wait. The guy with the eyes. Muir bobs his head. The guy with the eyes. Has everyone heard about Cole? I grumble. Ride probably hasn't. Muir jokes. It's not natural seeing you like this, Fitz says, assessing me seriously. Seeing me like what? With this whole vibe you're giving off. I roll my eyes. And what vibe would that be? This whole being stuck on a guy vibe. That's not you, mate. You're the king of casual, the guy who treats fucking like a game. Muir nods. I think it's time we face facts, fellas. Wilby Jebediah Lynn Fox, the world's biggest flirt, has got it bad. I sigh and get up. Once these guys have something in their thick heads, there's no stopping them, even if they happen to be right on the money this time. I'm not in the mood to hear them pointing out what I've been trying unsuccessfully to block out of my head for the past month and a half. I do have it bad. Real fucking bad. Over a guy I will never see again in my life. How fucked up is that? Fitz changes tack, going for the sympathetic/light blackmail angle. Even though you might not be up for karaoke, you might want to reconsider not going tonight. You know. He points up. I grumble. This fucking superstition. I don't know where it's come from, but it's been around for donkey's years, and now it's morphed into basically this. The more people who sing at the monthly karaoke, the more likely it is to rain. We've obviously been doing it wrong, because despite pretty much everyone in town showing up to the Scuttlebutt Hotel for a sing-along every month, we're still dry as a fucking bone. It's not going to start raining just because I sing. My vocal abilities may be out of this world, but even I can't summon the rain gods to have mercy on us. Linus smirks. Try telling that to Mrs. Mangle. Why, what's she going to do to me? Mrs. Mangle runs the bakery. She may also be a witch, if you believe in those sorts of things. Let's just say you might want to grab your lunch elsewhere. I wouldn't trust her not to mess with your meat pie. But I love her meat pies. Understatement. I'd donate a kidney to scientific research for a never-ending daily supply of her meat pies. And she loves rain. And she's convinced that you not turning up last month is the reason the southerly system missed us and drenched the tropics instead. Fine. I'll go. Can't have anything coming between me and a meat pie. Not even still being hung up on an uptight, cranky, and super cute New Yorker who's taking up way too much space in my brain and refuses to leave. Do Yanks have squatting rights in Aussie heads? Surely that's an international relations no-no. Stop thinking about him, Wilby. There's no point. I sigh despondently. My brain is right. I need to get over my feelings and deal with the cold, hard reality facing me. I am never going to see Cole again. 7. Cole. I knew the name Scuttlebutt rang a bell. Wilby thought I was kidding when I'd said that, but I was sure I'd picked it up, read it, heard it somewhere. I just didn't know where. Now I do. From my itinerary. It's the last stop on my Australian journey. Scuttlebutt is a speck of a country town nestled on the edge of forever. I've just checked into a cute, slightly dusty, colonial-style room at the Scuttlebutt Hotel. It's on the first floor of a public house, or as Aussies call it, a pub, which is basically a bar that serves food, sometimes with lodgings above it. I'm wiped out, but I have to call Brandt. He'll be freaking out. Reception and time zones have proven to be a challenge during my 6 weeks in Australia. Because the majority of my work is with farmers who live in the middle of nowhere, I've been out of range for most of my trip, and on the few occasions I've had Wi-Fi, the time zones haven't lined up. We've texted, but haven't actually had a face-to-face chat this entire time. It'll still be early in the States, but he said to call as soon as I was able to, no matter what time it was for him. I checked the aircon to make sure it's at the right temperature. Learned that valuable lesson on my first night, before grabbing my phone, tapping Brandt's name to start a video call, and flopping down onto the bed. It only rings once. "Thank fuck you're alive," he mumbles groggily as he sits up. The camera goes wonky as he props himself against the headboard. He must have been sleeping. Of course I'm alive. I smile, happy to see my bestie, and just happy in general. And I think I'm in love. Who is he? Or she, or they? He lets out a yawn, then, wait, or is it shirtless guy? What? No, I'm not in love with a person, but with this country. Australia is so beautiful, Brandt. Like, you think you know what to expect, but then you get here, and it's so much bigger, so much more breathtaking than you could have ever imagined. The landscapes are stunning, the colors are so vivid, and the sky is so big and open. Not to mention the animals. I've seen koalas, kangaroos, wallabies, even a crocodile. What about cocks? I've seen some chickens, maybe a rooster. I mean of the human variety. Okay, he's definitely woken up now. I scrunch my nose, intent on not making this easy for him. A human rooster? He laughs. Gross, no, I mean a human penis. Have you sampled any, apart from Shirtless Guy? Technically, I didn't really sample it, not properly, anyway, and his name is Wilby. Shirtless Guy has a nice ring to it, though. I grin. Yeah, it does. Listen, you're not going to believe this. You've gone 3 consecutive hours without eating. Don't be ridiculous. No, I'm in Scuttlebutt. Still don't think that's the name of a real place. I can assure you it is a very real place, and I am very much here. And get this is Shirtless Guy's hometown. No way. What are the odds? Right? What's the place like? Couldn't tell you. I haven't seen much. I literally just pulled up, checked into my room, and called you. But the main street looks nice, like an American small town, but just more Aussie. Wow, so descriptive. Feels like I'm there. Hey, give me a break. I just drove for 12 hours straight. His eyes bulge. And you didn't get yourself killed. Hey, my driving skills have improved. Seriously, why are the cars and roads here back to front? Driving in big cities is still a nightmare, but thankfully most of my trip out to Scuttlebutt was on a long open highway. Nothing but me, my Spotify playlist, and wide-open plain stretching for as far as the eye could see. I took breaks, don't worry. I just couldn't handle another flight. I had no freaking idea Australia was this big. It's basically the same size as the US. Get out. I'm serious. And in a country that big, with all those sexy Margot Robbies and Chris Hemsworths strolling around, you mean to tell me you still haven't had any sex? Well, no. Oh my God. You are still hung up on Wilby. He really made an impression. My neck warms. Yeah, maybe. Oh, please. No maybe about it. You're into this guy. It's been 6 weeks and you're still not over it. I'd say you're in big trouble, mister. Who's in big trouble? Dad rolls over and pops his face up to the camera. Oh, hey, Carl. Wow, look at you, so tanned. Carl's in trouble, Brant tells my dad. He's still hung up on the guy he met his first night in Oz. Who? Shirtless Guy? That's the one. He's just arrived in his hometown. The one with the weird name, Buttlescut, Scamper Bottom. Dad tries to keep a straight face. Scuttlebutt, Brant corrects. Still don't think that's the name of a real place. Brant's eyes go wide. I literally just said that. Dad leans over and kisses Brant on the cheek, murmuring something to him I can't hear. Oh yeah, my dad and my best friend are together. Have I not mentioned that? It happened last holidays, but honestly, it's been on the cards for a while. They were both just too blind to see it. They only needed a snowstorm, some time holed up together at my dad's place, and the bestest son and best friend in the world. Hi me to push them together. Is seeing them together weird for me? Honestly, no. They're the 2 best people I know, so I only want the best for them. And if they make one another happy, which they fucking do, I've never seen Dad this happy my whole life, or Brant, for that matter. That's the only thing that counts. It also helps that we agreed that whatever happens between them in the future, like wedding bells, I will never be calling Brant Dad. What are your plans, son? Dad turns back to face the camera. This is the last stop on your trip, right? It is. And you're definitely coming back? Brant asks. I am. Good. It's bad enough not living in the same city. I couldn't handle not being in the same country. It's been forever since we've spoken like this. Although... Brant's eyes narrow. Although what? My boss has been on my case to consider relocating here, only for a year. A year? Or 2. 2? 3 tops. Are you trying to give your best friend in the world a heart attack? Brant, you've given up acting, remember? He releases his chest and resets his face from the verge of a fake heart attack back to normal. Sorry, force of habit. I get where my boss is coming from. My promotion to Deputy of Asia Pac means I'm overseeing Australia, New Zealand, and several Asian countries. It would make sense for me to be here, closer to where I'm working than stuck in some office on the 48th floor in Manhattan. Brant throws his sheets off and gets up. Talk some sense into your son, would you please? Dad fiddles with the camera for a minute. Don't start on me, Dad. I'm not starting anything. I'll support you, like I always have. I smile. He really has. I may have lost my mom when I was 7, but the way Dad stepped up and raised me, that's my roadmap for it, or whenever I have kids myself. I truly have the best dad in the world. He glances in the direction Brant marched off, then leans in closer to the screen. But in case Brant asks, I gave you a stern lecture and instructed you to come home immediately, okay? I laugh. Wow, he's really got you whipped, Dad. When his face turns crimson, I cringe, realizing I've taken it a step too far. I'm totally cool with Dad and my bestie being together, but I am not cool with inadvertently stumbling upon details of their sex life. What are your plans? He asks, moving on. Food, I answer. He smiles. Naturally. And after that? Don't know. The person who checked me in mentioned there's a karaoke night happening tonight. Might check that out. I always enjoy a good dose of secondhand embarrassment. Dad laughs. Attaboy. I have to say, Cole, you seem happy. I actually am. I mean, I'm exhausted. The work has been hard. Long hours, complicated work, stressful situations, dealing with people on the brink of losing their farms, their livelihood, their identity isn't easy. But I love it, Dad. And I'm so fucking good at what I do, it's like a natural high or something. It might sound dumb, but I like to believe that in my own small way, I'm guiding people through a difficult and painful process, and hopefully making things a bit easier for them. Doesn't sound dumb at all. Sounds like you're doing awesome work. I'm so proud of you. Thanks, Dad. I waver. There is one thing I haven't done yet. What's that? Scattered Mom's ashes? I texted Brant and Dad about it after I revealed it to Wilby. It didn't feel right, them not knowing. Oh, you still have time, don't you? I do. Dad opens his mouth to say something, but stops himself. For once, I wish he hadn't. He's giving me space, because normally that's what I need. I bit his head off 1,000 times as an angsty, anxious teen, so he's learned the best way to approach me is to let me come to him and open up in my own time. But something's shifted in me these past 6 weeks. I don't know what it is exactly, or even why it happened, but the thought of talking about real shit doesn't feel as overwhelming as it has in the past. It's not this big, gross thing to be avoided at all costs, like flying. That hasn't changed. Still hate it with every fiber of my being. Brant returns, his eyes darting between the two of us. Am I interrupting something? Dad waits for me to answer. No, it's fine, I say. My stomach grumbles. Did you guys hear? They're both smiling. Yep, they heard it. Go get some food, Brant says. And have fun at karaoke, Dad adds. I will. Love you both. We love you too. 2 dinners later. Hey, I was driving all day, and a grown man cannot sustain himself on car snacks and the occasional fast food pit stop, okay? And I'm back in my hotel room, getting changed. Folks started streaming in for karaoke just as I was finishing up my dessert. Okay, my 3rd dessert, because damn, Sheffy knows how to bake a mean New York cheesecake. Out here, in the Australian outback. All the more impressive. I check myself out in the full-length mirror and run a hand through my hair before sliding a gray Adidas baseball cap on. It's purely a coincidence I've chosen the same cap I wore when a certain someone tore me from my half-sleep and dragged me out for a drink. It's not like I'm hoping that by wearing it I'll miraculously conjure Wilby out of thin air. Although it is karaoke in his hometown, and he does seem to be under the misguided impression that he has a good voice, so moth, flame? Only one way to find out. I tie the laces on my sneakers and head downstairs. I haven't even reached the section of the pub where the karaoke is taking place when a vaguely familiar song, and a very familiar voice massacring it, filters through the air. I walk faster, making my way past tables of diners, when my brain finally deciphers the song, Piece of Me by Britney Spears. I smile, remembering how excited Wilby got when he declared this would be the next song on his karaoke kill list. Except, of course, Wilby being Wilby, he's making it his own, changing up the line in the chorus to, "Oh my God, that Wilby's shameless." He sure fucking is. I smile, my heart beating so fast as I finally reach the area at the end of the pub with a stage, and a microphone, and one sexy, silly guy under the spotlight. I lean against the wall at the back, taking him in. He's wearing a black t-shirt and tight-ripped jeans, and pouring everything he has into the song. There's a musical breakdown, so he stops singing and replaces it with some impromptu twerking. It's not even half bad. If the year was 2013 and karaoke at the Scuttlebutt Hotel was the VMAs, he'd be giving Miley Cyrus a run for her money. And then he whips his shirt off, because of course he does. The audience goes wild with chants and whoops and a few cries of, "Go Wilby!" He returns to the mic, screams his way through the final chorus, and then takes one big-ass bow. Everyone's already standing, so they start drumming their feet, the vibrations echoing throughout my entire body. "Welcome to Scuttlebutt," call. As he lifts from his bow, arms outstretched and soaking up the applause, he spots me. His mouth drops open. He shakes his head. Then he flings himself off the stage like a rocket, weaving through the crowd. For a moment, I lose him, and then he's standing in front of me. Same sandy blonde hair. Same gleaming eyes. Same sexy and shirtless chest. "Don't tell me you flew in all this way just to see me perform," he says, with a roguish grin. "Otherwise I would have got you front row seats." I laugh, reaching out to touch him, almost as if I need confirmation that he's not some figment of my imagination I made up in a haze of jet lag and insomnia, and this is really happening, that I'm back with Wilby again. My fingers brush down the front of his sweaty torso. "Well, I couldn't find you on OnlyFans. I deactivated my account 6 months ago." Our eyes meet. His are gleaming. Warm hands slide around my waist, pulling me in closer. "What are you doing here, Cole? For real?" "I'm here for work." He seems confused. "But you said you worked in finance." "I do." "I had you pegged for a Wall Street type." "Fuck that. I actually have a soul. I work in agricultural finance." He veers back a little, jaw clenching. "You're here to take someone's farm." That's a common misconception I run into all the time. Farmers hear the words agricultural finance, and they immediately associate it with losing their farms, their livelihoods. I understand the initial response, but that's not what I do. Not entirely, anyway. It's not that simple. "Well, in any case, it might be a good idea to keep what you do and why you're here to yourself." He takes his eyes off me and glances around us. "I'm not saying the good folk of Scuttlebutt would chase you out of town with pitchforks, but I'm also not saying that. I get it." Wilby's jaw tightens again. "This fucking drought, mate. It's killing us." "Hey." I sweep my fingers along his cheek. "No more work talk." He nods and shakes out his shoulders. "How long are you staying for?" "Depends on how long the job takes," I say. "I have an open ticket back to the States." "This is your last stop?" I nod. "And I have some good news." "Oh, yeah?" "I'm running a little ahead of schedule, which means I have a few days free." "That's so." He's smiling. And how crazy is it that I've missed that smile as much as I have? That I haven't been able to get him out of my head the entire time I've been in Australia. That I've not given anyone a second thought on the off chance I might see him again, and we might progress what we started, which is so beyond stupid it belongs in its own stratosphere of stupidity. I know Wilby and I don't have much of a future, or any future, really. But we do have a few days together. Hopefully. If that's something he wants, too. And if he can fit me into his schedule. I brush my hand over his shoulder. I was thinking maybe we could... Wilby, mate, who the fuck is this? A short, middle-aged man with a beer belly and a friendly but weathered face claps Wilby on the back. He takes a good look at me. Ah, don't tell me. It's that fella you met in Sydney, isn't it? The one with the eyes. The eyes? A woman standing nearby overhears the conversation and spins around. Wow, they are incredible. Hey, Jules! She yells over her shoulder. Come over here a sec and check this out. This is the bloke Wilby's got a thing for, the one he met in the Big Smoke. The one with the eyes? Yeah. The lady in front of me gets in nice and close, squinting so hard her nose wrinkles. One's blue and the other's green. They're fucking beautiful. Fucking dazzling, if you ask me. The guy with the beer gut concurs. More people start coming our way. Wilby looks positively mortified. He snatches me by the arm and escorts me away from the crowd encircling us, muttering something about needing to move to a new town under his breath. I'm so sorry about that, he says once we're back in the dining section of the pub. His ears have gone red. I try to suppress my grin, but I don't try too hard. I'm not. Part of me wondered whether I was just a fling or a near fling for Wilby. He's attractive, adventurous, and completely unbothered about making a fool of himself. I'm sure I'm not the first person to have succumbed to his charms. I had no way of knowing if I made a lasting impression on him, but seeing as a decent chunk of scuttlebutt knows about me, I'm guessing that maybe I have. He sizes me up, hands on his hips. You're enjoying this, aren't you? A little. It's always nice discovering someone is so infatuated with you they tell their whole town about it. In my defense, I only told my co-workers. He pauses, sighs, which is basically the same thing. There. I pat his shoulder. No one's blaming you, Wilby. I'm pretty fucking spectacular. You're only responding to your base primal urges. Oh, you think so, do you? Yeah, I do, actually. Wilby stares at me and I stare back, keeping my scuttlebutt famous eyes on him. Where you staying? Upstairs. He rests his forearms on my shoulders. In that case, how about you invite me upstairs and I'll show you just how primal my urges really are. With one nod from me, we bolt out of the dining room and bound up the stairs to my room so fast that by the time we reach the door, my head is spinning and I'm out of breath. My fingers shake as I fumble with the key. Hey, Wilby places his hand over mine. I stop, look at him, and take a breath. Hey. He keeps looking at me, an easy smile on his lips. The seconds stretch. Neither one of us moves. My heart rate slows. My breathing returns to normal. He gently strokes the top of my hand. There you are, he says tenderly. I melt against the door. Here I am. 8. Wilby. Here he fucking is indeed. I'm awash in emotions. Shock, disbelief, elation. I never in a million years thought I'd see Cole again, and yet here we are. Me holding on to his hand, on the dusty first floor of the Scuttlebutt Hotel, about to... Whoa. I get a sudden head rush. Is it from the surprise of seeing him, or running up those freaking stairs like my life depended on it? I sway on my feet, but don't let go of his hand. I can't. I need to hold him, feel him. Maybe I should get him to pinch me on my ass so that I know this is real. One moment I'm basking in love from my adoring public after an epic rendition of an underrated Britney classic, and the next I spot him, standing in the back, smiling at me, looking at me. The one with the eyes. And fuck me, how embarrassing was it for my fellow Scuttlebuttians to be acting all Scuttlebuttian like that. Believe me, I'll be giving a few people a strict talking to in the coming days. It's so much to process. I blink a few times, trying to collect myself. You okay, Wilby? I finally let go of Cole's hand. I just can't believe you're here. Most of Scuttlebutt can't believe I'm here. My ears burn hard. Me and my bloody big mouth. I didn't think we'd ever... Relax. It's okay. When did you make the connection? I only figured out why Scuttlebutt sounded familiar when I checked my work itinerary. He runs his fingers over my belt. I was hoping this place was small enough that we'd bump into each other. That right? I say, starting to come back into my body. Could be that I'm getting a lift from that unmistakable fire igniting those fucking beautiful eyes. His eyebrows lift as he hooks a finger into a belt loop right near the front. My cock swells. I guide his hand down to reacquaint him. Cole smirks. And there he is. He's been a very naughty boy. My voice drops. He's in need of some very strict discipline. Step inside. Cole unlocks the door and waves me in. Your punishment awaits. The sound of the door shutting behind us snaps me out of whatever reverie I fell into in the hallway, and it's game on like Donkey Kong. Lips, elbows, limbs, everything is flying every which way except for our clothes. They're only going in one direction, south, onto the floor. Struth, I mutter, once we're both naked, taking a few steps back to admire the view in front of me. I have no idea what struth means, so is that a good struth or a bad struth? Good. I smack my lips hungrily, my eyes combing over every square inch of Cole's body. Very, very good. Despite copping an eyeful of him at Bondi, as well as getting a handful in the ocean, this is different. We're alone now. I don't have to share him with the world, or any pesky, horny tourists. And unlike back in his hotel room that first night in Sydney, I'm in full control of my faculties. I can do anything I want to him. Let me rephrase that. I can do anything he wants me to do to him. And, mate, is my mind running away with all sorts of delicious possibilities. Cole approaches me, slowly. He eyes me up and down. A smirk curls around his lips, desire raging in his eyes. The ambient yellow glow of the room hits his body just right, showing off every angle, every line, every ridge of muscle beautifully. Except that muscle. He may not be as big as me, few are, but his cock is fat and his balls are full. More importantly than that, though, unlike at Bondi, Cole's focused on one thing, and one thing only. Me. My pulse pounds in my neck. I'm ready. More ready than I've ever been. I've never wanted anyone as much as I want Cole. But I also want to make this special for him. Wait. I place out my palm, and he walks until his chest presses into it. You've only had sex with a guy once before, right? He shakes his head. No. But wait, isn't that what you told me in Sydney? I know I was hammered, but I wouldn't forget a detail like that. He guides my hand down his smooth chest, over the firm ridges of his abs, letting go only once we reach his tidy patch of pubic hair, as if wordlessly saying, I think you can handle things from here. I grab his cock and give it a few rough tugs. His eyes change colour, clouding over. I said I had sex with a guy once, not that I had sex with one guy. I don't get it. Is my brain too horned up that it's unable to process what he's saying, or is what he's saying not making any sense? What's the difference? The difference is... He lifts a finger on one hand. I had sex one time. He brings up 4 fingers on his other hand. With 4 guys. My cock leaps to attention. Well, well, well. I'm fucking impressed. I can see that. That's why you don't have to worry about breaking me in. I'm good. I want to know more about this story because it's classic Cole, a mixture of shyness and wildness. I've only had gay sex once, but it was a gangbang with 4 other dudes. But I don't want us getting sidetracked. What's about to go down is way overdue. I let go of Cole and rest my hands on my hips, then shimmy from side to side. My steel rod of a cock swings with the movement. So you reckon you'll be able to handle this? He waves a hand. Piece of cake. I stop shimmying and clear my throat. Okay, very big piece of cake. I clear my throat again, more powerfully this time. Fine. Biggest piece of cake I've ever had. I smile, satisfied. Thank you. Now get down on your knees and have a taste. The smile on Cole's face could power the entire New York City electricity grid, and he's on the floor, devouring my cock with his mouth in no time. He's not going slow, easing himself into it. No siree. He's treating my cock like he would an all-you-can-eat buffet, stuffing his face like he hasn't eaten in days, or in his case, a few hours. Do I mind? Hell fucking no. Most guys approach my dick with a trepidation that is a total boner killer. I get that it's big, too big, for most guys, and yeah, that's a real thing, but come on. It's not an inland taipan, the most venomous snake in Australia. It's not going to kill you. Cole's acting like he's not afraid of it at all. He's slurping and swirling his tongue, and bobbing his mouth on it like my dick is his new BFF. When he comes up for air, I lean down, hook my arms under his armpits and lift him up. We start making out, the salty remnants of my pre-cum blending with his saliva-slicked lips, and it's fucking heaven. I walk backwards, keeping him in step with me, until my calves meet the side of the bed. My turn, I murmur into his mouth. I heard New York hot dogs are the best in the world. They are. Cole smirks. Don't be jealous. With a smile on my lips, I turn us around so Cole's closer to the bed. He sits down, legs spread-eagled. I start with a few nibbles on his earlobe, then kiss a trail down his neck, lick his smooth chest, rub my nose on his pubic hair, committing the manly scent to memory, and finally position myself on the carpet between his legs. Running my palms against the insides of his thighs, I open my mouth and take him in. Cole's hot cock pulses in my mouth as I swallow all the way down to the base. His hands charge into my hair, his nails dragging against my scalp. I pull back before deep-throating him again, over and over, until his hands slide lower and he gently pulls me off him. "How was that?" I ask, looking up, licking my lips. His face is flushed. "Fucking amazing." "Yeah? Well, it's only the beginning. You got supplies?" "I do." He scooches up the bed and reaches behind the lamp on the bedside table. He throws me the box of condoms. This is unopened. Deep throat skills, 10 out of 10. Also rates highly across visual observation and stating the blatantly obvious," he says in a faux scholarly tone. "Shut up. I mean..." "What do I mean?" He's presenting me with an unopened box of condoms. The price tag on them is American, so he bought them back home. He's been in Australia for 6 weeks. "You haven't been with anyone while you were here because the guy you met on your first night set the bar impossibly high and you haven't been able to get him out of your head." I flash him my prettiest smile. "Care to rate my analytical skills now?" He laughs and tousles my hair. "So I've figured out that basically half the stuff that comes out of your mouth is shit. That's a good skill to acquire early with me. Only problem is, I can't tell which half is shit talk and which half is real." I lean back on my haunches, my cock still erect, angled at a 45-degree angle. In that case, let me make it clear that what I'm about to say is 100% real. No fake bullshit. His eyes darken. "Okay. I've thought about you every day since we said goodbye. That's never happened to me before. You've affected me." He smiles, giving a small nod. "Yeah, you've affected me, too." Cole's eyes travel south. My cock, as if sensing he's the object of his attention, throbs. "I think I speak for both of us," I gesture at my dick, "that we would love the opportunity to affect you from the inside." Cole kicks his legs into the air, hanging onto his feet, exposing his beautiful pink hole to me. "Well, I speak for both of us." He winks at me with his asshole. Let me repeat that, because I may never have this thought again in my entire life. Cole winks at me with his asshole. I manage not to pass out and catch the rest of his sentence. "And we'd really like it if you affected us, too. Preferably quickly, so we can move on from this pesky talk about feelings, since our usual MO is to use sex to specifically avoid dealing with anything emotional." I give a sharp nod. "On it. Initiating sex as a contact sport in 5. I peel off the film coating the condom box. 4. I rip the wrapper with my teeth. 3. I roll the condom over my cock. 2. Cole left a small bottle of lube lying on the bed, so I grab it and give my cock a solid drenching. Then I stand, line up the head of my cock with his entrance, lift my chin, meet his gaze, and say, 1. His eyes bulge as I slowly sink into his warm, tight channel. I'm acutely aware we haven't done any prep, so I go slow. "You okay?" I ask, a few inches in. Cole nods. His breathing has grown louder, steadier, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. Tell me if this hurts. I'll stop right away. No, you're good. You're good. I split my focus between continuing to press into his body and not taking my eyes off him for a second. I've never bottomed, but I've got mad respect for people that do. It's one of the very few talents I do not possess. I'm in awe of Cole and what his body is doing, how he's able to open for me. I quickly glance down. I'm about halfway in. I take a mental snapshot of the sight, because it's the hottest fucking thing I've ever seen. I return my gaze to his face. My sole focus is on him right now. Nothing else matters, least of all my own pleasure. I advance deeper. Cole winces, and I halt. Talk to me, I whisper. He shuts his eyes and breathes deeply. Stay there. Just stay there for a minute. I will. I'm not moving. His steady breaths fan across my chest, and I stay as still as I possibly can. He opens his eyes. Can I take control now? I don't know what he means exactly, but I nod anyway. Of course. He hikes himself up slightly, and then I feel his hands on my arse. He applies some pressure, and I realize what he's doing. He's guiding me the rest of the way at his pace. I surrender to him, my hips only moving in response to Cole's hands tugging me further into him. When I finally bottom out, his mouth opens in a big O shape, but no sound comes out. His hands leave my butt and slide up and down my chest. You're all the way in. He sounds like he almost can't quite believe it. I am. I brush my hand across his cheek. That was amazing.
Step away from the world for just 60 seconds. Breathe deeply, feel the calm. We'll return soon. Thank you for spending your time with us.
You are amazing. He licks his lips, nodding slightly. I really fucking am. That causes me to laugh, which makes me move and Cole's eyes bulge at the sudden, sharp change in angle. Fuck, I'm sorry. Are you okay? His eyes flutter to a close again. I think I need... Tell me. My heart's beating so strong in my chest, like it wants to break out of there. Anything. I need movement. His eyes open. Please. Okay, I can do that. I start to rock my hips, gently and with as much care and control as I can. That was a close call, and just the thought of causing him any pain terrifies me. This good? Very good. He slides his palm over my bicep. You can go a little faster. Oh, yeah? He sucks in a breath, his eyes shining. Yeah, unless this is your top speed because you're such an old man. Hey, I'm 25. How old are you? Damn it, I'm 26. Ha, who's the old man now? Shut up and fuck me. See? I don't know if that'll work for me. I'm a sex talker. A what? A sex talker. I like to talk during sex. Please tell me you're kidding. I am. I pause. I'm actually a sex singer. Cole laughs. Do I need to repeat myself and tell you to shut up and fuck me? I think you just did. He laughs again as I ramp up, my thrusts getting faster, deeper, stronger. Cole wraps his legs around me, his heels digging into my butt. I like that. I like him being under me, around me, me inside him. He's everywhere, and that feels correct. I remember Cole's request back at the bar in Sydney. Make my first night in Australia one I'll never forget. Okay, so I blew that for reasons we do not need to revisit. It may no longer be his first night here, but it is his first time having sex in this country with one of its exceptional citizens, so I have a duty to make this unforgettable for him. I bring out all the moves. When he least expects it, I swoop forward and lift him into the air, fucking him standing upright. I take him over to the wall and fuck him against it. I prop his leg against the window ledge and fuck him there. I lead him back to the bed, positioning him on the floor with his back and legs against the bed. I flick his legs into the air, face away from him, and reverse pile drive into him. That's when I notice it. I can't believe we've been fucking for hours and it's only dawning on me now. Guess I was too wrapped up in making this a great experience for him that I never noticed what was missing. But now that I have, I can't unnotice it. It's unusual. But Cole, during this entire sex marathon that has seen us cover just about every square inch of his hotel room, has been quiet the whole time. Apart from his breathing, there's been no moaning, no sounds of pleasure escaping out of his mouth, no cries of, "Oh my God, Wilby, you're the best and no other man will ever measure up." Nothing. I've been checking in with him. He talks, then, obviously, but apart from telling me he's fine or what minor adjustments he needs, he's been completely silent this whole time. It's not bad per se, and it's not a turn-off or anything, it's just, unusual. "I'm getting close," he says, breaking the silence. I pull out of him and turn around so that we're face to face. "How would you like to come?" "I'd like to see you, maybe on the bed." "Ah, the traditional approach." He chuckles. "I might need something traditional after all of this. You have some serious stamina." I smile. "I do. Don't be. I'm not jealous." He cuts in. "I'm appreciative. Very appreciative. Now finish me off on the bed, please." "Yes, sir." "Don't call me sir. It makes me sound old." "But you are old. He pouts playfully as he arranges himself on the bed, lying on his back, legs wide open, his hole raw and glistening. "Don't make me tell you to fuck me again." He doesn't have to say another word. I am on top of him and inside him in seconds, our bodies glued together like Vegemite on toast. I create a small gap and take his cock in my hand, fisting it in time with my body rocking into him. "Getting close," he murmurs. "Good. Come for me. I want to see him explode. Surely he'll make some noise then, right?" Wrong. Cole's body spasms. His hole clenches and pulses around my dick. His body jolts and spurts of white ropes land across his chest and stomach. But his lips, they stay shut. The entire time. No noise. It's more than unusual. It's intriguing. But not intriguing enough to forfeit my own gratification. I can circle back to this later. "I'm gonna blow," I announce, as a bolt of lust tears through me and sends me crashing over the abyss. Cole frames my face in his hands, his eyes locked on me as I unload inside him. "You okay?" he asks when I'm done. I nod, beads of sweat trickling down my face. "Gonna have to come out now," I whisper hoarsely. "I'll be gentle." He smiles, wiping some sweat off my forehead. "I know you will." I ease my way out of his body and collapse onto my back next to him. I can't even be stuffed to take the condom off, so it just hangs there as my dick starts to droop. "How was that?" I ask, wiping the back of my hand across my forehead. "I don't have words. I'll happily take a rating out of 10. Cole chuckles, but when he turns to me and sees that I'm serious, he stops. "Are you joking?" "No, I'm not." I lean sideways to face him, my fingertips tracing over his collarbone. "I mean it. How was that, out of 10? Was it better than your first time?" "Ah," his lips lift. "So that's where this is coming from. You want to know if you're better than 4 guys. Maybe." I play coy. "Will be." He gets in real close, so close that the tips of our noses touch. "You're better than 400 guys." A rush of warmth floods me, and I have this sudden urge to bundle him up against me, so I do. His head is resting on my chest, rising and falling with my breathing. My fingers play absently with his hair. "Just 400. You sure you didn't mean 4,000? His laugh vibrates through my chest. "Only you would be pushing for more. I'm one of a kind." He rests an arm over my lower belly. That you are. Any more questions? I have a million more questions. I want to know everything about you. Starting with why he's so quiet when he has sex. Or what he meant the night we met when he said life's thrown him some curveballs. Or the question that he never answered at the airport, and that's plagued my thoughts ever since. What his favorite feeling in the world is. But I cast all that to the side, partly because I want to bathe in the magical post-sex glow we're in, and partly because, well, I'm enjoying the mystery of Cole Langdon and the way it's unfolding. I never thought I'd see the guy again. So as far as I'm concerned, this and everything from this moment on is icing. But my mind does snag on something else. How long did you say you have off before you need to work? A few days. Why? No reason. I just remembered you're on the VIP package, that's all. He raises his head, resting his chin just below my pec. You going to show me all the sights and tourist spots Scuttlebutt has to offer? I grin at him. Have you seen the main street outside? I have. Then you've pretty much seen it all. But don't worry. I graze my fingers along his jawline. I'll make sure your next few days here are unforgettable. 9. Call. Lube me up, Muir. Wilby stretches out a gloved arm toward his colleague and winks at me. I'm going into her rectum. I watch in a mixture of horror and curiosity. Okay, mainly horror. As Wilby burrows his arm all the way up to his elbow into poor Daisy. That's not her name, but I figure if I'm here watching one of the most invasive things you can do to a cow, I should at least give her a name. When we woke up together this morning, yes, he stayed the night with me, and also, yes, we fucked several more times. He repeated what he said last night, that he wanted to make my time here unforgettable. The problem is, he has to work. When he asked if I wanted to tag along on his rounds, I readily accepted. I was excited at the prospect of possibly getting to see more native Australian animals. I certainly wasn't expecting rectal palpation, which is the fancy way of saying manually testing to see whether a cow is pregnant, to be the first order of business. Definitely unforgettable, just not the way I expected. To be fair, he and Muir did warn me on the way over, and they gave me options. I could stay in the pickup truck, which they call a ute for some unknown reason, or I could tag along with Mr. Kern, whose farm we're at, and he could take me around his paddocks while the guys did their thing. But nope, I was determined to get a glimpse of Wilby's life. Warts, fisting cows, and all. How you holding up over there? Wilby asks. I'm happy being me and not you right now. Just so you know. Muir pokes his head up from behind the Hereford. That statement is true all of the time. I'm giving you both the finger as we speak, you just can't see it. Wilby mutters with a good-natured laugh. I take a closer look at what he's doing, flinch, then avert my gaze again. How is it possible that in the 21st century there's no better way of pregnancy testing than this? Believe it or not, Muir answers, since Wilby's busy doing whatever he's doing inside Daisy. This actually is the best way. Ultrasounds are too expensive, plus you need equipment. This is how pretty much all cattle farmers do it. We have a baby, Wilby beams. I can feel it. I shuffle forward, excitedly. No way. Way. He squints in concentration. I'd say she's getting close to being 100 days into her pregnancy. He lowers his voice and speaks to Muir. Ovaries have shifted. The uterus is enlarged, but not yet pulling down into the abdominal cavity. All in all, I'd say Daisy here is in good shape. Muir scribbles it all down in a notepad before Wilby starts pulling his arm out. A sheen of sweat glistens on his face, and he's laser-focused, moving with great care. There, all done, he announces with a smile once he's out of Daisy. Turns to look at me and stretches out his gloved arm. Give us a kiss, would ya? I lurch back. No fucking way! The guys laugh as one of the farmhands leads Daisy out of the crush, in a narrow stall of tubular steel, which, as will be explained when we got here, is designed to hold an animal still while it gets examined or treated. There's a head bale at one end, a pair of sliding metal doors that grip the animal just behind the head, and a kick gate at the rear to restrain any wayward hooves. Another farmhand leads the next cow into the crush for her exam. Need a name for this one, guys, I call out. Wilby and Muir look at each other, then at me. I'm serious. I thought you'd only do it for Daisy because she's the first cow. Wilby shoots back. We still have at least another 20 to go. Where did you find this guy? Muir asks with a grin. I was just minding my own business, walking the streets of Sydney, when this loudmouth yank starts yelling at me for no good reason. I'll give you no good reason. Wilby barks out a laugh. It's so loud it startles the farmhand, but the cow is unmoved. Why don't you come over here and say it to my face? And to Betty's butt. He knows I'm standing as close as I can bear, which is about 20 feet away. I want to be close to the action without actually seeing all of the action. I fold my arms. I am not moving an inch, but good call on the name. She looks like a Betty. Muir and Wilby exchange another look before Wilby gets back to business. As they make their way through cow after cow, eventually swapping roles so that Muir is the inspector and Wilby is the note-taker, I think back to last night. The sex was unlike anything I've ever had before, and I'm still riding high now. Hopefully Muir can't tell by looking at me, but I feel like I've bonded with Wilby. I've had sex before. Once with men, and with several women and casual girlfriends/friends with benefits I've had in the past. But I've never been so clingy afterward. I could have happily stayed holed up in that room all day. But Wilby's got a job and responsibilities that I never expected him to abandon for me. I just wanted to be with him. So I'll happily tag along wherever he takes me. And if I can put the grossness of what he's doing aside, seeing him in serious vet mode is seriously sexy. It's clear he's good at what he does, that he loves animals, and that he's a good coworker, communicating clearly and making sure he and Muir are on the same page with everything. Wilby can be wild and adventurous, but I'm seeing he can also be responsible, and I like that. I like glimpsing this side of him. Where to next? I ask from the back of the pickup once the guys are done with their bovine pregnancy testing. I'm in a good mood. I've just survived my first real Aussie farm vet adventure. Surely it can't get any more gross than what I just witnessed. Muir turns over his shoulder. We're going to Mrs. Stapleton's farm. Okay, cool. Wilby glances at me in the rear-view mirror. Wrinkles form around the edges of his eyes. We're castrating her bull. I almost heave. No fucking way. Way? The guys reply in unison, laughing their heads off. I stay in the ute when we pull up at Mrs. Stapleton's farm because, I do not have the stomach for that. I look around. It's dry, brown, and flat for as far as the eye can see. This drought is a real bitch. But despite Scuttlebutt being tiny, Wilby wasn't kidding. Aside from the main street, there's pretty much nothing else to see. There's a certain beauty and calmness to the place. The isolation is actually peaceful. It's the polar opposite of New York, which for some reason I haven't been thinking about a lot during this trip. Normally, even after only a few days away on a work trip, I'm dying to get back to my own apartment, to my own bed. But not this time. With the air conditioning blasting cool air into the cabin, I stare out at the huge expanse and just breathe. The guys get in when they're done, and thankfully spare me all the gory details as we set off to the next appointment. The rest of the morning passes by with visits to 3 more farms. It's after 2 when we drive back into Scuttlebutt and pop into the bakery for a very late lunch. My vision has started to go wonky, and I can't feel the tips of my fingers or toes. I haven't eaten since breakfast, which was... I don't even want to think how long ago. Ah, Wilby! How the fuck are ya? The middle-aged, ginger-haired woman behind the counter cries out when we walk in. Better now that I'm seeing the hottest baking goddess in the outback? She cackles, and it gives Wilby a run for his money in the decibel department. That's Mrs. Mangle, Muir whispers to me. She makes the best meat pies in the state. The state? Wilby wanders over to us. Try the world, mate. This pie will blow your fucking tits off. I groan. After the things I've seen this morning, I'm full up on my quota for gross visuals. Mrs. Mangle rings up the order, and even though Muir and I both reach for our wallets, Wilby insists on paying. Once we're back out in the stifling heat, Muir eyes the bag Wilby's holding, which contains the pies. We could wait until we get to the clinic to eat them, or we can eat them now as we walk. Now! Wilby and I reply in unison. He chuckles as he hands me an individual-sized pie and a small tub of tomato sauce. "You holding up okay, mate?" he asks me. "You look like you were going to pass out before." I squirt some sauce on my pie. "Eat first, talk later." Then I shove half the thing into my mouth. He barks out a laugh. "Go for it. I've got plenty to go around." We stuff our faces as we walk down the block to the clinic. "Want to come in for the grand tour?" Wilby asks as we get closer. "Sure." I wipe my mouth with the back of my hand to make myself presentable. "I'd love to." We step inside into a small waiting room. It's empty. Where is everyone? "Probably in a consult," Muir replies. And when he sees my eyes travel over to the empty reception desk, he says, "No receptionist around here, mate. Times are tough. We all chip in answering the phone and dealing with customers." "Right. And how are you with taking down messages?" I ask, looking at Wilby. "You're at, what, 3rd grade level spelling?" "I am," he says, grinning, playing along without missing a beat. "And today's word of the day is F-U-C-K. Do you know what that word means, Cole, or would you like a demonstration?" All the oxygen in the room gets sucked up. "I might take these pies into the staff room," Muir says, grabbing the bag off Wilby and racing down the hall. "I might need a demonstration tonight," I whisper, even though we're alone. "Oh, you'll get one. Or 5. We kiss, before Wilby slips his hand in mine and leads me down the same hallway Muir escaped us from. "This is our boss's office," Wilby says quietly as he pushes the door open. If he's short or dismissive, don't take it personally. He prefers animals to people and is going through some shit. A well-built, attractive guy, probably in his late 30s, is sitting behind the desk. He looks up as Wilby waltzes in. "What?" Wilby plonks a small paper bag on his desk. "Picked you up a donut for a 3 o'clock pick-me-up. Tim Tam flavored, natch." The man smiles. "Thanks. Sorry, mate." He pushes away from his desk. "I'm up to my eyeballs in finance shit. I don't understand how we can be run off our feet and still be losers. You know what? Forget it. It's not your problem." He notices me standing awkwardly by the door and gets up. He walks over to me and shakes my hand. "Nice to meet you. I'm Linus Stevenson. You must be Cole." "I am. Good to meet you, Linus." "We'll leave you to it. I'm just showing Cole around the place. He tagged along with me and Muir this morning." Linus blinks a few times, touching his temple. "Sorry, I'm just processing that. Someone actually wants to be in your company." Wilby laughs. "Fuck you, boss." And with that, we leave his office. Wilby's hand lands on my lower back as we head down the hallway when a guy in a koala bear onesie pops out of a room, scaring the shit out of me. "Fitz!" Wilby calls out, greeting the guy with a high five. "This is..." "The guy with the eyes!" Wilby groans. "Hi, I'm Carl." "I know," Fitz says, smiling. "We all know. Good to meet you, mate." He's got as strong a handshake as Linus has. Country men, they really do have a firmer grip than city boys. "Mind if we take a selfie?" he asks. Sure. I mean, what else can I say? Fitz is big on TikTok," Wilby explains, which doesn't really clarify why he wants to snap a selfie with me or why he's in a koala onesie. Fitz takes a few pics. "Thanks. Want me to tag you?" "No, I'm fine, thanks." "Cool. Well, I gotta head. Got surgery. Nice to meet you, Cole." "Yeah, you too." I watch as he walks away. Wilby elbows me. "Hey, his eyes aren't that low. I wasn't checking him out. I'm just trying to figure out why he's wearing a onesie. He raises money online doing ridiculous things. He's in his onesie and painted fingernails era." "That's cool," I say slowly. "Quirky, but cool." Wilby chuckles. Couldn't have said it better myself. Anyway, enough talking about him. Wilby inches closer. He takes my hand, firmly, as he shows me the staff room at the back, which looks like it doubles as a storage space, too. No other vets are around, and I get the impression that Wilby is done for the day. "I was wondering..." "Yes?" There's a twinkle in his eye that gives a good idea of what he's about to suggest. "Wanna come back to my place?" "Oh. His place? He told me earlier he lives on a farm outside of Scuttlebutt." "You seem surprised." He waggles his brows. "I thought you might be keen for some more of my Aussie sausage. Plus, I still need to demonstrate the word of the day to you." I smile but avert my gaze. He comes over and lifts my chin until our eyes meet. Hey, what's wrong? Nothing's wrong, it's just... You want me to meet your family? Sure, why not? He shrugs like it's no big deal. Maybe in Australia it isn't. But back home, meeting someone's family is a big step. A step people who are in a relationship take. We're not in a relationship. Yet. Are we? Could we be? Do I want us to be? The questions whiz by so fast in my mind that I can't latch on to any one of them for longer than a few seconds. Then another question pops into my head. You want me to meet your 2 children? An amused grin pops up on his face. You're under the impression they're mine, aren't you? You literally said my kids several times in Sydney, so yeah, I am under that impression. Does it change anything? He asks, his jaw hardening a fraction. If I had kids? No, not really. But the math doesn't add up. Unless you had them when you were, like, 12 or something. I reach for his arm. Oh God, please tell me you didn't have them when you were 12. Wilby erupts in laughter, and I jolt at the shock of how freaking loud it is. It gets me every single time. Half of Scuttlebutt probably heard that, I remark. And? He says once he stops. If a man can't laugh as loud as he wants to, what's the fucking point of existing? He might have a point. So, the kids, are they yours, or have you kidnapped them? He laughs again, a little more quietly this time. Definitely didn't kidnap him. They're my sister's, but she's AWOL. I'm about to ask him what he means, but manage to catch myself in time. Something flickers in Wilby's grey eyes. You don't have to do that, you know. Do what? Stop yourself from asking me shit? Just ask, mate. You know I'm an open book. I know. I want to turn away, but no, I won't. I'm not an open book. I'll let you in on a little secret. He leans closer, grinning. I've noticed. But see, that's not fair. I can't expect to ask you questions and not afford you the same in return. Mate, life isn't fair, and I'm a big boy. Believe it or not, I know when to shut my mouth. I'm trying to be all sensitive and shit to your needs in case you haven't noticed. I've noticed. His eyes cut to mine. I manage a smile. And I appreciate it. I really do. Just like I appreciate your offer to meet your family. Strictly speaking, my offer was for you to come back to my place. Maybe stay a few nights if you like. Meeting my family is the price you'll have to pay. Oh, do I need to be warned about anything? Wilby lets out a laugh. Nah, they're harmless, for the most part. We chat and laugh as Wilby walks me back to the hotel. I pack an overnight bag and leave the rest of my things there, mainly work clothes and work stuff like my laptop, since I'll be back in a day or two. We go back to the clinic where Wilby's parked his ute out the back. I heave out a relieved breath. For a minute there, I thought he would have been crazy enough to fly to and from work. Glad he's taking the option that keeps us on the ground and, more likely to remain alive. So, how long does this trip take? I ask, buckling my belt. We should be home in about 30 minutes. Huh? Wait, something doesn't add up. Or maybe I heard wrong. Because when Wilby mentioned he lived 200 kilometers outside of Scuttlebutt, I translated that to roughly 125 miles. There's no way we can get to his place that fast if that really is the distance. Unless he drives like a lunatic, which isn't completely out of the question. I fasten my seatbelt tighter around me as he turns onto the main freeway out of town. But nope, he just glides up to the speed limit and stays there. Mind if I put the radio on? He asks, arm reaching for the dial. More singing. Oh, God, no. I grab his wrist. How about we talk instead? Get to know each other some more. Fair enough. He casts a look my way and smiles. I'm assuming you'll be the one asking the questions and I'll be doing the answering. Correct. Is that okay? Perfectly fine, mate. Even though my questions are way more epic than yours. Fire away. What would you like to know? I ignore his jibe and stare out at the barren, dry landscape. I hadn't thought far enough ahead to have formulated a question, but I know I want to make it count. If I can ask Wilby Linfox anything in the world, what do I really want to know? Have you ever been in love? He turns slowly to look at me, half smiling. So, we're not easing into things, okay? Good to know. I grimace. Sorry, that was too much. What the fuck was I thinking? This is why I hate talking. It's so fucking messy. I take it back. You don't have to answer. It's all good. I just thought you'd stick to your more usual boring questions. Excuse me? He bites his lip to stop from smiling. I'm not repeating myself. I know you heard me. I don't ask boring questions. Do I? I was teasing. Relax. No, you don't ask boring questions. You don't ask many questions at all, if I'm being honest. I scratch at my chest and start wondering if I've spent the better part of my life putting up so many walls that not only has it caused everyone to be on guard around me, but it's prevented me from being open to getting close to other people. Fuck. Am I an asshole? Sorry about that, I say, shelving my existential pondering for another time. No need to apologize. Now, do you want to hear my answer or not? I do. I perk right up. I very much do. Her name was Amelia. Uh-huh. And we were married. Right. The ceremony took place during morning tea in the quadrangle. We were in grade 2. I chuckle, the tightness in my chest easing. Got it. That's the closest I ever got to being with the fairer sex. Was she your first kiss, then? Nope. He taps the steering wheel a few times. Believe it or not, I was a bit of a late bloomer. He seems embarrassed by that, so I say, nothing wrong with that. He flicks his gaze to me. Very late. How late are we talking about? College. Okay, that is a little late, but still nothing wrong with it. Who was it? A mate. Well, someone who's become a mate now. His name is Dunlop Palmer. He's from one of the richest families in Australia. Okay. We met at a club, got drunk, went back to my place, kissed, but I stopped it before it went any further. Why? His lips quirk. It wasn't because I vomited all over the place. Will be. I turn to face him. I can honestly tell you I am doing everything in my power to never relive that moment again. Fair enough. I won't bring it up again. He takes a breath. I don't know why I waited so long. I just knew I wanted my first kiss and my first time to be special. I liked Dunlop, and like I said, we're good mates now. I'm happy he was my first kiss, but something told me he wasn't meant to be my first time. Fair enough. Have you always known you're gay? Yeah, I think so. As much as a kid can know, you know? I always felt different, but in a place like Scuttlebutt, different is a very wide spectrum. I did notice yesterday at the pub, when everyone started coming up to us, no one seemed to have an issue with it. Why would they? Small country towns aren't as backwards as people think. At least this one isn't. The majority of businesses in Scuttlebutt are owned or run by women. We host an LGBT pride event every year where we do backwards camel racing and all sorts of other cool shit. And many chicks, my mum included, successfully operate working farms. Wow. Can't lie. I feel a bit guilty that I'm one of those people who assumed small country towns weren't the most inclusive of places. That's bad on me. So, anyone else you loved apart from Amelia? Wilby smiles. Just family and friends? And I shouldn't say just, because I'm the luckiest bastard alive to have the people I have in my life, and for them all to overlook my many, many faults. But no romantic love. Only once. With who? I'm really on a roll. Once you start asking questions and people reply, it's like more just keep on coming. So this is what having a deep, meaningful conversation feels like. It's not half bad, as long as I stick to being the one asking the questions. I dated this guy for a year when I was at uni in Sydney, Simon. I loved him, at least I thought I did. Looking back, I'm not so sure. He was the first person I slept with. He was from a small country town, so we had that in common. What happened? He turned out to be a huge fucking liar. He kept saying that he was keen to come back to Scuttlebutt with me and even move here after uni. I get that this place isn't for everyone, but he really made me believe he wanted to live here. What happened? Every time I tried to get him to visit with me on a break, something would always come up last minute. Did he ever come? Wilby shakes his head sadly. Nope. I finally had enough. We got into a huge fight, and he admitted he never meant it. He just wanted to be with me because I was the life of the party and fun to be around. He wasn't looking for anyone long term, and he sure as fuck never wanted to settle down with me in a small town. Wilby, I'm so sorry. That really sucks. That's just life, mate. We drive in silence for a while, but a piece of my heart just broke for the guy. To think that someone would just use him for some of his best qualities, stringing him along for a year and feeding him lies, while Wilby gave him his virginity because he loved him. That's so cruel. Why are we turning off? I ask, when Wilby veers off the highway. You didn't think I drove to work, did you? Yeah, I did. At least I hoped you did. Wilby points ahead. There's a tiny strip of runway with what looks like the outline of a plane covered in white material at one end. What the fuck is that? It's my baby. Wilby brings the car to a stop under a tree. She's a Cessna 170, single-engine, four-seater, pure joy to fly, made in the USA just like you. His words get lost by the fear and alarm rising in me, making my chest go tight and sending a cold shiver down my spine as I take in the wrapped-up plane. I can't go in that thing. I'm a great pilot. No, I can't. My hands have gone clammy. I know you didn't want to take me up on my offer to Sydney, but I figured since you've been travelling around Australia these past 6 weeks, surely you've been in your fair share of planes. I have, domestic ones, much bigger ones, and where possible I've driven, like I did to Scuttlebutt. Wilby frowns, confused. But you work with farmers on massive properties, yeah? I nod, trying to swallow, but my mouth is as dry as dirt. How do they show you around their properties? They don't. I use a drone for any aerial stuff. I glance at the plane again and get nauseous. I have to get out. I need air. I open the door and fall out of the pickup. I hunch over, resting my hands on my knees, sucking deep breaths in and out, in and out. Wilby comes round the front of the truck, stopping a few feet away. Shit, mate. I'm so sorry. I thought you'd be okay by now. I'm clearly not fucking okay. I yell, and oh shit. My throat clogs. My head gets heavy. Everything turns on its side. I think I'm gonna pass. Wilby catches me as I fall. When I come to again, he's crouched on the ground, holding me. His concerned face is the first thing I see when I open my eyes. Hey, he whispers. You're safe. You're okay. Don't do anything. Just relax. I gotcha. I groan. Can't believe I fainted. Don't feel bad. He brushes my hair. You've cleaned up my vomit, remember? I shuffle to sit up. Guess we're even now. No, we still aren't. I have a long way to go to make up for that, but this is my first step towards repaying you. Here, have some water. He hands me a bottle and I drink a few sips. I balance it on my knee when I'm done. I'm going to break our tradition of me not asking you about deeper stuff for a minute because it's killing me. Wilby takes a breath. Why are you so afraid of small planes? I get there are people who don't like flying, but, mate, you literally passed out at the sight of my plane. Why? He looks at me expectantly, but it's almost as if he's expecting me to brush him off and not answer his question. I drop my head, look at the dusty red soil, and mumble my response. Because my mom was killed in a light plane crash. 10. Wilby. Fuck. Oh my God, Cole, I can't even begin to tell you how sorry I am. I clench my jaw, fucking furious at myself for putting him in this situation. It's okay. You had no way of knowing. I'm still an idiot. He told me he didn't like planes back in Sydney, but I never in a million years thought the reason was directly linked to his mother's death. He looks up at me, those jewel-coloured eyes regaining a bit of the colour they'd lost. Agreed. You are. He rubs my arm. You were 7 when it happened, right? Yeah. That's so young. She was. I meant Cole was so young, not his mother, but I don't correct him. He takes his hand off me, resting it by my side. Last year was especially rough for me. I turned 25. That's the same age she was when she died. I don't know what to say, so I keep my mouth closed for once. As the silence lengthens, my fingers find their way into his hair, gently scraping along his scalp. He lets out a low hum. I don't want to trauma dump all my shit onto you, Wilby. Mate, you can tell me as much or as little as you like, it's up to you. He takes a while to say anything. It's hard to put into words how I feel. Sometimes I'm sad, for her, for me. for missing out on all the normal mom-kid things most people take for granted because they're so common, like school drop-offs or having her tuck me in at night, being there for my graduation. Just everyday life stuff, you know? I nod. Sometimes I'm angry at the whole thing, at how unfair it is, but also at her and my grandparents. Your grandparents? They all died that day. Grandpa was the pilot. He and Grandma lived in Arizona. They'd fly in to visit us in LA, and sometimes Mom would fly back with them to spend a few days together. Did you ever go with them? Apparently, Dad says I did, but I can't remember a single flight. I must have blocked them all out. His chin trembles. And then I feel guilty. Guilty that I get angry at her. But more than that, guilty that I can barely remember anything about her now. You were a kid, Cole. I know. But it feels like whatever few precious memories I have of her are fading more and more each year. What if one day they all go? What then? Will her life have been for nothing? It will never be for nothing. She lives on the way everyone does, through the people she created and the people she affected. He huffs out a sigh. Sometimes it feels like all I have left of her is my name. Your name? Yeah. I once asked Dad about my name, where it came from. His name is Hig, so I thought maybe they chose Carl to stick with the whole short name thing. But it turns out Mom picked my name, Colwyn. Apparently it's Welsh and means from the river. Mom's grandparents were Welsh and she loved the water. So that's why she chose it. That's beautiful. I smile. It is. One memory I do still have is one afternoon when Mom and Dad and I were out on a small boat somewhere, maybe a lake. I wouldn't have been about 5. I remember the sunlight lighting up her brown hair, making it seem golden. She looked angelic. You'll always have that memory, Cole. That'll never change, I guess. The other big thing is, well, I just feel so unfinished. What do you mean? I'm now a year older than she was when she died. She already had a kid by the time she was my age. What am I doing with my life? Apart from my career, what have I actually achieved? I've only just figured out I'm bi, and I've got a lifetime of unresolved issues I'm avoiding dealing with that will probably put my therapist's kids through college. I'm kind of a mess. If it makes you feel any better, I'm kind of a mess too. Everyone I know is, one way or another. He smiles weakly. So, we're all fucked and humanity's screwed? No, humanity's not screwed. There's still a lot of good in the world. So much beauty and kindness and love. Can I do anything for you? Just keep holding me. It feels good. I cradle him in my arms, stroking his hair as I think about Cole's mum. It was hard enough losing my mum as an adult. What would it be like to have your mum ripped away from you as a child and miss out on all those things Cole mentioned? Can I ask about your mom? He asks softly. What happened? Cancer, I reply. Fucking cancer. It was in her blood, aggressive. She didn't stand a chance. I'm sorry, Wilby. Thank you. I continue running my fingers through his hair. Mum was our whole world. She held the farm and the family together. She was the strongest, bravest, coolest person I've ever met. My biggest inspiration. She was only 57. That's so unfair. It really fucking is. You, He stops himself. I pull on a tuft of hair. I thought we were past this, mister. If you want to say something, say something. He breathes out noisily. What about your dad? You mentioned him briefly in Sydney, said it was complicated. It is. Was. Will be. Cole cranes his neck, cracking a small grin. Will be. Will be. I laugh. Funny guy. He sits up. You're switching up your tenses a lot. Which one is it? Wish I fucking knew, mate. Okay, so here's the thing. See, it's not just a complicated story, it's a long one, too. But if he's asking and genuinely wants to know, I'm not about to skimp on the details. I've mentioned I have 2 older sisters, Katrina and Emma. You have. Here's the thing. We all share the same mother, but we have different fathers. Mum was good at many things. Love wasn't one of them. She only married once, and that was enough for her. That sucks. It does. And I say this as someone who loves men, but straight men do my fucking head in sometimes. I hate how some of them can get intimidated by a fiercely independent, hard-working, brilliantly smart woman. And even though she's my mum, when I show you some photos, you'll agree with me. She was beautiful. I bet she was. She sounds amazing. One of a kind. I choke up a little. Cole's fingers brush along my forearm. Warmth fills me at the touch, and also because it's just nice being able to talk about her and share this part of myself with him. Outside of my family and the guys I work with, I've never opened up to anyone this deeply before. Not even to the fucktard I wasted a year on in Sydney. That's why I call the kids my kids, even though they're not technically mine. Mum never allowed us to call each other half-brothers or half-sisters. She hated that. We weren't half anything, she'd say. We're all one family, and that was the end of the discussion. That's really nice. It is. Sometimes when it's really hard and I miss her the most, the one thing to get me through the day is knowing those two munchkins depend on me. Where's your sister in all of this? Good fucking question. Kat, she's a complicated one. Bridget and Colby also have different dads. Neither one is involved in their lives. Ugh, straight dudes. Yeah, exactly. I drag a hand through my hair. We all knew Kat could hit the bottle pretty hard. She's got some pretty dark demons. But we thought she'd slow down once she had kids. She didn't. While Mum was around, Kat still managed to function. For the most part. She'd go on benders from time to time, and we'd all have to step in occasionally to help with the kids, but that's what families do. Cole smiles. It's what they should do. Not all families are as close as yours. True. I blow out a heavy breath. The next part sucks. It's still raw, and part of me doesn't want to share it, but another part of me does. Talking about shit like this helps. Don't know how exactly, but it does. Kat's the oldest, and the plan was always for her to take over the farm. That was cool. I have my vet career. Emma runs the mechanics in town. We were all fine with that, but after Mum died, she really lost her shit. Started going on these massive benders. She'd be gone for weeks. One time, she was gone for close to 2 months. Oh my God, will be. That must be so hard for the kids, and for you. It's hard on all of us. I cut back at work and stay at home, and with Gran's help, look after the kids and try to keep up the pretense that everything is fucking hunky-dory. But kids aren't stupid. They know something's up. Their mother isn't there, and their aunt isn't either, because right now Emma is trekking all over the place trying to find her. I take a breath, tears welling up in my eyes. I'm livid with her. For doing this to her kids, mainly, but also for fucking us over financially. We are so screwed, Cole, it's not funny. We stand to lose everything we have. Shit. I'm so sorry. I look at him and I can tell that he gets it. Maybe because he works with farmers, so he's probably heard sob stories like mine before. Lord knows we're not the only ones doing it tough. Farming is a hard life, not for the faint of heart. But the pain in his eyes is real. I can feel it. It's not pity, either. It's real empathy. We've taken a bit of a detour, I say, because boy have we fucking ever. This whole thing began with me about to tell him about my dad. Talking is good, he says, sounding like it's a new revelation for him. I feel a bit better for sharing some of my stuff. I smile. Glad to hear it. You still want to know about my dad, or are you all talked out? I'm still here. He chuckles to himself, shaking his head. And I'd like you to know... What? He cut himself off, but this time I'm not going to let it slide. What is it? I was about to say, I could listen to you forever. What's so funny about that? He's grinning, just looking at me with those incredible eyes of his and grinning. I can see a million thoughts spinning through his mind. Nothing. I like hearing you talk. And at least this time you're not talking shit. That's fair. I laugh. He laughs. And fuck me, this feels good. This feels real. Like it could be the start of something. Could be, but won't be, because hello, how the fuck would that even work? We don't even live in the same bloody country. So, your dad. Yeah, that part. So, Mum was smart enough to not think third time lucky. She swore off men, at least baby-making ones. She met these two guys, Andrew and Gus, who were a couple, when she did some Vets Without Borders thing. Wait, your mom was a vet too? She was a lot of things. Vet, farmer, pilot, had a fucking PhD. She was the original boss bitch and the reason why I love animals so much. I smile fondly. Anyway, she met these guys. The three of them became good friends, and so she asked them if they'd be willing to, give her some of their sprog. Cole winces. I thought we agreed to never use that word again. I don't recall agreeing to that, I say with a laugh, even though I totally do and I'm just messing with him. Please, go on. All right. So long story short, the guys agreed to give her their sperm. I grimace. See, I don't think that word's any better. Move along. I know what you mean. I thought you liked hearing me talk. I'm having second thoughts. We share a laugh. Okay. Anyway, they agreed to provide a donation. And then, less than a year later, I popped out of a clacker. Another wince, followed by, oh, wow. The thing is, Mum kept this all to herself. Not even Gran knows who my father is. Why? I shrug. Dunno. Apparently, Mum started getting a bit of a reputation around town for being a bit of a... I shake my head. It's such bullshit. I fuck around and people slap me on the back and treat me like I'm some sort of legend, which, to be fair, I am, but not because of that. But if a woman sleeps around, she gets labelled. Exactly. I run a hand through my hair. I think Mum just wanted to do things her way, and for whatever reason, that involved Andrew and Gus. So, wait, which one is your dad? That's what I don't know, I say. I went to the US last year to visit Gus. The three of them had lost touch, and Andrew had passed away many years ago. Mum left me a letter in her will asking me to give it to Gus. And? I gave it to him and watched as he read that there's a 50-50 chance he might be a father to a 26-year-old legend from down under. I may not be able to see his face, but I can feel Cole smiling, and trying not to. We agreed to keep in touch and take some time to figure out what our next steps are. We both did a DNA test, but we agreed to hold off on sharing the results until we figured out what we both wanted. Like, if it turns out he is my biological dad, what does it actually change? I've still lived my whole life without a father, and Gus has his own life. He runs a vet clinic called Vet Shop Boys. Love the name. Yeah, me too. And he's got a great partner, Tate. The three of us talked it out and decided to let some time pass before we do anything. What would you like to do? Cole sits up and gives me a long, considered look. Do you want to know if Gus or Andrew are your dad? Or would you prefer not knowing? Hard to say. Part of me is curious, but I also don't know if I'm ready to know. I mean, if it's Andrew, nothing changes because he's passed away. But if it's Gus, he's very much alive. What does your gut tell you? Initially, I thought it was Gus. I mean, the guy is fucking hot for his age. Like, Channing Tatum level hot. Cole whistles. Damn. Yeah. But then he showed me some photos of Andrew, and he was beautiful too. I've obviously inherited impeccable genes that have contributed to my out-of-this-world attractiveness, but I can't say for sure whose impeccable genes. I can think of one trait you didn't inherit. What's that? I ask. Modesty. I wave my hand. One thing I learnt from my mother is not to make yourself smaller for anyone else. I'm not perfect, far from it, and I'm always the first to cop to my mistakes and occasional shortcomings, but, mate, when I'm good, I'm fucking brilliant, and I refuse to dim my light for anyone. Cole loops his arms over my shoulders. I fucking love that. I smirk. Don't be jealous. He throws his head back and laughs so loudly I feel his happiness all the way down to my little toes. As he brings his head back, I swoop in and steal a kiss. I take my time, enjoying everything about it. I can't have Cole forever, but right now, he's all mine. After a few minutes, he draws back and says quietly, I kinda wish I didn't have to go back. Go back? Where? Back to Scuttlebutt. Why would you be going back to Scuttlebutt? Well... His eyes drift to my plane. Since I can't go in that thing... We're not going in that thing. I take his hand in mine. I'll drive. Wilby, no, that'll take hours. You have kids at home waiting for you. Gran's there, so they'll be fine. Bridget will be in her room doing her homework, while Colby will be playing video games and not doing his. That'll all be waiting for me when we get there. Are you sure? I squeeze his hand and stare into his beautiful eyes. It's cute that he thinks I could ever let him go. Yes, I'm sure. 11. Cole. I feel guilty about making Wilby drive instead of flying back to his family, but if he's bothered by the inconvenience, he certainly isn't showing it. Let's put on some tunes, I suggest, once we hit the open road. He beams. Well, if you insist. The first few tracks are mid-tempo numbers, so Wilby keeps the singing to a tolerable volume, while I let my thoughts float. So much happens in just a few hours with Wilby. It's like he packs weeks' worth of stuff into a single day. Various things flicker through my mind. Mom, Dad, my life, this trip, work, my life back home, scuttlebutt, Betty the cow, last night's sex marathon. It's a messy stream that I don't try to control. I just go with the flow of it. Until my music streak, good luck, ends. And it ends in an epic way, with quite possibly the worst song to come on in a car with a person who's under the impression he's a singing god. Bon Jovi's It's My Life. Oh, brother, I'm really in for it now. My unimpressed groans don't even register among Wilby's fists pounding on the wheel and his wails, because not content with just singing the words, he's now making the bow-bow musical noises too. But as he rocks out behind the steering wheel, getting into it with a childlike enthusiasm, I can't help but find it, well, endearing. There's an innocence to everything Wilby does, and a genuineness, too. When I came to, the concern in his eyes was real, and something about that touched me in a way that made me want to open up to him. I was vulnerable, and yet I wasn't scared. I felt safe in his arms, and I really, really liked it. "Oh, food!" I exclaim, cutting the radio. "It's my what the fuck?" "Food," I repeat, pointing at the sign for a service station and food outlet. "But we had meat pies before." "That was hours ago." "You had 4. They're individual servings." His lips stretch. "You really do have a big appetite." I reach over and rest my hand on his thigh. I do. He takes the exit, and we're the only car in the McDonald's drive-thru, or Macca's, as they call it here. "Place your order when you're ready," the tinny voice instructs through the speaker. I can't see the menu from the passenger side, so I lean over Wilby, my hand slipping a little higher up his leg. His muscles tense. I peruse the menu, carefully, thoughtfully, taking all the time needed to ensure I make the right choice between a Big Mac or a Quarter Pounder. After all, it's a very important decision. "I just need a moment," I tell the attendant. "No worries, mate. Take your time." My hand slides up Wilby's leg, stopping only when I reach his bulge. His breath hitches. "Now, what should I get?" I mutter quietly, flicking a glance up at Wilby. His face is flushed, like he wasn't prepared for some drive-through crotch-rubbing. Silly him. I tap my fingers against Wilby's thickening cock as I deliberate what to have. I'm tempted to unzip Wilby's jeans, and I would, if there wasn't a tiny camera pointed my way right above the speaker. Stupid technology ruins the fun for everyone. "I'll have a Macca's bundle for 2, I finally say, with water as the drink, please. Anything else?" I move back and off Wilby, shooting him a grin. "Anything else?" Wilby slowly takes his eyes off me and talks into the speaker. "Just he squeaks. It's so high-pitched it reminds me of my prepubescent days. He clears his throat and starts again. "Just a Happy Meal, thanks." 5 minutes later, we're back on the highway. I've got 2 bags of food nestled between my feet, and I hand Wilby his burger, having tossed the fries into the empty side of the box and place it on his lap. And yeah, maybe my fingers linger in that general vicinity for a little longer than strictly necessary. Wilby glances down and smiles. He pops a fry into his mouth. "I think you like me." "You keep me well fed, of course I like you." He roars out a laugh, glancing over at me right as I take a massive bite of my burger, and yeah, I really do fucking like him. A lot. Way too much. As we eat, Wilby keeps the conversation his usual brand of light. What kind of mattress do you like to sleep on? Firm, but not too firm. You? Mate, I'm lucky if I don't get kicked in the balls while I sleep. I can sleep on anything. Who's kicking you in the balls while you sleep, and do they have a GoFundMe I can donate to? Another laugh bursts out of him. My nephew Colby. He's been having nightmares, so he invades my bed and takes over. I see. Plastic wrap or tinfoil? Excuse me? Nuh-uh, I know you heard me. I can honestly say I've never given this a moment's thought in my life until now. Tinfoil. I hate how sticky saran wrap is, and I can never get it to cover the dish properly. Wilby nods his head seriously. That is an advanced motor skill, but don't worry, Cole. You'll get there someday. I give him the finger as I unwrap my second burger with one hand. Can someone with no motor skills do what I'm doing? He licks his lips. I liked what you were doing at the drive-thru back there. Oh, yeah? I look down. His bulge is growing. I take the empty food box from between his legs, brushing against the inside of his thigh. With one hand firmly on the wheel, his other glides down, unbuckling his belt. Yeah, I really liked it. I take over from him so that he can, drive. Luckily, we haven't seen another vehicle for at least 5 minutes. Nevertheless, Wilby crawls to a stop, parking on a bank of dirt by the side of the road. Once his dick is freed, I waste no time in reacquainting him with the inside of my mouth. Never pictured myself as a dick pig, but now, cover me in mud and hear me squeal. I'm addicted to sucking cock. Actually, no, I'm addicted to sucking Wilby's cock. It's not long until the first warm flush of cum hits the back of my throat. I make sure to swallow down every last drop, oink oink, before lifting my head and smacking my lips. His eyes are glazy. Thank you. Do you want me to? He waves a hand over my groin. Nah, I'm good. We should probably get home, right? Yeah, we should. He starts the truck up again, and we spend the rest of the drive laughing and talking. Wilby peppers me with his usual ridiculous questions about everything from raisins on a salad to supermarket conveyor belt checkout dividers. That's in between singing atrociously. I refuse to join in, despite his repeated requests. As bad as Wilby's voice is, mine's even worse, so no way am I subjecting him to it. As the sky turns a dusty pink, Wilby glances over at me and smiles big. Welcome to my home. I look around. This is his home? Where? He turns left near a massive gum tree, which brings us onto a narrow dirt track. There's still nothing but flat earth and deep red dirt in every direction around us. We're on my family's property. Wilby smiles proudly. I connect the dots with what he told me about his ex before, and it occurs to me that I'm the first person he's ever brought home. That's kind of a huge deal. Still got another 20 Ks until we get to the house, though. Right. I do the math in my head. 20 kilometers is about 12.5 miles. This is one long driveway. He laughs. Sure fucking is. By the time we pull up in front of a large, white wood-paneled house with a wraparound porch, my nerves have kicked in. I'm not at pre-flight level, but I'm getting there. Hey, don't be nervous, Wilby says, cutting the engine and turning sideways so he's facing me. Gran's gonna love you. So are Bridge and Colby. It's really only me you have to worry about. I laugh. And just like that, my nerves dissipate. As soon as we're out of the truck, I spot an elderly lady standing on the front porch, wearing an apron with a washcloth draped over her shoulder. Is that your grandma? I ask Wilby as we start toward the house. Nah, it's my sister. Aussie sun, mate, ruins your skin. Shut up. I give him a little slap across his upper arm. Oops, probably shouldn't have done that in front of your grandmother. Please, you reckon she hasn't done worse? This might come as a huge shock, but I was kind of a handful as a kid. Was? He laughs. I lean in closer, whispering in his ear. You were also quite a handful on the drive over here. Stop being so naughty, and stop smiling so much. By the time we reach the house, our hands have somehow clasped together, and we're giggling like kids. Wilby's grandma's eyes travel down to our joined hands, and she smiles. Hey, Gran. Wilby lets go of me and leaps up the 3 steps in one go to embrace his grandmother. I climb onto the second step and wait. Even from here, I'm taller than she is. She's got her silver hair pulled into a tight bun. Her face is squarish and tanned, and she's got the same gray eyes Wilby has, the creases around the corners hinting at a kind nature. "This is Cole Langdon," Wilby says when they break apart. "The uptight New Yorker I met in Sydney." "Wilby!" She gives him a proper thwack across his back before pushing him out of the way. "I would apologize for him, but if I start now, that'll be all you'll hear me saying." I smile. "Nice to meet you, Mrs. Shit. I forgot to ask if she's got the same last name as Wilby." "Mrs. Nothing." She flings the washcloth from her shoulder. "Call me Polly." "Phew. Great to meet you, Polly." She gives me a big, warm hug, surprisingly strong for a woman her size. Maybe it's not just country boys who have a stronger grip. "Hope you boys are hungry." "Always," I reply, then add before Wilby can say anything, "Fast food doesn't count." He laughs, and Polly waves us in. As I enter, I hear from behind me, "Fuck me dead, you weren't wrong about the eyes." Note to self, I won't have to watch my language around her. "Where are the kids?" Wilby asks, stepping into the entryway. He kicks off his boots, so I take off my shoes too. "Bridge is in her room. She's finished her homework and is reading." "And Colby?" "Also in his room. I tried to get him to do his homework." She smiles regretfully. "He's in a mood." Wilby nods. "Give me a sec," he says as he brushes past me. "I'll be back soon." "Of course." "You thirsty, hun?" Polly asks. "I made some iced tea today." "That sounds amazing." I follow her into the kitchen and she pours me a glass. Then we make our way into the living room. "This is delicious," I say, after taking my first sip. "Perfect after a long, hot day." "That's most days round here." She smiles warmly. "So you're staying for a few days?" "I am, if that's okay with you." She lifts a hand. "This isn't my house. I just help out when I can. Wilby's free to do whatever he pleases." A silver brow shoots up. "With whoever he pleases." "Right." I down the rest of the iced tea in one long gulp. Polly starts telling me about the drought. "Ironic to think that 1/3 of Australia used to be an inland island, and now we haven't seen a drop of rain in 3 fucking years." "An island? Wow. I never knew that." I look out of the window at the clear dusk sky. Stars are starting to come out. "Is there any rain forecast?" "Not at the moment, no. There is a big system starting to form over in Western Australia, but who knows what it'll be by the time it gets all the way out here. Massive rain dumps in the west piddle down to nothing by the time they reach us." "Wilby sang at karaoke last night, didn't he?" "Yes, he did." She grins. "Attaboy. He skipped last month, so fingers crossed. The Omen and all." I don't understand. Before she can answer, Wilby's back, flanked by a slightly shy, sweet-faced girl with curly auburn hair and freckles on his left, and a miniaturized doppelganger sporting a frown on his right. "Hi, I'm Bridget. Nice to meet you." I stand up. "Nice to meet you too, Bridget." She looks over at her brother. Wilby gives him a little shove forward. He huffs but stretches out his hand, dropping his gaze to the floor. "I'm Colby." I walk over to shake it. "Hey, Colby, I'm Col." His sour mood changes immediately. He looks up, smiles. He's missing his front teeth. Then he asks me excitedly, "Do we have the same name?" "Almost," I say. "Col is short for Colwyn." He turns back toward Wilby. "Can I change my name to Colwyn? That's so much cooler than Colby." "If you're both called Col, how will you know if I'm talking to you or Col?" "Easy. I can be little Col. He can be big Col." Wilby glances at me for a split second. I can see the dirty thought that crosses his mind. Or maybe I'm projecting, because my mind goes to a totally non-PG place. He places a hand on his nephew's shoulder. "Let me think about it. In the meantime, what are we going to do about that homework?" Colby looks at his feet. "I don't know. Have you started?" Wilby presses. "Almost." "You've almost started your homework." Colby keeps looking down. Wilby steps around and crouches in front of him. "Mate, look at me, please." He lifts his head. "What?" I recognize the petulance in his voice. I used that tone a time or two with Dad. 1, you don't lie to me. That's not on. And 2, tell me what the problem is with your homework. "It's too hard. I don't get it." "Which subject?" "Maths." "I can help," I offer. Everyone turns to look at me. Uh-oh, why am I even butting in? My mouth is getting me into all sorts of trouble today. And we're back in non-PG land. That's a great idea. Wilby's face lights up. Cole works in finance, so he'll be a whiz at maths. Would you help me? Colby asks shyly. Of course, after we have some food. The kids go back to their rooms since they ate earlier. Food's in the oven, Polly says, untying her apron and hooking it by the front door. You're not staying? She sends me a smile. Gotta get home and watch me programs. Thanks for everything, Gran. Wilby gives her a big hug and kiss, and my heart warms seeing how affectionate he is with her. Just one thing, she says, taking hold of my arm. I saw you hitting Wilby. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Everything had been going so well. I stop breathing as she leans in and looks up at me seriously. Next time, put some more elbow into it. He's built like a shithouse, so he won't feel a pissy little slap. I let out a relieved laugh. Noted. We wave her off, then head inside. Where does she live? I ask, as Wilby takes out the tray of mac and cheese his grandma left for us in the oven. He plates up 2 hearty portions. In a small cottage 10 minutes due south. Still on our property. It's where she and Grandpa lived. I see. Here. He hands me the plate with the bigger serving. You have this one. You sure? He smiles. Yeah, I'm sure. Thanks for helping me out with Colby before, he says, as we sit down at the kitchen table. I stop jabbing my fork through the curls of pasta. Sorry for butting in. You looked like you had it all under control. Looked being the operative word. He lets out a heavy breath and drops his volume. We're worried about Colby. He's very up and down. I can relate, believe me. I was a very up and down kid. He stuffs his mouth with some mac and cheese, and I can hear what he's thinking. Fine, and I can still be up and down as an adult. There, I said it. Happy now? I'm always happy when I'm near you. Excuse me? He laughs. And fuck being quiet anymore. I bet both kids heard that from their rooms. Wilby stands, reaches across the table, and frames my face between his hands. He's staring at me with the biggest smile on his face. You don't even realize, do you? Realize what? He chuckles. Just how fucking awesome you are. After dinner, Wilby washes up while I venture down to Colby's room to help him with his math. How was it? Wilby asks when I return. I prop my hip against the counter. It was second-grade math, so it's a good thing I helped him and not you. It would have gone straight over your head. Wilby flicks the washcloth over his shoulder, the way his grandmother did. I smile as he reaches me, pushing me up against the counter. His fingers find my throat. Speaking of head, I believe I owe you a blowjob. Keeping score, are we? He smirks, nibbling at my ear. Always. We get interrupted by Colby. I finished my homework. Wilby walks over and crouches down in front of him. You sure about that? Yep. Sorry about lying before. Attaboy. You ready for a bath? Colby nods. Go get changed and I'll meet you in there. He scampers away. So, listen. Wilby begins as he gets up. Like I mentioned, Colby's been sneaking in to sleep with me, so are you okay taking the spare room? It's not ideal. I know. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. I totally get it, of course. I don't mind where I sleep. Whatever's easiest. Wilby closes the space between us, checking over his shoulder before he whispers hoarsely. Once the kids go to school tomorrow, we'll have the place to ourselves, and then I'll fully repay you. Is that a promise? Wilby nibbles my ear. It sure fucking is. 12. Wilby. I land on the pile of pillows and blankets that line the base of my bed with a gentle thud. Despite the fact I'm starting yet another morning getting kicked out of my bed, I smile to myself. This is 1,000 times better than landing directly on the wooden floor. I really am a genius. Colby's small fingers curl around the edge of the mattress as he looks down at me. Morning, mate. He grins his gappy grin. Why do you always fall out of bed, Uncle Wilby? Because some sneaky, stinky munchkin crawls in here and kicks me out. As always, he laughs hysterically at that, like he's hearing it for the first time and not every day for the past few months. Except today's not like every other day. There's one very big difference, and he's sleeping just down the hallway. I get to my feet and point at Colby, who's ducked under the cover. "You, bathroom, now," I order, setting off down the hall. The door to Cole's room is closed. Bridge will be waking up soon, and I've got to make brekkie and get them both ready for school. I decide not to wake him up. We'll have the whole day together. With the kids clean, dressed and fed, I'm walking them out to school when the bedroom door opens, and a very sleepy, very yawny New Yorker steps out. Cole's hair is sticking out every which way, and he's still so out of it he hasn't noticed his sleep shirt has rolled halfway up his abs, revealing a glistening patch of smooth skin. "Hey, Cole!" Colby cries out excitedly. Cole finishes his mammoth yawn and smiles at my nephew. "Hey, man, what's going on?" "We're going to school." Cole blinks a few times, then looks around. "There's a school around here?" I smile, patting him on the shoulder. "It's the white and blue shed outside. Join us when you're ready." And with that, the kids wave him goodbye and we set off. About 10 minutes later, there's a tap on the door. "Come in," I say. The kids are set up at their desks, headsets on, focused on the computer screens in front of them. The first lesson of the day is already underway. Cole walks up beside me. He's dressed and, judging by his damp hair, showered too. "Hey." "Morning." I slide my hand behind his back. "How'd you sleep?" "Terribly." He paws at his chest. "It's too quiet." How can it be too quiet? Before I can ask him that, Cole points to the kids. "What's going on here?" "Welcome to the best school in the world, School of the Air." It's school by correspondence, since there's no easily accessible school for the kids around here. "Right, and this is all legit." I laugh. "Nah, it's a Ponzi scheme, mate." "Of course it's legit. It's funded by the Australian government, and it's the same curriculum as any other school. This is how I went to school." Cole side-eyes me. "You had me until that last part." "Shut up." I bump into him, and he chuckles. The kids notice Cole standing next to me. Colby gives him a big wave, and Bridget smiles. I mouth, "You okay?" and they both nod. "That's our cue to leave," I say to Cole, and he follows me out of the shed. Gran will be here soon, and she keeps an eye on them. I see. "Want a tour of the shit, sorry." My phone buzzes in my back pocket. I take it out to make sure it's not Gran or the clinic. When I see it's a Sydney number, my jaw clenches, and I hit ignore, shoving it back into my pocket. "As I was saying, want me to give you a tour of the place?" "I'd love that. But don't you have to work?" "You're in luck. I've got a few days rostered off. It's like the universe knew." He smiles. "Maybe it did." "Come on. You wouldn't have seen anything last night. I'll show you around." Cole follows me, asking, "How big is this property?" 40,000 acres? For most people, that's a lot. But then I remember that Cole works in agricultural finance, so he's probably seen properties that dwarf this one. Still, 40,000 acres ain't small peanuts. I take him away from the main house and point towards the vast row of cattle pens and 2 small workers' cottages. "You mentioned this is a working farm. How do things work exactly?" he asks. "It is. Katrina runs it when she's here, but we hire workers and farmhands, and we wrangle in some extra help during the mustering season." "Do you muster?" "Of course. I fucking love it." "What do you farm?" "Cows." "How many head?" "Jesus, Cole, isn't it a bit early in the day to be talking about giving head?" He chuckles. "Do you ever not think about sex?" "No." He chuckles some more, and I love breaking through his cranky exterior into the mushy inside. Relaxed suits him. 10,000 cattle. I answer his question. Most are in the southern fields now. We'll be moving them back north next muster. If we haven't been turfed off our land by then. I see. I lead him back past the school shed and beyond the main house. The day's already warming up, and it's only past 8. Cole's wearing khaki pants, an olive green button-up, and dark brown boots. It's striking that for a tourist from New York who got so excited about showing off his clusterbusters at Bondi Beach, he looks like he fits right in here. I wonder if he brought his Speedo with him. Personally, I hate the thing, but I'd be very willing to rip it off him. With my teeth. I point ahead to 2 houses. Emma lives in the house on the left, mine's on the right. You don't live in the house we're in now? Nah, that's where Katrina and the kids live when she's around. It's the biggest house, so it makes sense they have it. I grew up there, though. Colby's bedroom is my old room. That must be nice, having that sense of continuity. It is. It strengthens our bond in a way, sharing that familiarity. I feel a little silly saying it out loud, but when has that ever stopped me before? Is that dumb? Not at all. It's really sweet and important. Speaking of sweet and important, yeah? He drags the word out, as if he's sensing I'm about to switch things up, but unsure which way I'll go. I believe I owe you a blowjob. You don't owe me anything. But can I? Please, please, pretty please. Cole laughs. You're an idiot. An idiot who gives great head. All right, then. If it'll shut you up, you can blow me. My phone vibrates again. I take it out of my pocket and switch it to silent. No more interruptions, I say, as I take Cole into my house. My place isn't much. A typical two-bedroom Queenslander built in the late 1800s, with a wraparound veranda. The plumbing got updated in the 1960s, and a few years back some mates and I stripped the old girl, gave her a nice new coat of paint and redid the kitchen too. It's small and simple, but it works for me. We enter my bedroom, and this is where the magic happens, I say, because I can't keep my stupid mouth shut. And by magic, you mean lots and lots of wanking. Cole laughs. Right. And self-sucking, or were you just talking shit? No, I can do it. But can you please stop talking about my dick? I'll start to think you're obsessed. He quirks a brow. Maybe I am. I go from flaccid to fully erect in exactly 3.5 seconds. This isn't about me. I'm blowing you, remember? This is a pretty big bed, he says, eyeing it off with a mischievous smile. Room for two. What are you getting at? Do Aussies know how to 69? I laugh. Mate, we invented it. We so did not invent it. Except down here, it's called a 96. Cole's eyes narrow, like he's unsure if anything I've just said is real. Smart guy. But instead of following up, he starts undressing. So I do the same. Technically, I'm fulfilling my promise to blow him, and if he's offering some reciprocal action, who am I to deny our visitor what he wants? All right, I say, clapping my hands together once we're naked. How do you want to do this? Side to side or top to bottom? He taps his chin. Side to side. Whoever comes last has to cook the winner breakfast. I stare at him, smiling. He's got no idea that whether I come at all or not, I'm already the winner. You got yourself a deal, mate. We align our bodies so that we fit just right, my cock finding his mouth and vice versa, and we both get to it. There's nothing like the simultaneous pleasure of receiving and giving head. My body is a live wire, every cell alive and dancing with bliss. After a few minutes, I plop his dick out of my mouth. Make some noise, I suggest casually, not wanting to make a big deal out of it. The kids are in school, the front door's locked, it's just us. He stops blowing me. I make noise, don't I? You don't. You're quiet as a mouse, which is no biggie. I just thought if you're worried about someone overhearing, don't be. There's no one around. Huh. He looks genuinely stumped. Or don't make any noise, whatever, it's all good. I pulse my cock so that it nudges him on his chin. He's getting impatient. We don't want that, do we? Cole glances up and meets my gaze for a second, and for the life of me I can't decipher what he's thinking or feeling. But then he drops his warm mouth back onto my cock, and that's all I can think about. Admittedly, it's hard to make a ton of noise when you've got a massive cock in your throat, but Cole does get a little moanier. I didn't mean to make him feel bad or pressure him. I just want him to know that when he's with me, he can be free to be himself. I fondle Cole's balls as he speeds up, sensing that I'm not far off. By the way his balls flex under my palm, I think he might be getting close too. He lets out a loud sound, muffled by my cock, as he explodes in my mouth. Warm jets of salty cum hit the back of my throat, which sends me over the edge and I come in Cole's mouth. We both roll onto our backs, Cole making his way to my side, and I place a pillow under his head. How amazing does my cum taste? He smacks my chest playfully. It was fine. Just fine, 'cause yours was delicious. Better than icing sugar. No one's cum tastes better than icing sugar. Yours does, and you can't convince me otherwise. I smirk. Don't be jealous. He shakes his head, laughing. That doesn't even make sense. I laugh too. I never said I made sense, did I? That's true. Okay, but now for the serious part. What serious part? The rating, duh. Oh, brother. He rolls his eyes. I've never 69'd before, so I have nothing to compare it to, so I'll give you a 7. A 7? Well, I don't want to give you a 10 and then you get all complacent. This way, you'll keep working for it next time. Next time? Yeah, next time. I wrap my arm around him. Works for me. We stare at the ceiling for a while until Cole lifts his head, looking at something behind me. Your phone's lighting up. Whoever it is seems to be pretty insistent. I let out a low growl. I have a pretty good idea who's chasing me, and I do not want to speak with them. But they have called at least 3 times, so I suppose I should answer. I roll over and pick up the phone. What? Fuck. When? Fuck. I hang up. I take it that wasn't a close friend. No. I drop the phone on my bed and roll over to face Cole again. His post-oh glow is gone, replaced with something that looks an awful lot like concern. I have to fly down to Sydney tomorrow. Oh. Can't be helped. I'm sorry. But I'll deal with that later, because first, I lean over and kiss him on the lips. I believe I owe you breakfast. 13. Cole. Are you sure you'll be okay? Oh my God, we'll be, yes. The kids are already in school. I'll keep an eye on them until Polly returns from Scuttlebutt. All I have to do is make lunch for everyone and make sure the place doesn't burn down. And after lunch, I'll head back into town. It's a very simple plan that not even I can fuck up. You don't have to make lunch for everyone. We stop walking, and I take Wilby's hand in mine. But I want to. The kitchen in my apartment back home is the size of your bathroom. It'll be fun, or an unmitigated disaster, to put my awful culinary skills to use in a big country kitchen. Plus, I'm sure the last thing your grandma wants to do after driving 3 hours is cook. 2 hours, Wilby corrects. Isn't Scuttlebutt 3 hours away? It is. Wilby adjusts his Akubra. For those of us who stick to the speed limit. I see. We've walked from the back of the main house and reached the fence line. This is probably as far as you want to go. I nod. Right. I can already see the outline of a plane under a cover. Wilby's plane is still in Scuttlebutt since we drove out there, but it's no surprise they've got more than one. That's my mum's plane, he says with a wistful smile. Haven't piloted her since... I give his hand a squeeze. I'm sorry, Wilby. It's my fault your plane's not here. Forget about it. Just... He takes his hat off and clutches it to his chest. Promise me I'll get to see you again. That you won't leave town without saying goodbye. Of course. I wouldn't dream of leaving without spending some more time with you. Look, I have an open-ended ticket. Maybe once I finish my job, we can hang out together for a few days. You serious? I am. I am so not prepared for this to be the last time I see him. He smiles as a single tear rolls down his cheek. That's the best news I've had in a long fucking time. We kiss, and I savor the taste of his lips, tinged with a hint of the salty tear that's fallen down his face. I make my way back to the house, checking in on the kids on the way. Bridget's screen is filled with little boxes of kids' faces, with a bigger box in the top right corner displaying who I'm assuming is her teacher, while Colby gives me a big thumbs up, sporting a goofy grin as he takes off his headphones. Thanks for helping me with my maths homework again last night. My pleasure, little buddy. I ruffle his hair. He smiles excitedly, and man, does he remind me of Wilby. Not just appearance-wise, although there is a strong familial resemblance, but it also comes from a deeper place. They share the same type of energy. Colby's a mini Wilby personality-wise. He's cheeky, has trouble focusing, but he's got the best heart. It's so cool that Wilby's stepping up and looking after his niece and nephew like this. After he got the phone call yesterday summoning him to Sydney for some important business meeting he had to attend in person, he made breakfast as he said he would. During the course of the day, as we talked, he filled me in a bit more about the detail with Katrina, the kid's mom. His other sister, Emma, has managed to track her down in Melbourne, but she's on a bender. So all Emma can do is sit, wait, watch, and hope that their sister doesn't totally self-destruct. It's heavy stuff. Not to mention whatever business issue Wilby's dealing with in Sydney today. I probably could have asked him about it, but I'm still new to this whole prying, talking business, so I left it alone. Whatever it is, it's serious. So when Wilby is ready to tell me, he'll tell me. An hour later, I'm sitting out on the front porch, staring out at the vast expanse, while I sip on a mug of very strong coffee. The beef I found in the fridge is now in the oven, where it'll cook for the next few hours. The veggies are chopped and ready to go in half an hour before the meat is done. It's not even 10, and it's already blistering hot. The sun beats down on the barren ground, the heat sizzling from the dry and dusty earth. It's nice out here. I mean, not for sleeping. Last night was just as horrendous as the first night. Even with the window wide open, I heard nothing. No honking, no yelling, no signs of humanity at all. How are people meant to sleep in conditions like that? But during the day, just sitting and staring out at nothing like this, it's exactly what I need right now. I never just relax, do nothing, and let my mind float. Anxiety's a funny thing. It isn't always logical. There are times when it is, like when I'm on a tight deadline at work or under pressure to hit a target, and my anxiety increases. That makes sense. The cause and effect is clear. But when things are going well, when I should be feeling good, and my anxiety rears its ugly head, and I feel overwhelmed and like I'm in a dark room and the walls are closing in on me for no reason, that's when it doesn't make sense. And it's often been those times that have sent me spiraling the most. I take a few deep breaths and check in with myself and how I'm feeling. This whole trip has been a blur of work, deadlines, reports, and of course, will be. Overall, things in Australia have been going well. I'm feeling better than I have in at least the past 2 or 3 years, which is a good thing, but also a new thing. Part of me is waiting for the inevitable crash, for my mind to emerge from whatever anxiety inertia it's currently in and return to normal programming. Just enjoy the fucking moment, Cole. I hear the thought in Wilby's voice, because it sounds like something he'd say, and I smile to myself. My phone buzzes. It's a text from Wilby. No way. What are the odds? Wilby. Landed in Sydney. I hate that I had to leave, but at least now I'll always think of you when I'm here. Thanks for looking after the kids this morning. Cole. Glad you made it safely. Wilby. I'm not just an exceptional pilot. I let out an anticipatory chuckle, already knowing that whatever he writes next is going to be classic Wilby. Wilby. I'm also exceptionally hung. And there we have it, folks. Wilby. I have to take this fucking meeting. I'll text you when it's done. I'm assuming the house is still standing? Cole. Aw, Wilby, you should never assume. Kidding. Everything here is under control. Don't worry about it. Good luck with your meeting. Wilby. Thanks. You're a lifesaver. Okay, gotta go. Try not to miss me too much. I set the phone down on the wooden side table next to me and pick up my coffee, feeling relieved. I'd been trying my best to not think about him in that tiny aircraft all by himself, thousands of feet in the air. Why he willingly chooses to fly something that small is beyond me. I don't think I'll ever be able to let it go, my fear of flying. Dad once suggested I try hypnosis, and I even considered it, but no. I don't need to be put under or get diagnosed by a shrink to understand that the root cause of my fear comes from what happened to Mom. It's as plain and simple as that. And maybe, in some strange and twisted way, having this fear connects me to her in some way. So why would I let that go? We all have limitations. Sometimes it's worth it to push ourselves and break through them, but not this one. I can try to work on being more compassionate, more patient, on making more time for Dad and Brant, and not letting working consume my life the way it does, the way I've allowed it to. But working on this? Nope. I don't see the need, and as long as I can get by, which I am, I don't see the point. My phone alarm goes off, So I get up and put the vegetables in the oven. Just as I'm about to start cleaning up, the front door opens and Polly strides in, clutching 2 grocery bags. "Fuck me sideways! Something smells good in here." "Hey, Polly." I dash over to her, but when she sees my hands going for the bags, she moves them out of reach, walking over and placing them on the counter herself. "Do I need to start slapping you?" she asks with a wry grin, before looking me up and down. "Because I see myself very much enjoying that." "Wow, you really are Wilby's grandma," I retort, and she laughs, not nearly as loud as her grandson, but it's still a big sound from such a petite lady. "I appreciate your kindness." She looks at the bag she's just put on the counter. "But just because I look old doesn't mean I'm frail, you hear me?" I do. Noted. Lunch will be ready in about 30 minutes. "Perfect," she says, her smile turning mischievous. "Gives me plenty of time to check on the kids before I grill my grandson's fella." "I had a feeling this was coming," I reply. I might need some more caffeine for my interrogation. I make another pot of coffee and take it out on the front porch. She spends some time with Bridget and Colby, and when she returns, fires off a round of interrogation-style questions. Nothing too major. She asks about where I grew up, what I studied, a bit about my work. Things are going swimmingly until she asks the inevitable question. "What about your folks?" I'm super close to my dad. He's awesome. And my mom passed away when I was 7. "Oh, I'm so sorry, my love." "Thank you. It was a long time ago now." I don't even know why I say it, why I try to diminish the pain just because it happened decades ago. Must be a force of habit. "That doesn't make it any less painful," she says softly, echoing Wilby's sentiment when I said the same stupid thing to him. I turn to face Polly and blurt out, "I still haven't scattered Mom's ashes. I brought them with me on this trip, hoping to find the right time, the right place to do it, but I'm afraid I'm going to chicken out again like I always do." Whoa. I fall back into my chair, setting off a rocking motion. Why did I just reveal that? "It's perfectly understandable. You want to hold on," Polly counsels. I don't say anything, just rock in my chair. I'm scared of losing the few clear, precious memories I have of her. So maybe holding on to her ashes gives me a sense of not losing everything. "You'll know when the time is right, my love." "You think so?" "I know so." The oven dings. The food is ready. We look at each other for a moment. Polly smiles. "You're a good egg, Col. I'm glad Wilby met you." "Thank you. I'm really glad I met him, too." Her eyes twinkle before she gets up. "I'll round the kids up if you want to see to the food." "Will do." We enjoy a nice lunch, with the kids telling us what they've been working on all morning. When it's time for them to get back to class, Bridge waves, but Colby, the little dude, runs right up to me and launches himself into my arms. It's such a simple thing, a hug from a kid, but it fills me with warmth. I offer to stay and clean up, but Polly insists she's got it under control. I'm a fast learner, so I don't even attempt to argue with her. She walks me to an old Land Rover I can take back and leave at the vet clinic in Scuttlebutt. I throw my overnight bag into the back seat. "Before I go, there's one thing I've been meaning to ask you." "What is it?" "You can ask me anything." "When we first got here, you asked if Wilby had sung at karaoke and mentioned something about it being a good omen." She lets out a laugh. "It's an old wives' tale around here," she tells me. "The more people who sing, the more likely we are to get rain. Wilby's a hit at karaoke. Everyone loves him." I almost interrupt to ask why, but refrain from saying anything. "He didn't sing when he got back from Sydney, and since then we've had a string of hotter-than-usual days." "Why didn't he sing when he got back from Sydney?" "Why do you think, my love?" Polly extends her arm and sweeps her soft fingers down the side of my face. "He was caught up on you." For a moment, I can't breathe, emotions clogging my throat. Apart from when we said goodbye this morning, Wilby and I have always tiptoed around anything more serious when it comes to us, anything to do with feelings. But I can't deny that I have feelings for him that run stronger than just physical attraction. And now I have confirmation he has feelings for me, too. It's a lot, especially considering I'll only get the chance to see him once more. And then after that, it'll be a forever goodbye. "I should go," I say, lowering down to give Polly a hug. It was wonderful meeting you. I close my eyes and inhale her sweet grandmotherly scent. I wave as I drive off, but I keep my eyes fixed firmly on the dirt road ahead of me, and not on the tiny figure getting smaller and smaller in the rearview mirror. I'm unsettled for the entire drive back to Scuttlebutt. So much so that I don't even stop to get anything to eat. By the time I pull up out front of my accommodation, I am starving. I scoff down 2 main meals before heading upstairs to my room. A note lies on the bed. I have a very important question to ask you. Would you rather eat food through your asshole or shit out your mouth? Ew. I drop the note, but as I shake my head, I realize I'm smiling. Typical Wilby. Unexpected. Funny. A little gross. And of course he gets away with it because he's Wilby. And there's no one else like him. I'm tempted to text him back straight away, but he could still be in his meetings. Besides, I have work to do, and the quicker I knock off my last case, the sooner I'll be able to see him again. I fire up my laptop, and when I check my work phone, my eyes bulge. 7 missed calls from my manager. I told him I was taking a few days off, and he was fine with it, so I wonder what's up. I call him without checking the voicemails. Call, where are you? Hi, Max. I just got back to Scuttlebutt. I had some time off, remember? Shit, I forgot. Sorry. Listen, I need to get you onto the Grayson case right now. I was just about to make a start. I sit down on the bed. What's going on? I have it on good authority that they're transferring ownership deeds as we speak. Shit. I scrub a hand through my hair. Leave it with me. I'm on it. Good. Look, Call, you've been doing good work on this trip, but remember, you're not out of the woods yet. You need to keep it up, or, Yeah, I know. We end the call, and I bring up the Grayson case file on my laptop, trying to cast aside the implication of Max's last words. So, here's the thing. I got this big promotion 8 months ago. I'm the youngest ever executive director in Corbin, Gifford, and Bryson's 89-year history. That's a pretty big fucking deal. The CEO personally called to congratulate me on my achievement. Max, my manager, took me out to a restaurant where the cheapest cut of steak was $300. I was flying high. But honestly, I deserved it. I'd been working my ass off ever since I joined the firm straight out of college. Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. Man, that's the bare minimum. If I wasn't putting in at least 70 hours a week, was I even working? I closed deals. I took calculated risks that paid off. I climbed the ranks, developed relationships, made a name for myself in the industry, brought innovative solutions to the table. I poured my heart and soul and everything I had into my job. So yeah, I well and truly earned that promotion. And then 6 months ago I stumbled. My first ever fuck-up, and it was a doozy. One tiny, uncharacteristic oversight on my part, and CGB was suddenly staring down the barrel of a $50 million lawsuit. They settled for much less than that, but needless to say, I was severely reprimanded. Not fired, thank God, but I am skating on very thin ice. Which is why this trip to Australia is so important. Everything I do from now on is. I have a lot to make up for, and I can't afford any more mistakes or slip-ups. And this Grayson case is the most complicated case I've ever come across in my career. When most people think of farming, they conjure up images of a simple life, living off the land, raising animals, pretty farmhouses, and homemade meals. They usually don't think of business loans, equipment finance, livestock leasing, ownership and trust structures, variable asset pools, insurance, foreign exchange rates, government grant eligibility, and so on. But the reality in this day and age is that running a farm is running a business. And when farmers run into financial difficulties, whether they're caused by factors outside of their control, such as weather conditions, trade tariffs, or challenging global economic conditions, or through their own budgetary mismanagement, that's where I come in, to help. Where possible, I work with farmers on options that can assist them in clawing themselves out of the hole they're in. But sometimes, unfortunately, when all other avenues have been exhausted, the only option left is to sell. That's why Wilby reacted the way he did when he found out what I did for a living the other night. So many farmers think that's all we do, rip people from their land. But the fact is, CGB is an ethical company offering innovative financial solutions at a time when people need it most. when they're not too stubborn, pig-headed, or just downright proud to accept it. It's hard work, but I love it. I thrive in an environment where I'm challenged, where I have to think outside the box, where I leave nothing on the table and nothing to chance because people's livelihoods are at stake, and I have to do everything in my power to get them through the storm and out the other side. I take a deep breath and dive into this 232-page Grayson case for the umpteenth time, starting at the very beginning and not stopping until I reach the end. And then tomorrow, first thing in the morning after breakfast, I'll drive out to meet them and start the process. And once I wrap this case up, then I'll get to see Wilby again. 14. Wilby. How are you feeling today, my love? Hey, Gran. I kiss the top of her head and gladly accept the cuppa she's holding out for me. Still feel like shit, to be honest. That's perfectly understandable. I plonk myself down at the kitchen table, take a sip of the warm coffee, and try to straighten out my thoughts long enough to articulate them. If I thought the news I got in Sydney the time I met Cole was bad, yesterday was 100 times worse. It's no longer a case of if we'll lose everything, but when. We have one last chance not to go under, but the lawyers made it perfectly clear they're not holding out much hope. Their advice? We recommend you start preparing for the inevitable, Mr. Linfox, and make suitable arrangements for you and your family. Such fucking cold, heartless words that basically say, fuck you, fuck your mother, and fuck the 5 generations before you who dedicated their lives to the land. Your time's up. Now pick up your shit and get out. And go where? And do what? Yeah. Corporate suits who live in a big city where everything can be delivered to them with a few taps on their phone don't get how life works out here for people like us. My head falls into my hands. My whole life is falling apart, and there's not one fucking thing I can do about it. The kids are already at school, but I don't want them walking in and seeing me like this. Well, Colby already saw me when he pushed me out of bed, but when I got in yesterday afternoon and Gran saw the mood I was in, she stayed the night here, rather than driving to her cottage. What are we going to do? I mean, I can always work full-time at the clinic and bring in money that way. Emma's got the mechanics, but Kat, whenever the fuck she gets back, what's she going to do? How's she going to be able to look after the kids if her sole source of income is ripped away? Before Gran can say anything, I continue. And where are we going to live? This isn't just our family home, this is our life. What are we supposed to do? Rent some shitty little house in Scuttlebutt with a minuscule backyard? And what, that's it? That's our new life? A moment passes. Wilby, look at me, please. I lift my head. If Gran is one thing, it's strong as a fucking mule. Nothing ever gets her down. Not her husband being tragically killed in a car accident. Not losing her daughter last year. Not my fucking sister fucking us well and truly over. Not even the prospect of us losing everything and getting thrown off our land. Gran just takes the hits as they come, dusts herself off, and when she gets back up, she's stronger than before. I need to absorb some of her strength and steely calm because, Lord knows, we're in for a fight. We are not quitters, and we will fight until we have nothing left to give. A sharpness cuts through her voice. And we will win. It's as simple as that. I didn't get a wink of sleep last night. I'm sick with worry, and I'm slipping closer and closer to the edge of completely losing it. But I cannot crumble. If she's got this much fight left in her at her age, I need to step the fuck up and bring it too. I stare at her across the table with that don't fuck with me fire blazing in her eyes, and I realize 2 things. 1, I love her so fucking much. And 2, she's 100% spot on. You're right. You're absolutely right. I shake my head, waking myself up from the defeated state I fell into. No one fucks with the fucking Linfoxes. She smiles, nodding her head. Or the fucking Graysons. I nod back. Or the fucking Graysons. Any word from Cole? She asks, changing the subject in an epic deflection. I smile at her, happily taking the distraction. Anything to get my mind off the impending doom. Nah, he's working at the moment, so I'm leaving him to it. He said once he finishes, he'll come back and we can hang out for a few days. So you haven't had any contact with him? Just a few text messages. I see. You didn't leave him anything in his hotel room? I shake my head and grin. Nothing gets past the old chook. Okay, so I may have gotten one of the farmhands to drive into town, hand Fitz a note, and ask him to plead with Mrs. Judd to leave it on Cole's bed in his room. Gran smiles. You like him. Statement, not a query. I do. Even though it's stupid, I say, sinking the last of my coffee. It's not like we have a future or anything. Why not? If you both like one another, what else is there? I give a little laugh. It's a little more complicated than that, Gran. She takes my empty cup, serving me her all-knowing look. No, it really isn't. I roll my eyes and stand up, resting my hand gently on her shoulder. Dating's evolved a little since your time. We have this new thing now. It's called electricity. Why, you little shit. She tears the washcloth off the oven handle and whips me across the backs of my calves with it. Ow, that hurt. I jiggle dance my way to the edge of the kitchen, where I'm out of her reach. She smiles smugly, then says, But I mean it, Wilby. If you like this boy, tell him. Life is a game. You have to be in it to win it. Exactly. And I'm not very good at losing, in case you haven't noticed. Want to know what's worse than losing? Enlighten me. She walks right up to me, pokes me in the chest, and looks up at me with those determined grey eyes of hers. Losing stings, but not even trying kills. Living with regrets about what you didn't do is worse than trying and failing. Can you not be so immensely smart and insightful? I glance over at the empty countertop. And if you could whip up some of your Country Women's Association award-winning scones, that'd be lovely. She pokes my chest harder. Ow! Please. She lets out a self-satisfied hum just as I hear tires scrape over the gravel. I go to see who it is. Oh. I open the fly screen. Cole's back. Why is he returning the Land Rover already? We told him he could use it until he comes back out here when he finishes his work. Gran joins me on the front porch. What's he doing back here so soon? Dunno. I'd like to think that he's here because he can't get enough of me, but we texted this morning and he said he was getting started on his case. This isn't a surprise I need you visit, and from the moment Cole steps out of the car, my suspicions are confirmed. I can tell something's wrong. Dressed formal, head down, and carrying a brown briefcase, he trudges over to us. When he reaches the steps, he raises his head, his eyes darting between me and Gran. What is it, Cole? She asks, picking up on the same thing I am. He takes a deep breath, then says, I have some news. Well, don't just stand there. Come inside and tell us about it. I'll put the kettle on. She makes her way in, but Cole doesn't move. He stands there like his feet are concreted into the ground, staring at me. He eventually walks up the steps and stops. He's so close I could hug him, kiss him. But something tells me this isn't the right time for that. What the fuck is going on? I ask him, and he grimaces, running a hand through his hair. Just promise me you'll keep an open mind, okay? I nod and wave him in. My gut tightens. Something is very, very wrong here. 15. Cole. My anxiety is through the roof. I had to pull over twice on the drive out here and circle the car just to try to shake the nerves out of me. It didn't work. I feel how I normally do when I'm trekking across the tarmac about to board a flight. It's that fucking bad. Polly's fussing over the stove, collecting mugs and whatnot, but Wilby hasn't stopped sending me curious looks since we've come inside. He knows something's up, and he's right. Something very big is up. He's sitting across from me at the kitchen table, the very same table I shared meals with him and his family at, not 2 days ago. I don't have any more scones, Polly says, sticking her head into the fridge. But I can make you a sandwich using leftovers from the lamb roast you made. Normally, I'd jump right on it. But this is not a normal situation, and I get the distinct impression that once I tell Wilby and Polly the purpose of my visit, I'm going to be persona non grata. I'm fine, I tell her. Might be better to get this over and done with, please. I place my briefcase on the table, open it, and produce a manila folder. Wilby tilts his head to read the writing on the front. He frowns. Why does it say Corbin, Gifford, and... No. He rears back, staring at me in disbelief. Fuck me dead. What is it? Polly abandons the drinks and comes over. Wilby keeps glaring at me, his jaw pulsing angrily. It's you. Him what? Polly asks, switching her gaze between me and Wilby. I work for Corbin, Gifford, and Bryson, I say, doing my best to keep my voice steady. I'm the executive director of the Asia-Pacific region. I don't, she starts, then stops when it dawns on her. You're our last hope. No, he's not. Wilby storms to his feet, fists balled by his sides, knuckles bone white. He's here to take our property. That's not strictly. When did you know? I heave out a sigh. On the drive over here. Bullshit. It's true. I was assigned this case before I got to Australia, but everything in the file is under Grayson, and it's not like you have a mailbox with your family name or the street number on it. I had no idea that this was the place when you brought me out here, I swear to you. He shakes his head in disgust and props his hands on his hips. Get out. Wilby! Polly gives him a hearty thwack across the chest. What? He yells back at her. You just finished saying we don't quit. Well, we also don't just roll over and surrender either. Let's hear him out, she reasons. I'd like to hear what he has to say. What's the fucking point? The suits in Sydney dismissed this. He waves his hand over the manila folder. As a last-ditch effort that's unlikely to actually change anything. Wilby shakes his head at me, spittle forming in the corners of his mouth. He's fuming, and there's one person and one person only he's directing all that rage squarely at. I don't blame him. He's in shock. Hell, I'm still in shock myself. I honestly had no idea that I'd come to Scuttlebutt to work with Wilby's family. I mean, what are the freaking odds of that? And it kills me that he thinks I knew about this beforehand. I honestly didn't. This whole case is by far the messiest one I've ever come across, with a very complicated ownership structure, as is becoming increasingly clear. I'm more confused than ever by who owns what, and what role Wilby plays in all of this. I'm also aware that he's got trust issues, so the last thing I would ever do is to deceive him like this. I'd never willingly, knowingly do anything to betray him. I have to tell him that. I stand. Can we please try and... He sticks his hand out. I stop talking. This isn't my first time being met with a less than enthusiastic reaction to my arrival. I find the best tactic is to diffuse the situation, and if that means letting Wilby take control of things for now, then so be it. I request that any and all further communication be in writing and through our legal counsel. Wilby, that's not really how this works. That's Mr. Linfox to you. Are you kidding me? After what we... My breath hitches. His grandmother is standing right next to him. Shared? That is firmly in the past. He sticks his shoulders back and puffs out his chest, then closes the gap between us in 2 giant strides. His pupils have gone big and black. No one messes with my family. From now on, Mr. Langdon, we are keeping things strictly business. Our days of pleasuring are well and truly over. Fine. I gather my things off the table. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. He juts his chin out defiantly. I plan on doing everything the hard way. Suit yourself. I intend to. I growl. He's so freaking infuriating, acting like a child and staring at me with a smug look on his stupidly handsome face. His shirt so tight against his bulging biceps that he's crossed in front of his chest. Not the time, Call. As Wilby said, those days are over. Fuck! They'd barely even begun. I'm going to have to do some rearranging of my heart, it seems, replacing the space where I liked the guy with whatever ammunition I'm going to need to handle this next phase, because Wilby is clearly gearing up for a fight. Fine. If he wants a battle, then I'll give him one. I'm here to help him and his family save their farm, even if he thinks the exact opposite. I've got a lot riding on making this work, like my actual job, so there's no way in hell I'm going to report back that I was unsuccessful. My career is the thing I'm best at in my life. Mr. Linfox has got no idea what he's got coming his way. But before I go full warrior mode on his ass, I need to say one last thing to Polly. I look her right in the eye. I know this is a very challenging situation, but I swear to you I had no idea about this before today, and I promise you I'll do everything in my power to get the best outcome here. Yeah, for Gorbin, Spackett and Fuckett, or whoever it is you work for. Wilby spits out. I look at him, willing myself to hold my shit together and not to engage. That's what he wants. He's poking and provoking. I cannot give him the satisfaction of affecting me. No, not just for my employer, but for everyone. Then I glance back at Polly. For everyone. It's hard to tell if she actually nods her head a little or if I'm imagining it, wanting it to be real so that I can feel like I've at least gotten through to one of them to make them see that this doesn't have to be a lose-lose situation. Don't get me wrong, things are fucking dire. I've never seen such a messed up, entangled, complex case as this one. But I go into every job from a place of hope. I have to believe there's a way out. Otherwise, like Wilby said, what is the point? It would be in their best interests if they worked with me on this and not against me. I head for the door, and they follow me out, then stare at me from the front porch as I head toward the Land Rover. Before I get into the car, I say, "You know, for what it's worth, I'm really not the enemy here." That's when Wilby charges down the stairs and runs over to me. Oh, thank God. I've finally gotten through to him. I knew he'd understand. He just needed a moment to process it all. He gets close, and I let out a relieved breath. We really can work this out. Hey, what are you doing? He's smiling, but it's not a good kind of smile. My stomach drops. What's he up to? He twirls the car keys on his pointer finger and grins pompously. I believe these are my keys, Mr. Langdon, and I also believe that I am the rightful owner of this vehicle. He pats the side of the Land Rover to drive his point home. Yes, you are, I say slowly. Excellent. So it's agreed. You won't be using anything that belongs to Linfox or Grayson people. Proprietary Limited. Okay. It's clear he has no idea what he's saying. He's simply being obtuse. So how am I meant to get back to Scuttlebutt? He strokes his chin. That sounds like a you problem to me. Will be. He cops another smack from his grandmother as she sneaks up on him. You are going to take Cole back to town. But She cuts off his protest with a firm. And that is final. Wilby Jebediah Linfox. His eyes land on me and narrow. Do not ever use my middle name against me. Anything you hear on this property cannot and shall not be used against me in the court of law. Jesus. He's really mangling his legalese. Do they not have Law and Order or any of the CSI franchises in Australia? Wilby, stop it. You're behaving like a child. Polly isn't messing around. She looks pissed. And even though my news has likely contributed to her foul mood, I'm guessing Wilby acting like a petulant child isn't helping things. Take Cole back to Scuttlebutt. We may be many things, but we are not rude people. Use the plane. You'll be back in no time. I inhale sharply, my eyes flying to Wilby. He stares at me for what feels like an eternity. Oh God, oh God, oh God. Polly doesn't know about my flying issues, and fuck, is Wilby going to be a dick about this? Is he going to actually force me into that flying metal death cage? He's so pissed I wouldn't put it past him. No, he says to Polly. I'll drive him. Why would you do that? It'll take too long, she says, and I think she's thinking Wilby's still being obstructionist. It's fine, he tells her, not taking his eyes off me. I could use the long drive. I've got some songs I want to rehearse for next month's karaoke. He gives her a peck on the cheek. She looks at him like he's out of his mind, as a wave of relief washes over me. He came through for me. And man, I'm so eternally grateful I could kiss him. If I wasn't meant to be pissed at him. Which I still very much am, by the way. Get in. He barks at me with a deep scowl on his face. My singing is going to require active audience feedback. I gulp. Okay, maybe my gratitude won't last an eternity. Maybe it'll die the second he flicks on the radio and starts torture singing at me. And yep, I'm right. 30 minutes later, I've had about as much as I can take. Waterboarding would be preferable to enduring Wilby screeching at the top of his lungs. It doesn't matter if he's taking on Taylor or Drake or Rihanna or, God forbid, the occasional 80s rock track. He has a knack for always homing in on the screechiest part of any song and making it even screechier. It'd be a talent if the end result wasn't so ear-bleedingly bad. He smacked my hand away from the radio dial so many times I'm going to bruise if I keep attempting to shut the music off. So I am well and truly stuck. For the next 2.5 hours, I'm captive to this ordeal, and there is nothing I can do but sit here and put up with it. Unless... I reach for the radio, and he slaps me across the wrist again. Ow! I shake out my hand. Why do I keep thinking I can be faster than him? Okay, that's the last time I do that. Seriously, I will bruise tomorrow. Hey! I yell out so that he can hear me. If you don't stop singing and start talking to me right now... He glances over at me, ratcheting up his singing to an even more obnoxiously loud volume. I've never really liked Michael Jackson's Billie Jean, but after this trip, I am officially traumatized by it. I'm getting out right now! I cry out over his howling and make like I'm about to open the door. We're cruising down the freeway, doing at least 60 miles an hour, so I'm not actually going to jump out of the car. I just want Wilby to think that I am. He sees me and shrieks, "What the fuck are you doing?" Before I can answer, he hurls himself over me, batting my hand away from the door handle. The pickup does a mad swerve, and thank fuck the road is dead straight and there are no other cars around. Otherwise we'd be in serious trouble. I lift both hands in the air and surrender. "Wilby, steering wheel!" I scream. He straightens us out and slams on the brakes. "Are you fucking crazy?" he demands, once we've come to an abrupt stop on the side of the highway. I lower my hands and open the door, so he doesn't take off the second I start talking. And then I think that might not be enough to stop him, so I unbuckle my seatbelt and jump out of the truck. He does the same. We engage in a standoff, staring at each other over the hood. No, I'm not crazy. But we need to talk. And we need to talk right fucking now. Wilby. 16. Wilby. I open my mouth, but Cole cuts me off before I can even say it. And drop it with that Mr. Lynn Fox bullshit. Fine, I'll just continue death staring at him. You want to talk? Talk. I will. He makes his way to the front of the Land Rover and hikes himself up onto the bonnet. He sits there for a few moments before turning back, looking over his shoulder, as if silently asking, "Well, are you going to just stand there, or are you going to join me?" He smiles. It's not a big smile, not dazzling, not earth-shattering, but it's nice. Really fucking nice, and my stupid, disloyal heart flutters. Reluctantly, I join him, but I keep a good distance between us. Not sure I can trust myself around him at the moment. I'm still reeling in shock that the first guy I've liked in forever is going to be the one to screw the nails into the coffin of generations of my family's work. How is this even happening? Yeah, I heard what he said to Gran, that he wants to make this work for everyone, and who knows, maybe he really does believe there's a way out of this shithole we're in. But until I can be 100% sure he really is on our side, and that he's not just trotting out some corporate wank shit he's wheeled out 100 times before to people in our predicament, I have no intention of making this easy on him. My trust in him is fractured, and trust is not something I give away easily. Been there, done that, learnt the lesson the hard way. And even though I lowered my walls with Cole right from the very beginning, they're firmly all the way back up now. Gran did say I should hear him out, so okay, I'll hear the guy out. I'm not stupid. Pig-headed, yes, but not stupid. First things first, Cole says, breaking the silence. Thank you. I stare out at the empty highway straight ahead of me, determined not to look at him. For what? For driving. When your grandmother suggested we fly, she doesn't know, and she doesn't need to know. I can feel my jaw pulse. One of us sitting on this car isn't an asshole. I'm not an asshole. I'm simply doing my job. Simply doing your job means you're going to... The entire car gets shoved forward. I almost slip off. What the fuck was that? Cole jumps off the hood, turns to look behind us, and then his eyes go wide. Holy fucking shit! He retreats and waves his arms frantically. "Get over here, now! What on earth?" I take my time getting off the bonnet because I will not give him the satisfaction of automatically doing what he says. But when I spin around, I see what's got Cole so worked up. "Shit, okay. Don't panic," I mutter, quietly enough so that Cole can hear me, but our two closest new guests cannot. How did I miss the mob sneaking up on us from behind? "What do we do?" he hisses back. One of the jacks snaps his head to Cole. "Ew!" he yelps. "Stay still," I tell him, "and stay quiet." "Are we going to die?" I don't take my eyes off our new visitors. No, we are not going to die. Kangaroos aren't normally aggressive. Thought the same thing about you until recently. Hey, I'm not the one who... You know what? We can take this up later. We have a slightly bigger problem on our hands. About 20 problems. I'd agree with Cole's assessment. We seem to have crossed paths with a mob. A group of kangaroos of about 20 or so. 2 jacks, males, have come up to the rear of the car. I'm assuming one of them is responsible for giving the car a shove. The rest of the mob, females and joeys behind them, look at the scene with interest, but keep their distance. Kangaroos live wild out here. And believe it or not, despite being one of the things tourists love most about Australia, they're actually a pest. A lot of farmers hate them since they compete for feed with their livestock, and they can do a lot of damage. But not me. I love all animals. I respect them. There's no bullshit with animals. Unlike humans. I glance over at Cole. He's scared shitless, and as furious as I am with him right now, I don't like seeing anyone like this. "It'll be fine," I reassure him. "We just need to get back into the car, which should be relatively easy since... thwomp, thwomp, thwomp. I was going to say, since we're closer to the doors than the kangaroos are, but that thwomp sound right there, that was the 2 jacks moving towards us, and in the process, blocking access to the driver's side. "You were saying?" I snap from trying to be the bigger person mode back to my current default of, I think I fucking hate you, and shoot Cole a filthy look. "I'm trying to help here." "Yeah, well, less trying and more helping, please." I grit my teeth. "You are really testing me right now, boy. Don't call me boy. I'm older than you. Yeah, by 1 year. Still counts. 'Cause I'm way more mature." He snaps. Right, because a mature person would really need to point that out. What can I say? You bring out my worst. If I wasn't so keenly focused on both jacks, I'd close my eyes and count back from 10 to relieve some of the simmering tension between us. Or I'd just kiss him to shut him up. But I don't have the luxury of time to pursue either one of those options. "We'll pick this up later," I say, easing back towards him slowly, smoothly. No sudden or unexpected moves here. My side of the car might be a no-go, but the passenger side is still free. That's our shot. I keep stepping back until I'm right next to Cole. I take hold of his arm and calmly guide him towards the car door. The 2 roos are watching us, but they're not moving. I take that as a good sign, but we still have at least a dozen or so steps to go before we're back in the safety of the Land Rover, so I'm not counting my chickens just yet. The bigger jack suddenly jumps into the air. "Fuck!" Cole screams, which sets off the other jack as well as the entire mob, who all hop closer to us. Okay, slow time is over. I grab Cole's hand and bolt towards the passenger side. We get there barely a few seconds before one of the jacks does, the bigger one, because of course. I fling the door open and shove Cole in first. He clambers inside and hurls himself in as far as he can, folding up his legs to make room for me. I dive on top of him, slamming the door shut behind us. The jack jumps into the air and kicks his feet against the door, but it's shut and we're inside. And safe. And also, right on top of one another. Cole's splayed out on his back, his top half on the driver's seat. I'm directly above him, the tip of my nose a bee's dick away from his. It's kind of an awkward position to find ourselves in. His lower back and pelvis are jutting up in the air, propped up by the center console, which is where my middle section also is. Thankfully, I'm not hard, because that would be mighty embarrassing. We almost got attacked by a mob of kangaroos. What sort of lunatic would get hard from that? And then I feel something move. Down there, in our joined center console region. I flash Cole my most winningest smile. "Wow, You really are attracted to me if you can be hard at a time like this. It's purely a physical response. You're applying pressure, so it will do that. His face is turning red, and it's fucking adorable. I can't be held responsible. I'm not hearing you say you don't like it. I lick my lips. Or that you want me to get off. Because I didn't think I needed to say it. He huffs back, chest swaying with every short breath he takes. What happened to our days of pleasuring being well and truly over? We can start that tomorrow. What the fuck? Not content with trapping us inside the vehicle, it seems that the normally competitive jacks have decided to join forces, one on each side of the car, taking turns giving it a good solid whack with their powerful hind legs. They can't get in, can they? Cole asks, panic rising on his face again. Or roll the car over? No, they're not strong enough to do that. They'll probably just do a bit of damage until they get bored, at which point they'll hopefully bugger off. Until they do, though. Every jolt from the jacks forces our bodies to seesaw against each other, and... Oh, okay. Pressure. I see what Cole means now as my own cock starts reacting to the friction we're generating. Every kick makes the whole car rock, which makes our erections rock against each other, and even though we're both fully dressed, I can feel the thick outline of his cock through the few layers of material separating us. With the next wallop, I push down a bit harder, grinding my erection into his. Fuck, Cole hisses. It's not an anguished fuck, or a my life is in danger fuck. I recognize that fuck. I like that fuck. Another massive jolt, and I drop some more of my body weight onto his crotch. His lower back arches off the seat, meeting my body, as his eyes cloud over. He reaches for my arm, digging his nails into my bicep. His breathing is heavy, and it's speeding up. I think I'm... Another giant kick sending the car bobbing. Close. I can't help but smirk, oddly happy about this unusual turn of events. I thought the most exciting thing to happen on this drive would be testing out some new karaoke material. Watching Cole come while kangaroos plough into the car wasn't even on my radar, but hey, I'll take it. His pupils have dilated, his lid's heavy, and he chews his lower lip. The roos have taken a break, but he's so far gone I don't even think he's noticed. Holding on to my arms, he ruts himself against me shamelessly, thrusting his hips harder and harder into me. I stay steady, letting my constant weight give him the support he needs while he uses my body to get off. The Land Rover rocks again. So fucking close. Make some noise, I command, since who knows if we'll ever be in this position again. Well, not this exact position where two pissed-off kangaroos are taking their aggression out on a poor innocent vehicle. I mean having sex with Cole. If we're never together again like this, which we probably won't be, I want to see him, hear him, fully let go just one time. Oh, fuck. More. Fuck. Yeah. Come for me. I meet his thrusts with one deep one of my own. The car gets slammed again as Cole lets out a massive wail, his entire body shaking. I lie there on top of him, watching him, listening to the tsunami of sounds falling out of him. He's snapped his eyes shut. The veins in his neck have popped out. His body is thrashing around underneath me, his cries of pleasure filling the entire cabin. He's wild. He's free. He's so himself that it makes me feel like exploding. Not sexually with an orgasm, but with something else. Something deeper than sexual pleasure. I grimace. Okay, that's not good. These gooey, sappy feelings he's ignited in me need to fuck right off. He's potentially an enemy, someone I need to defend myself against, not let have full access to my heart. I take his face in my hands and kiss him deeply, his warm tongue meeting mine, lick for lick. I have to let him go. I know I do. Hopefully not for good, but at least until I know for certain that I can trust him again, that he really is on our side, that he won't steal my family's farm from underneath us. I pull back and suck in the words that I'm wanting to say. Rate me. That was then, this is now. When he opens his eyes, they're glazed and a little unfocused. He's smiling, but I'm not. I can't. That was our final kiss. It has to be. I'm not going to be an idiot about things, and I will eventually hear him out, but I can't afford to drop my guard around him anymore. Not when it comes to protecting my family. Which means no more sex. I don't care how much wildlife gets involved. That is a strict rule I intend on enforcing strictly. Because while my body craves him, I'm going to be thinking with my big head from now on. I have to. Cole has stirred up a hell of a lot of stuff in me. Things that run deeper than just sexual desire. Things like feeling I'm not alone. Like giving me a glimpse of what it might feel like to have someone in my life. Like giving me hope that there is someone on this planet who gets me, even when I'm, well, me, and likes me, for the most part. But nothing, no one, comes between me and my family. I won't allow it. I exhale slowly, and through the back window I spot the mob of roos taking off, kicking up a dust storm in their wake. Cole's still catching his breath under me. I manage to open the door and peel myself off him, crawling over into the driver's seat. "You okay?" I ask. Yeah, I will be. Give me a sec." He slowly returns to an upright and seated position. We fall into a long silence. After a few minutes, I start the car. Suppose we should get going. 17. Cole. "I hope you're happy. You have completely ruined kangaroos for me," Brant exclaims, completely bewildered when I finish telling him about my little adventure yesterday. "Every time I see one, I'll think of—" "What's this about kangaroos?" Dad asks, poking his head into the frame and giving me a wave. I wave back. Nothing. I was just telling Brant how Wilby and I saw a ton of kangaroos when he drove me back to Scuttlebutt yesterday during an otherwise completely uneventful car trip where absolutely nothing else out of the ordinary happened." Dad shakes his head and laughs. "I still can't get over that name. Scuttlebutt. Phew. Thank God he's still on that. Disaster averted." "Yeah, that name is pretty out there," I say, glad to be moving on from Kangaroo Gate. "Everything good, son?" "Yep, I'm all good. Well fed, well rested." And after replaying the events of yesterday in my head over and over, well cranked out, too. He eyes me for a long moment. I'm 26, but I guess in his eyes, I'll always be his little boy. He's been weathering the parenting load solo for 19 years. That's not something you can just flick off like a light switch. "Good. I'm glad to hear it. Just maybe lay off the sun a little. You are applying sunscreen, aren't you? I was reading the other day, did you know that Australia has the highest rate of skin cancer in the world? Apparently it's got something to do with the ozone layer and— Ow!" He turns to Brant. "What was that for?" "That was on behalf of Call," he says with a smile. "Thanks, Brant." I poke my tongue out at Dad. Can always rely on my bestie. Dad sniggers and starts walking away. "Will there ever be a day where the two of you don't gang up on me?" "No," we both declare in unison, laughing. Once Brant confirms Dad is out of earshot, he brings the phone closer to his face and asks, "So what happened after you got, kangarooed?" "Nothing. Wilby started driving again and dropped me off in town." "And you didn't talk?" "Not a lot. It was a little hard to recover after that." "Isn't it like a 3-hour drive?" "Like I said, hard to recover. Is Dad really gone?" Brant nods. "He's in the other room. I'd prefer it if he was on the other side of the house, but fuck it. I might not get a chance to ever say these words again. Dude, it was the most intense orgasm of my fucking life. Wow. Wow, indeed. I don't know if Wilby's right that I am actually quiet during sex, mainly because I've never given it that much thought, but with him barking out commands on top of me, and my life in peril thanks to the Australian wildlife gone rogue, I just let go. And it was the best feeling in the world. Too bad I'll never have it again. But then there's the other big thing we're dealing with, I say to Brant. Please tell me you're not referring to Wilby's dick. I am not, I chuckle, even though his dick is so big it won't return Spielberg's calls. Brant bursts out laughing. That's hilarious. Man, I wish we were together. I love having silly little moments like these with him. He really is the brother I never had. But I have to steer this convo back on track. The other big thing is that Wilby hates me now. There's a fine line between love and hate. Oh, there's nothing fine about this line, believe me. You didn't see the rage in his eyes. I'm bracing for all-out warfare. Yeah, I don't know about that. I settle back into my chair. What do you mean? Look, he's probably still in shock about you showing up out of the blue in your professional capacity. Pissed, I correct. He's not shocked, he is pissed. Okay, fine, he's pissed. But he didn't force you into his plane and make you take a flight into town, and he could have. You're right. I nod. He could have. He also didn't climb off you in the car. Yes, I get the kangaroos and everything, but still, come on. He wasn't some passive victim here. It sounds like he knew what he was doing. My face flushes at the memory. Oh, he knew what he was doing, all right. Stop thinking about sex, I laugh. It was so good, though. Yeah, you've hammered that point home a few dozen times. Brant pauses. And then he kissed you, which, in my humble opinion, means he still has feelings for you. And maybe once he has a few days to calm down and think things through, he'll realize he's not angry at you, but at the situation you're in. I hope you're right. I hope so too, because I haven't seen you this happy in a very long time. You're smitten. Yeah, I smile. I am. So just give him some space and time to cool off. I have a good feeling about you guys. There's something special going on here, and if he's smart, he'll recognize it too, and not throw it away. I let out a deep breath. I hope you're right, Brant. We talk a little more. Brant and Dad are doing an around-the-world adventure. It's something Dad's always wanted to do, but couldn't, either because of me or, after I went away to college, his business producing holiday films in a cute town called Christmas Falls keeping him too busy to get away. And since Brant's at a career crossroads, a former child star who's quit acting and not sure what his next steps will be, why not take off and see the world together? As I lay in bed that night, I mull over my conversation with Brant. Maybe he's right. Maybe once Wilby takes some time to think about it and talks things through with Polly, who I'm praying might be able to talk some sense into him, he might come around. And once he does, hopefully he'll give me a chance to properly explain what's involved here. Most importantly, that there is still a chance to save his family's farm, so that we can work together to make that happen. I need this job to go well, and I need him to cool down so that I can reason with him. We both have a lot riding on it. 18. Wilby. How are you feeling? Muir asks. It's been 2 days since I found out that Cole Langdon has been sent from the depths of hell to ruin my life. Angry and confused, I reply, before taking a bite of my meat pie. It's almost 3 and we've been run off our feet all day. This is the first chance we've gotten to scarf down some food. Despite us not getting a drop of rain, I'm back in Mrs. Mangle's good graces after my stellar karaoke performance, so she saved a few pies for me and the boys after the usual lunch rush. And horny, I throw in around a mouthful of meaty, mushroomy goodness. So no change from your usual then? Fitz jokes, dressed in a confetti blazer, confetti shorts, and confetti bow tie. I'm not even asking why. He and Muir chuckle, while Ryde's busy, discreetly, not discreetly, checking out Linus, who's facing away from us, making himself something to drink. Ryde's eyes are fixated on our boss's ass, which, objectively, as far as asses go, is an impressively stacked one, especially for a dude in his late 30s. Linus turns around, causing Ryde to blush and drop his gaze. I inhale a few more bites, swallow, and then wipe my fingers on the napkin. I don't know what to do. I'm still so angry, and no matter how I try, I can't shake it. Who are you angry at? Linus asks, joining us at the small table, drink in hand. What do you mean, who am I angry at? I'm pissed at Cole. Have you not been paying attention? He's completely unbothered, blowing over the top of his tea. Sure. Mate, I am not in the mood. If you've got something to say, spit it out. Fine. Since you want to know, I'm wondering if, in addition to being angry with Cole, you might also be directing some of that anger at yourself. At myself? I scoff, looking around the table to see if the others are hearing the same thing I am. Why would I be angry at myself? Because you let him in, Linus replies, cutting straight through the bullshit and pinning me with a, well, you asked for it look. You never let anyone in, he goes on. That's your thing, right? All flirt, no follow-through. Well, I shifted my seat. It's true, but that doesn't make it any less uncomfortable to actually, get called on it. Cole snuck in, Linus says, tuning his tone to the right frequency of supportive and no-nonsense BS I asked for. He made you feel things you might not have felt in a long time. He meets my eyes. Or ever? As I look back at him, I start nodding. Yeah, or ever. Fuck, that only makes it worse. If you don't mind me asking, what does Cole's job actually entail? Ride pipes up. When you were telling us about things yesterday, you mentioned Cole saying he wanted to work out a solution for everyone. That's just corporate bullshit, I say dismissively. Because while our lawyers indicated there wasn't much anyone could do to salvage our situation, what if Cole's seeing it from a different perspective? It's highly unlikely. I've taken a good hard look and numbers don't lie. We're in the hole $4.2 million. How the fuck am I meant to rustle up that sort of cash in the next few months? This is useless. I push my plate away, no longer hungry. The whole bloody thing. Mate, you gotta stop this, Fitz says, and Muir nods his head in agreement. Stop what? I ask. Stop being such a fucking drama queen. Oh, I'm sorry if my reaction to my family losing our farm, our livelihood, our home isn't to your liking. I feel like shit, mate. Worse than shit. What do you want me to be like? I never said you're not allowed to feel bad, but do something with that feeling. Don't wallow in it. Because what the fuck will that get you? A whole lot of nothing. You are a lot of things, Wilby Lynn Fox, but you are not a victim. His words stir something in my chest. I sit up taller. Yeah, you're right, I'm not. I've never been a victim before. Not growing up without a father. Not watching my sister spiral out of control. Not even witnessing Mum get ripped away from us. Why the fuck am I starting now? All right. I push to my feet. Victim Wilby is done. Gone. Sayonara. I need to formulate a plan, starting right now. I start pacing. But fuck, nothing comes to me. I'm drawing a blank. Hardly surprising. It's not like I haven't spent every waking moment thinking about a way out of this mess. I've thought about it so hard it's made my brain hurt. I can't expect to come up with a miracle solution just because I want to. I walk back over to the table and slump into my seat. Anyone got any ideas? They fall silent. Each and every one of them giving it some serious thought, which I really appreciate. It's times like these I realize how lucky I am to have these guys in my life. Even if they don't come up with anything, just having mates to get stuff off your chest with is fucking priceless. What about that mega rich dude you became friends with in Sydney when you were down there for uni? Muir suggests. I shake my head. I am not asking Dunlop Palmer for money. I have my pride and I refuse to do that. Fine, don't ask him for money then, Muir says. But he works in property development, doesn't he? Yeah. Maybe he can have a look over your situation, see it from a different angle, find a loophole or something. That's not the worst idea you've ever had. He smiles proudly. Why, thank you. Never one to be outdone, Fitz comes up with his own idea. What about your other friend, the kite-surfing dude? Who, Travis King? Yeah, him. How can he help me? Fitz shrugs. Dunno. But whenever you talk about him, you always say how he's one of the toughest people you know. How he got through a lot of intense family drama. That's true. I tap my chin. It's not a cure-all situation, which I honestly wasn't expecting anyway, but the guys have given me a couple of solid ideas, which just leaves one thing. Linus, I say, plastering on a massive smile. Have I told you how amazing your ass is looking today? He rolls his eyes. No, you haven't. Well, I start, then look over at Ride. Help me out here, mate. How awesome does Linus's ass look in those tight pants he's wearing? I Will be. Linus snaps his fingers to get my attention. Leave Ride out of this. If you want to suck up to me, do it on your own. Now, tell me. The fucker leans back in his chair, hands behind his head and smiles. How amazing does my ass look today? I grit my teeth. I did start this. Suppose I should finish it. Good enough to eat, I murmur. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Fitz and Muir are already cracking up, while poor Ride still looks like a deer caught in headlights. I said it looks good enough to eat. Damn straight it does. I may be turning 40 next year, but my ass is just as hot as yours, isn't it, Wilby? No, Linus. I drop my voice. This is how desperate I am. It's hotter. Attaboy. He's smiling, and despite the humiliation, after a few moments I start smiling too. This is par for the course for us. Giving and talking shit. We've perfected it to a beautiful symbiosis. I lift my head. Would now be a good time to put it out there that I have the biggest dick in the room? That's an unnecessary observation for the task you're currently engaged in. Linus whips back, and also debatable, since we haven't seen everyone in this room naked. It takes my brain a moment to understand what he means. Muir, Fitz, Linus and I have all changed in front of each other, hence my factual observation, and not a boast, about my dick size. I am the biggest in the room. But then my eyes land on Ride. Oh, right. He does the whole towel around the waist thing whenever he gets changed, which is cool, each to their own, but yeah, means we haven't been able to size him up. He's blushing so hard, I decide to not rib him about it. Instead, I turn my focus back to Linus and the massive ask I need to make of him. Can I please have a few days off? I know we're swamped, but I promise I'll make it up and then some when I get back. Linus takes a long, noisy slurp of his tea. Of course. Then he smirks. All you had to do was ask. I would have said yes right away. You fucker. I look around for something to throw at him, but there's nothing nearby. At least nothing that wouldn't cause serious damage or require stitches if it made contact. He gets up and pats me on the back. Thank you for the compliment about my ass. But really, Wilby, that's slightly inappropriate. Why, because we're in a work environment and meant to be professional? Fitz bursts out laughing at his own question, and the rest of us join in. Yep, even Ride, which I like to see. We've been breaking him in the past few months. We can be a lot, I'll be the first to admit it. So we've all told him multiple times that if anything we say or do ever crosses a line for him, to let us know. We want him to feel safe, and if he's laughing along with us after that conversation, it's starting to feel like he's becoming one of us. He's a good kid. A little shy, but with time he'll come out of his shell, and hopefully crawl into Linus's shell, if you catch my drift. That's not what I meant, Linus says, then looks at me. I mean, stop checking out my ass when you have a hot American dude you're interested in. I reach over and grab some ketchup, squirting it over the remainder of my meat pie. Fellas, for once, I'm thinking with this guy. I tap my temple, and not the big guy downstairs. Yes, I have feelings for Cole, but I am not doing shit about them until after I catch up with Dunlop and Travis to see if there's some way out of this mess. How are you going to do that? Muir asks. Isn't Cole in town specifically to work with you? If you leave. I polish off the rest of my pie and dust the crumbs off my fingers. Exactly. If I leave Scuttlebutt, he won't be able to do shit. So you're going to avoid him? You better believe it. I take my plate over to the sink. I am going to be the king of avoidance. Well, you've had a lifetime of practice with your emotions. Fitz observes with a droll grin. This should be a walk in the park for you. Yeah, it should. I laugh, then turn around and start rinsing my plate. My chest tightens, and a little voice in the back of my head chimes in with, "And what about Cole? This is his job." I swallow. Yeah, okay. So I know what I'm about to do isn't strictly speaking cool. I don't like fucking with Cole's livelihood, but my livelihood is on the line here, and I'm desperate. This is my last-ditch shot to try to save my family's farm. I pray I can pull this off. 19. Cole. I'm sorry, my love, but Wilby's not home. I let out a frustrated grunt. Damn it. I drove 3 freaking hours to get out here. That was after checking at the vet clinic to confirm he wasn't hiding out there. Why don't I just call him or send him a message, an email? Oh, I've tried. Believe me, I've tried. But Wilby Linfox is missing in action. He hasn't responded to a single text or returned any of my calls. So I thought I'd bite the bullet and pay him a friendly visit at the one place I was sure he'd be. Except he's not here. Unless Polly's deceiving me. But no. I take her in, standing at the front door, and she's just so grandmotherly with her tiny frame, weathered but kind face, and that dishcloth perpetually flung over her shoulder. Grandmas that look sweet as pie don't lie. Do they? I've just made a lemon meringue. You want to stay for a bite? Well, it's been 3.5 hours since I've eaten. Code for I'm famished. So, yeah, I'd love that. She waves me in. Come on, then. Hang on a minute, I say as I follow her into the kitchen. This is a normal pie, right? You haven't laced it with anything like, say, arsenic. She lets out a surprised cackle. Why on earth would I do that to a perfectly good meringue? She gestures to a stool at the breakfast bar, and I sit down. Do you hate me as well? Wilby ignoring me for the past 2 days and forcing me to drive all the way out here, where there are no neighbors for miles, while you knock me off could all be part of some great master plan the two of you have concocted. She looks at me for a few beats, then bursts out laughing. It's nowhere near as loud as Wilby's laugh, but something about it reminds me of him. Heavens! You've got quite the imagination, Cole. She cuts a generous slice of the pie and slides the plate over to me. Would you like a cuppa? No, thank you. This is fine. I take a bite and cannot control the moan that escapes me. I stand corrected, I say when I swallow my first mouthful. This is more than fine. It tastes amazing. Polly's eyes twinkle. Just amazing? I chuckle. She's baiting me, and I think I know what she's after. Fucking amazing. She gives a satisfied nod. Well said, my love. Unlike my grandson, I'm not one to toot my own horn. I stop chewing. Oh, wait, right. She means boast, not the actual own horn tooting that I'm certain she has no idea her grandson can do. But that meringue has won the Country Women's Award. I don't know exactly what that means, but I figure it must be a pretty big deal if she's bringing it up. Well, it's a very worthy winner, I say. This is really delicious. While I inhale her award-winning pie, she fusses about in the kitchen, and even though she's acting friendly enough, I can't help but wonder what's going through her mind. My job, my presence here, affects her just as much as it does Wilby and the rest of the family. I don't hate you, Cole, she begins, as if sensing what I'm thinking about. This is a tough predicament for everyone involved. It's obviously hard for us since this place... She stops what she's doing and gazes out the window, a wistful look on her face. This place means everything to me. It's where I was born, where I had my daughter, then saw her go on to give me grandkids and great-grandkids. It's not just a place where life unfolded. It's my soul. It's me. She exhales deeply and returns to wiping down the counter. But I also understand that you have a job to do, and just between you and me... She turns and levels me with a serious look. I'd like to take you at your word that we can find a way to reach a good settlement here. That would be great, I say, looking directly in her eyes. I meant it when I said that, and I would very much like for that to happen. If we work together, I am confident we can reach a good outcome. She holds my gaze for a while, and as she does, I see her. More than a grandmother, or even a matriarch, I see her as a person. She's stronger than she looks, and I'm filled with an overflow of respect and admiration for her. Noticing my empty plate, Polly leans over and collects it. Another one? It'd be rude to say no, I say, smiling warmly at her. She smiles back, a twinkle in her eye. Wouldn't want that now. During my second helping, Polly leans against the counter and asks, What's this about Wilby avoiding you? Oh, of course he's kept her in the dark about that. I don't exactly want to rat him out. He didn't tell Polly about my fear of flying, so I feel I owe him for that. Oh, it's nothing. Wi-Fi's a little spotty in Scuttlebutt, I say, wiping my mouth. Maybe my messages aren't getting through to him. It's probably just that. The look on Polly's face suggests she doesn't buy it for a minute. Bullshit! Scuttlebutt's got the highest rate of connectivity to satellite internet in the entire country. Okay, and her words confirm her skepticism. Well, is Wilby not getting back to you? He isn't. Right. Well, I'll give him a firm kick up the backside when he gets back. Gets back? He flew down to Sydney to visit a friend from uni, Dunlop Palmer. You heard of him? The name rings a bell, but I'm not sure from where. He's one of the richest families in Australia, made their fortune in property development. Wilby met him when he was studying in Sydney. Ah, so Wilby's on a quest to secure some funding. That's not the worst idea in the world. I just wish he'd told me, and I wouldn't have wasted my time hanging around here. Handsome fella, too, Polly continues. I even thought they might have ended up together, but now Dunlop's found himself a lovely chap. They got married recently. He's an American, just like you. My breath catches, and I zone out as Polly keeps talking. That name, Dunlop Palmer. I know where I remember it from. He's the first guy Wilby ever kissed. A knot forms in my stomach as a flicker of something. Jealousy courses through me. No. Why would I care who Wilby's with? Even if he is a rich, handsome guy who he had his first kiss with. Nope, I'm not bothered by that at all. At all. Call? Polly claps her hands and I snap back to attention. Sorry, you were telling me about the American guy. 2 minutes ago, I was. She flips her washcloth over her shoulder, studying me with her cool gray eyes. Now I see. See? See what? There's nothing to see here. Of course, you're right. I'm just a silly old lady. She grins. Another slice? No, thank you. I really should get going. I stand. But before I go, where are the kids? In school. Mind if I pop in and say hi? Not at all. Colby will be happy to see you. He's got some good news to share. Awesome. I could do with some of that. I duck in and say a quick hello to Bridget and Colby. They're both in a live class, so they can only break away for a few seconds. Guess what, Col? Colby asks, after racing over to me. I crouch down to his height. I have no idea. What? I got 17 out of 20 on my maths test. Hey, that's amazing, buddy. Well done. I raise my hand and he gives me a hearty high five before dashing back to his desk. Polly walks me to my car. He talks about you all the time, she says. Who? Wilby? She lets out a light laugh. I meant Colby, but yes, Wilby talks about you too. I grab my keys and avert my gaze. Oh, right. Kids are funny creatures. Wilby and I have been helping him with his homework, especially maths, for so long. You come along and spend a few evenings with him and something's just changed. You must have explained things to him in a way that his brain understood, and he's gotten so much more confident. Thank you for that, Col. I really didn't do anything. Yes, you did. She takes hold of my forearm and looks up at me. And I promise you, whatever Wi-Fi issues you had will be resolved, and Wilby will be replying to all of your messages from now on. Thank you, Polly. Would it be weird if I gave you a hug? She smiles. Not at all. Then lifts a finger. Just keep your hands above my waist, please. You're dealing with the only woman to have won the Miss Scuttlebutt of the Year contest 3 years running. I laugh because I'm assuming that was a joke. I lower down and give her a hug, keeping both hands well north of her waistline. It was good to see you, Polly. It was good to see you too, Col. I think a lot about Polly on the drive back to town. How nice it must be not just to have a grandmother, but one as cool as her. By the time I get back to Scuttlebutt, I know 2 things for sure. 1, I am starving and in need of food, stat. And 2, I have no doubt that my next text to Wilby will be answered. 20. Wilby. Wilby, I believe you've been trying to reach me. I'm a grown 26-year-old man currently thousands of kilometers away from home, so you'd think copping an earful from my grandmother over the phone wouldn't scare me. But you'd be wrong. Dead wrong. I've just gotten off the phone with her. She blasted the fuck out of me, told me to pull my head out of my ass, and ordered me to not wait until Cole messaged again, but to contact him immediately and apologize. So that's what I'm doing. Apart from the apology, I'd rather get one of her well-aimed kicks up my backside than do that. Cole. Why, yes, I have. Apparently the internet in Scuttlebutt is the worst. Wilby. It totally is. It's like living in the prehistoric times of dial-up internet and modems. Imagine how hard it is for me to watch porn. It always cuts out at the worst time. Cole. Poor you. Want a tissue? Wilby. Why? I'm not jerking off now. Cole. I meant for your tears. Anyway, this whole thing is moot because you're not in Scuttlebutt right now, are you? Wilby. Why are you asking a question you already know the answer to? Cole. Why are you so annoying? Wilby. You saying I get under your skin? You are so obsessed with me. Cole. You do get under my skin. Like a parasite. Wilby. Well, I did enjoy nibbling on your flesh. Smiley face emoji. Cole. That's gross. Wilby. You started it. Cole, mature. Can you try not being a dick for once, please? Wilby. So it's not me you're obsessed with, but my cock. Can't say I blame you. It is the best you've ever had, right? Wilby. I know I'm right. Wilby. Tell me I'm right. Cole. Maybe. But it's based on a very small sample size. Wilby. I'll still take it. Cole. And not that it matters, since you are too busy hating me, but just to clear things up. I like you more than I like your cock. I reread the message a couple of times, a funny, skittering sensation pulsing in my chest. He likes me. Despite me ignoring him for the past few days and being openly, possibly slightly unreasonably, pissed at him, he likes me. Present tense. But not future tense. Get your mind back in the game, Wilby. You still can't be sure he's trustworthy. All you know is that he has great taste in men. The bouncy dots appear. Then this message pops up on my screen. Cole. Can we please have a serious conversation? Wilby. I know you are. You said you are, but what am I? What is wrong with me? Enough with the texting already. I press the call button next to his name. He answers with an exasperated sigh. The standard phone greeting in Australia is hello or g'day. I inform him, but answering a call with a sex noise is way better. Ugh! I throw my head back and laugh, picturing how irritated he must be looking right now. Mate, relax. Why are you so stressed? Why am I stressed? Why am I stressed? How about you avoiding me these past few days, wasting my time, forcing me to drive out to the farm, which you know takes forever, and you have the nerve... How was Gran's meringue? He pauses. Delicious. She makes the best ones. She really does. Another short break. Listen, Wilby, can you be serious for a minute? Your time starts now. He sighs. Fine. When are you coming back to Scuttlebutt? Dunno. Okay. When are you free to have a Zoom call to go over a few things? Dunno. His voice grows tighter. Wilby. My cock perks up. Is it wrong that the more I irk Cole, the more turned on I get? Yep, it is. That is very, very wrong. I need help. And look at that, I say. Time's up. That wasn't a minute. Maybe not, but I have to go. I'm meeting a friend. You mean Dunlop? Okay, so Gran told him that too. I don't mind. I have nothing to hide. There's nothing going on with me and Dunlop. He has a husband, and I'm interested in someone I definitely shouldn't be. Correct. Okay, fine. Cole's pissed. I've clearly succeeded at getting to him, but something else is seeping into his tone. Something that sounds a teensy-weensy bit like jealousy. He's married, I say. I know that. And besides, I would never. If I like someone, I don't... I wince, but fuck it. We've already established I've got a few screws loose. I close my eyes and push the next words out before I overthink it too much. Even if I don't like someone that I like that I really shouldn't like, I would never do anything with anyone else. I open my eyes and stare at myself in the mirror in utter disbelief. Who am I right now? Not the king of casual, that's for fucking sure. An uncomfortable silence stretches over the line. Finally, when Cole speaks, his voice comes out softly through the speaker. For the record, I'm the same. I'm a one-person person, even when that person bugs the ever-loving hell out of me. I wonder who he could be referring to. Good to know. In theory. Cole chuckles. Yeah, in theory. I really do need to go. I'm running late. Okay, well, see ya. See ya. Cole doesn't hang up, though, so neither do I. I clear my throat. You're still here. So are you. Hang up first. No, you hang up first. I let out a long breath. This isn't a competition, Langdon. Everything is a competition, Lynn Fox, he says, and then hangs up, leaving me there smiling at myself in the mirror, like an idiot. Sorry I'm late, I say when I arrive at the glitzy bar Dunlop suggested we meet at. No worries, man. It's so great to see you. He gives me his customary bear hug that hasn't changed in all the years I've known him. When we pull apart, I scan the place and I'm glad I wore my good clothes. The dress standards here are way better than the Scuttlebutt Hotel, although I guess that's true of most places. Robbie will meet us in a bit, he says. Figured you might want to have a private chat. You figured right, mate. I also need a stiff drink. Dunlop raises 2 fingers at the bartender, who nods in response, and then he leads me to the cordoned-off VIP section, slipping the bouncer a 50 as we make our way in. "What's been happening?" he asks, as we slide into a corner booth. I fill him in on the usual stuff, work, the kids, even briefly mentioning Cole, although I'm not really sure why. As the drinks arrive, he tells me all about his hubby, Robbie. I haven't met him yet. I wasn't able to make it to their wedding because it was in the middle of mustering season. From what Dunlop's telling me, they had quite a journey to getting together. It sounds like something straight out of a Hollywood rom-com, complete with a scene in the rain, lots of swooning, old-school-style online dating, the works. We're on to our 3rd drink when he asks, "You ready to talk about the thing you flew all the way down here to talk about?" I am. I take a giant swig of scotch, letting it burn down my throat, before I open up to him. I really hate fucking being in this position, but I'm shit out of options. Listen, mate, you know I hate asking for help, but I am right royally fucked. His brow furrows with concern. "You know I'll do anything I can to help you. What's going on?" "It's a long story," I say, then explain the mess Kat has made of managing the farm after Mum's passing. I don't get into how she's currently on a massive bender being pursued around the country by my other sister, because, believe it or not, there are some matters even I like to keep private. I know Dunlop wouldn't judge me, but it doesn't exactly showcase my family in the best light. When I finish explaining the predicament we're in, Dunlop looks like he might need another drink. "Fuck, man. That's a lot. I'm so sorry you're going through that." "Thanks. Tell me about it." "How can I help? Do you need money?" No. Not money. I would never." "I know you wouldn't, but if you need it." He looks me in the eyes. "If it's for your family." If there's one quality I love about Dunlop more than anything else, it's his loyalty to his family. He'd go to the mat for them. Nope, can't do it. I'd have to be staring down the barrel of a gun to ask someone for money. But I was hoping you might know someone who could go through the mountain of paperwork to see if there's some way we might be able to dig ourselves out of this hole. "Of course, that's not a problem at all. I know the best people. How long are you staying on the Gold Coast for?" "As long as it takes, which ideally won't be very long." I scrunch up my face. I'm kind of delaying something important by being here. "Let me see what I can do." He's already whipped out his phone and is furiously tapping out a message. "Thank you so much, Dunlop. I owe you one. You owe me nothing. You'd do the same for me. In a fucking heartbeat." He knocks his glass into mine. In a fucking heartbeat. Robbie arrives, and I can totally see they're a match made for each other. Robbie might be small and give off a twinkish vibe, but it's obvious Dunlop adores him. He's got my old friend wrapped around his little finger, and I couldn't be happier for them both. After a few more rounds, the conversation somehow swings back around to Cole. Okay, I swing it back around to Cole. It's me, my fault entirely. "So here's the thing," I say. "The guy who's potentially stealing my family's fate is the same guy who I'm in like with." "Oh, man," Dunlop says, clearly surprised, while Robbie's eyes light up. Not the reaction I was expecting. "Why do you look so happy?" I ask him. "Because this is just like out of a rom-com," he says, with a big smile on his face. "Enemies to lovers trope." When that's met with a blank stare from both Dunlop and me, he goes on. "You like him, but you have this huge obstacle between you, which makes you unsure about your feelings. Given your family situation and a few of the details Dunn's filled me in on, I'd guess you're struggling with whether you can trust Cole or not. Am I right?" Scarily so. I pull out my phone to order us another round of drinks. Robbie's accuracy is freakishly spot on, and if he keeps going at this rate, I'm going to need more booze. Just trust me when I say I know how this story ends. I look over at Dunlop, who shrugs, looking just as confused as I am. "Oh, do you now?" he asks his husband. Robbie nods excitedly. "I do. This is what's going to happen." He stage whispers to Dunlop, but loud enough that I can hear. "They'll dislike each other for a little while, but it's not really real, because underneath the surface, they have a real attraction, real passion, real connection. And despite all their best efforts to suppress, ignore, or avoid them, those real feelings will keep bubbling to the surface. And look, I don't know anything about Cole, but if Wilby's a friend of yours, I'm guessing he's ultra stubborn and competitive?" Dunlop smirks. "Correct." "Right, okay." Robbie rubs his chin, like he's running something over in his head. His stubborn and competitive streak will probably add a little time to this process. It'd be quicker and easier if he wasn't, but hey, I'm not here to change anyone. No, just freak them the fuck out. Get out of my head, dude. Eventually, one or both of them will come to their senses, and they'll see what everyone around them has been seeing all along. Enlighten me, I say, gratefully accepting the tray of drinks that have arrived at our table. Let me put it this way. We need to be on standby, baby. Why's that? Dunlop asks. Robbie's blue eyes twinkle as he smiles at me. Because there's going to be a wedding. A few hours later, as I'm tucking my drunk ass into bed at my hotel, I chuckle as I think about Robbie's remarks. I know we were just joking around and everything, but something he said did strike a chord. I do want to get married. And while we're at it, I'd like to have kids too. Loving Bridge and Colby as much as I do excites me because I wonder how much more epic it would be with my own brood. I can just imagine 3 or 4 mini Wilbys, or Wilby S's, running around and playing in the backyard, while Cole and I sit and watch them from the back veranda. Whoa, shit. I mean, me and whoever I'm co-parenting with sitting on the veranda. Doesn't have to be Cole. It probably won't be Cole. Don't know why he popped into my head. I must be drunker than I realize. But now that he is in my head, I pick up my phone. Don't worry, I'm not going to make a total fool out of myself. Will be. I'm horny. Just a partial one. Cole. So, what's new? Will be. Don't suppose I could interest you in a round of phone sex? Cole. You think I'm just going to drop everything I'm doing? Grr, who am I kidding? Are you calling me or am I calling you? Attaboy, I say to myself with a chuckle. Will be. I'll call you. But before I do... Truce? Cole. Truce. I may be messed up in the head with this whole Cole situation, and I am, maybe even more than I realize. So getting off with him is exactly the distraction I need. My issues will all be there, waiting for me tomorrow. I pick up the phone and hit the video call button. 21. Cole. The truce is over. Finished. Dead and buried 6 feet under. I look up at the glistening tower that is Australis Property Holdings, a.k.a. Dunlop Palmer's family's property development firm. Since our video call 2 nights ago, Wilby has evaded me better than Colby trying to get out of doing his homework. He misses my calls, answers texts vaguely, usually hours after I've sent them. Well, no more. I booked flights, got medicated, and have flown down to the Gold Coast. It's a shame I'm not here for a holiday. The endless miles of golden beaches I saw as we came in for landing looked very tempting. And everyone knows a picturesque view is just what you need to distract yourself from the imminent fireball of death you're desperately trying not to envision when the plane misses the runway, resulting in a fatal calamity. But this visit has nothing to do with pleasure, and everything to do with throttling Wilby. I mean, business. I approach the sleek marble desk in the lobby. Hi, I say with a friendly smile, sliding my hands over the cool surface. I'm here to see Dunlop Palmer. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist replies, barely glancing up at me. Well, see, here's the thing. He stops typing. You'll need an appointment. Mr. Palmer is a very... Dunlop! I call out, spotting him as he steps out from the elevator. He turns around and I stride over to him, telling myself this was the very reason I spent an inordinate amount of time Googling him and possibly following him on a few of his social channels. A few, not all. That makes it all right and perfectly normal, thank you very much. I'm not some jealous stalking lunatic. Hi, he says, staring at me like he's trying to place me. I reach him and smile. Hi, you don't know me. I'm Carl Langdon, Wilby's... He starts nodding as a look of recognition crosses his face, but it also seems like he's not about to step in and finish that sentence for me, so I have to do it myself. Friend. Uh-huh. An eyebrow arches. And what can I do for you, Carl Langdon, Wilby's friend? He can barely contain the amusement in his voice, which should irritate me, but doesn't. Because if he knows who I am, that means Wilby told him about us. And Dunlop hasn't snapped his fingers to have me dragged away by security, so maybe it wasn't all bad. I'm trying to track him down. He's been a little unreceptive to my calls and emails. I see. Dunlop stalls, glancing around the foyer. I take a moment to size him up. Yes, I know he's married, but, well, Wilby doesn't get exclusive rights on wanting to be better than previous people we've had sex with, or in this case, kissed. I'm allowed to be just as petty and trivial. Dunlop is one of the rare people who, annoyingly, actually looks better in real life than he does with the help of filters and good lighting in his social media posts. His dark hair is slicked back. He's got a perfectly structured olive-tanned face with a manicured beard and brown eyes. And by the way he fills his black power suit out, a bangin' body. He's not here anymore, he says, snapping me back to reality. Not here as in not in the building? Nope. Not here as in not in the city. My shoulders slump. You mean I flew all the way out here only for him to be back in Scuttlebutt? He didn't go back to Scuttlebutt. Dunlop's eyes widen, like he wasn't supposed to let that slip. But now that he has messed up, I plan on using that to my advantage. I take half a step toward him, trying not to feel good about the fact I'm an inch taller than him. It's not a competition, but it is a competition. Where did Wilby go? Can you give me a sec? I nod, slightly confused, as he pulls out his phone and starts tapping away. I'm not being rude, even though it looks like I am, he says without looking up. But Robbie, my husband, will kill me if I make the wrong call here without consulting him. I frown. Wrong call about what? Dunlop lifts his head and grins. On whether or not I should accidentally tell you where Wilby is. Duh. I'm sorry, but why do you have to run this by your husband? His phone dings and he mutters something under his breath that sounds like enemies to lovers, which makes no sense. Airlie Beach, Dunlop announces, looking up. Wilby flew to visit a friend who lives up there, Travis King. He slaps the side of his face. Oops. But you didn't hear that from me, and I'm definitely not meddling. He reads the next part off his phone. And I'm definitely not planting seeds by alerting you to the fact that the noise you're hearing is definitely not wedding bells. What noise? What wedding bells? I take half a step back. I may have limited experience with men, and even more limited experience with Australian men, but are they all like this? I wade back through his long-winded explanation until I arrive at the lone thing he said that's actually useful. Where's Airlie Beach? I ask, pulling my phone out of my pocket. Up north? How far up north? I tap Airlie Beach into Google as Dunlop says, Not that far. I scan the search results, blood draining from my face. Fuck. What's wrong? I show him my screen. It's a 1.5-hour flight. Exactly. You'll be there in no time. I plaster on a smile. Great, thanks for helping. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I gestured toward the front entrance he was heading for before I spotted him. Hey, if you're worried about not being able to get on a flight, I have a private plane I could... No, thank you. Jesus, does everyone fly themselves in this country? That's very kind of you, but I'll be fine to get up there on my own. I start calculating the distance and how long it will take me to drive it. All right then. Well, it was nice to meet you. Dunlop goes to leave, then suddenly turns around. Just in case you don't already know, even though I suspect you do, Wilby's a great guy. I know he can be the most painfulest of painful pains, but stick it out. He's worth it. Yeah? He nods, smiling. Yeah. I take a breath and step closer to him. Very personal question coming up. He smirks. I think I know what you're going to say, but go on. How come you two never became a thing? I nod. He chuckles. We're too similar. Imagine Wilby's energy level, then double it, and you get me. Together we're chaotic. Besides, I was waiting for my American just like Wilby's waiting for his. My neck warms. You really think so? I know so. In all the years we've been friends, I've never seen that pathetic, sappy look on his face. Not ever. He's got real feelings for you. He leans in and presses his pointer finger into my chest. And as his friend, it would be remiss of me not to point out that if you hurt him, I know people who can end you. And then he shuffles his shoulders and smiles. Are we clear? Yeah, I say slowly. We're clear. Petrified, but clear. Good. Now get your ass up to Airlie Beach. and find your man. Call. How's the Gold Coast? I'm surprised when I see 3 bouncy dots appear on my screen. Looks like I might be getting a timely response for once. Wilby. Oh my God. Beautiful. Amazing. The beaches here are superb. Even better than Sydney. Winky face emoji. Wilby. Want to hear a story about the last time I went to the beach? Wilby. Spoiler number 1. It involves a cranky New Yorker and a novel way of adding some more froth to the ocean. Wilby. Spoiler number 2. It does not contain the word sprog. This cranky New Yorker chuckles to himself. Wilby thinks he's being so clever. He has no idea I know where he is. And he sure as hell doesn't know I've just touched down in Airlie Beach. But fine, I'll play along. Call. Up for some fun? Wilby. Always. Excited face emoji. Call. I have a surprise for you. Wilby. What is it? Call. I flew down to the Gold Coast. Call. I'm in my hotel room. Call. Lying on my bed. Call. Naked. Call. Touching my hole. Call. But it's not giving me what I want. Call. Which, in case you haven't figured out by now, is your big, juicy cock sliding in and out of me. There. I leave it at that. Not a bad effort for my first time dirty texting. Wilby should be nice and hard by now. The bouncy dots appear, then disappear a few times. Yep, he's having trouble thinking. I smile. Perfect. But then... Wilby. Pick? Fuck. That ain't happening. That can't happen. I'm not in my hotel room. I'm fully clothed and making my way through baggage claim. Call. You go first. I wince. Shit. That's not really a solution, more of a stopgap measure. But maybe he's out in public too, so he can't send me one either. I make it through the airport and order myself a car, when another text comes through. A close-up shot of my favorite cock in the world. It's a great pic, too. Right angle, lighting, everything. Call. Where are you? Wilby. At the pub, with a mate. On the Gold Coast. I shake my head. Gotta give him points for keeping up the ruse. Wilby. Snuck away to the toilet. Wilby. I was hard just thinking about you and what you're doing, and was able to take the shot quickly. Wilby. Good thing, too. The guy who came in as I was leaving started dropping a massive stink bomb. Ugh, gross, I mutter to myself. Wilby. Now it's your turn. Pick, please. And I'm back here again. Call. What pub are you at? I can get dressed and we could meet up. I'm kinda hungry. I stare at my phone, hoping my second deflection tactic works better than my first. My car pulls up, so I drop my luggage into the trunk and get in. I don't hear from Wilby until my phone buzzes as we're pulling up at the hotel I hastily booked. I grab my bags, thank the driver, and check my phone. Wilby. It's called Magnums, which should be easy for you to remember since it's what my cock will be wrapped in when I fuck you. I step into the foyer of the hotel because I'm melting in the tropical heat. Not even the air-conditioned air does much to cool me down. I'm hot all over, realizing I am in way over my head. How do I get out of this one? Wilby. What hotel are you staying at? Wilby. I can come over. Feed you. And then we can order food later. Laughing emoji. Crap. 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 This is going from bad to worse. I paw at my chest, my mouth going dry. And then I get another text from Wilby. And things go from worse to fucking disastrous. 22. Wilby. Mate, I've never seen this side of you before. Travis chuckles, slapping me on the back before taking another sip of his beer. Finally, after all these years, some of my bad influence is rubbing off on you. No one messes with Wilby Linfox, I tell my friend, keeping a close eye on my phone. I've left it facing screen up by the tall table we're perched at out on the back patio of Magnums, one of the best pubs in Airlie Beach. Although after that last text I sent Cole, I don't expect him to be replying anytime soon. What I would give to see his face as he reads it. Cole is many things, but a dirty texter he is not. Heck, it's hard enough getting him to let loose and make some noise while I get him off. And now, all of a sudden, he's sending me explicit texts about rubbing his hole? Please. I knew something was fishy, so on a hunch I texted Dunlop, who folded faster than Superman on laundry day. Cheeky New York fucker thinks he can outplay me? I don't think so. I take another swig of my beer. It's icy cold and refreshing, which is a good thing. Heat I can handle, as long as it's dry. This tropical muggy bullshit is fucked. I'm sweating like two rats fucking in a wool sock. It's gross. I use the condensation from my beer glass to wipe the sweat beading along my forehead. How do you survive up here? Trav smiles. Mate, this is fucking paradise. After everything I've been through, especially these past 12 months, trust me, you'll never hear me complaining about anything as inconsequential as weather again. If you don't follow kitesurfing and don't know who Travis is, you've probably heard of him and his brothers, Terry and Troy, from their hit reality TV show, Kings of Airlie. They're basically the Kardashians of kitesurfing. You've got Travis's sex tape that got leaked, a middle brother with a huge chip on his shoulder who often gets photographed getting into fights by the paparazzi, and a family so dysfunctional it makes the Kardashian-Jenner clan look like the freaking Brady Bunch. And how's Luca? I ask. Travis breaks out into a massive smile, answering my question without having to say anything. I'm the luckiest prick in the world. We went through hell. He grimaces. I'm surprised he's put up with me. I have enough fucking baggage to fill an airport, but I guess that's love. You stick it out through the tough times because when you find your person, you just know. He says that last part nonchalantly, as if he's simply stating a fact like the sky is blue, or Aussie words are better than American words, but it hits me deep. I drop my gaze to my phone. Still no response from Cole. Okay, now I'm starting to feel shitty about the last text I sent, telling him that I'm actually in Airlie and that I assume he's landed by now too. It wasn't my intention to be mean, and it was only after I sent the message that it dawned on me that for Cole to be here he must have taken a flight, and I know how he feels about that. Will you excuse me for a sec? I ask. Sure, mate. I pluck my phone from the table, hold my breath as I make my way through the disgusting smoker's lounge and find a quiet spot between the men's toilets and the pokies' gaming room. Cole picks up on the first ring. Asshole. Actually, I believe it's pronounced arse-hole. You need to emphasize the R more. Not taking pronunciation lessons from someone who lives in a country where every second word is abbreviated. What can I say? Shorter is better, I say with a laugh. He's quiet, and I wonder if he's pissed or trying to suppress a smile. I hope it's the latter. How'd you know I was here? I figured something was up when you started texting me about rubbing your hole. Two young surfer dudes walk past me. One of them smiles and makes a hang 10 gesture. I chuckle. What's so funny? Cole asks. Some guy heard me say that. He approved. Aren't you even mildly embarrassed? Haven't we spoken about you asking me questions you already know the answer to? You know I couldn't give a shit. I'll never see that dude again in my life. Cole breathes audibly. We're digressing. We are, but I'm having fun. Are you? Really? I think about it. Maybe it's because I've spent the afternoon with Travis, talking about the situation I'm in while downing 6 pints of beer. Maybe it's hearing about all the trials and tribulations he and his family have been through and survived. Maybe it's the flippant way he said, when you find your person, you just know. Whatever the fuck it is, standing against a wall with the faint waft of men's urinals in the air, sweat pouring out of me like a motherfucker, it hits me. I know. I'm falling in love with You there, Wilby? Yeah. I'm here. My brain feels like it's being jackhammered, my thoughts splintering into a million different directions. I lean deeper against the wall and drag a hand through my hair. I need to see you, Cole. Can I see you? Please? Half an hour later, I'm standing at the door to Cole's hotel room, sweaty, nervous, confused, sweaty, horny, a little tipsy, and sweaty. Have I mentioned that already? I may also be talking to myself, rambling more like it. as I pace back and forth, working up the courage to knock on his door and... Say what, exactly? Do what, exactly? Yeah, I haven't got a clue about what comes next, and it fucking terrifies me. I want to tell him what's bubbling inside me, that he's stirring up all sorts of emotions I'm not used to. Some of them are nice, like when I think about how much fun we have when we're together, how I love being around him, how special things are between us, and that I think he feels it too, even if he tries to make it seem like he doesn't. But some of the feelings aren't as pleasant. They're downright scary. I'm still hurt about the reason he came to Scuttlebutt. Yes, I realize he's just doing his job, but that's the thing. For him, it might be work, but for me, it's my life. Once he finishes what he came to do, he'll jet off back to the States and leave. Leave me. With nothing. Maybe a temporary roof over my head if I'm lucky, and a broken heart that will be near impossible to fix. I feel compelled to hate him. But I can't. Not really. I'm not getting any pleasure from avoiding him and making his life harder. He's had to catch multiple flights because of me, and that makes me feel like the biggest douchebag in the world. I didn't think I'd be away this long, and I for sure didn't think he'd follow me around Australia on some silly wild goose chase. But of course he did. I finally met my match. He's just as competitive, just as stubborn, just as determined as I am. Although I'll reserve final judgment until he passes one vitally important test: monthly karaoke. I still intend to fight for my family and for my farm with everything I have in me, but I don't know if I have it in me to fight him. I've caught feelings, and I will be the biggest flirt in the world, Lynn Fox. I don't do feelings. I don't miss people who aren't my friends the way I miss him. Because I have been missing him heaps this entire trip. Thinking about him all the time. Thinking to myself what I'd say to him if he was here with me, doing random things like catching an Uber or grabbing a late dinner back at the hotel. Wishing he was here with me. Because if he were, whatever dull little thing I was doing would be better just because he was around. Now that's some fucked up crazy shit, isn't it? What's some fucked up crazy shit? The door to Cole's room is open, and he's leaning against the frame, his eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and mild amusement. Yes, being tipsy invokes my eye-reading skills, thank you very much. If you'd like to form an orderly queue, I'll try to get to as many people as I can. I move towards him. How much of that did you overhear? Enough. The corners of his mouth lift. Come in, you tipsy thing. I amble into his room, freezing in place when two arms wrap around my waist from behind. Cole presses his cheek against my upper back and gently strokes my stomach. I should be so mad at you, he whispers into my shoulder. I swallow. I agree. You should be. So why am I not? I mean, part of me is, but I'm not all-out furious. Probably because you're not a true New Yorker. Growing up in LA must have given you a mellow streak. He laughs, and I feel it vibrate through my body, all the way down to my toes. Maybe, but I think it's got something to do with you. Who? Me? I say innocently, spinning around so we're standing face to face. And fuck me. His eyes. Whenever I see them this close, they take my breath away. Even in the bright fluorescent light of the hotel room, they're like these two beautiful anchors. They weigh me down, but in a good way, a safe way. And yeah, okay, poeticism isn't my thing at the best of times, much less when I'm a little drunk, but it sounds good in my head. He traces a finger along my jawline before meeting my gaze. What are you doing to me? His breath fans over my face. You throw me off balance, and then just as I get myself steady, you do something and I'm discombobulated all over again. Discombobulated? Word of the day. He grins. I've got an ab. I see. He strokes down my neck, his fingers slipping under my collar. I don't know what it is about you that makes you so damn lovable. He huffs out a laugh. Lovable, killable, different sides of the same coin. He glides his fingers further down until they reach the top button of my shirt. Dunlop ratted me out. Dunlop ratted us both out, it would appear. A look of guilt flashes across his face. Hope I haven't messed things up with you guys. Nah, I think they're enjoying this. He and Robbie are under the impression they're playing matchmaker here. Is that so? I nod. Apparently, it's clear to everyone who meets you that you have this massive thing for me. His hand flies down my body, and he gives my bulge a firm squeeze. I believe you have a massive thing for me. It's fucking ginormous, mate. So big you can suck it yourself. That's right. Show me. I swallow. Excuse me? He smirks, getting in nice and close. You heard me. I want to see you suck your dick. Why? Why did you want me to make noise the last time we had sex? Because I think I'm falling in love with you. Do I tell him that? Would it freak him out? Would it kill the vibe we've got going? Does he feel the same way? Is he just horny, or is he testing me? Does he want to see if I can actually do it, or if it's all just me running my mouth? What does he actually want from me, and why the fuck is this all so complicated? I heave out a breath. I'm probably reading way too much into this. Dude just wants to see me suck my own dick. Simple as that. Fine. I start unbuttoning my shirt as I head for the bed. I take off all my clothes and stand there in front of him, naked, and thwack my hard cock into my open palm. I don't know how sexy this is going to be. I'll be the judge of that. I climb onto the bed, lie on my back, then throw my feet over my head, and voila, the tip of my cock is dangling right above my mouth. I turn to my left. Cole's there, mouth agape. Keep going, he whispers hoarsely, which makes me realize this is turning him on, which turns me on. Despite my incessant boasting, I've only ever done this a handful of times. It's something that looks way better in porn than in real life because it's a visual thing above anything else. But if Cole wants a private porno, then that's what I'll deliver. I crane my neck, stick out my tongue, and lick the crown of my dick. Hard. The word practically dribbles out of his mouth. I continue, taking more of my cock into my mouth, licking up and down the shaft. My eyes flick over to Cole. He looks in awe, like he's at an all-you-can-eat buffet, and I'm the fucking buffet. I dial up the moaning, the tongue-lapping, even play with my balls a little. It's kind of stupid, but Cole's digging it, and that's all that matters. I push my dick to the side and ask, "Want to see me come?" His eyes light up. Fuck yeah. I smirk. If you were obsessed with me before, what are you going to be like now? He chuckles. Less talking, more self-sucking. Yes, sir. I get back to it, and when I get close, I make a show of pulling my cock out and jerking off into my open mouth. My warm, gluggy cum fills my throat, and I swallow it down in one big gulp. That was the hardest thing I've ever seen. I smack my lips. Don't be jealous. He laughs. I kind of am. I don't have the flexibility to be able to do that. Our eyes meet. I lift a brow. And your dick is way bigger. He concedes. I kick my legs back over so I'm lying flat on the bed. I'm smiling. So is he. Do you want anything? He asks. Some water, maybe? Water? No. But I have worked up a bit of an appetite. So have I. How? I ask. You did nothing. I watched. That's plenty. Now, don't tease me, and let's order room service. 23. Cole. We ordered room service. We ate. One of us was still hungry. We ordered room service again. I showered. Wilby joined me. He fucked me, in the shower, over the basin, on the bed, pressed against the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking Airlie Beach. I tried showering again. He joined me, and we, gasp, actually washed each other's bodies. We put on white, fluffy robes that don't fit us at all. Wilby tried to squish his size 11 foot into a white hotel slipper. Could only get half in. He joked it reminded him of the first time we had sex. I slapped him. Polly would have been proud. which led to more sex. His entire cock fit into my ass. I made a point of stopping to mention that. Wilby grabbed his phone and we took some dirty pics. We came again. I got hungry again. We ordered room service again. We're now lying on the bed, in bathrobes that only cover our backs, chests, legs, dicks splayed out. Wilby's got a slipper on his left foot dangling off his toes. I'm finally full. We're both finally spent. I cannot come any more, even if I wanted to. And as I steal a glimpse at Wilby as he flicks through the channel trying to find something to watch, I think I'm in real trouble here with this guy. The muscle in his jaw ticks. Beautiful people have a hidden talent most people don't know about. He stops channel surfing and turns to me with a grin. We can sense when someone's looking at us. I lift my chin. Yeah, I know. He bursts out into a laugh. Well played. I look at him, watching as his laugh leaves his face. It's something that happens slowly, and I suddenly realize why. It's because Wilby's natural expression is basically set on get-ready-to-laugh mode. His eyes are mischievous, his lips are quick to stretch, and he's just naturally programmed to be happy, to want to be happy. "What are you thinking?" he asks. "Please don't tell me you're hungry again." I smile, shaking my head. "No, I'm all good on that front. And the other front," I add before he can. He threads his fingers through mine. "Since we're filled up and fucked out, I suppose there's nothing left for us to do but talk." I suppose you're right. Think we've put it off for as long as we can. He throws the remote control onto the bed. "I'll go first. I owe you an apology. Well, probably several apologies, so I might just bundle them all into one big one. Fair enough. I'm sorry for reacting so heatedly when you came to the house. You were just doing your job and I flew off the handle because..." He drops his head. "Because you're stressed and worried and want to protect your family and everything that you and they have. It's okay, Wilby, I get it." He nods but doesn't look at me. His chest is rising and falling with every breath he's taking. I really do feel badly for him. It's a lot to deal with, I get it. I've experienced many farmers lose their shit in many different ways, comparatively. Wilby's reaction was on the less extreme side. He was justifiably upset without taking it out on me in an unreasonable way. He could have forced me into a light plane, but he didn't. Instead, he chose the option he knew I needed, even if it meant taking 6 hours out of his day. After a while, he says, "And I'm sorry for leaving Scuttlebutt and trying to delay you this past week. I'm sure that's made your job harder." "It has. I wish you would have talked to me, told me what you were doing. I know, I should have." He finally lifts his head, meeting my gaze. "And I'm sorry for not giving you a proper chance to explain things. That was immature of me." I'm a little taken aback by his self-awareness, but maybe I shouldn't be. Wilby is a what you see is what you get person, but there's more to him than just the surface-level stuff. I gathered that the first night we met. There are sides to Wilby that he magnifies, putting on a show for the world. I don't think it's because he's trying to hide who he is. I think he might be trying to protect who he is, only letting very, very few people get close enough to glimpse the real him. I tighten my fingers around his. "Thank you for apologizing. For everything. It takes a lot to own up to your shit. I acknowledge that, and I appreciate it. Is now a good time for me to explain that I'm not the bad guy you think I am?" "Well, I can see your cock, and I think you have some of your cum drying on my calf, so yeah, now's the perfect time." I smile. "You're so ridiculable." Wilby frowns. "I'm what now?" "I couldn't decide between ridiculous and lovable." "I'll take lovable, thanks." The tender smile he's aiming my way sends me hurtling into troubled territory at breakneck speed. Focus, call, focus. Yes, both our cocks are out. Wilby has my release drying on his leg, and there are still some fries left on the plate resting on the bedside table. But now is the time to get serious and talk about work. Right. Okay. I prop myself higher against the headboard and try to close my robe. But even at maximum stretch, it leaves a gap so my cock is still visible. I stopped trying to adjust it and clasped my hands together. So, let me run a few things by you to make sure I've caught up and am on the same page. Because, believe me, I've had to put in some serious thinking power to get my head around the colossal mess Wilby and his family are in. Sure, fire away. Let's start with the confusion about the name. I spoke with Polly, who filled me in on the whole Grayson-Lynn Fox situation, but I still have some loose ends I'd like to tie up. So, your mom changed her name to Lynn Fox after she married, and that's why you and your sisters are all Lynn Foxes. Correct. Okay. And then, from what I gathered, going through the long paperwork trail, your grandfather, Polly's husband, placed the property in a trust using the Grayson name. Also correct. Why did he do that? Wilby lets out a sigh. As is always the case, it's a long, complicated, and fucked up story. But, from what I can gather, Grandpa didn't like Mum's husband, so if things didn't work out between them, he didn't want him having a legal claim to anything. Okay, that clears that up. Side note, how come your mom didn't change her name back to Grayson after the divorce? Not sure. It's all a bit of a mystery and not something Gran likes to talk about, so I've never raised it with her. Mum and Grandpa were on the outs for a long time. I'm talking years, so when she had more kids, I assume she wanted us all to have the same last name. And possibly spite her father. I'm just guessing here, I don't really know. Families, I say, shaking my head. Tell me about it. Speaking of families, why have things fallen to you to handle this? Why aren't your sisters more involved? They have been. Kat's meant to have been looking after things. Clearly, she hasn't. Em then stepped in when we first cottoned on to something not being right, but her brain is wired for engines, not dealing with the complexities of agricultural finance, so she handed the reins to me. I've only just finally managed to make sense of everything, in time to realize how ginormously fucked we are. He looks at me and smiles sadly. Are we on the same page yet? His voice is small, so un-Wilby-like. We are. Now, let me clarify something for you about where I come into all of this, since I believe we need to clear this part up. We do. The company I work for was founded by a collective of farmers in the Midwest nearly a century ago. They banded together to form a network to essentially support each other financially when times got tough. Okay. Today, the company is the largest ethical agricultural financial service provider in the world. In English, please? I smile. Agricultural finance is a bit more complicated than, say, a person getting a mortgage on their house. Tell me about it. There are all sorts of structures in place, different types of lending instruments, property classes, leasing agreements. It can get messy. As I'm realizing. I'll be honest with you, your family situation is the most complicated and messy one I've encountered. I know. He winces and drops his head, the muscle in his jaw coming to life. Katrina mismanaged things after Mum died, didn't she? I inhale sharply. I don't want this to devolve into a family blame game. It's not really helpful, and it won't move us forward. Let's not focus on how we got here, but on what the next steps are, okay? He flicks his gaze up, his teeth biting into his bottom lip. Okay. I'm trying to keep this professional, but my heart is breaking for the guy. Dealing with everything he's got on his plate is hard enough as it is, but having to contend with the fact that his sister may have played a major role in it, well, that just takes it to a whole other level. He's not the one who did anything wrong, yet he's been left to clean up the mess. Do you mind if I hold your hand? I ask. Not at all. A bashful grin. You really are obsessed with me, aren't you? He's got no fucking idea. Just shut up and give me your hand. I'm trying to create a nice moment here. His grin grows into a smile, and he slides his hand into mine. I continue. There's a meeting scheduled with your main financial lender, you or a representative from your family, and my company, represented by me, to discuss how we progress from here. There are several options. He nods. That's kind of why I left Scuttlebutt. I've been on a reconnaissance mission and have come up with a few additional options. That's great. I'd love to hear them. Maybe sometime when we have clothes on? Sure. He meets my eyes, his smile leaving him. Tell me honestly, please. Are we going to lose everything? I let out a sigh. Honestly? He nods. I don't see any way of avoiding losing the farm. Unless you've found a way to pay off a significant proportion of the debt, there's no sustainable way to hold on to it. He pulls his hand out of mine and drags it through his hair. Fuck. But because that one property somehow has over 17 ownership titles on it, a combination of trusts I assume your grandfather set up, as well as several titles in your and your sister's names, which is something I've never seen before. I think there's an opportunity there. To subdivide? That's right. How did you know? When I visited Dunlop, it wasn't to beg for money. I asked him to put some brilliant property minds to work and look over things. Subdivision is usually something that happens in cities, but like you said, with all the fucking titles the farm has, it could be done here. I agree. Saving the house, possibly all the houses on the land, including yours, your sister's, and Polly's, is possible. The most important takeaway in that scenario is that you'll have roofs over your heads. He shakes his head. That's not the most important thing. What is, then? He looks at me and says, that we'll all be together. My family will stay intact. I can lose things, but I can't lose them. His eyes are shining. He's on the verge of tears. I blink and realize something. So am I. I swallow around the lump in my throat. You really love them, don't you? The most important thing in the world is family. It's not the first time I've heard him say that, but it never fails to affect me. Doesn't matter if we're full blood or not, nothing comes between us. I'd do anything for them. I know you would, Wilby. You're a great guy. Yeah, I am. I smile and elbow him gently in the side. He elbows me back just as softly. He blows out a deep breath. When's the meeting? Next week, in Sydney. Why? Another deep breath. Gus will be in Sydney then. It takes me a moment to place who Gus is. The guy who might be your father. Yeah. We spoke a few days ago. He and his partner Tate are flying down to Australia. They have something they want to talk to me about. Any idea what that might be? Something to do with my paternity, I guess. I could have my world blown up yet again. I link my fingers more firmly with his. I'm sorry you're going through so much all at once. Thank you. Our eyes meet. Can we make a truce and stick to it this time, please? I would love that. I'm here for you, Wilby. And I'm here for you, too. He smiles, brushing his fingers against mine. What? Say it. You scare me when you think before you speak. He chuckles. Talking about my sister and my mum before made me think of yours. Have you scattered her ashes yet? No. I haven't found the right time. He says for the millionth time in the past 19 years. Hey, don't beat yourself up about it. Letting go is hard. You seem to be doing pretty well about your mom. Seem being the key word. I've got Bridge and Colby to think about. I have to be strong for them. Put them aside for a minute. How are you really feeling? He thinks about it. Mainly just sad. I miss her so fucking much. She was super close to all three of us, and she was my idol. Maybe because I'm the youngest, I don't know. I just think she was so rad. You think I'm fearless, you should have seen her. She was a fighter. She lived life on her terms, and she didn't give a flying fuck what anyone thought. She sounds amazing. She was so amazing. He slides down the bed and props himself on his elbow. Can I tell you something? I slide down too, so that our faces are at the same level. Sure. I respect you for not scattering your mum's ashes. I don't think it's a bad thing the way maybe you do. Oh, okay. Thank you. He forces a small smile. What I mean is, I sometimes feel guilty that I'm not thinking about Mum as often as I should be. I'm so busy with work, the kids, the farm, that even though she's only been gone for a year and a half, I feel like I'm already losing her. You holding on to your mum shows me that it's possible, that no matter how much time passes, she's still with you, on your mind, in your heart. And look, maybe you're right, and it's not the healthiest thing, He rolls his eyes as he says that. But who fucking cares? When I die, I don't want people to forget about me. Sure, I want them to continue living their lives, but I want them to think of me from time to time. Does that make me a selfish prick? No. You eating the last slice of pizza earlier makes you a selfish prick, but not this. He smiles. It was my third slice. You'd eaten the rest of it. I thought you'd be full. Wilby. I play with a lock of his hair. I never get full. If you want to be with me, you're going to have to accept that. He blinks, tilts his head. What? What did you just say? I have a big appetite. I'm not the best at sharing food, so I'm saying that if you want to live in a world where you get to be with me and not have the threat of me murdering you in your sleep because you ate the last of... Holy fuck. I scramble to sit up. What did I just say? He sits up next to me, and I turn to him in slow motion, my eyes wide with terror. Fuck. He places his hand on my shoulder. It's okay, mate. Personally, I would have preferred to see you get down on bended knee and ask me to be your boyfriend in a more traditional way. Wait, actually, another scenario has popped into my head now that I'm picturing you on your knees in front of me. But look, neither of those things happened. Instead, you just casually inserted it into the convo, and I'm cool with that. Cool with what? My already scrambled mind is even more scrambled after what Wilby just said. He barks out a laugh. Are you asking me to be your boyfriend? I nod. No. Wilby's laugh intensifies. You realize you just said no, but your head did this? He bobs his head exaggeratedly. Shit. Did I? You did. I need a minute. I launch myself off the bed, race to the window, and press my forehead against the cool surface. I honestly hadn't meant to ask Wilby to date me, but also I did say that without thinking, so maybe my subconscious knows something I don't. Do I want to be with him? I absolutely fucking do. If we didn't have about 10,000 miles between our zip codes, that's a ginormous 10,000-mile problem. He pads up behind me, sliding his hands delicately around my waist. It's okay if you take it back. I was half teasing you anyway. Wilby is many things, but a liar isn't one of them, and I can hear he doesn't mean that last part. He wasn't half teasing me. He wants to be with me, and I want to be with him. So, what do? Ignore reality and follow my heart? That doesn't sound like me, but maybe there are moments in your life where you should do the thing you normally wouldn't do, and maybe this is one of them. I look up and see his reflection faintly in the window. What do you want? He frowns. Want? Yeah, from a relationship. I keep my eyes on him in the reflection. His breath skates along the back of my neck as he mulls it over. I'm a simple person. He wraps his finger tighter around my middle. I just want someone who tolerates me, someone who would be happy living in scuttlebutt, and someone who will, let me stick it in every once in a while. He finds my eyes in the window, and I smile. Fuck. That sounds perfect. 24. Wilby. More apple pie, my love? Gran asks me with a grin in her eye as she slides Cole a fresh slice, his third. Not that I'm counting or anything, and I don't miss how Gran's question was aimed at me and not him. I guess after 2 days of him being here, she's learnt it's easier to assume he'll always want more food than to keep asking him. Something about that makes my heart happy. Thanks, Polly, he says, glancing up briefly to smile at her, before burying his head back in the mountain of paperwork that's overtaken the dining room table. I'm good, thanks, Gran. She smiles and winks at me, and as Cole mutters some numbers to himself, a pencil hanging out the corner of his mouth as he bangs on the old-school calculator Colby insisted he borrow from him over breakfast this morning, I lean back in my chair and just enjoy this moment. Gran baking in the kitchen, the kids in school, and Emma's back. She finally got Katrina checked into a 90-day rehab clinic, which is great news. We're all hoping that it works for her this time. It's been interesting watching Emma interact with Cole. The thing about her is that she can be very intimidating. Short and heavy-set, with a buzz cut and a resting bitch face. The overprotective sister vibes emanate off her like heat off a bitumen road in the middle of summer. So when she glares at people the way she's been sizing Cole up these past few days, most of them back away in fear. Not him, though. I briefed him on what to expect, and I've got to say, he's handling her like a pro. My eyes land on him, chewing the life out of the end of his pencil, working together with me on a way that we can at least keep our family home. I feel bad about being a shit and making things hard for him. If I'd heard him out and given him a chance, I'd have seen firsthand he really is sincere about finding a solution that works for everyone. Still, he mustn't be too mad about it, because when we got back to Scuttlebutt and I suggested he stay at our place rather than in town, he agreed without so much as a word of protest. Not to mention the whole accidentally asking but not asking me to be his boyfriend thing. I haven't grilled him about it. It's one of those things that slipped out of his mouth, and as someone with a long history of saying things I shouldn't, I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. Maybe it was a Freudian slip. Maybe he means it, maybe he doesn't, who knows. I did fuck him senseless for several hours afterwards because I'm not above using sexual release as a coping method to fight against the very real feelings I'm developing for him. I know what answer I'd have given him if he was asking for real. That's a no-brainer. But I also need to keep some perspective here. The very real feelings I'm developing for him won't go anywhere because they can't. We have no future. I keep repeating that, hoping it breaks through into my thick skull. My life is here, and Cole's is 15,000 kilometers away in one of the busiest, most glamorous cities in the world. The most exciting thing to happen around here is monthly karaoke, or Mrs. Mangles switching things up and adding more pepper to her meat pies. And that doesn't even take place here, but a 3-hour drive away. Out here, it's just us. Who in their right mind, who wasn't born into it, would choose this kind of life for themselves? No one, Dumbo. Not Simon, not Cole. No one would ever want to spend their lives out here with you. You got it? Good. Now get back to staring at him like a lovesick teenager. You know, beautiful people have this secret hidden talent very few people know about. Cole looks up from the calculator, his eyes gleaming. We can sense when someone's looking at us. I'm well aware, Gran says before I can reply, plonking a fresh pitcher of iced tea on the table. She's grinning. It's both a blessing and a curse. The three of us laugh, and some of the pressure in my chest eases a little. All right, I'm done for the day. She hangs her tea towel on the oven handle. There's another jug of iced tea in the fridge, along with a casserole for dinner. I've also marinated a few backup steaks, should someone still be hungry afterwards. Give us a ring if you need anything. Thanks, Gran. You're the best. I second that, Cole supplies. And not just because you make me extra food, although I do very much appreciate it. Gran beams. It's my pleasure. We walk with her to the front door, and she looks between us, smiling a little more than usual, like she has been all morning. Actually, like she has been since we pulled up 2 days ago. Not exactly discreet. I only hope Cole hasn't picked up on it. I'll leave you boys to it. If her tone wasn't suggestive enough, the little wink she throws my way spells it out completely. Gran, we're working. Sure. Just remember to lock your bedroom door should your work take you there. I'm blushing. I'm 25 years old and actually blushing. Meanwhile, Cole is cackling beside me. Finding this funny, are you? You have no idea. Thanks for everything, Polly. He gives her a peck on the cheek and whispers into her ear. I'll keep him out of trouble. You won't, she whips back, but have fun trying. I start laughing, even though I should be mad they're already teaming up against me. But nope, that damn swoopy feeling is doing all sorts of things to my insides. She really likes you, I say once we're back at the table. I know. Cole brings his chair in and flashes me a dazzling smile. Everyone around here does. I listened to Bridge read out her assignment last night after dinner. Colby's killing it in math. I think even Emma is warming to me. When she death-stared me over breakfast this morning, it was less than yesterday. I classify that as progress. I laugh. You're really something else, Cole Langdon. I'd say we're two of a kind. His eyes meet mine, and my breath quivers out of me. How does he do that? The guy is literally taking my breath away. I thought that sappy shit only existed in romance novels. But nope, it seems this cranky New Yorker is my romance novel come to life. Now, let's go over these figures one more time. I groan. Do we have to? We do. He leans over the table, twirling the pencil between his fingers. And once we do, I believe we have some extra work to do in your bedroom. Now that's one way to motivate me. All right. I rub my hands together excitedly. Let's revise these fucking figures. Oh my god, how much sex are you having? Fitz asked, coming in nice and close, his eyes scanning my face like I'm a science experiment. Get away from me. I push him away and go over to make myself another cuppa. Getting called into work isn't ideal, but Muir's down with a gastro bug, putting Linus in a serious bind. Coles said he has things under control at home, and Emma's pulled apart our 60-million-year-old tractor and is fixing it, and she's assured me she's got her murderous impulses under control, which essentially guarantees Cole's safety for the next 12 hours, so I've flown in for the morning to lend the guys a hand at the clinic. I scowl at Fitz. How do you know I'm having sex? Your face. My jaw drops, not because of the answer, but because of the person supplying it. I spin away from Fitz. Ride? If I knew your middle name, I'd be adding it here. Bassingthwaite. Did you just first sass me? I think he did, Fitz says in awe. Mate! I crush Ride in an almighty bear hug. Welcome to the family. Thanks, he wheezes, a little shell-shocked at my over-the-top reaction. Also, I may be squeezing him a tad too hard. But I make no apologies. This is a big deal. After months and months of being reserved and holding back, a little bit of the real Ride has finally broken through. I love seeing people be true to who they are. An image of Cole screaming at the top of his lungs as I made him come yesterday flickers in my thoughts. Good thing the kids were at school and Em was under a tractor. Get back to what we were talking about, Fitz says, jabbing me in the gut. What? How to live a happy life with a pin dick? Sorry, mate, don't think there's a cure. You're stuck with it. Ride laughs, while Fitz rolls his eyes. As much as I'd love to stay and hear the end of this, I've got back-to-back appointments all morning, Ride says, making his way to the hallway with an added spring in his step. When he's almost out of the room, he swings around, a cocky grin playing on his lips. Oh, and will be? Yeah, mate. Since we're family now and everything, I have something to tell you. I've seen your dick, and mine is bigger. My jaw falls open. But I'm not pissed like I normally would be, because, you see, there's one thing about Wilby Linfox that Ride is yet to learn, and that is that I never lose. Even with my back against the wall, I will always find a way out. I hook my thumbs into my belt buckle. That's so. Yeah, I saw it last month. We all saw it, Fitz says with a laugh. Hard not to when you parade around here naked with that custard launcher of yours swinging about all over the place. I'm not ashamed of anything. The human body is a wonderful and natural thing. I lift my head defiantly. But back to Ride and his claims of a bigger-than-mine cock. I'd like to explore how we all feel about this. Let's start with... I tap my chin. Linus? What are you talking about? Linus isn't... Ride starts, then squeezes his eyes shut, colour rising on his cheeks. He's standing right behind me, isn't he? I bellow out a laugh. He sure fucking is. Ride ducks his head and races out of the room, faster than Cole gobbled up the extra steak Scran had made for him after eating his dinner last night. Linus looks at Fitz and me. Do I even want to know? You don't, Fitz says, especially when this one over here is deflecting from talking about his sex life. Linus starts making himself a cup of tea, but then stops. That doesn't sound right. Exactly. Fitz steps in closer to me, which makes me think our boy here isn't just having sex. It's deeper than that. Really? Linus pins me with a questioning look. Is Fitz right? Are you in love with Cole? I push away from the counter to create some space between me and the guys. Maybe. All I know is that I feel really fucking good whenever I'm with him, and that I really don't want him to go back to the States. Because you love him, Fitz suggests, not relenting, but at least lessening his inquisitional tone by a few notches. My shoulders sag. These guys are my safe space, and I just don't have it in me to deny the truth anymore. Yes, because I love him. Linus takes a sip of tea. What are you going to do? I shrug. What can I do? We head off to Sydney tomorrow for a meeting down there. He said he'll come back here for a few days so we can hang out, and then he'll go back home and I'll never see him again? Feel this way about anyone again? Get over him? All of the above? Take your pick in the world's shittiest multiple-choice questionnaire. Silence fills the room. Wait, Fitz says. You said your meeting in Sydney was next week. It is. So why are you going down tomorrow? Because Cole hates flying, and since I feel like such an ass for making him take 3 unnecessary domestic flights while he chased me around the country, I suggested we drive instead. But I can't say that to the guys, so I tell them the other reason for our multi-day road trip and hope it distracts them enough not to ask any follow-up questions. There's an author he loves doing a book signing in Brizzy. Thought we'd make a road trip out of it. Fitz and Linus exchange a look, but neither one says anything. The thing about life is, Linus says, eventually breaking the silence, is that you can go along with things, which is fine and well when things are going the way you want them to. But if things are coming at you that you don't like or don't want, you have the option of doing something about it. Your point? My point is quite simple. If you love Cole and you want to be with him, find a way to make it happen. Linus's words stay with me all day, through the endless appointments I take. They're with me on the flight back home, with the sun sitting on the horizon, casting a magical burnt orange glow across the dry land. They're still rattling around in my head all through dinner, with the kids talking about school and Emma glaring and occasionally grunting, which is progress, she's making sounds now, at Cole across the table. By the time I escort him to his room, because yes, Colby is still sneaking in during the night to sleep with me, which means Cole and I have to sleep apart, I can't hold it in any longer. Hypothetical question, I whisper, since the kids are already asleep in their rooms. He rests his forearms on my shoulders and smiles. Go ahead, he says, keeping his voice low as well. I take a breath. Could you ever see yourself living in Australia? His eyes zero in on me. Fuck, was that stupid of me? I mean, it was about as subtle as Gran's been with all her suggestive comments and funny looks. It's clear what I'm asking, and it's equally obvious there's nothing hypothetical about it. Possibly. Really? Cole nods, sliding his hands towards my neck, and somehow I know he's not going to strangle me like I'm sure he's imagined doing on so many occasions since I stumbled into his life. Yeah, my boss is actually pressuring me to transfer here. It makes sense to be closer to the area I'm in charge of. I let out a shaky breath. And I'm thinking about it. His eyes flicked to the kids' closed doors, which remained closed. See, I've met this guy. Is that right? Cole's fingers trace over my Adam's apple. He's a bit of a dick, but he makes up for it in other ways. By having a big dick. He smiles, his fingers moving northward until they reach my jaw. Yeah, but that's not the thing I like most about him. What is? His eyes lock on mine. We stand there looking at each other for a really fucking long time before Cole starts talking again. It's a surprisingly long list, he says. He's kind. He's real. He's adventurous. He's loyal. He works hard. And when he loves with all his heart. He'll protect the people he cares about with everything he's got. They're all really rare qualities that most people don't possess, much less in a body that's so-so. I pinch his nipple through his shirt. I'll give you so-so. He giggles, then covers his mouth to not wake the kids. So, to answer your hypothetical question, yes, I could see myself living here. I gulp. He means this country, you idiot, not here. Doesn't he? I'm too chicken shit to clarify. I'll take it as a mini-victory because, hey, even if Cole was based in Sydney or Brisbane, it's a hell of a lot closer than bloody New York City. I go to bed with a big smile on my face, which lasts until just before midnight when a certain little munchkin wanders in and steals the sheets, then ends up kicking me out of bed, literally, the next morning. As I go through my usual morning question routine with Colby from the floor, I realize something. I'm smiling again. at the thought of getting to spend another day with Cole. 25. Cole. You're a legend for doing this, I say as the line shuffles forward. Yeah, I know, Wilby replies, smiling widely. But because this has become my favorite thing in the history of all favorite things, feel free to fill me in on why I'm such a legend. Be as detailed as you like. I bite back a grin. I knew listing all the things I liked about you would come back to bite me in the ass. He taps his chin. Biting Cole's ass. Need to add that to the to-do list. I laugh, because how can I not? It's been 2 days since we had our hypothetical conversation, and we've spent most of the time since then driving from Scuttlebutt to Brisbane. That's a long time to be in a car with someone who's riding an ego high. And honestly, I wouldn't take back anything I said. I did that once, and I feel so bad about the boyfriend question that slipped out in Airlie Beach. Wilby and I are in a weird place, straddling the line between professional boundaries and straddling of the way less professional kind. It's messy and complicated and completely uncharted territory for me. I'm in way over my head. This whole thing, since the first night we met in Sydney, I've been all over the place. Liking him, wanting to spend time with him, even when he's frustrated the fuck out of me, made me fly unnecessarily, and made my job 10 times harder than it needs to be. I'm actually having fun. I have no idea what's happening or what's around the next corner, but life with Wilby is an adventure filled with all sorts of unexpected twists and turns. And I like it. I really like it. Just like I really like him. And that's why I don't regret the conversation we had 2 days ago. Because as I'm bobbing away in an ocean of new feelings, what I said was true. And that truth is grounding. When I get lost or overwhelmed in whatever's happening between us, I can calm myself down by reminding myself that Wilby, underneath all his bluster, is a good man with a good heart. Just knowing that makes me feel better. The line moves forward, and I peer ahead, and silently count the backs of heads. 6 people are ahead of us, and if Benji Bannister is as genuinely nice as he seems on social media, then I'm guessing he'll chat with everyone who's lined up to see him. That probably buys us at least another few more minutes. Something else that's changed since our hypothetical conversation 2 days ago. Wilby's become even more affectionate with me. It's not like he's ever exactly been Mr. Restraint, but now he's amped it up even more. We drove pretty much hand in hand for 400 miles to get here. He peppered me with kisses in the hotel lobby while we waited for our room to get ready yesterday. And he's been glued to my side all morning. Not going to lie, the conversation we had back at his place and his next-level affection is making me think more and more about moving to Australia for work. Work-wise, it makes total sense. It's a no-brainer. But it obviously means being closer, a lot closer to Wilby, and Polly, and the kids, even Emma, because when we left yesterday, she punched me in the shoulder, which I took as a sign of affection. Reading between the lines, it's pretty obvious Wilby's question wasn't purely speculative. I think he's signaling he'd like me to be here. I don't know whether he means in the same country or under the same roof, but I do know how big a deal that is for him. He's been let down before, told something by a guy who had no intention of following through. I don't want to be the second guy to do that to him, which means I need to tread carefully so that I don't mess this up. We step forward. So, who is this author? Wilby asks. His name is Benji Bannister, and he's literally the best. Would I have read any of his stuff? You can't read, remember? He smacks the side of his face. Ah, that's right. I'm at grade 2 level maths and preschool level reading. He chuckles. Do his books have pictures? I laugh. No, they don't. But if they did, they'd be very spicy. Wait, this guy writes porn. Not porn, romance. I wag a finger. And there is a world of difference. Don't get me wrong. Erotica is great. It's a wonderful genre. But it is not the same thing as romance. People often get the two conflated, and it's annoying and disrespectful to both genres. Okay, I believe you. I'm getting scared at how passionate you are about this. He leans in, and also a bit turned on. Maybe we could create some homemade erotica of our own later. I smile and nod my head. Well, duh. Now that we're out of the house and kid and sister free, we've been creating homemade erotica in the car, the hotel room, the hotel jacuzzi, the hotel steam room, the hotel stairwell. You get the picture. We don't have much more time together, so I intend on making the most of every single moment we have left. We move forward. There's only one person in front of us now, and my nerves are kicking in. As if sensing this, Wilby takes my hand and whispers, "What's your favorite book of his?" "All of them," I reply, my legs starting to shake. "But if you had to choose one..." I bite my lip, finally settling on Something Special. It's a best friends to lovers rom-com, and the cover model is Darren, Benji's real-life partner. They were best friends until it became something more. That's a cute story. It is. I grip Wilby's hand tighter. I might read it to you sometime. I'd love that. He smiles. And Cole? Yeah? Relax, mate. This is a fun thing. Enjoy it. What if I start babbling and make a complete idiot of myself? As the king of all idiots, I say this with authority. It doesn't matter. Unless you vomit all over him. Yeah, vomiting is the worst. Wilby ducks his head, nodding. It so is. So don't do that. Everything else is fine. Even if you do go off, who cares? If he's a nice guy, he'll take it as a compliment, and you'll get a funny story out of it. I guess. Trust me. Get out of that pretty head of yours and just be in the moment. Okay? Okay, I'll try. And we're up. There's no one left between me and a guy whose work I adore. Time for being in the moment right fucking now. Hi, Benji says with a big smile as we approach. G'day, Wilby says, since I'm a little speechless. I am standing in front of my favorite author in the entire world, people. He's looking at me. We're sharing the same oxygen. This is a big freaking deal. Benji's eyes slide lower, and I'm too giddy with nerves to realize he's looking at the book I'm clutching to my chest. It's only when Wilby whispers, "The book," that my brain snaps into gear, and I place it on the table for Benji to sign. Benji looks between us, smiles, then uncaps his pen. Thanks. Who should I make this out to? Call. Yay, I'm enunciating single syllables. With a C, no E. Look at me go. Benji opens the book, but doesn't write anything in it. So how do you two know each other? We're friends, I reply, as Wilby says. He barely tolerates me. We turn to look at each other. Wilby smiles. Well, he pretends to hate me, but secretly. He looks at Benji and winks, reminding me so much of Polly it's not funny. He's totally into me. Right. Benji grins, looking between us. Friends, eh? That's how Darren and I started. It's a little more complicated than that, I point out. How so? I don't know if we have the time to get... See, it all started one night in Sydney. Wilby talks over me and begins regaling Benji with concise, but not necessarily entirely factually accurate, snippets of the time we've spent together. I was walking the streets, minding my own business. He was drunk and shirtless. He wanted to do the typical bloody touristy thing and go to Bondi. It's a world-famous beautiful beach, and Bondi Rescue is one of my favorite shows. He couldn't get enough of me, so he followed me to Scuttlebutt. Wait, Benji interjects. Scuttlebutt? That's the name of a real town. Wilby nods proudly. Sure is, mate. Oh, I am so using that in a future book. Benji leans back in his chair. Please, go on. He wants this to continue? Wow. Maybe it's true, what they say about authors. Maybe they are all a little crazy. Listen to this next part, mate. Everything was cruising along nicely, but then I found out Cole came to steal my family's farm right from under my nose. Objection, Your Honor. I mean, Benji. Why am I suddenly talking like I'm in a courtroom? I am not on trial. That's not actually true. Wilby overrules my objection with more blabbering. I take off. I need to get out of town. Scuttlebutt. 2 T's both times. He winks at Benji. And Cole here follows me all over Australia like a lovesick puppy. I wasn't lovesick. I was furious with you. See how he's glossing over facts, Benji? This is what I have to deal with. Benji just smiles, looking perfectly content watching a fan and a rambling Aussie lunatic spewing out their messy love story in front of him. Wait. Messy story. That's what I meant. Sorry, my brain is scrambled and having a hard time keeping up with what's going on. Anyways, here we fucking are. Wilby covers his mouth. Sorry, am I allowed to swear in front of you? Benji nods. My last book contained the word fuck 682 times. You're fine. Okay, good. Wilby continues. We're now on our way to Sydney, where the fate of my family's farm will be determined. Once that happens, Cole will go back to the States and we'll most likely never see each other again. Wilby takes a breath and looks over at me, the heaviness of those last words hanging between us. My chest has gotten all tight and uncomfortable. What he said was, strictly speaking, true. I will most likely be flying back to New York once this case wraps up. But the truth can be a bitter pill to swallow. I don't feel happy about leaving, and I'm not looking forward to going home. Oh, and if all that wasn't enough, he continues, turning back to Benji. When we're in Sydney, I'll potentially be meeting with a guy who may or may not be my biological father. Benji lets out a low whistle. That's a lot. His eyes drift over to me, and I don't know if I'm still affected by Wilby stating I'll be leaving or by looking at an author I admire so much. Whatever the reason, I suddenly blurt out, and I still haven't scattered my mother's ashes after 19 years. Beside me, Wilby's hand finds mine, as I stand there like a big idiot. Oh, Cole, I'm so sorry. Benji gets to his feet and rounds the table. If you've read my books, you know I've experienced both loss and mental health issues. I do, I say softly as he approaches. And I love how you incorporate those issues into your books. They're romance, but they're somehow real, too. He clutches his heart. Thank you. That means so much to me. Can I give you a hug? Of course. You too, you crazy lug, he says to Wilby. And then I have a three-way hug with my favorite author and my favorite person. One of the official-looking book-signing people comes up to us and clears his throat, signaling we're probably taking too long and holding up the line, which I get we are. Let me sign your book, Benji says, heading back to the table. He scribbles something on the inside front cover. It was truly amazing to meet you, I gush as he hands me the book. Sorry about our rambling. We're really not crazy. Hey, speak for yourself. Wilby elbows me gently. Benji laughs. You two are awesome. I really enjoyed meeting you both. Thank you for reading my work. I wish you all the best with your mum. He angles his face to Wilby. I am so stealing the name Scuttlebutt. And hey, tag me in your wedding photos on Instagram. I'm too in awe to reply to that last bit, so I simply clutch the book to my chest as Wilby slides his palm to the small of my back and escorts me away. You okay? He asks, once we're outside the convention hall. Yeah, I think so. It's all a bit of a blur, to be honest. Wilby glances down at the book. What did he write? I hadn't even thought to look. I open it and read Benji's note aloud. Dear Cole, 1 C, no E, and Wilby from Scuttlebutt. 2 T's both times. It was a pleasure to meet you both. Life is precious, and true love is rare. Don't wait to get hit by a bus to realize you're in love. Benji. XO. I don't get the hit by a bus reference, Wilby says. I close the book, smiling. It's from something special. The climax of the story is one of the characters getting hit by a bus. He survives and isn't too badly injured, but it makes the other character realize the depths of his feelings for him, how much he loves his best friend as someone more than just a friend. It's what ultimately brings them together. Cool. I might just have to learn to read so I can check the story out for myself. I smile, still in a daze but slowly recovering. Come on. Wilby stretches out his hand, and I gladly take it. I think I know what you need. I look into his face. So vibrant, so alive. Food. He guesses correctly. Because, hello, it's me. He flashes me his beautiful smile. Come on, let's get you fed. 26. Wilby. Do you want the radio on? Cole asks. Nah, not really in the mood for singing. Are you okay with that? I'll survive. He taps the center console, and I place my hand there. He curls his fingers around mine. You realize I'm driving one-handed now. We don't have to hold hands. I just thought, yeah, I know, thanks. And I do want to hold hands with you. But you know me, I'm all about safety. Cole laughs. Right. That's why we held hands basically all the way from Scuttlebutt to Brisbane, not to mention the hand job I gave you while you were driving. That was on an open road. Sydney drivers are lunatics. Right on cue, some motherfucker in a wanky black Tesla cuts me off, then has the audacity to stick her hand out the window and give me the finger. I toot my horn in response. It's times like these I'm glad I live in the country. I keep a closer eye on the peak hour traffic we're crawling in, deciding not to let go of Cole's hand. We're heading into the city for the meeting between the bank, my family's legal team, and Cole's company. It's D-Day. Cole submitted the proposal he and I were working on back home. Seeing Dunlop really helped, as his team came up with some great suggestions. Cole and I finessed it into a proposal that outlined a number of ways we could divide the land, ensuring we keep a parcel with the houses on, but we lose everything else. All the remaining property, the animals, the equipment, gone. Forever. A full-on liquidation of generations of my family's work. And there's still the small matter of my sisters and I being on the hook for any amounts owing after the sale, so yeah, that's pretty much the rest of my life laid out for me. Welcome to Foxville, Wilby. You'll be in debt until the day you die, possibly even in the afterlife too, depending on how AI advances by that stage. Joy. But my family can stay together, I remind myself, as I tap the steering wheel while we come to yet another standstill. That's what matters. As long as we have each other and roofs over our heads, we can get through everything else. Cole rubs his thumb over the top of my hand. He's staring out the window. God, I'm going to lose him as well, aren't I? The past few days feel like a dream. The road trip, meeting his favorite author, fucking him at least 5 times a day. My idea of paradise. But as they say, all good things must come to an end. I just wish the end wasn't coming so soon. I have a favor to ask, I say, when we start moving again. I'd like to add something to the proposal. What is it? Cole asks in his professional voice. He might even be slightly annoyed, and I wouldn't blame him. It took us ages to finalize everything, and now I'm coming in at the last minute with a change. It only occurred to me this morning while I was having a shower. The corners of his lips lift into a grin. After you blew me in the shower, I correct myself. It occurred to me that I'd like to do one more muster season. Remind me when that is again. The next one runs from September to November. I can see Cole running the dates and numbers in his head. We're in August now and accruing more debt and interest on the debt every freaking day. It's going to cost you. I nod. Yeah, I know. But since I'm likely in debt for the rest of my life anyway, what's a few extra... He winces. You're looking at close to 40 grand in fees and interest. What's an extra 40 grand in the scheme of things? I try to keep my voice light. I want to do it one more time. Closure and all that shit. I get that. Please. I know this is a big ask and sorry for springing it on you at the last minute, but it would mean a lot to me. He's silent for a moment. Okay, fine. I'll add it to the proposal. He lets go of my hand and reaches for his briefcase in the back seat. Just so you know, I'm only doing this because you have a big dick. I laugh happily. A big dick that? He sighs. I can't get enough of. And that's just the way I like it. By the time we pull into the underground car park, Cole's made the adjustment to the proposal and has emailed it to the team of suits we're meeting with. I can't guarantee that they'll go for it, he tells me in the lift on our way to the 54th floor. But you tried, and that's what counts. Thank you for that. I give him a quick kiss. Also, have I told you how fucking hot you look in a suit? He smiles. You haven't? Well, you do. If there wasn't a CCTV camera on us right now... We both look up toward the tiny camera in the corner of the lift. Or we could always put on a show. Cole shakes his head. Not happening, mister. The doors open and my horniness turns to nerves. This is it. This meeting is literally going to change the course of my life forever. You got this. Cole mutters quietly to me as we approach the front desk. I'm here with you, and this will go well. Thank you. He's got no way of knowing what the outcome will be, but just having him here by my side means more to me than he'll ever know. 18 minutes later, we're back in the lift. I press the G button, still in shock. That was fast. I'm surprised, but not that surprised. We produced a clear and concise proposal, Cole says, keeping his voice measured. It was easy to understand, and they agreed with our approach. Yeah, you can say that again. Our proposal was accepted in full. We get to keep a 50-acre parcel of land that contains all 4 houses, including Gran's cottage, as well as 6 vehicles. And I get to do another muster. They agreed on a December 15 termination date, which gives me 2 weeks after I get back to wrap everything up. Still, it's not really a victory. It's not like we won the lottery or anything. We actually lost everything, managing to salvage only a tiny bit of everything we've worked hard for our whole lives. I'm grateful and mad at the same time, and it's a confusing mix of emotions. You must be hungry, I say when we get back into the car. I could eat. I turn the engine on and smile. Well, I may be broke, but I still have a credit card as well as an overwhelming desire to keep you well fed, selflessly, for my own safety. So where would you like to go? Don't talk about being broke, please. It's not funny. And I'm paying for lunch anyway. Nuh-uh. Do not fight me on this, Wilby. Oh, I'll fight you all right. We're both grinning, so it's not an actual fight, more like a play fight between toddlers, very immature toddlers. We bicker all the way to the restaurant Cole chooses, which, as it turns out, is the opera bar we went to the night we met. Any reason you chose this place? I ask, taking his hand as we walk, our arms swinging. Any sentimental value, perhaps? None whatsoever, he replies dryly, and kudos to him for keeping a straight face. We take a seat out front and place our food order on my phone. I'm sitting with my back to the bridge and harbour so that Cole can enjoy the view. I see what you mean now, he says once our food arrives. About what? He grabs a few fries and points them behind me. About how this isn't the real Australia. Don't get me wrong, it's beautiful and everything, but some of the places I've seen, man, this country has so much natural beauty, vast landscapes, an open sky with the deepest blue I've ever seen. Incredibly hot dudes. I help out. They're okay. I laugh. Just okay. He takes his thumb and index finger and makes a little gap. This much okay. I'll take it. A compliment from Cole feels like winning the lottery, as does making him laugh, making him come, making him happy. I think I make him happy. I hope I do. All countries are the same, I say as we eat. They've all got their overhyped tourist hotspots. You think Parisians go apeshit mad over the Eiffel Tower? No. They're over it and probably pissed that all these tourists are clogging up their streets while they're trying to go about their lives. I guess so. But I still love touristy places. I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm just glad you saw more of this country than the images you get on postcards. The image of Bondi on a postcard and my lived experience of visiting Bondi are very much not the same thing. Heat flares in his eyes, and I stop eating. Maybe you're shopping for postcards at the wrong place. He laughs, then starts coughing since he's midway through inhaling his second cheeseburger. I get up and clap his back a few times, sliding a glass of water his way to help him with the last of his choking fit. Thanks, he says, blinking his watery eyes. What we did that day, what we've done so many times in the days since, I'm not usually like this. I go back to my side of the table. Like what? Wild? Free? Happy? Are you happy? I ask, taking the opening, and then decide to go for it by adding, with me? He starts nodding slowly. Yeah, I am. A light energy pulses from my chest, radiating all the way down to the soles of my feet. I'm glad. And I really am. Because being here with him, I'm not focusing on my life crumbling around me. I'm thinking about how nice a life with Cole would be. It sure as fuck wouldn't be anything fancy, and it wouldn't be anywhere near as exciting as I'm assuming his life back in New York is. But if he can see past the glossy touristy images to the real beauty of this country, maybe he can do the same with me. With us. It's a long shot, I know, but I've lost everything today. Except for one thing. One thing that no one can take away from a person. Hope. And for as long as I can, I'm going to hold on to whatever tiny sliver of hope I can find that maybe, somehow, Cole and I can find a way to be together. 27. Cole. It's been a big day. We got as good an outcome as I could have hoped for Wilby and his family, but I was expecting him to be a lot more, emotional about it. He seems muted. It is all a lot for one person to deal with, so he might just need some time to process it all, and at least he has the prospect of another mustering season to look forward to. Despite only booking one hotel room for our stay, I certainly wasn't expecting to be ending the day with Wilby thrusting his massive cock into me as relentlessly and passionately as he did for the past few hours. But as huge as my appetite for food is, Wilby's sex drive is just as big. Even with all the shit he's got going on, it doesn't seem to dent his desire to fuck the living daylight out of me in every sexual position known to mankind, repeatedly. And to show him how much he means to me, this time when we fucked, I was noisy. At times I thought I was being too loud, but Wilby never once gave me a weird look or told me to tone it down. So I guess he likes it? I know I do. I never realized I was quiet during sex. No one's ever pointed it out before, but now that Wilby has, and encouraged me to make noise, it's the best, most freeing feeling in the world. And he really earned his 10-star rating today. My ass is going to be feeling it tomorrow. We've showered, ordered room service twice, and are comfortably snuggled under the comforter, on our sides facing each other. Wilby's face is lit up by the yellow glow of the bedside lamps. This, I murmur, tracing my fingers over the ridge of his shoulder. Huh? Remember when you asked me what my favorite feeling in the world was, and I never answered? I do. Well, it's this. Lying here with you after you've been inside me. It's unlike anything I've ever felt before. It's beyond sexual. It's intimate. Do you feel it too? With all my fucking heart. So what are we going to do? My chest tightens. How do we make this work? He sweeps his fingers down the side of my face. I'm not sure. Are you coming back to Scuttlebutt? I am. Strictly speaking, I don't need to. But I may have accidentally, on purpose, left all my stuff there, so yeah, I need to go back to collect it. And I can probably swing a few days, maybe a week. Fuck, that's not long, he says. I blow out a breath. It really isn't. But it's better than me having to fly straight back home. True. He sweeps his fingers down my neck. I hope I wasn't too rough with you before. Don't know what got into me. You were. I smile. But I loved it. He smiles back. What do you need right now? Nothing more than this. I take a breath. And just tell me everything's going to be all right. Everything is going to be all right, Cole, he says, his voice firm. Somehow, some way, we'll find a way to make this work. I close my eyes and choose to believe his words. You promise? Swear on my fucking life. 28. Wilby. Why does it feel like every day brings with it another monumental life experience? I ask over breakfast the next morning, dunking my spoon into a bowl of Weet-Bix. Probably because it does. Cole answers out of the corner of his mouth. I really should learn not to interrupt his food consumption with something as pesky as talking. It ain't pretty what I'm seeing. But after last night, I'll take Cole even at his unprettiest. Because that was some hardcore, real fucking adult shit we did. And I'm not talking about the 10-star sex. That rating is to be expected after all. I'm talking about the talking we did after. It was a milestone moment for us. He wants to be with me. He's feeling what I'm feeling. This isn't something that I'm imagining, and it's not one-sided. What's happening between us is real. And scary. because I still have that fucking irritating voice in the back of my head badgering me, trying to make me doubt myself and doubt Cole. I'm doing my best not to listen to it, to shove it aside and focus on the depth of my feelings. But then if my feelings are so strong, why is that tiny voice so persistent? Nope. I am not going down that path. That little voice is sneaky. It'll do anything to ruin this good thing we've got. I cannot let it win. I have to be stronger. I have to have faith. Is all love such a mindfuck, or is it just me? I made Cole a promise. Swore my life on it. That's not something I take lightly. I'm a man of my word. I told him I'd find a way to make this whole situation with us all right. And I will. Somehow. Yet to dive into the specifics of how to bring it to fruition. But that's going to have to wait for another day, because now that the issue of what happens on our farm is settled, I'm moving on to the other thing I've got to do while in Sydney. Thanks again for agreeing to come with me, I say. No problem. He chews on the edge of a bit of bacon. Not exactly sure how I can help with meeting Gus and Tate, but I'll just be there. And that's exactly what I need. He smiles. How are you feeling about it? I mean, you could possibly be meeting your biological father today. I honestly don't know. So much is happening in my life at the moment that I haven't given it as much thought as I would have otherwise. I know it's potentially a very big deal, and I'm ready to find out what the results of the DNA test are. But after yesterday, after last night, our eyes connect. I smile, and he smiles back. Last night was magical. The fucking best, I agree. I'm trying to keep up, but it's hard. Totally understandable. He picks up another slice of bacon because, yes, he's eating it like fries. What do you want the results to be? Hard to say. There's a 50-50 chance Gus is my dad. He hasn't given you any hints? Nope. I'm assuming he wants to have that combo in person, which makes sense, but I have no idea what they are. What time are we meeting them? At 12 for lunch? Cole checks his phone. That gives us almost 3 hours. Want me to distract you until then? I lean back, grinning. I would fucking love that. 3.5 hours later, Gus, Tate, Cole, and I are enjoying lunch at Icebergs, a fancy restaurant overlooking Bondi Beach. I've only met them once before, and even though Gus and I have been in touch, I'm happily surprised at how relaxed I feel. We've got a beautiful table with an insane view. Cole's happy about that and the wide selection of Aussie steaks on the menu, and the conversation is flowing easily. If you were looking at us, you'd think we're just 4 blokes sharing a nice meal. But I keep sneaking glances at Gus, looking for signs, I guess, to indicate whether or not this man is my father. How did you guys meet? Cole asks, as we're tucking into our mains. Would you believe I was called out to babysit Gus during his wild period? Tate replies. He had a wild period? Tate nods. Yeah, I was sent out to a club by his concerned friends. I get there, and Gus is working the stripper pole like he's auditioning for a Magic Mike. Okay, that's definitely something I would do. One for the he could be my dad column. Cole chuckles and eyes Gus, who's in his late 40s but super hot with a classically handsome face, thick dark hair with no hint of grey, and intense green eyes. Unless he's my biological father, in which case he's not attractive in the slightest. Gus went through a partying phase after his scumbag ex cheated on him at their wedding. Oh no, I say, and Cole gasps in shock. It was awful, Gus says, shaking his head. But at least I found out early on. That's true. Cole waves his fork in agreement. Anyway, we had quite the journey to get where we are now, Gus says, looking over at Tate, and you can see the love they have for each other. It wasn't easy? I ask. No, it wasn't, Tate says, holding Gus's gaze. But it was so worth it. They fill us in on a few more details, and yeah, okay, they weren't lying. They had a lot of obstacles to overcome. An almost 2-decade age gap, a few rounds of fake dating, Tate being poly while Gus was all about monogamy, family drama, meddling vet friends, and a whole lot more. As we're wrapping up dessert, Gus clears his throat and sends me a serious look. Okay, this is it. I think he's about to get into it. I could potentially have my world rocked for the second time in as many days. So, Wilby, he begins, I have some news. I figured. I dart my gaze between him and Tate for any signs of, are they happy, sad? What should I be preparing myself for here? They're both annoyingly unreadable, like Cole used to be at the start. Maybe it's an American male face thing, who knows? The paternity test came back, and... He takes a breath. I am your biological father. Huh. Okay. Cool. He looks at me nervously. Yeah. Cool. I think so. Yeah, I mean, you're great. And hot, which I will never call you again, and... Yeah, you seem decent. I can vouch for him on the decent front, Tate says with a warm smile. I know this is a lot to take in, which is why I wanted to tell you face to face, and also, so we're clear, this doesn't have to mean anything. Whether we stay in touch or not, if we become closer or not, that's all up to you. What would you like? He smiles. I'll tell you, but please don't let this affect your decision. I'm open to us having a relationship. I'm still getting used to the fact that I'm someone's father, rather than just a sperm donor, and that my son is only a few years younger than my husband, but I'm willing to work through all that. You seem like a great person, Wilby. I throw a back me up here, please glance at Cole. Yeah, I'll vouch for you, he says, grinning. I look back at Gus, my father, and nod. Cool. He nods back at me. Cool. Where's your boyfriend? Ride teases. I frown at him. He's not my boyfriend. Yet. And also, respect your elders. He chuckles. I believe we've established that I'm the alpha of the group. Whatever. Where's Linus when you need him to pop up? Are you still on that? I learnt from the best. Ride answers cheekily. And he's got me there because, yeah, he has. Cole texted just before. I tell him. He's jumping on a call with his boss and will come down once he's finished with that. Sweet. Linus, Muir, and Fitz arrive with our drinks. Fitz and Muir are wearing matching, super tight, Kiss Me I'm a Vet shirts. They look about 2 sizes too small, and like Fitz's and Muir's muscles are about to tear through the fabric. Seriously, these two. About bloody time, I mutter, as I take my beer and scull half the pint. What? Why's everyone looking at me like that? No reason, Muir says. He starts talking to Fitz about something, leaving me to face Linus and Ride, who may not even be aware of it, but is totally leaning into our boss. So, how are you feeling after Sydney? Linus asks, taking a sip of his wine. Mentally exhausted. It was so full on. All the farm stuff, finding out I have a dad. Linus and Ride both nod their heads as if they're trying to coax something specific out of me that has nothing to do with the farm or Gus. And yeah, things got serious with me and Cole. Boyfriend level serious? Linus asks. I shake my head. We haven't put a label on it since, we're down to our last couple of days together, but we've talked. We're on the same page. I think I'm the best and he agrees. They both laugh. Well, I'm happy for you. Linus taps his glass against mine. You've been through a lot and you deserve to be happy. I'm happy now, but when he leaves... Fuck. I don't even want to think about it. It's going to be unbearable. Muir and Fitz join the convo, and I tell them more about the deal we worked out to keep a small portion of our land. Linus offers me a full-time position if I want it, which I gratefully accept. And then the conversation diverts back to Cole. But listen, fellas, I say. There's still one final hurdle Cole needs to overcome before I know for sure if he's the one. Hasn't he suffered enough? Fitz says with a shit-eating grin. He puts up with you, doesn't he? What I wanted to say gets lost in their laughter. What I wanted to say was that while I think I've finally met my match in Cole, he's just as competitive, just as stubborn, just as determined as I am. What's his singing like? For all the times I've suggested he sing along with me, he hasn't taken me up on it once. Am I seriously contemplating being with someone without knowing that vital piece of information? I don't think so. I glance towards the entrance and wonder how far off Cole is. Karaoke has already started, and it's a crime to deprive the good folk of Scuttlebutt my angelic vocal cords any longer. I head for the stage to treat the crowd to one little warm-up song before I put my main Get Cole to Sing plan into action. 29. Cole. I make my way downstairs from my room to the karaoke feeling weirdly bad. Weirdly bad because I just got off a call with my boss. I still hadn't made up my mind about whether I wanted to accept his constant nagging and move to Australia for a year or two. But in the irony of all ironies, that option has been taken off the table. At least temporarily. I'm needed in New York for a month of internal training that starts next week. Legal requested it, apparently, due to some unexpected changes in agricultural legislation. Then HR decided to tack on a workplace culture refresh program, and concerns about AI have been raised, which need to be workshopped. So basically, I'm in for a 4-week snooze fest. Even if I wanted to stay in Australia, I can't. Which means I have to leave the day after tomorrow. I have to leave Wilby the day after tomorrow. I'm not ready for that. At all. I hear something. A wail, followed by a howly string of oohs and ahs, and, oh my God, is Wilby butchering yet another Katy Perry song? I traipse through the bar, getting closer and closer to the sound that's truly a crime against humanity. The only upside is that at least he's never forced me to sing. Karaoke is so not my thing, not even when I'm blind drunk. Nope, I am perfectly comfortable sitting over here in my judgmental chair, critiquing him harshly like I'm on the panel of a reality TV singing contest, because between you and me, my voice is 10 times worse than his. I just have the good sense to not inflict it on an unsuspecting public. I reach the karaoke area, and the place is packed, just like it was last time I was here. The whole scene has a very déjà vu vibe going on. Wilby rocking out on the stage, still wearing a shirt, which I'm hoping is a temporary situation, and the crowd of locals going apeshit over him. Is there something in the water in Scuttlebutt that affects people's hearing? How can they be enjoying this? And why has no one taken him aside and told him how bad he is? I glance back over at the stage. Wilby's using the musical breakdown to step away from the mic and start dancing. Badly. So badly. Arms flailing, head bopping from side to side in a way that would worry any chiropractor in the audience, hips gyrating weirdly. Oh, and none of this is matching the beat of the song, because why would it? It looks like a mess. But he's happy. No, scratch that. Wilby looks like he's having the time of his life. Amping up the crowd by raising his arms overhead, smiling widely like he's the headliner at a concert in Madison Square Garden, just being. He is so fucking in the moment that he is the moment. That's when it hits me like a smack in the face. All these people, why they're jumping and dancing and hollering. They're feeding off his energy. He's making them feel what he's feeling. I feel what he's feeling. I feel joy. I feel alive. I feel connected. Wilby may have a terrible voice, but singing doesn't come from your vocal cords. It comes from your heart. And as his ill-fated attempt at the Running Man morphs into an arthritic robot, it's plain to see no one's got more heart than Wilby Linfox. The song finishes, his shirt stays on, and thunderous applause rings in my ears as Wilby makes his way through the crowd to me. I loop my arms over his shoulders. You were fantastic. Thanks. I always am. Don't be jealous. I laugh and kiss him right on the mouth. He parts his lips, and I don't care that we're out in public with people all around us, most likely looking at us. All I want is to feel him, to show him how much he means to me. My tongue slips inside his mouth like it's returning to where it belongs, and I kiss him with everything I've got in me. When I pull away, the vet gang has gathered around us. I think we have an audience, Wilby says, our lips still lingering close to each other's. I look over at the guys and smile. They look like they might need a lesson. The guys laugh as we kiss again. Eventually, we stop with all the PDA. We get some drinks with the gang. Fitz convinces us to do a round of shots. We talk, we laugh, and I feel the way I do when I'm around Brant and we're just goofing around. Everything is so easy, and I can just be who I am. These guys don't have any pretenses about them. It's refreshing. For all the people I've met in NYC, I haven't come across a bunch of people as genuinely kind and good as these blokes. "All right, come on," Wilby says, once we've had a few rounds. "Come on what?" "Your turn." My tipsy brain isn't getting it. "My turn what?" Wilby points to the stage where a cute teenage couple is doing a sweet yet horribly off-key rendition of You're the One That I Want from Grease. "Fuck no, I'm not singing." "Oh, come on." Fitz cheers from the other side of the high table we're clustered around. "You need to pass the Wilby test." Wilby shoots daggers his way. I turn to him, hooking my hand around his waist. "The Wilby test?" He doesn't answer. He doesn't have to. Muir very willingly does that for him. "Before you arrived, Wilby was mouthing off about how he can't be with you until he knows for sure whether you're a good singer like he is." Uh-huh. There's a lot to unpack in that sentence, but I think my mind does a good job of latching onto the most important bit. Wilby wants to be with me. I mean, I knew that already. We've talked. Our feelings for each other are clear. But him telling his closest friends makes it feel even more real, somehow. I still haven't confided in Brant the true extent of what's happening between us, but that's only due to time zones and schedules, not because I can't wait to share the news with my bestie. Wilby, in a rare occurrence, looks embarrassed. "Call me Nigel No Friends from now on, because these guys are all dead to me." "Aw, come on." Ride stumbles over and claps Wilby on the back. "Just admit you love Cole." Whoa, okay, he's definitely the wasted one of the group. "Oh, Linus," Wilby calls out sweetly. "You might want to come over here and help Ride out. Wouldn't want your best friend's son getting into any trouble on your watch now, would you?" Linus is there in 2 heartbeats. But his focus isn't on rebutting Wilby. It's entirely on Ride. "Hey, buddy," he says in a low voice, brushing away a lock of hair that's fallen across Ride's forehead. "How about we get you some water and some fresh air?" Ride looks at Linus and licks his lips hungrily, as if he'd like to be getting more than just water and air from Linus. I cringe a little. Poor guy is so drunk. I really hope he doesn't say or do anything he'll regret tomorrow. He agrees to go with Linus, but before they leave, Linus turns to the gang and whispers murderously, "We are never speaking about this again, or you're all fired." "We'll sue," Muir says with a laugh. "I'll countersue." Man, these guys sound like Americans. "You guys sound just like Americans," Wilby says, then looks over at me. "Sorry, I didn't mean anything bad by it." I laugh. It's all good. My belly swoops, and I smile at the uncanny way he read my mind. "So, come on, Langdon. Show me what you got," Wilby challenges. "He means with clothes on." Fitz clarifies with a chuckle, then frowns as he tilts his head to Wilby. "You do mean with clothes on, right? I know Scuttlebutt is pretty progressive, but I think turning karaoke into a live sex show might be a bit much." "I don't know." Muir takes a swig of his beer, his eyes unfocused. "I wouldn't mind seeing a live sex show." Something unfamiliar flares in my gut. Muir had better not be thinking that about Wilby, but then I see that he's staring intensely at Fitz, and Fitz isn't breaking eye contact. With my jealousy, or whatever emotional gremlin that was, fizzing, I decide it's about damn time I join the group banter. "Well, if you play your cards right, Muir, you might get one when you crash at Fitz's tonight." Wilby bursts out laughing, but Muir, he goes full-on red in the face. I'm talking beetroot drenched in tomato sauce red. "How do you know I'm crashing at Fitz's?" he finally says. "Oh, my God." Wilby rolls his eyes. "You've only told us 1,000,000 times since we've been back how your girlfriends are having a girls' week on the Gold Coast, so you and Fitz are going to hang out together and have PlayStation marathons, which apparently isn't a euphemism." Muir looks at Fitz. "What the fuck's a euphemism?" Beats me. Sounds like a surgical procedure or something. Fitz narrows his eyes at Wilby. But he's drunk, so his head is wobbly, and he looks more comical than serious, like I think he intends. What are you impersonating, mate? I'm confused. Wilby covers his mouth and whispers to me. I think he means insinuating. These guys' vocab goes from bad to downright fucking shocking once they're on the terps and get pissed as farts. So eloquently put, I whisper back. Calling on the Aussie language whispering skills I've developed over the past 2 months to infer that being on the terps means drinking a lot and getting pissed means getting wasted. I'm not impersonating anything, Wilby replies with an innocent lilt in his voice, turning back to the guys. Anyway, stepping away from that sideshow for a minute. He swings his gaze back to me. No, keep going with that sideshow. I was enjoying it. I bet you were. He grins, tapping his fingers against my forearm. Will you sing? For me? Please. I shake my head. No fucking way. Okay, that's fine. I respect your choice. Now I narrow my eyes at him. That was too easy. No, I mean it. If you're too much of a chicken shit to belt out a tune to the fine, upstanding citizens of Scuttlebutt, I fully respect your chicken shitness. I am not one to ever deprive someone of fully leaning into their chicken shithood. I blow out a breath. You're baiting me. I am. He cracks a hopeful grin. Is it working? Without waiting for me to respond, he brings his hands under his armpits and starts flapping his arms as he clucks. That's it. I was holding firm, but there's no way I cannot not respond to that. Fine, I'm in. He starts laughing, thinking he's won, but oh no, he hasn't. Not by a long shot, because if I'm going down, I'm taking him with me. I fist the front of his shirt. You're coming too, I say, dragging him away from Fitz and Muir, who are busily whispering to each other. What, you want to duet with me? That's not the first thing that comes to mind of the things I want to do with you. Wilby tickles my side, forcing me to let him go, then worms his way in, getting nice and close. You're thinking about my cock again, aren't you? I laugh. I am not. I partly was. But now that you mention it, if you manage to keep up with me, your cock may be in for a very hot, very tight treat later. Wilby's eyes bulge. I am in. I am so fucking in. Tell me what to sing, where to stand, how to breathe, whatever you want, baby, I'll do it. His words spill out so fast it takes us both a minute to catch the endearment. I quirk a brow. Baby? Yeah, shit, sorry. Is that okay? It's okay. I trace my finger along his jawline. For now. He frowns. What does that mean? It means you're Wilby fucking Linfox. You can do better than baby for the guy you're falling madly in love with. Am I right? He catches hold of my wrist and brings it up to his mouth, peppering it with a few light kisses. The tenderness of the move surprises me. You're right, he says, lifting his gaze to meet mine. I can do better than baby. And I am falling in love with you, Cole. The sincerity in his eyes, in his words, in his voice feels like a warm blanket wrapping around me on a cold winter's night. I search my heart for what I want to convey back to him. It doesn't take long to figure out what that is. I'm falling in love with you too, Wilby. He grins. But before he can say anything, Mrs. Mangle from the pie shop shoves a microphone between us. I couldn't give a flying toss which one of you blokes gets up there, but we have a fucking drought to break. So one of you's better get up there quick smart, otherwise my oven might mysteriously break. Wilby's eyes haven't left mine, just like mine haven't left his. It's like we're under a spell that not even Mrs. Mangle's rambling can break. Without looking away from me, he takes the mic from her. We're on it, he says. I reach over and place my hand over his. We're on it. We approach the stage hand in hand. You want to choose a song? He asks. Sure. I swipe through the options on the screen, looking for something that works with two people and that we both know. How about this one? Do you know it? Know it? He smiles widely. I fucking love it. It's a classic. It sure is. Awesome. My heart flutters with happiness. I should be freaking the fuck out right now. I'm about to make a monumental fool of myself and destroy a Motown-inspired classic, But I've got Wilby's warm hand in mine. He knows the song, and he's falling in love with me. That's all I need. We get on stage, me like a normal person, Wilby like an MMA fighter, waving his arms to elicit more applause from the audience, and launch into the song. I can safely say I don't think Scuttlebuddians have ever experienced, or will ever experience again, a more chaotic, off-tune performance of Diana Ross's Chain Reaction than what we deliver. We both know the words. That's about the best thing I can say about our performance. Between the two of us, we don't strike the right note even once, but you know what? I don't care. By the time the first chorus rolls around, I forget that I'm standing on stage in a pub in outback Australia. I'm simply living in this moment with Wilby. He grabs my hand, and we start dancing and shimmying around the stage together. I pray no one's recording it, but fuck it. Even if they are, we're both laughing and happy and carefree. Let them record this. By the time we get to the second round of We Talk About Love, 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 every single person in the audience is singing along with us. The euphoria in the air is palpable. The music is vibrating through my body, and through it all, Wilby never lets go of me. And then the power dies. The music stops. Everything goes dark. The suddenness of the silence is deafening. A few seconds pass, and then people start reaching for their phones, turning on the flashlights as a quiet murmur fills the air. Wilby lets go of my hand, drops his mic to the ground, and starts clapping his hands overhead. We talk about love, 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 he starts singing. One by one, people join in. Those who aren't holding up their phones clap their hands. Those who are stomp their feet. I don't know how long this goes on for, but I have goosebumps the entire time as we sing the same words over and over, our voices as one, loud, raw, together. It's one of the most electric, unforgettable moments of my life. And then the power comes on. Full lights, but no music. We all squint, eyes adjusting to the brightness. Wilby fiddles with the karaoke machine. It comes to life, picking up exactly where we got cut off. The crowd erupts in cheers, singing along with us right until the very end. When the song finishes, the standing ovation we receive is the loudest sound I've ever heard in my life. We both take our bows and do a congratulatory lap, where people come up to us gushing over how fantastic we were. That's one for the record books. Yous were bloody brilliant, mate. If that doesn't break the drought, nothing fucking will. We both revel in the moment. That was fucking brilliant, Wilby says into my ear. Well, I don't want to do anything to come between you and your meat pies. He laughs. Enough basking in our glory. Let's go find Fitz and Muir. I nod my agreement, but despite looking high and low for them, we can't find them anywhere. They must have gone home already. Wilby glances down at his watch. Suppose we should make a move too. I hate that you have to drive 3 hours because of me. Wait, how can you drive? Haven't you been drinking? Nope, I had 2 beers, then switched over to water after that. So that wasn't vodka in your glass? He laughs again. No, it wasn't, and I don't mind driving. I want to spend as much time as I can with you before you go. We walk to his Land Rover, the same one that saw us getting attacked by aggressive kangaroos. In silence, hop in and take off. I meet Wilby's hand resting over the center console and tug on his fingers. He smiles, but sadness fills my chest. I turn and look out the window at the dark sky. Tomorrow, I'm going to have to tell the guy I'm falling in love with, and who's falling in love with me, that I need to leave in 2 days. I'm so sad that I don't notice the first flash of lightning illuminating the sky behind us. 30. Wilby. 6-year-olds don't understand many things. Chief among them that 26-year-olds who are in love for the first time in their lives with a guy they're on the verge of losing forever aren't in the mood for getting kicked out of bed first thing in the morning. At least my pillow fort system is working. My back is definitely thanking me right now for lining the bed with 1,000,000 pillows to cushion my inevitable fall. 2 sparkling blue eyes gaze down at me. Morning, Uncle Wilby. I put on the scariest-looking scowl I can muster, which only makes him giggle. Morning, Colby. Why do you always fall out of bed? Because some sneaky, stinky munchkin crawls in here and kicks me out. He lets out a merry laugh, and while I would have appreciated another hour or 6 of sleep, how can I be mad when I've got the cutest little 6-year-old nephew in the world? There's a knock on the bedroom door. "Come in," I say. The door opens slowly, and Cole enters. He looks at Colby, then at me, angling his head until our eyes meet. Am I interrupting something? Just our morning routine. I probably should get up, but I'm still knackered after the drive home last night. We didn't get in until after 1. Everything okay? Yeah. He goes over to the window and swings the curtains wide open. I shield my face to protect myself from the onslaught of sunlight, only there's nothing there. The room lightens a bit, sure, but it's nowhere near as bright as normal. What's going on? I untangle myself from the doona that fell with me as I slid to the floor and hoof it to the window. Holy fucking shit! Heavy, dark clouds blanket the sky, stretching as far as I can see, and the ground is wet. It's been raining. It has, Cole says, smiling. You didn't hear it? I was zonked. The world could have been ending and I wouldn't have stirred. You know what this means? No school? Colby asks excitedly, joining us. No, I chuckle. You definitely have school, mate. Oh, drats. I turn to Cole. It means we did it. We broke the drought. This rain is here because of our epic duet last night. He snickers, shaking his head, looking slightly skeptical. Sure it has nothing to do with, I don't know, the weather system? Weather schmether. It's us. I know it is. And nothing, no science or facts or anything can convince me otherwise. Plus, I rub my hands together. I'm in for a lifetime of the best meat pies ever. He laughs. You're an idiot. He tops it off with a quick kiss, so I don't bother fighting him on it. But I do manage to murmur into his lips. I'm your idiot. When I next glance over at Colby, he's looking at the two of us. Shit. He's never seen me kiss anyone before. I'm pretty sure he knows I'm gay, but he's 6, so it's not like we've had the chance to get into any deep and meaningful discussions about human sexuality. He looks up at both of us, blinking and smiling. If I can't have Cole's name, can he be my second uncle? Cole's eyes meet mine. They're both a shade lighter this morning, but then the smile dies on his lips, and he ruffles his hand through Colby's hair. I actually have to go back to America soon, buddy. Forever? Colby asks, and by his sharp intake of breath I can tell the question catches Cole off guard. 6-year-olds have a way of getting straight to the heart of things. I grab Colby's shoulders protectively, and he hinges back into my body the way he likes to do. How soon? I ask, holding my breath. His expression tightens. I have to leave tomorrow. Tomorrow? Colby and I exclaim at the same time. Fuck, that's so soon. I knew our time was coming to an end, but I thought we had maybe a few more days together, not a fraction more than 24 hours. I smile and nod as Cole explains about some bullshit training he's needed for, but inside, mate, I am fucking wrecked. I'm still holding on to Colby, but it feels more like he's the one propping me up than the other way around. I promised Cole I'd find a way to make this all right, but I need more time than until tomorrow to do that. Is this really it? Is today the final full day we get to spend together? I glance out the window, bite into my lip, and pray for a miracle. The 4 of us are sitting around the table eating breakfast. Well, Bridget's eating her cereal. Colby's playing aeroplanes with his, dunking his spoon into the bowl and splashing milk all over the table. I'm too heartbroken to pull him up on it. Cole's inhaling his second bowl already, and I'm just pushing the pieces of Weet-Bix around with my spoon. The milk's turned an unappealing, mushy brown texture. Not that I had much of an appetite to begin with anyway. I still can't believe that my time with Cole is coming to an end. He's going to leave, and then what? Will we ever see each other again? He mentioned his boss would like him to work in Australia, but he hasn't said anything else about that lately. Is he still considering it? Or has being here these past few months made him realize Aussie life isn't for him? There's no way I can pick up and move to New York. I'm sure it's a great place, but my life is here. I can't leave the kids. Our home that we have somehow managed to save is here. Fuck. Why does he have to leave so soon? I need more time to formulate a plan. The road into town's flooded, Emma announces as she enters the kitchen. I look up at her. Are you fucking serious? She pins me with a look. Do I look like a comedian? Bypassing that. So if the road is closed, there's no way to get into town. She rolls her eyes. Exhibit A for why we need more funding for education. You know, for someone who just said she's not a comedian, an apple comes flying at me, whizzing past my head by mere millimeters. Hey! Oops. Colby cracks up laughing. Bridget giggles. Only Cole is picking up the true extent of what I'm trying to get at. So if the road is flooded, I can't leave here. Em nods. Well done, mate. It's a miracle. It's a fucking miracle. I shake my head in disbelief, the smile on my face growing bigger by the second. I look over at Cole. You're stuck with me. Yay! Colby lets out an excited cheer. Want to play in the rain, Uncle Cole? Outside, the rain has started falling again, the window curtains blowing in the wind. I'll take you guys, Emma says. Come on, Bridge. Chuck on some old clothes and your Wellingtons. You're actually doing something fun? I ask her once the kids have raced to their rooms to get changed. I'm giving you guys 30 minutes. She wags her finger between Cole and me. I'm shocked at how nice she's being. I kiss her on her forehead and say, Em, I only need 5. Once she and the kids have cleared out and I've quickly called Gran to make sure she's okay, I whisk Cole into his room since it doesn't feel right to have sex in the bed where I sleep with Colby. 8 minutes later, we're done, lying naked on our backs, his cum cooling on my belly, mine in the condom wrapper I just tied up and chucked on the floor. Our epic duet just keeps on paying dividends, I say, still catching my breath. First it breaks the drought, and now it keeps you here. Cole smiles, folding his pillow in half and turning over to lean my way. I'll take it, even if I disagree wholeheartedly with your unscientific oomph. I finish kissing him and pull away. Sometimes that's the only way to shut you up. I thought you wanted me to make noise. I do. I love all the sounds you make when I'm fucking you. Love seeing you let go and go wild, and I love that I get that for a few more days yet. My boss will be pissed. Wild Aussie weather can't be helped. The weather ain't the only thing wild around here. I smile. Tell me more. And of course, an out of 10 rating, please. Are you seriously going to ask me to rate you every single time we have sex? I'll do you a deal. I prop myself up onto my shoulder and face him. I'll stop asking for a rating once I know you're mine. What does that mean? It can mean whatever you want it to mean. Will be. Cole? He shakes his head, slightly irritated, slightly amused. You know that at some point we have to talk, right? That this delay, while very welcome, doesn't solve the biggest hurdle we face. I know. I just don't want to deal with reality yet. I can't. I blow out a breath. It's too much, but I will, at some point. I'll put my big boy pants on. Colby squeals as he enters the house. Shit, they're back. Let's both put our big boy pants on, Cole suggests as we scramble to get dressed and finger comb our hair in the mirror into something that doesn't scream, we just fucked. We spend the rest of the day hanging around the house. I let the kids take an early mark from school since it's so rare for all of us to be together like this. Gran comes over since the track between her place and ours is fine. She complains about not having anything to cook, but somehow manages to produce a delicious casserole anyway, plus an additional mini casserole for Cole. I love how those two interact. I can tell Gran really likes him, treating him like one of the family, and he's so warm and affectionate with her in return, just like he is with the kids. Bridget's opening up to him, while Colby's all in, calling him Uncle Cole and everything, which is great, but also not. I fully expect my heart to break when Cole leaves, but I never took into consideration how Gran and the kids, and yes, even Emma, might feel. They'll all miss him too. The day flies by way too fast. Before I know it, it's the kids' bedtime. I've finished washing Colby, but he's still wet, and as always, it's a struggle to keep him still while I dry him off. Cut it out, mate, I scold him. You can't go to bed with wet hair. He tries to wriggle out of my grip, but not only am I stronger than him, I'm also smarter, armed with the knowledge of all his tickle spots. He howls in laughter as I tickle dry him, Once he's adequately dry, he scampers down the hall to his room. Cole must be in the hallway because I hear Colby ask, "Can you read me a story, Uncle Cole?" I push to my feet and scurry towards them to save Cole from the unexpected ambush. "You don't have to," I whisper to him. "No, it's fine. I'd love to." He runs a hand through Colby's perfectly dried hair. "The child deserves one uncle who can read." "Yay!" Colby races into his room, yelling about what book he'd like Cole to read. I move closer to him. "Is this how it's going to be? I'm the bad cop, you're the good guy?" He nods. "Yeah, it is. Get used to it. Don't be jealous." He gives me a peck on the cheek and slips past me into Colby's room. I check in on Bridge and say goodnight to her before heading to Colby and Cole. He's fallen asleep, tucked into Cole's side. Cole's still softly reading but stops when he sees me. "Is he sleeping?" he mouths. I guess from his angle he can't see. "He is," I mouth back. "Can you help me?" I smile, still keeping my voice low. "Once he's out, until he wakes up and scurries into my room." I gently disentangle Colby from Cole's body and press a kiss to his forehead. I turn off all the lamps except for the one by his bed, since he'll need that to see when he gets up in the middle of the night. Cole tiptoes his way out of the room, which has no right being as adorable as it is. Once we're both outside, I say, "Thank you for doing that. I honestly don't mind. He's a great kid. The best." I look down the hall to the empty living room. "What do you feel like doing? Want to watch some telly?" Cole smiles. "Sure." So that's how we end the day, snuggled up on the sofa under a blanket, watching an old black and white movie as the rain buckets down outside. This whole day has been so domestic. We've been stuck inside, but it's never been boring or uncomfortable. In fact, I could do today on repeat many, many more times. It's 100% what I want. The people I love, all under the one roof. Call me simple or boring, but for me, a day like this is what makes life worth living. 31. Cole. "Did you want a gay time?" Wilby asks, getting off the couch. The kids immediately cry out enthusiastically, "Yes, please!" "Oh, that'd be really nice, my love," Polly says, tearing her eyes away from the TV screen. Emma connected her laptop to the TV, and they've been showing me clips on YouTube from classic Australian TV shows. It's been wild seeing Kylie Minogue as Charlene in Neighbours, and I had no idea the Hemsworth brothers were in a show called Home and Away. Just like I had no idea what they're all talking about now. Polly looks at me and smiles. "I love the way the nuts feel in my mouth." "It's so creamy," Emma concedes, licking her lips, which only confuses me even more. What on earth are these people talking about? Gay time? Wilby returns from the kitchen. He's holding something up in both hands. I lean forward. "Is that an ice cream?" "Not just any ice cream," he says, grinning, "but the best ice cream in the world. Why, what did you think we were talking about?" "Nothing," I squeak, wishing this couch would swallow me whole. Thankfully, the kids are oblivious. But it doesn't stop Polly, Emma, and Wilby from laughing at me. "Here, take a bite of my gay time." Wilby waggles his eyebrows as he settles down next to me on the couch again. And just so we're clear, I am still referring to the ice cream. "Shut up," I say, trying not to smile as I swipe it from his fingers and take a bite. Oh my God, this is so good. Why do we not have this in America? "Probably because Americans couldn't handle the name," Emma jokes, and everyone laughs, including me this time. The past 3 days have been just like this. Simple moments filled with family, laughter, and food. We've played every board game in the house multiple times. I've read to Colby at night. Bridget and I have helped Polly make a never-ending supply of delicious dinners and enough scones to feed a small village for a month. Or me for a week, take your pick. I even had a moment alone with Emma yesterday, and she opened up about how hard it is for a monster bitch, her words, not mine, to find a man. I wish that my time here could last forever, but the relentless rain let up a bit yesterday, and we heard last night that the road into town has opened up again, which is good news for the people of Scuttlebutt, as it means much-needed supplies can get into town and people can move around again. But it's bad news for me, because it means I now have no reason to avoid getting on the next flight back home to New York, which, frankly, doesn't really feel like a home. What have I got waiting for me there? Honestly, not a whole lot. An apartment, some clothes, some furniture. A few friends, sure, but my dad and Brant don't live there. They're currently gallivanting about the planet on the trip of a lifetime. And these guys aren't there. It's amazing how, in such a short space of time, I feel so close to them. They've welcomed me into their home and into their lives with open arms. Okay, with Emma, it was less of an open arm and more of a menacing scowl situation, but after our chat yesterday, even she's thawing. I feel like I'm part of something here. I feel like I belong. As much as I love my dad and think he's the best dad in the world, after Mum died, it was just him and me against the world. I felt loved, protected, and safe, but I didn't feel like I belonged to anything bigger than just the two of us. Here, I do. But that will all end in 3 hours when Wilby drives me to the airport, and who knows when I'll see any of them again. Polly gets up to make some lunch, and Emma goes with her. Wilby shuffles the kids out of the house and back to school despite their very vocal protests. They've already missed more school these past 3 days so that we could spend time together than they have the past 3 years, apparently, which I feel bad and grateful about at the same time. When Wilby returns, he sits down next to me and eyes me with an uncharacteristically serious look. I have an idea. Do you trust me? Not at all. I smile, but Wilby isn't. His expression hardens, making it clear he's not in a joking mood. What is it? It's about your mum. My smile dies and I quit kidding around. What about her? Do you have her ashes with you? Yeah, in my luggage. Go get them. I'll meet you out front. What? Wilby, I don't know what you have planned, but just trust me, okay? Please? I'm not going to force you to do anything you don't want to do. It's just an idea. I stare into his eyes and nod. I do trust him. I know he won't make me do anything I don't want to do. He knows how much my mom's ashes mean to me, so he wouldn't mess about with that. I retrieve the box containing Mom's ashes and meet him out the front. He's already in the Land Rover, so I climb into the passenger seat. Neither of us says anything as he takes off. I'm holding the box in my lap. Back home, I stored her ashes in an urn, but for safety and logistical reasons while traveling, I placed them in an airtight black box to ensure there was no accidental spillage. We stop a few minutes later by a river I don't remember seeing before. The house is a little square in the distance behind us. Wilby gets out and runs around to my side, then opens the door and holds out a hand to help me out. I don't remember there being a river here, I say, looking out at the stream. Like everything else around here, it dried up. It's connected to a basin up north. We have had a lot of rain, but they copped a drenching up there. This river will get even wider over the coming days. When he finishes talking, he bends over and takes off his shoes and socks. I place the box onto the ground and do the same. It's amazing how fast grass can grow, I say, marveling at the patches of green growing over what used to be raw, brown earth. It is. Wilby straightens and takes in all the lush new growth. He moves toward the river. We used to come here as kids with Mum. This was her favorite spot. He winces, shaking his head, the memory of his mom overwhelming him. I step over to him and rub my hand up and down his back. I can see why. It's beautiful. Tears form in the corners of his eyes. He takes a deep breath and turns to me. You said you were waiting for a sign to, He tips his head toward the box of ashes. Your name means from the river, so I thought it might be nice to return her to the river. His head darts between the water and me, and then he grimaces. You know what, now that I'm hearing myself say it out loud, it sounds stupid. Just forget it. Let's go home. No. His eyes snap to mine. It sounds like a good idea. I think it's time. I'd like to do it here. Really? Are you sure? Because I meant it when I said you don't have to do anything you're not comfortable with. Thank you. I know that. I pick the box up, and immediately my eyes start to sting. But I've already made up my mind. This is the perfect moment to do this. To set Mom and myself free. It's the right time, the right place, and the right person to do it with. I've been waiting for so long to do this. I begin, the words heavy on my tongue as they come out. But now's the time. I can feel it. In here. I rub a hand over my heart. Wilby smiles. Would you like me to leave you alone? I can go back to the house and pick you up a bit later. No, stay. My lower lip quivers. I'd like you to be here. Please. Of course I'll stay. I walk closer to the river. Wilby stays near, but I appreciate the way he's giving me space while staying close enough that I can sense his presence and not feel alone. I step into the water, the cold catching me by surprise. I look over my shoulder. I don't know what to say. You'd think that after all this time I'd have a speech prepared or something. There are no rules, Cole. You can say whatever you want, or you don't have to say anything at all. It's totally up to you. I give a little nod and open the box. I immediately look away. I've never liked looking at the ashes directly. It freaks me out that that's what a human body can be turned into. I know the whole ashes to ashes, dust to dust bit, but it doesn't mean I have to see it. I crouch down and hover the box just above the surface of the water. Tears well in my eyes and start falling down my face. I grasp onto what little memories I still have of her, faded photographs in a mental family album that gets fainter with each passing year. I love you, Mom, I whisper, as I tip the ashes into the water. I may not remember you as well as I'd like to, but I promise I'll never forget you. I watch as the ashes float, then disperse in the water, getting carried away by the gentle stream. I stay crouched like that until my feet start going numb. When I turn around, Wilby's standing there, and my heart explodes with so much love for him. I run over to him and hug him tightly. You did a great job. She'd be proud of you. I hope so. I know so. Look. I draw back and turn around to look where Wilby's pointing. Holy shit. I've never seen that before. I've seen a couple. He smiles, latching onto my hand. But double rainbows are pretty rare around here. It's beautiful. We stand in silence, taking in the two luminous half-circles. I can feel her, I say quietly. I can feel her. Wilby doesn't say anything, and he doesn't move until I'm ready. After a few minutes, I turn around and we walk back toward the Land Rover. Lunch is probably ready, he says. I smile weakly. Would you believe me if I told you I'm not really hungry? He claps my back. More for me, then. We jump in the car and drive back to the house in silence. I feel good about what I just did. It was time to let Mom go. I needed to do it. And while I'm sad, I'm also lighter. It was definitely the right thing to do, even if it means that today I have to say goodbye to two people I love. 32. Wilby. I'm lying in bed late at night, awake and sweating like a motherfucker. It's so stinking hot I've kicked the sheet off, and the only reason I'm keeping my sleep shorts on is because of the inevitable Munchkin invasion. I still have some time before that happens, so I engage in my usual late-night can't-sleep-because-I-miss-Cole routine. I scroll all the way up through the weeks and weeks of messages he and I have exchanged, and I reread them from the top, my eyes flitting over whatever words stick out for me this time. Wilby. This is me with zero chill, but I miss you already. Cole. Ah, Wilby. You think you ever had chill around me? Smiley face emoji. Cole. I'm not even at the airport yet. But for the record, I miss you too. Wilby. Is it my cock? Cole. And don't say anything about your cock. Cole. Damn it, you type fast. Wilby. Talented fingers. Cole. Landed. I am dead. No, wait. I'm alive, as in I survived the flight, even with the delay in Toronto, but I am physically exhausted. Will be. Glad you made it back, safely. Rest up. Call. I'm horny. Want a video chat? Call. Corporate training is a crime against humanity. There, I said it. Will be. It can't be that bad. Call. Send screenshot of a PowerPoint slide. Will be. There are too many boxes, arrows, and words on that slide. Will be. Which obviously I would say because I can't read or do basic maths, but I'm gathering you agree. Call. 100% agree. And there were over 135 slides today. Kill me now. Will be. I'm horny. You up? Will be. Colby got a B+ on his maths exam. You should have seen him. He raced into the house like he'd won a lifetime of meat pies. Cole. That's amazing. Give him an extra big hug from me and tell him he's a legend. Will be. Well, he does take after me. Smiley face emoji with tongue sticking out. Call. Eye roll emoji. So modest. Will be. Tell me I'm lying. Will be. Well? Will be. Still waiting. Call. You're not lying, and shut up. Winky emoji. Call. I'm horny. You free? Will be. I'm feeling like shit. Need cheering up. Tell me why you like me again? I remember this exchange. It took place last week. I'd had a brutal day at work, having to euthanize 2 dogs that had mauled each other. It was horrific. I was hoping Cole would lift my spirits. Instead, what he wrote floored me. Cole. Well, you've taught me a lot of things. Okay, not that bit. At this point, I was expecting him to list all my amazing sex skills, naturally. But that's not where he went with it at all. Cole. You changed me. Cole. You showed me what it was to be carefree. Live life to the fullest. On your own terms. Giving 0 fucks about what anyone says or thinks. Cole. You saved me from kangaroos gone wild. Cole. You made me realize that maybe, on very rare occasions, I can be upright and cranky. Cole. But you never made me feel bad about it. You never pointed out my shortcomings. Jokes aside. Cole. You accepted me, fully, for who I was. Am. Cole. The best thing is, you taught me all of this not through words, but through actions. Cole. By the way you live your life, how you treat people and animals, how hard you work, how passionately you defend and protect the people you care about. Cole. And the biggest lesson you showed me was just to be. Cole. Remember karaoke night? By now I'm in tears, and it takes me forever to tap out a 2-word response because my stupid fingers are trembling so much. Will be. Of course. Call. That night, I felt freer and more myself than I ever have in my whole life. Call. And in so many moments I got to spend with you, I felt something similar. Call. You have so much heart, it rubs off on other people. Call. It rubbed off on me. I was tempted to cut in with a stupid sex joke there, something about rubbing off on me, but I didn't want to deflect. I mean, I did because feelings are gross, made worse by an entire ocean separating us, but I couldn't exactly end a text thread with some pathetic comment. So I faced my feelings head on. Will be. I love you, Cole. And then I started counting. 1 Australia. 2 Australia. Fucker didn't respond until I reached 39 Australia. Cole. I love you too. The conversation ended then. It was the first and only time we've ever said, well, wrote, the words to each other. Since then it's gone back to more normal topics like what our days are like and, of course, our incessant horniness. Right up to yesterday's message. Will be. I'm horny. Need to see that sexy ass of yours. I chuckle to myself. Many of those one-line messages are followed by the timestamp of a video call. But come on, having a video wank doesn't replace or even come close to having sex with him in person. And these daily messages we've been exchanging for over a month now are no consolation for the fact that Cole isn't here. I always knew it would hurt when he left, but I had no idea of the scale of the emotional devastation. It's so bad I'm resorting to using terms like emotional devastation. Me, Wilby Jebediah Linfox. This is happening to me. The guy who was supposed to have learned his lesson that guys don't stick around. That no one wants the kind of life that I do. That guys are for sex and that sex is supposed to be fun, physical, no strings attached. So what have I done? I've gone and fallen in love with someone who not only isn't here in this country, he's on the other side of the fucking planet. I'm so pissed and sad and just downright sick of this whole messed up situation. I don't know what to do. There's no solution. I know that much. I've racked my brain trying to come up with something. I've asked the vet gang, consulted with Gran and Em. I even called up Dunlop and Travis. Nothing. No one has got any brilliant ideas to make Cole and me work. I can't leave here. He doesn't want to leave New York. That's it. That's all there is to it. I tap out a message. Wilby, I'm miserable, and I miss you so fucking much. My thumb hovers over the send button. Why am I hesitating? Maybe it's because it feels like the longer this goes on, the more any hope I had of being able to make it work fades further and further away. I've let Cole down. I've let myself down, and I've broken a promise. I told him I'd find a way to make this work, and I haven't. We're so compatible, but our lives aren't. It's as simple and heartbreaking as that. So maybe I need to finally let Cole go. What's the point of holding on like this? Our messages and video calls are only delaying the inevitable final goodbye. And if it's inevitable, why drag it out? Why not just rip off the Band-Aid, go cold turkey, and face up to the reality of the situation? Cole and I are never going to be together. I delete the message and place my phone on the charger stand by my bed. A few minutes later, small footsteps pad down the hallway. Colby climbs into bed with me, and the nightly "let's see how many times we can kick Uncle Wilby" match begins. 33. Cole. Are you hungry? Dad asks me, poking his head out of the empty fridge in my loft-style apartment. If he tries the pantry next, he'll be equally disappointed. I haven't done any grocery shopping in a long time. Or, more accurately, not even once since I've been back. Yes, I've been living off takeout for close to 6 weeks, and no, I can't be bothered to do anything about it. Nah, I'm fine. I reply from my position, sprawled out on the sofa. He shoots Brant a look that has my bestie tentatively approaching me. I can't be sure if the reason for him approaching me like a zookeeper approaching an injured wild animal is due to my stench, my inability to string together more than a few words at a time, or my general lack of looking, alive. I know that I probably should get off the couch at some stage this weekend, maybe shower too. But I only have the strength to do those things, along with other everyday activities, like going to work and acting like a semi-normal person around fellow humans, during the week. Weekends are for slumming around my apartment in dirty sweatpants, feeling sorry for myself, while ordering the best Chinese in the city, which I can't even appreciate because I'm too busy wallowing in how unfair life is, while re-binging Bondi Rescue for the 10,000th time. At least that was the plan. I thought this weekend would be as uneventful as every weekend has been since returning from Australia. Dad and Brant popping in for a surprise visit has thrown a spanner in the works, and now I think they expect me to wear clean clothes, look presentable, and actually leave the house with them. Freaks, both of them. I'm worried about you, Cole, Brant says, his forehead etched with lines as he gingerly sits on the edge of my wooden coffee table, wiping his hand across it first to make sure it's clean. Fair call. The table is littered with a buffet of takeout containers and soda bottles. We both are. Dad leaves the kitchen and wanders over to us, sitting down in an armchair. Brant gets off the table and sits himself in Dad's lap. I manage a small smile. It's nice seeing them together. At least one Langdon has found love and is living his best life. Guys, I'm sorry. As you can see, and probably smell, I'm a mess. But I just need to be a mess for a little while longer. I'll get over it soon, I swear. Call. Dad heaves out a breath, looking at me with those same blue-green eyes I've inherited from him. You've been back for well over a month now, and I'm going to be honest with you. It doesn't seem like you're getting better. Yeah, well, he's absolutely right. I'm feeling worse. Ever since Wilby started responding less and less to me, it feels like my world is caving in. Yes, I know he's on a muster, and he's still at the house every morning and night. He's not totally ghosting me, but I can feel him drifting away. Which, in all fairness, what do I expect? How much longer could we keep up daily text messages and video calls? People move on, right? That's just life. Except, I've never been able to do that. Move on. Exhibit A, my mom's ashes. It took me almost 2 decades to scatter them. And now, Exhibit B, Wilby. Ever since I've been back, I've fallen into a pit of anxiety mixed with mild depression. Outside of work and absolutely essential obligations, I've been sinking deeper and deeper into blackness. I look over at Dad and Brant, and I can sense their hesitancy. Their MO with me has always been to give me space. Whenever I'm pushed, I clam up and shut down. But I'm not the same person I used to be. My time in Australia may have been short, but like I messaged Wilby, it did fundamentally change me. I can't expect these guys to know any of that, unless I open up to them. I breathe in slowly through my nose. I, may have understated how much I like Wilby. They exchange a knowing look. Well, duh, Brant says with a light smile. It's obvious you've fallen harder for him than I've ever seen you fall for anyone. I have, but it's more than what I've told you guys about. Take your time, son. We're not going to push you. Yeah, about that. I think it's okay if you push me a little harder. I want to open up more. It hasn't always been easy for me, and I'm willing to try. I want to live more in the moment. Actually, I just want to live more, period. That's awesome, Brant says, nodding slowly. A smile spreads across Dad's face. It really is, Cole. And part of what I want to share with you is about Wilby. I tell them the whole story, right from the very beginning. They knew bits and pieces, but I want to make sure they grasp how big this is. That while, yes, it may have started off with an almost one-night stand, it quickly became something much deeper. Something that ended up fundamentally changing who I am. I'm still me, of course, and it's not like being with Wilby miraculously cured my anxiety or made me hugely less uptight and cranky. Those things will always be with me, but it pushed them to the background and allowed other aspects of my personality to emerge. Like being a guy who takes chances, lives in the moment, lets go, makes some noise during sex, sings karaoke in front of a packed crowd, releases things from his past. Obviously, because I'm talking to Brant and my dad, I skip over the sexcapades. No reason for my old man to know any of that, just like he and Brant keep that stuff hidden from me, for the most part. I've changed so much. I still medicated myself, but flying back from Australia was nowhere near as bad as flying to Australia, I tell them. It was a real full-circle moment for me. I'm not talking about some miracle cure here. I still have anxiety. I will most likely have it for the rest of my life. But it's sometimes hard to place where the anxiety comes from. What do you mean, son? Well, sometimes I can't tell if the anxiety is coming from within me or if it's based on what's going on around me and in my life. But flying to Australia and flying from Australia is a neat and clean comparison, like apples to apples. And when I reflect on it, I can see that I went from being an anxious, overworked, overwhelmed, and more miserable than I realized apple to an apple that has been opened up and not fixed entirely, but healed. I nod my head. That's actually a really good word to describe it. healed. I feel like my time in Australia has helped me to reflect on who I am and certain parts of my life, and that's shifted something. Is that why you were able to scatter your mom's ashes? Brant asks. Yeah, I think it was. Something was always holding me back from doing it, and I did leave it to the last minute, but it finally felt right. I felt right. And how much of this change is due to Wilby, do you think? I'm not sure, Dad. I won't give him all the credit, because if he ever found out, he wouldn't let me live it down, but I can't deny that it's a lot. Wilby is... I let out a happy sigh as my head fills with fragments of memories of our time together. He's like no one I've ever met. So where do things stand now? Brant asks, shuffling in my dad's lap to get comfortable. You guys are keeping in touch, right? Yeah, sort of. Sort of. It's starting to drop off a little, which makes sense. We're both busy. I stopped talking, not wanting to finish that sentence, hating the fact that something as pathetic and mundane as we're both busy is the reason Wilby and I are shutting down communication. Do you love him? Dad's question hangs in the air. I bite my lip and nod. I do. A lot. I know it's fast, super fast, but it's real, I swear. It's so fucking real. We can tell, Dad says, his eyes filled with warmth. I drop my elbows onto my knees and sag forward, staring at the floor. I want to be with him. I need him. I love him. I fucking crave him. Brant pushes to his feet and huddles in front of me, tapping my knee. I look up and stare into his familiar face. I know you should never tell someone what to do, because if you do and they follow your advice and it turns to shit, it's a whole big mess. But I'm demanding a universal karmic exception from that for this very moment. I frown. What are you talking about? He gets up and starts dramatically pacing the length of the living room, like the born performer he is. I'm talking about telling you what to do, although it's not even me telling you as much as it is pointing out the freaking obvious thing that you should do that you probably want to do but for some unknown reason aren't doing. I look over at Dad, and he lifts a shoulder. Like he has no idea what's gotten into Brant either. Brant's eyes dart between the two of us, and he lets out an exasperated groan. Really? Jesus, you Langdons, do I really need to spell it out? I lift my hand meekly. Yes, please. He shakes his arms in front of his body. Take the damn job in Australia already. Jesus, it's the obvious solution. Wait, you, my best friend, are telling me, no, ordering me to live on the other side of the planet? Not forever, obviously. I will personally hunt you down if you stay for more than a year or two, but try it, see what it's like. And then, once you've had more time together, you'll figure out a way to make it work. Since we're making karmic exceptions. Brant and I angle our heads to Dad. A smile brews on his lips. Why not make it a surprise? Don't tell him you're coming down, just do it, because... romance. Aw, baby. Brant strides over and sinks into his lap. Dad's hands wrap around Brant, and they kiss. I tap my fingers against my knee. You know what? I think you guys are right. They stop kissing and smile at me. So go get it, son. If he's the one, it'll be worth it. He is the one. I know in my heart, in my bones, in my blood, that Wilby Jebediah Linfox is the one for me. And I also know something else. Something I absolutely, under no circumstances, can share with Brant and my dad right now. Because if I do, karmic exception or no karmic exception, they will both strangle me on the spot. I'm buying a one-way ticket to Australia. 34. Wilby. It's a beautiful October day. Clear blue sky, gentle wind, manageable temps, and the entire brigade is out. Horses, dirt bikes, buggies, the whole lot. I'm behind the control panel of a Robinson R-22S helicopter, flying ahead to the paddock where the cattle are waiting to be moved northward. Muster season is going perfectly. We've roped in all the usual crew, men I've done this with year in, year out for ages. We're on schedule, haven't had any injuries. Nothing worse to report than a few stray cattle a couple of days back that delayed us by maybe half an hour. That's pretty remarkable. We usually don't escape unscathed, so with a few weeks still ahead of us, I don't want to count my roosters before they hatch, but so far, so good. Except, it's not good. It's not good at all. I'm fucking miserable. I thought that by backing off from Cole, by dwindling our messages from daily to every second day, and now to just once or twice a week, I'd feel better. That it would signal to my brain that I need to move on. But the brain is a muscle, and the muscle memory of Cole is strong. My head isn't moving on, and neither is my heart. Slowly losing contact with him only makes the emptiness of him not being here so much more real. I miss him more than I thought it was possible to miss someone. And it's a different type of missing than missing Mum. With her, the loss is that she's gone. Forever. With Cole, the pain is amplified by the fact that he's not gone. He's very much alive. Living a life on the other side of the world, a life I can never be a part of. And it's not just the pain of him not being here that I'm dealing with. It's something deeper. Something I spend a good chunk of my life actively trying to avoid. Something that, if I dwell on it too much for too long, could break me. And that is the deep-seated fear that I'll never find anyone who wants to live out here, and I'm destined to be alone. The difference with Cole, though, is I let him in. He came here, to the house, met my family, my friends. He saw this life up close, and then he decided he didn't want it. That's what hurts the most. Some city wanker who has preconceived ideas of the bush and what small-town country folk are like is one thing, but Cole knows better than that. And it wasn't enough. I wasn't enough. Anger simmers in my veins, but I try to rein it in. I don't want all the good memories I have of him to be overshadowed by the pain and rejection I'm going through now. He never made any promises. In fact, I did. If I should be angry at anyone, it's at myself. And while I'm doing a reasonably good job containing my anger about the Cole situation, I'm less successful at curbing my anger at the broader picture. The fact that we're losing everything. Yes, I've accepted it, and I'm even grateful we get to keep the properties, but that doesn't mean I can't be pissed about it. Even if it's illogical and won't change a damn thing, I'm furious that this is what it's come to. I wish Katrina had just talked to us about it. Maybe we could have stopped it from escalating and getting so bad. That's the thing when people don't talk, when they worry more about how people might react than dealing with the situation at hand, it fucks things up even more. And we are in a monumental fuck-up. If Kat had just fessed up and told us she was in over her head, that she'd made a few mistakes, maybe we could have dealt with it. I've made a mistake too. I thought doing one last muster with the fellas would be closure, or cathartic, or some other bullshit, but it's not. I'm down in the dumps. Nothing is good now that Cole's gone, and yes, I know that sounds all sorts of pathetic, but it's the truth. We make good progress. The day flying by in a whirl of dust, noise, and the unmistakable smell that accompanies moving thousands of head of cattle. We have about 2 weeks left in the season, and then all that will be left to do is the final checks on the animals before they get sold off. By the time I jump into the landy and drive the short distance from the makeshift helipad to the house at the end of the day, I am beat. I stink. I'm starving. And I am not in the mood to deal with whoever has shown up at the house unannounced, leaving their shiny white Tesla parked outside. I scowl as I stalk past it on the way to the house, growling when I see the rental sticker on the front windshield. Who the fuck is visiting us in a rental car? For a minute, I think it could be Gus and Tate. But why wouldn't they have told me they were coming for a visit when I spoke to them last week? I leap up the porch steps, swing open the front door and march inside, stopping in my tracks when I reach the living room doorway and my eyes land on the figure sitting cross-legged on the floor, helping Colby with his schoolwork on the coffee table. Cole! A slow clap comes from the corner of the room. I hadn't even noticed Emma sitting there. As a measure of my respect, I'm restricting my bitchiness by not making a catty remark, and I'll take this little one with me into the kitchen. Remember this moment when nominations for the Australian of the Year come out. Oh, but I don't want to leave Cole. We can have Gran's cookies, Em tells Colby. Bye, Cole. Colby shoots out of the room so fast I can't even ruffle his hair. Em levels me with a look I can't quite decipher. Like maybe she's happy for me, as she brushes past. I walk over to Cole as he gets to his feet and promptly falls into me. Ah, shit. Both my legs have gone to sleep. Sure. I hold him up as he winces, kicking his legs out to try and get them working properly again. We'll just ignore the fact that you fell into my arms, shall we? It takes him a moment or two, but he finally manages to steady himself on his feet. He swings those blue-green eyes my way and, holy hell, my knees wobble. They're sparkling and alive and, fuck, I've missed him. As if pulled by invisible magnets, we lunge at each other, mauling each other's faces like we've been kiss-starved all our lives, which, in all honesty, it feels like I have been. These past 2 months without Cole have stretched for eons. He grabs the side of my face and my fingers charge into his hair, our tongues surging into each other's mouths. He's just as needy as I am, tugging my body close so that our groins are pressed together. I have a feeling that if my family weren't in the room next to us, clothes would be hitting the wooden floor right about now. When we finally come up for air, I still can't believe he's standing in my living room. What are you doing here? When did you arrive? Why didn't you tell me so that I could have picked you up? That's a lot of questions for my jet-lagged brain to process. Not to mention, I take half a step back and indicate towards his bulge. All the blood's down there. He laughs, shaking his head in what I realize is his signature move. He looks like he always does whenever he's around me, like he's half exasperated, half secretly having the best time of his life. Come on, let's have a seat. We walk over to the sofa and sit down, our knees knocking against each other. Okay, so I arrived around midday. Then it took me a few hours to drive out here. I didn't tell you I was coming because I wanted it to be a surprise, which I take it is. I nod. Yeah, it sure fucking is. Had no clue. I was spewing when I walked in here, thinking some asswipe door-to-door salesperson had come around to bug us. Cole laughs, but when he finishes, his eyes turn a darker shade. He schools his features into a serious expression, reaching out and curling the tips of his fingers over mine. And the reason I'm here is because... He sucks in a breath. I'm here because I want to be with you. I'm relocating to Australia for work, which means this thing... He waves his hand between us. It can happen. If you want it to, that is. I swipe a hand through my hair and ease my way out of his grip. Oh God, what is it? What's wrong? Oh no. He clasps a hand over his mouth. You've met someone. That's why you've been messaging less and less. Fuck! I'm an idiot! Of course you've moved on with someone else. I lift my hand. Can you shut up for a minute, please? He shuts up, his eyes scanning my face like he's willing me to hurry up and talk. You're an idiot because I haven't found anyone else. One, because I'm madly, stupidly, fucked-upidly in love with you. And two, because, hello, in case you missed it, despite being in the name, there ain't exactly a lot of great but in Scuttlebutt. Cole sits up taller. Oh, okay. And the reason why I eased off on the messaging is because I purse my lips, reluctant to tell him the truth but knowing I have to. It was killing me, Cole. Texting and video calls were great and all, but it didn't compare to the real thing. Not even close. And I let you down. I promised you I'd find a way to make this right, to find a way for us to be together, and I hadn't. It slowly started to dawn on me that we really didn't have a future. So I thought it better to cut my losses now, rather than prolong the inevitable. Cole bows his head. I get that, he says softly. Then he looks up at me. Did you really miss me? My eyes start watering. You have no fucking idea. Oh, I think I do. Yeah? Yeah. I was a mess. Brant and Dad had to stage a mini intervention. I wasn't looking after myself. Wasn't going out, except to work and back. I stopped cooking, but continued eating. I let out a small chuckle and fall back onto the couch. Well, thank God for that. He grins and falls back next to me, threading his fingers through mine. It was pretty grim there for a while. Tell me about it. I thought this muster would be great. Some big last hurrah, you know. But ever since you left, nothing feels good. Nothing tastes good. Nothing makes me happy. And yes, I've become one of those people. He scrunches his nose. I think we both have. How gross. And I'm not just referring to your B.O. I lift up an arm and sniff my armpit. Ugh, I smell feral. You do. His lips stretch. Good thing I love you then. Whoa. I pull my hand out of his a little more sharply than I meant to, startling him. What's wrong? I close my eyes because I can't bear to see his face when I say this. I love you too, but I don't know if I can do this. He lets out a long, loud breath. Some time passes before he gently requests, Can you open your eyes, please? I tilt my head back and slowly open my eyes. He waits until I'm looking at him again. You can't do what, exactly? This. Us. I'm over the moon to see you again, but I'm also not. I've been devastated since you've been gone. I've never felt this bad in my life, and seeing you again, as great as it is like rubbing salt in an open wound. I'm not anywhere near over you leaving once. I won't survive you leaving again. I want to make it work, but this is a tough life. It takes a very specific person, with possibly several dozen brain cells missing, to want to live this way. I know. I've been here. I've traveled around this country. I've been to places more remote than this. This is what I want. Wilby, you are what I want. A stupid tear slides down my cheek. I always wanted someone to say those words to me, but I never believed I'd see the day. But now that it's here, now that they're coming from the man I love, why the fuck can't I believe him? Why the fuck has that little voice in the back of my head suddenly picked up a megaphone and started yelling, But he will leave you, eventually. He won't stay forever. Hey, sorry. Emma tiptoes pensively into the room. Dinner is up, and even though very few things scare me in life, I didn't want to risk Cole not having access to food. I manage a feeble smile. Thanks, Em. We'll be in a sec. She backs out of the room slowly. Cole's eyes shift to mine. Do you want me to go? What? No way. I'm just struggling with my emotions right now. I need some time. Of course, I get it. Take all the time you need, because, Wilby, I am not going anywhere. You're a fucking dingus, Fitz says, hitting me over the head. You really fucking are. Muir cements his agreement with a thwack across my shoulders. Ow, that hurt. I glance over at Linus, who's sipping his tea, calmly watching as violence is committed against me. As the only responsible adult in the room, can you please do something? I call out to him. He whispers something into Ryde's ear, and Ryde lets out a tiny giggle as he gets up, walks over to me, and tweaks my nipple through my shirt. That's for calling Linus an adult. Oh my God. I wrangle myself away from my lunatic colleagues. We really need an HR department around here. Linus stops dunking his Tim Tam. Mate, if this clinic had an HR department, you'd have been chucked out on your ass 1,000,000 times by now. I hate that I have no comeback for that. I take my meat pie out of the white paper bag and find a spot on the far side of the table where I can hopefully eat and sulk in safety. He's come back for you, Fitz says, picking up the convo right where we left it. Honestly, I was expecting a bit of empathy from the guys when I told them about Cole unexpectedly returning yesterday. Guess I was barking up the wrong tree. Normally, I don't do vet work during muster season, but this was a scheduled day off from the muster, and I made up a bullshit excuse to come here, basically just to get out of the house, clear my head and work this out with my friends. Maybe former friends, depending on how the rest of this discussion goes. It's not off to a flying start. If he didn't want to be with you, why would he be here? Fitz presses. Not to mention he said that he loved you. Ryde chips in unhelpfully. I shoot an unimpressed glare his way. Think I liked you better when you were quiet. He laughs and flips me off. Damn, he's progressing faster than I realized. Soon he'll be on a shit-giving par with the others. Then I'll really be doomed. What are you really afraid of? Linus, as usual, cut straight to the heart of the matter. I finished chewing and set the remainder of my pie on the table. That this won't be enough for him. You guys know living out here is tough. It isn't for everyone. They all nod their agreement. He lives in New York. He grew up in LA. They're some of the most exciting and glamorous cities in the world. Scuttlebutt has, what, monthly karaoke and the world's best meat pies? We only just got McDonald's. Actually, there's a petition to get rid of Macca's. Apparently, Mrs. Mangle is furious and is trying to get... Muir looks around the room. You know what? That's not really important right now. Back to you, Wilby. My shoulders slump and I heave out a big, feeling sorry for myself sigh. Why would Cole want to move all the way out here to the middle of nowhere? Oh, you are such a fucking idiot. We all snap our heads to Ride. Wow, his balls are growing bigger by the second. Because he loves you, he continues boldly, going where no Ride has ever gone before. You are one of the weirdest, craziest, most out there people I have ever met, and so is he in his own different way. We've all seen the way he looks at you. When the two of you are together, there's a buzz in the air. We might not be able to see it, but I can assure you everyone in your presence can feel it. People are going to be talking about that karaoke night for decades to come. He wants to be with you. Can't you get that through that thick head of yours? What he said. Fitz agrees with a hearty nod. 1000%, Muir adds. I look over at my last remaining lifeline of sanity. Linus, what do you think? I agree with what everyone's been saying. Ride's assessment is correct. Cole is completely smitten and in love with you for reasons that shall remain an eternal mystery to everyone in this room, and Fitz and Muir are equally correct. That I'm a fucking dingus? No, well, yes, maybe. Linus grins. But what I think they were getting at is something deeper that you might want to look at. I'm afraid to ask. So don't ask, and I'll tell you anyway. You said you're worried that this life might not be enough for Cole, but that's a matter for Cole to decide, not you. The question you need to ask yourself is, are you afraid you're not going to be enough for Cole? Linus lifts a hand in the air, staving off my inevitable retort. Please don't make this about your dick. I'm being serious. Love means showing someone every single part of you. That's scary as hell because guess what? People are shitheads and they leave you. They lie, they steal, they cheat. When you open up to someone, you're laying it all on the line. You're trusting another person not to steamroll all over your heart. That kind of vulnerability takes a huge amount of strength. And I know you've got it in you. You are a strong person, but you have to work out your own shit. Whatever's blocking you from being able to fully open yourself up to him, because this isn't about Cole, it's about you. Wow. Trust Linus to call it like it is. But strangely, I think I needed to hear that. I didn't get any lightning bolt of clarity, but I feel less jumbled than before. The guys have to get back to work, and I have to get back home. I hug each of them before they duck away. Linus hangs around until it's just him and me in the staff room. Thanks, mate. I really needed to hear that. Have you reached any conclusions? Yeah. That I can't let my doubts and fears fuck up what could be the best thing I've ever had. He smiles. Glad to hear you say that. We all have that inner snake that wants to worm its way into our lives and ruin things. That tells us we're not good enough, or smart enough, or handsome enough. I don't have that snake, I retort with a grin, propping my hands on my hips. But I do have another Linus bundles me into a tight hug. Shut up, mate. We were doing so well. I owe you one, I say once we break apart. Nah, just buy me a packet of Tim Tams and we'll call it even. We say goodbye. I drive the short distance to the landing strip, jump into my plane, and make my way back home. It's tough taking on that inner critic that we all have living inside of us, but I have to give it my all to defeat him, because the life I could have with Cole is too fucking good to throw away. 35. Cole. Wilby doesn't normally work at the clinic during muster season, does he? Well, you know. I chuckle and place a hand on Polly's shoulder. Say no more. I can see it in your face. Why? What's my face doing? Lying, I say with a laugh, and after a few seconds she relents and smiles. I'm sorry, my love. I think he just needed some space. You've really affected him. She hands me a plate, and I start drying it, staring out the window above the sink at the beautiful day outside. Everything is so much greener since it rained. The wet weather continued after I left, so the drought is officially over. I hope Mrs. Mangle's been looking after Wilby in the meat pie department. He's really affected me too, you know. He has a way of doing that. What is it? I ask. You can tell me, and I promise it won't go any further. She stops washing the dishes and rests her hands on the tab. I just want you both to be happy. Wilby has some severe trust issues that he's going to have to deal with. She turns to me, her expression the picture of grandmotherly concern. And what about you? How do you know that living here will make you happy? I have no way of knowing that, I answer. No one can predict the future, right? But what I do know is that what Wilby and I have is real. When I'm with him, I feel the way I want to feel every day for the rest of my life. And I hope that, in turn, I make him feel even a fraction as good. Oh, you do, my love, believe me. That boy was practically walking on air when he came back from Sydney and talked about you. And then he crashed to Earth and was the most miserable I've ever seen him when you left. There's missing someone, and then there's really missing someone. And believe me, he fucking missed you. We finish washing up in silence. Once we're done, Polly takes the scones out of the oven and places them on 2 plates. 8 scones for the kids, her, Wilby, and Emma, and 8 for me. Please don't tell Wilby, but I'm secretly falling in love with you, too. Take a number. Bazza will probably want to fight you on that one. Remind me who Bazza is again? The butcher. Uh-huh. Polly walks over to the refrigerator, opens the freezer compartment, and triumphantly points to the contents inside, waving her arm like a game show hostess. It's packed to the brim with meat. Gave me all of this for a nice discount. She closes the fridge and grabs one breast. Thank you. She grabs the other one. And thank you. I burst out laughing. Oh my God, Polly, you're the fucking best. I am. Don't be jealous. My eyes widen. So that's where Wilby got it from. She nods. He gets all his best things from me. We pop in to see the kids on their morning tea break. Bridge skipped breakfast, so she scoffs down her scone, head buried in her modern history book, while Colby asks me to look over his math homework. He's gone from hating math to discovering he's actually really good at it. Not that I'd necessarily wish a career in finance on anyone, but hey, if it's something he ever wants to pursue in the future, I'll support him all the way. And wow, I'm thinking so far ahead that I'm imagining possible future careers for a 6-year-old. I really am in this for the long haul. I mean, I've already done something big and crazy and so out of my comfort zone by moving to the other side of the world. But how do I break through the last of Wilby's walls and get him to believe me that this is what I want? With the kids' break over, we leave them to it. Want an iced tea, my love? I'd love one. Go sit out on the front veranda and I'll bring it out. And yes, I'll bring the scones too. Cream and jam, okay? Cream and jam sounds perfect. It really is, because it's not the store-bought stuff. Well, it was bought at a store, the general store in Scuttlebutt, but both the cream and strawberry jam are homemade. You have not lived until you've experienced homemade cream and jam. She comes out with a tray and places it on the small table between us. I take a sip of iced tea before demolishing the plate of scones. Polly stays silent, not interrupting the wild American during feeding time. But this wild American can multitask, and as I'm stuffing my face full of strawberry and creamy baked goodness, something Polly said earlier drifts to the surface of my thoughts. And yes, thinking while eating counts as multitasking. I wipe my mouth with the back of my hand, then ask, how do I get through to him? Who? Wilby? Yeah. How do I break through his trust issues and convince him that this is what I want? She thinks about it as she rocks in her chair, staring out into the distance. Most of it is on him. They're his issues. As much as we'd like to, we can't go in and change people's minds and hearts. That's his stuff that he needs to work on. Yeah, I get that. For your part, I think you're going to have to be patient. Give him time, and show him. You can talk until you're blue in the face, but words don't count for shit, especially with Wilby. He's been duped that way before. You just being here says more than words ever can, but it might not be easy, and it might not be fast. That doesn't bother me at all, Polly. I'm here for the long run, and you're right. Words are bullshit. I take another sip of tea, rocking back and forth, and wonder how the hell I can show Wilby how much I want this, how much I want to create a life here with him. No answers mysteriously materialize, but my resolve strengthens. I will find a way. We've almost finished the pitcher of iced tea when Wilby pulls up in the Land Rover, slowing down when he gets nearer the house so that we don't get blanketed in dirt. I think I left a light on inside, Polly says, getting to her feet. It's 3 p.m, full daylight. Smooth, I reply with a grin. She winks and gives my shoulder a press as she goes inside. Wilby reaches the bottom step and takes off his cowboy hat. A kubra. Hey, he says, stepping onto the porch. Hey. He sits down in Polly's chair. Why did Gran just piss off like that? She left the light on inside? Wilby eyes the empty pitcher. Have you guys been day drinking margaritas? Without me? I smile. No, we had iced tea and scones. I saved you one. I push my plate toward him. He tilts his head, as if he's confused. You saved food. For me. See, I have this thing. I lean over and whisper conspiratorially. I kind of love you. You should get that checked out. He replies, before stuffing the entire scone in his mouth. I should. I can't take my eyes off him as he battles with the too big scone in his mouth. He finally finishes it and leans back in the rocking chair. We have to talk, he starts, then stops. Correction? I have to talk. Okay, but take your time. There's no rush. Our eyes meet. I'm not going anywhere. He holds my gaze for a long time, but I'm not going to break away first. It's not a big deal in the scheme of things, I get that, but I want him to see that I'm serious, that I'm not afraid, that I am in this for the long haul. I'm sorry about my reaction last night. You have nothing to apologize for. Feelings are feelings, and you have every right to have them. I know, but I don't want to sabotage this thing we have. That's not fair to you. It's not fair to you either, I say, hoping I'm injecting enough kindness into my voice to make him understand. I realize that. He blows out a heavy breath. I have trust issues that are causing me to doubt you. When you rocked up here last night and announced you wanted to stay, I heard the words, but I didn't fully believe them. And for that I'm sorry. And I should own that and be sorry for that. You're not responsible for what happened in my past, and it's unfair to hold you to that just because I got fucked over by an ass cunt. Wait, that's not right. Ass wipe. Sorry, it's been a long day. I reach over and take his hand. This okay? He smiles at me. Very okay. I want you to know that I hear everything you're saying. In retrospect, surprising you the way I did probably wasn't the best idea. I guess I got scared too. I felt like I was losing you. Like you said yesterday, texting and video calls are great, but they're nothing compared to the real thing. He nods. I agree. And I know that you need more than words from me. You need to see me backing up what I say, and I will. If you give me a chance, I promise you, I'll show you. He drops his head and pulls his hand away, like those last words physically stung him. What's wrong? I ask. I made you a promise, and I failed. You didn't fail. He looks over at me with sad eyes, and my heart clenches. I know you said you'd figure this out, but look, you've given me the opportunity to step up. Huh? Think about it. If you'd somehow magically solved all our problems, I wouldn't be here now, showing you how much I want to be here. So, what you're saying is, I'm a next-level genius when it comes to navigating complex interpersonal relationships and have superior emotional intelligence, and I just didn't know it? I laugh. I wouldn't go that far, but you didn't let me down, Wilby. I don't think that for a minute. So please get that out of your head. This whole situation is way bigger, way more powerful than either one of us ever imagined. He blows out another long breath. You're right. I was just innocently strolling along the streets of Sydney, minding my own business. I'll give you innocently minding my own business. I fly off my chair and jump on top of him, which sends his chair rocking wildly. He grabs onto my waist to stop me from falling off. I grind my ass down lower because I will take any chance I can get to assert my bottom dominance. It was the best night of my life, he says, smiling, and presses his lips to mine. That sounds like a challenge, I murmur, keeping my lips close to his. Rumor has it you like challenges. Rumor has it I always win every challenge I face. Rumor has it that my cock agrees with that assessment. We both burst out laughing, and crying, and kiss each other with wet, sloppy, happy kisses before we race inside and lock the door to my room. Do I need to spray my chair down with disinfectant? I clutch my chest in mock shock. Polly, what are you insinuating? I peeked through the window yesterday. I saw what you two were doing on this very chair before you rushed down to your room, re-emerging 20 minutes later with flushed cheeks and messy hair. Yikes, I thought you were out the back. I was. After seeing you both stampede through the house like a herd of elephants, I knew I had to leave for my own good. She's smiling, and God, I love her teasing, and how easy it is just spending time with her. She sits down next to me. Wilby and the crew left crazy early this morning, and I have some work stuff I need to do that I'm totally delaying. So I take it the two of you managed to do some talking too? I grin. Yeah, we did. And thank you for our chat yesterday. It helped. I'm always here, my love, whenever you need me. That means a lot. I'll definitely be taking you up on it. I bring out my laptop and respond to a few emails while Polly does her thing in the kitchen. My boss is cool with me working from wherever, as long as it's in an Australian time zone. He's also outlined that I'll be expected to do a lot more in-person work, which unfortunately means a lot more flying. But fuck it. If that's the price I have to pay, I'll do it gladly. I've always flown for work and managed somehow. I'm sure I'll be able to do the same here. Besides, it's not like I'm flying on a death machine like Wilby flies. You couldn't pay me to get inside one of those. Flying on commercial planes feels a lot safer, and I'll keep repeating that mantra until I maybe start believing it one day. The day is quiet and uneventful. I get through my work, my thoughts drifting to Wilby, out doing his cattle roundup. I wonder how his day is going. 36. Wilby. This feels like old times. The excitement, the frenetic tempo, even the birds flocking around us know something's going on. There's nothing like herding a few thousand head of cattle across the land. And now that Cole's back, and here to stay, I can finally relax, breathe, and enjoy what's left of my last mustering season with the fellas. You on channel, Lynn Fox? I retrieve my radio out of my backpack. Yeah, Steph, what's up? You blokes all sorted down there? I glance over at the two stockmen I'm riding on horseback with today. We pulled over to take a piss and for one of them to have a ciggy. They both nod. Yep, ready to go. Cool. We're just refueling the buggies. We'll push off again in 5. 10-4. I walk over to Bella, a sturdy bush horse, and give her a gentle scratch on the top of her withers and under her neck. Every stockman chooses their own horse, and I've been with Bella for the last 4 years. She's got great instincts, knowing what to do before I do sometimes. We're taking a 3-tier approach with today's run. Choppers to bring the cows out from wherever they are, bikes and AV buggies to round them up into manageable mobs, and herd them in the direction of the pen we want to get them into, and us 3 horse riders to ensure the herd's heading in the right direction and deal with any breakaways. The sound of dirt bikes and buggies roars in the air as the others join us. All right, let's fucking do this, Stav yells as he leads a pack of 4 vehicles away, and we start up again. Stay safe, fellas. The chopper lifts off to get ahead of us, and I give Bella a pull to take off, slowly at first before breaking out into a steady gallop. The warm air hits my face, and I smile. For the first time in my life, I feel whole, like I can have everything. I can live in the middle of fucking nowhere, stay close to my family, do a job I love, and be with the man I love. Cole says this is what he wants, and I have to believe him. I do believe him. Almost. I am so fucking close to being there and believing him. He's saying all the right things, that I can take my time, that he's not going anywhere, that he wants his actions to speak louder than his words. These last niggling, annoying as hell reservations I have are all on me. They're my issues, based on what's happened in the past. But I can't let them destroy my future. I have to focus on the 99.999% of me that believes him, and do everything I can to ignore that final piece of remaining doubt that's holding on for dear life, and hope and pray that one day it decides to fuck off and leave me in peace. Cole will not hurt me. Cole will not hurt me. Well, unless I put in a specific request during sex time, that is. Why are you grinning like that, mate? Taker, one of the stockmen, asks, riding his horse up beside me. Just thinking how I'm the luckiest son of a bitch alive? Okay. He looks confused. I don't blame him. I've spent the entire season up to now looking like a total misery guts and constantly bemoaning the loss of the farm. I met a guy. He smiles, steers in a little closer and pats me on the back. Say no more, brother. Is he a keeper? Oh yeah, he's a keeper all right. Happy for you, mate. And with that, he takes off after a stray calf that's become separated from the mob. I don't think I stop smiling all morning. I sit pretty until lunchtime, staying on the edge of the coaching mob, the small pack of cattle up front that the rest of the herd will get behind. They're all pretty well behaved, which is unusual, but I'll happily take it. Even the ribbing the guys give me over smoko break, where we drink Bushman's Billy tea and eat damper that gives Gran Scones a run for their money, although if she asks, I'll deny even thinking it, doesn't bother me. I'm not as close to these guys as I am to the vet crew, since I only see them a couple of times a year, but I'll miss them all the same. And I'll miss moments like this, sitting out in the middle of nowhere with a few mates, talking shit and tucking into some true blue Aussie grub. But this part of my life is over, and another chapter is just beginning. I have to focus on that, on all the good that still lies ahead of me. I may be penniless until the day I die, but I have good people in my life who love me, and one person who's choosing to be with me. Not everyone can count themselves so lucky. After lunch, the pace picks up. The three of us on horses dealing with never-ending breakaways. I almost lose my hat chasing down one particularly sneaky little cow. He's a cunning bastard, hiding in the long grass and then darting off whenever I get close. I get him in the end. I always do. But, mate, by mid-afternoon, I am knackered. The cattle head count has grown too. I'd guess about 3,000. We funnel the herd towards the enclosure where we'll leave them overnight to calm down, before returning tomorrow to tag, brand, and for safety reasons, dehorn them. The eucalyptus trees cast long shadows in the late afternoon light, as the last of the herd make their way into the massive holding yard. I'm standing on a ledge atop a steel gate. My fellow stockmen are on the ground, and all of us are keenly on the lookout for any trouble. Thankfully, there isn't any. Once all the livestock are in, I hop down onto the dirt, and we begin closing the massive gates. I've locked the first one, and am rounding up the chain for the second, when one of the guys yells out, "Wilby, behind you!" I don't have time to turn around or move out of the way. I get thumped, and it's a solid fucking thump too, right in the lower back. I'm down on my knees. I fall forward. My face hits the ground. The pain. Oh my God. The pain is so fucking bad. Pulsing from my back into every corner of my body. Throbbing. Searing. It's the worst fucking thing ever, and it's all I can feel. My entire body is on fire. I breathe in some dirt, and then my eyelids get heavy. I black out. I come to, my head wobbling. I'm lying in the back of a car. Where am... I pass out again. Time lapses. I don't know how much. I open my eyes again. I'm still in the car. I try to ask what's going on, but can't get any words to come out. I overhear a fragment of the conversation between the two blokes up front. Get him back to the farm. Polly will have to. I'm out again. Holy fucking shit! My eyes flutter open. Vision's blurry, but I can hear the panic in Gran's voice. Something warm and soft touches my hand. My throat's so dry it feels like sandpaper. And I become aware of a new sensation, like someone jackhammering at the back of my head. I blink a few times. I don't know if I'm capable of smiling, but I want to. Even through the pain, I'd recognize those two mismatched eyes anywhere. Cole, shh, he says soothingly. Don't talk. Save your energy. It's him holding my hand. What happened? You got kicked by a cow, apparently. He looks up. I can't turn my head to see who he's looking at, but I hear Gran's voice loud and clear. We have to get him to the hospital down in Brisbane. But how? Cole asks. I'll take him in the plane. Who's going to fly it? Who do you think? Me? Cole's eyes bulge. You can do that? Of course I can. Now, we're going to have to be very careful in moving him. And Cole, I'll need you to fly down with me. Cole's face turns bleach white. No, Gran, he can't. And I'm out again. Beep, beep, beep. The steady sound is the first thing I become aware of. Then the air. It's cold. Really cold. It tickles my nostrils. Slowly, I open my eyes. There's pressure on my arm. I tilt my head down. Cole's sitting on a chair, the top half of his body slumped over me. He's asleep. I'm on a bed? I look around the white and blue room in a hospital, I guess. Fuck. How did I get here? I tried jogging my memory. The last thing I remember is being out on the muster. I was killing it, because of course I was. I remember the damper being exceptionally good, better than usual. The guys were giving me shit for being in love. I had a bastard of a chase after lunch and almost lost my hat. We got to the holding pen, and then nothing. I don't remember anything after that. I cough, more like splutter actually, and the sound wakes Cole. His head jerks up, half his hair flat from where it was pressed against the bed. Hey, I croak. He grabs the jug of water by my bed and pours me a glass and sticks a straw into it. He guides it to my mouth, and I take a few small sips, and fuck me, that feels good gliding down my throat. I nod when I've had enough. He perches gingerly on the side of the bed, looking down at me with nothing but pure love and relief in his eyes. Something in my chest stirs to life. Am I okay? He bites his lip. If this weren't such a serious occasion, I'd answer that question in the negative and point out all your many, many faults. But given the huge scare you've given everyone, I'll play nice. You will be fine. Do you remember what happened? No. I know I was mustering, but that's about it. He nods gently. Do you want to know what happened? Of course. Apparently, you were closing off one of the gates when you got rammed by a cow. It ended up trampling on you. Thankfully, it didn't get your head, but your lower back is a mess. How much of a mess? Not as big a mess as it could have been. Luckily for you, one of your friends charged the animal, preventing it from doing any more damage. I smile. They're good blokes. Yeah, they are. So, what state am I in? You lost consciousness and have severe bruising. So far, though, nothing else. But they'll probably want to keep you in the hospital for a few days. What hospital are we in? Brisbane. When was I brought in? Last night. How did I get here? Polly flew your plane. Fuck. Good thing the old chook kept her license up to date. Yeah, it is. Wait, how did you get here? To get from the house to Scuttlebutt to the airport by car would have taken him a few hours, not to mention that there wouldn't have been any flights until this morning. Cole takes a long breath, shakes his head as if in disbelief, and then suddenly looks like he wants to murder me. My mouth falls open. You didn't. The most terrifying 2 hours of my life. he says, shuddering. You got in a light plane for me. He nods soberly. I did. There was no other choice. He's wrong. There was a choice. But he chose me. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. He looks like he's trying to be angry, but I can see the smile teasing the corners of his mouth. One time and never again, he says, pointing a finger at me. My heart explodes in my chest. In a good way, not in an I need medical help way. Never again, I repeat. I feel horrible that he had to confront his biggest fear in an emergency, but he did it. He actually did it. And the last vestiges of doubt that I had just got fucking vanquished. I grin up at him, even though it's probably not the smartest thing I could do if I want to get out of this hospital in one piece. You got in that light plane for me. Even repeating the words doesn't lessen the enormity of them. I can't believe it. He gazes down at me. In that case, I am more than happy to spend the rest of my life reminding you. That's music to my ears, Cap. Cap? Yeah, it's better than baby, isn't it? He thinks it over for a moment. Then a big smile splits his face. Yeah, it is. I don't know what I did to deserve you. Cole takes my hand and gently threads his fingers with mine. I think we both got pretty lucky. Nah, I'm luckier than you and you can't beat me. He shakes his head, his eyes glimmering. Are you fighting me on this? I close my eyes and let the love I feel for him, from him, simmer through my body. No, I'm done fighting. I'm all yours. A tear slides down his cheek. In that case, I'll need a receipt in case I change my mind after 30 days. I let out a laugh but stop abruptly due to the stabbing pain shooting through my lower back. Be careful, Cole says, gently sliding his hand up and down my arm. You're not out of the woods yet. He's right, I'm not. I don't know how I managed to get off so lightly. Cattle can be deadly. I not only escaped without any major issues, knock on wood, I also got the best present of all, Cole. And from this day on, I know with every bit of me that he's in it for the long haul. What are you thinking? He asks. About you. He makes a show of peering down the bed. But you're not tenting. Oh God, do you think my dick is broken? I'm sure your dick is fine, and even if it weren't, it wouldn't matter to me. I know. I swallow, then take a moment before saying, Thank you for getting on that plane. I know how hard it must have been for you. And to make it up to you, I promise, I swear on my fucking life, I will never doubt you again. Cole aims that winning smile at me. Then it was all worth it. Your trust means everything to me. I know we're going to run into problems. Every couple does. But know that I will do everything I can to never break your trust in me. I know that. I do. And I'm so sorry I ever doubted you. It was all my stuff, not you. I get that. We'll get through this, and whatever else life throws at us, together. We sure fucking will. He leans down and presses a kiss to my forehead. I love you, Wilby. I love you, Cap. 37. Epilogue 1. 1 year later. Cole. Lemonade? Brant looks at Polly with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. That's your secret ingredient? Well, it's not a secret anymore. She replies with a laugh as she continues stirring the batter. She's teasing, Wilby interjects, looking between Dad, Brant, and me as he explains. We've all known about her lemonade hack forever. I relax into a smile and look around, loving having all the people I love here. And by all the people I love, I mean Dad, Brant, Polly, Colby, Bridge, Emma, Katrina, and some guy who likes to randomly walk through city streets singing shirtless. And by here, I mean the kitchen of the house I share with said singing shirtless guy. Geez, I wouldn't want to say that 3 times in a row. It's still funny to think of this place as ours, as opposed to his, but after we left the hospital in Brisbane, we moved into Wilby's house. Katrina is back. The 3-month stint at rehab worked. She's in the big house with the kids, and since her work at the farm is no longer an option, she's doing an online marketing degree. Polly's still in her cottage, while Emma has left her place and moved to Scuttlebutt to work on growing her mechanics business. And Wilby and I have spent the past year making this cottage our own. And fucking. Working, hanging out with the kids, fucking, eating, fucking, and more fucking. Think I'm sex-obsessed? After his accident, Wilby had to do some intensive physio that severely restricted his physical activities. We could do some stuff, but sex without movement is like sex without sound. Once you've crossed over, you can't go back. I'm still so thankful he wasn't seriously injured. Apart from some bruising, he had one bulging disc, which was remedied with therapy and painkillers. He's good as new now, which is a good thing, because he needs all the strength he can get for our epic sex marathons. Now that we're all settled into our new life and our home, I figured it was finally time to do the meet the parent and best friend thing. I glance at Dad, who's wandered over to Brant and wrapped an arm around his waist, as they both watch Polly fist the gooey bits of dough into what will be, in about 45 minutes, a batch of delicious scones. The kids are talking to Emma and Katrina about last night's football match. Despite watching it with them, I'm still not completely sure what I witnessed. Australian football, or rugby league as they call it, is weird. The rules make no sense at all to me. Wilby saunters over, and my mind revisits our 3-hour sex marathon last night. One of the benefits of living kid-free in our own house. "What are you smiling about?" he asks, sliding into the chair next to me. I lift a brow. "Right." He chuckles hoarsely. "Say no more." I brush my hand up his arm. I'm also thinking about how I'm so glad it didn't take either one of us getting hit by a bus to realize what we've got. Nope, just getting kicked in the back by a pissed-off cow and you having to fly with Gran in a light plane in the middle of the night. So much better. I grin. Yeah, but technically, I knew I loved you before that. He juts his chin out, his smile turning mischievous. When did you first realize you were in love with me? Was it when you first opened your hotel window and took in all of this? He leans back and waves a hand in front of himself. Or was it when you stepped out of the hotel lobby and got a proper close-up look? I start laughing. You are so full of yourself, mate. Yep, that's my endearment for him, and I'm sticking to it. I know it's a commonly used term here in Australia, but he's the only person I ever call that. Everyone else can deal with being called man or buddy or whatever other Americanism the vet crew like to tease me about using. You love it, Cat. I roll my eyes even though we both know I do. Wilby goes over the plan for the afternoon. I suggested to him earlier that we should go for a drive down to the river, so I can show Dad and Brant where I scattered Mom's ashes. I even managed to keep my nerves at bay and make it seem all nice and casual, like there was nothing else going on under the surface. I glance across the room at Dad, who turns his head to me at the exact same moment. He eyes Wilby. He loves him, naturally, and gives me an almost imperceptible nod. I try to hide my smile, hoping Wilby's not noticing anything unusual going on. I want it to be a total surprise. Because this formerly uptight and cranky American is only planning on having one mate for life. I told Dad and Brant before they arrived that I was planning on proposing. And I had a quiet chat with Polly outlining my intentions last week. And yes, I asked for her permission. It might be antiquated, but it was important for me to do it. Judging by the tears in her eyes as she walloped me on the back and let out an almighty, "Fuck yeah!" I think it meant a lot to her, too. Only Wilby's in the dark. I hope. He's picked up that I'm a little edgier than normal, but I've blamed that on nerves, on wanting Brant and Dad to fit in and get along with his family. They've been here for 3 days, and everyone is getting along great, so I can't really keep milking that excuse. This afternoon can't come quick enough. I need to get down to that river and propose stat. You okay? Wilby checks, noticing my fingers fidgeting. Is there anything you need from me? To say yes when I propose would be nice, but I can't say that. His expression lets me know that he's genuinely concerned about me, and I hate making him worry unnecessarily. especially if he's jumping to the wrong conclusion like I suspect he might be. It's not the anxiety, I say quietly, hoping to keep this conversation private. Really. Are you sure? I am, and I'd tell you if I was, I promise. My anxiety still rears its head occasionally, sometimes at the strangest times, but like always, I deal with it. And Wilby's been great. He scoured the internet and read everything he could find about it. He probably knows more about the condition than I do, though I'll never admit that to him. Okay, then. He checks the time on his phone. You haven't ingested solids in 3 hours. It's most likely that. I smile. It's totally that. Wilby goes over and helps Polly get lunch on the table. We enjoy a delicious meal, talking and laughing the entire time. I stay quiet, content to soak in the homely country atmosphere. It has nothing to do with inhaling triple the amount of food as everyone else in the same space of time, because no, that hasn't changed. That will never change. I'm also keen to get this show on the road. How about a drive? I say, once Wilby and I have cleared the table. Do we have to go now? He replies. I was thinking I could show Brant and your dad. Yes? I squeak, my voice almost as high as the whistle that Polly's old-school kettle has when it's boiling. I mean, yes, we do have to. Go now. Wilby squints at me. I scratch my chest. Because the rain is forecast for later, so we should go now. Okay. He looks at me like I'm losing my mind, and he's not far off. And fuck, if I'm this nervous just thinking about popping the question, how am I going to get through the proposal itself? I'll take your dad. Now it's my turn to be confused. You will? Yeah. He looks over at my old man and smiles. It'll be nice to have some one-on-one time together. I look at Dad and he seems down with it. Sounds good to me. Fine. In that case, I'm taking Brant. Wilby chuckles, and as he gives me a quick hug, uses the moment to whisper in my ear, Not everything is a competition, Cole. Oh, but it is. I tease back. His eyes flash with something I can't quite decipher, but since I'm more eager to get moving than to query if he's up to anything, I let it go. We finally take off. Wilby takes Dad in the Land Rover. I take Brant in the second love of my life, a shiny new black Jeep, and the sisters take Polly and the kids. How are you feeling? Brant asks the second we get in. I blow out a massive breath and sag against the seat, like my insides want out of my body. That's a gross visual, but understandable. Even though, come on, you have to know he'll say yes, right? I start the car and pull out behind Katrina. Yeah, it's not that. It's the bigness of it, you know? Getting married really means something. It does for me, and I know it does for him too. It's a huge step, but the right one. I look over and smile at my bestie. Totally the right one. You know, I should be mad at you, he says. Why? I only let you come to Australia for a year, and now we've lost you forever. I laugh. Karma bit you in the ass, my friend. It did, he agrees with a sigh. But it's worth it to see you like this. Like what? Happy. I am happy. And balanced, too. How do you mean? I mean, I think one of the reasons why Wilby and I work so well together is because we balance each other out. We both have a tendency to swing, going high, then crashing back down. Me more than him for obvious reasons, but when we're together, we sort of stabilize. Like when we were kids on a seesaw, and we'd always try to get it so we were both off the ground. Exactly, and you kept messing it up. I did not. Yes, you did. No, you did. I'd continue this argument and I'd win, but we pull up by the river, and a wall of nerves slams into me. You'll be fine, Brant says as he unbuckles. You found yourself a great guy. We're all here to support you and celebrate with you. And he pauses and tilts his head forward, looking up to the sky. Your mom will be here too, and she'll be so proud of the man you've become. Oh my God. I wave my hand in front of my eyes. I'm trying not to cry here. Sorry. How about this? You'll nail it, and in a few hours from now, you'll be nailing Wilby. Better? Much. We get out of the car. We're the last ones to arrive, so the kids are running around while Wilby is pointing something out to Dad. When they see us approaching, Dad ducks his head and dabs at his eye. I didn't bring bug repellent, but maybe I should have. Which gets me thinking, oh my God, what if I get down on one knee, launch into my pre-planned spiel, only to be attacked by a killer swarm of oversized Australian bugs? Hey, it could happen. No. That's just my overactive imagination talking. Stay focused, call. We hang out by the river for a few minutes. I fill Dad and Brant in on the day we scattered Mom's ashes. Wilby comes over and takes me by the hand, then leads me away from the others. Look over there. He points eastward to what is it? He smiles at me. It's called a sundog. Ever heard of it? No. I stare at the bright patch of light in the sky, yellow, pink, and orange in color. It's caused by atmospheric conditions similar to those that produce a rainbow, but it's small and round. Wilby leans in and whispers, I think it's your mum. Yeah. I start nodding, the certainty and connection to her presence rising within me. It is. It's her. I heave in a deep breath. If ever there was a sign that this is the time to do it. We're all standing close enough that when I announce, I'd like to say something, everyone can hear me. They all step in closer, except for Wilby, who freezes next to me. What's happening? He asks, looking around. But when he next glances my way, he has to drop his head. I'm down on one knee, but in my haste I forgot to pull the ring box out of my pocket. I'm too rattled, my nerves approaching runway level. I let out a shaky breath and look up at him. Wilby Jebediah Fox. I stop. Okay. I've correctly established the person I'm speaking to. Yay me! I take another breath and keep going, desperate not to screw this up. From the moment I met you, I knew you were special. And trouble, but mostly special. I know our journey has been a bit of a bumpy one, but choosing to be with you is the best decision I've ever made. You make me happy. You calm me down when I need to be soothed. You lift me up when I need support. I know I can always count on you, and I'm on my knees in front of you, wanting to pledge to do the same for you, to always be with you for the rest of our lives. What I'm getting at is, will you marry me? I stare into Wilby's eyes. He tries to blink away his tears, but fails. I wait. We keep staring at each other. He's silent. I'm still on my knee, on a rough patch of ground. If I weren't such a nervous wreck, I would have looked around for a grassier, softer spot. And I'm still waiting for Wilby to say something. Anything? Fuck. What if those aren't yes tears sliding down his face? What if I've made a colossal misjudgment? What if... Before I spiral any more, Wilby drops to his knee on a grassy patch. I can't help but notice, effortlessly produces a navy blue box seemingly out of thin air and opens it. He even manages to angle it in such a way that the light bounces off the gold band, drawing a round of impressed oohs and ahs from everyone. I stare at him. What are you doing? He smiles at me, like he doesn't have a care in the world. I'm about to propose to you. You're what? I shoot Dad a look only to see him openly crying. So it wasn't bugs irritating his eyes before. Brant rubs his shoulder, a little misty-eyed himself. Why'd you think I wanted to drive down here with your old man? I thought you were being weird. But wait, you can't propose. I'm proposing. Fine. His smile widens. In that case, I'm counter-proposing. I shake my head in disbelief, fighting the grin that wants to form on my lips. Not everything is a competition. Oh, but it is, Cap. Everything's a competition. I hate you right now. Despite that not boding well for my counter-proposal, I'm going ahead anyway. Can you two stop fucking whispering and get on with it already? Polly yells. If I'd known it was going to take this long, I would have brought my fold-out chair and knitting needles. Wilby sputters, tears splashing down his face. Shit, sorry, he says, brushing them away. It's okay. I glance down at the ring. I believe you have a question to ask. He lifts the box up. This was my grandpa's ring. It means everything to Gran. I look over at Polly and think about shaking my head, but she fixes me with such a strong, "you're having it and that's the end of it" look. I'm too afraid to argue. Colwyn Hortense Langdon. I shoot Dad an evil look. He swore he'd never reveal my god-awful middle name to anyone. Then my eyes slide to Brant next to him, mouth wide open. Yep, not even my best friend in the world knew it. It's so bad, it's Hortense, for fuck's sake. Move it along, I mutter. Wilby composes himself, then brings his eyes to meet mine. This past year and 3 months has been like a dream. I never knew someone as good, as beautiful, as cranky as you even existed. He smiles bashfully. I know I'm a lot to put up with, and Scuttlebutt isn't exactly the center of anything. It's literally in the middle of nowhere, and I can't buy you expensive things or offer you a life filled with big adventures. All I can give you is my heart, and you have it, Cole. You have every single piece of it. Today, tomorrow, forever. Will you do me the greatest honor of my life and marry me? Please fucking marry him and get him off our hands, Em calls out. Laughter rings out around us as we look at each other. Who says yes first? I ask. I mean, assuming it's a yes. Of course it's a yes, he says, smiling. Maybe you should say it first because, I did ask you to marry me first. No, you didn't. I got down on my knee first. I gesture to our families gathered around us. And I have witnesses. Yes, I did, Wilby counters. I may not have witnesses, but I specifically recall asking you to marry me twice in Sydney. Once in the hotel room, once at the airport before you boarded your flight. Well, they weren't real proposals. He was kidding. You were kidding, right? Wilby smiles. That's not the point. The point is that technically I've asked you first twice, so technically you should answer first to adhere to the, technical marriage proposal protocol, otherwise known as TMPP. I believe it's stated in Chapter 7, Article... For Pete's sake, just say it at the same time, Dad cries out. Without missing a beat, Colby yells. 1, 2, 3. Yes. We say at the same time, staring into each other's eyes. Everyone erupts in applause and races over to us, before helping us get to our feet. Colby jumps on Wilby while Dad and Brant bundle me into a hug. So happy for you, son. It's the happiest moment of my life. 38. Epilogue 2. 3 months later. Wilby. I'm a simple bloke. I don't need anything extravagant. I'm more than content with my life the way it is, working full-time at the clinic, living close to my family and watching the kids grow up, being pain-free and able to walk, and having the cranky New Yorker I met randomly one night become my cranky New Yorker. Officially. Today, as a matter of fact. 3 months isn't long to plan a wedding, but when I say everyone in Scuttlebutt helped, I mean everyone in Scuttlebutt helped. Cole and I just wanted something intimate, something special, something simple. The venue was the first and easiest item to tick off the to-do list. We knew exactly where we wanted to exchange vows. By the river, on our property. Mrs. Mangle handled catering. Plenty of meat pies for everyone. Is there a vegan option? As far as she knows, there isn't, but Gran whipped up a bunch of veggie mini quiches. We're hoping Mrs. Mangle won't notice. Muir and Fitz put together a super low-key bucks party, held last night. It was a joint one for both of us. No strippers, just plenty of talking and laughing around a campfire. Linus organised transport and the logistics of getting a few hundred people out here. People are free to head back to town after the reception or camp and stay overnight if they want to have a piss-up. Ride took care of entertainment, hiring a jazz band, and securing a karaoke machine because it's not a party unless I get up and sing for the good people. And Higg and Brant chipped in, ordering a massive gazebo and these industrial-sized canopies for guests to stand under to get a reprieve from the nasty late summer sun. It's the hottest month of the year out this way, so the shade will be very welcome by all. Okay, so maybe it won't be a simple wedding after all. If it were up to me and Cole, it'd just be family and a few of our closest mates attending. But once word got out in town, that option was no longer feasible. But life is good, so you won't hear me complaining. Emma's happy being in town and working on her mechanic business. The kids are doing great, and so is Katrina. We've had plenty of heart-to-hearts, me and Kat. Turns out she isn't entirely responsible for the mess we found ourselves in. The farm's been bleeding money for years, hence all the loans and changes in structure and deeds Mum was forced to implement. When I asked Kat why she didn't tell us that instead of letting us think it was her fault, she said, because it's easier to blame someone who's still here. She knew how much Em and I idolized Mum, and she didn't want to ruin our memory of her. She also wanted to protect Gran from thinking badly of her daughter, but the pressure got to Kat, and that's why she ended up skidding off the rails this time. But she's back. She's good. And from now on, our number one family rule is talk about shit, even if it's bad. Knock knock, Fitz says as he barges into my tent, Muir hot on his heels. I'm dressed and ready, and so are they. I have to say, they both scrub up okay. Fitz has been growing his beard these past few months, and he's bedazzled it with all sorts of glittery pink and purple ornaments, which go well with his pink and purple suit. Can I help you two bozos? We're here to round you up. The old chook's raring to go. I smile. I bet she is. I check my reflection one last time. I look pretty spectacular in a navy blue suit, pink tie and polished tab shoes, even if I do say so myself. I push back a loose strand. I've slicked my hair with a fuck ton of gel to make myself look presentable, but this one bloody curl keeps popping out. Mate, you've already got Cole. You can stop fussing, Muir tells me. Technically, he doesn't have him until after the wedding, as we've discussed. Fitz corrects him. They share a heated look that I honestly can't be asked getting into right now. I haven't caught up with them since they got back from the Gold Coast last week. There'll be plenty of time for them to fill me in on whatever shenanigans went down after the ceremony, when Cole is officially mine. All right. I tug on my collar and square my shoulders. Let's get me married before Cole comes to his senses and changes his mind. Gran is waiting for me outside the tent. My, don't you look handsome, she says, smoothing down the front of my jacket. You're slightly biased, but I'm not one to ever knock back a compliment. She reaches up, cupping my face. Your mother would be so proud of you. I sigh. I wish she was here. Gran nods. She is, will be. She places a hand over my heart. She's always with you. Never forget that. I take Gran's soft hand and lead her out to the back of the marquee, where most of Scuttlebutt is sitting. Coming in from the other side is Cole and his dad, and fuck me, seeing him dressed up, looking handsome as hell in his dark grey suit, takes my breath away. God, Hig's a handsome fella, and those bloody eyes, Gran whispers. Shh, they'll hear you. But yeah, she's totally right. Hig's a total stud for a man approaching 50, and Cole did inherit his two-coloured eyes from him. We reach each other. Hey, Cole huffs, looking about as tense and emotional and excited as I probably do. Hey, you. I flash him a grin to try to relax him a little. You look beautiful. Thanks. You do too. For fuck's sake, fellas, can we save it for the ceremony? Hig and I laugh. Gran will always be Gran, and I couldn't love her any more than I already do. Cole gives me a small nod to indicate he's ready. I wave for him and Hig to walk down the aisle first. Gran and I follow behind them as the music starts playing. Everyone gets to their feet and turns around. And holy fucking shit, it hits me. I'm doing the thing that I've seen in countless TV shows and movies over the years. I'm getting married. We reach the podium. Emma is officiating. Her only job was to find a celebrant, but after meeting with about 6 or so, she finally gave up and said she'd rather do it herself than pick some uptight geezer who looks like he hasn't taken a shit in a week. Her words, not mine, obviously. I smile as my eyes meet hers. I couldn't love her any more either, even if she is a prickly one. Before he takes his seat, Hig comes over and shakes my hand, looks me in the eyes, and says, I know you'll treat him well. I will, I reply, already fucking tearing up. I see Gran hugging Cole and whispering something in his ear. And then it's just the two of us. standing before each other, holding hands and declaring our love in front of our nearest and dearest and pie-making people. It's a short ceremony, and after we share our first kiss as husbands, we run down the aisle to massive cheers, and it's party time. Cole insists we inspect the food table before doing anything, and of course the only way he knows how to carry out an inspection is to taste as much food as I let him scarf down in 30 seconds before we return to the guests who are milling around. Colby and Bridge race up to us first, giving us both big hugs, and I don't miss the way Colby looks at Cole, with nothing but love and adoration in his eyes. I have to be careful, otherwise I might lose my favourite uncle in the world title. Not that I'd mind. That's one competition I'd gladly let Cole win. The rest of the family joins us, and it's so wonderful having them all here and knowing they're all doing well. Hig and Brant are still travelling the world. Gran's in fighting fit shape, and I pray she'll stay with us until I'm old and grey. My sisters and the kids are good. We've all lost a lot, but we have our home, we have each other, and now that Cole's here, I have my heart back in one piece too. We escape to get a drink, only to bump into Gus and Tate. "That was beautiful," Gus says, giving me a big hug. "Congratulations," I hear Tate telling Cole as they embrace. "I'm so glad you guys made it," I say. "We're so glad you invited us," Gus says with a huge grin. We've decided we want to be in each other's lives on our own terms. It feels weird to both of us to call each other father and son, so we're just going to take each day as it comes. The four of us have a WhatsApp group, and they've extended us an open invitation to France, where they've relocated to. We take a few more steps before getting flanked by Dunlop, Robbie, Travis, and Luca. We all exchange hugs and backslaps. "Guys, we are seriously dehydrated," I complain. We move over to the bar, grab drinks, and spend a few minutes catching up with the fellas. "I told you this would happen," Robbie says with a self-satisfied smirk. "I should have bet some money." "Why, are you strapped for cash, babe?" Dunlop teases. I roll my eyes. Yeah, it must be tough, slipping down a place on the richest Aussies under 30 list. "It's the worst," Dunlop says seriously. "The literal worst." Silence. And then all of us burst out laughing. Cole's talking to Luca and Robbie, so I hang back with Travis and Dunlop. "Hey, thanks again for hooking us up with a sick honeymoon. Don't mention it," Dunlop says, patting me on the back. "It's nothing," Trav adds. "It's not nothing." Once we're done here, Cole and I will be boarding Dunlop's private jet and heading to the Whitsundays, which is basically paradise on Earth, where Travis has kindly hired out a luxury yacht for us at a secluded marina. The place is run by two guys, Leo and Rove, and we can make all the noise we want, because yes, I asked. Because yes, I cannot wait to hear my husband scream my name as I pound into him. Okay, I need to change the topic so I don't get boned up while talking to my friends. Mrs. Mangle calls us over to eat. Cole is often racing faster than the backwards camel races we have out here for pride. After dinner, we have the customary speeches. Higgs is so heartfelt and moving it makes even the manliest farmer shed a tear. Gran manages to drop at least half a dozen F-bombs into hers. Brant is super eloquent and fights back tears as he talks about his lifelong friendship with Cole. And Katrina's is short, sweet, and to the point. "Everyone here wishes you a lifetime of happiness. Cole, if you break Wilby's heart, we will chase you out of town, and Wilby, if you stuff things up, we'll chase you out of town. Now let's have some fun." It's time for our first dance. But before we step out onto the dance floor, I say, "I've got a gift for you." I asked Katrina for it earlier. She's been carrying it in her purse for me. I hand Cole the gold-wrapped rectangle. I don't think buying a gift for the person you're marrying is a thing," he says. I grin. "It's not from me, but it is from someone you like very much." Cole frowns as he rips the gift open. "Oh my God!" He takes a step back and almost drops the book. "This hasn't even been released yet!" "Benji wanted you to have an advance copy." I move closer. "Is there an inscription?" Cole's still blown away, looking at the cover, which admittedly is gorgeous, like it's priceless gold or something. Let me see." He flicks the book open, then breaks out in an enormous smile. It's 3 words. "Wilby's the best?" Cole laughs. "Not quite." Benji wrote, "I knew it." He did. He totally did. I hand the book to Gran for safekeeping, and then take Cole by the hand to the dance floor. Seeing us, the jazz band starts playing the somewhat unconventional first dance song. We start swaying. "I can't believe you really went through with this song choice." Cole lifts a shoulder. "If you hadn't been belting it out at the top of your lungs and woken me up, we would never have met." That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Our first dance wedding song is Katy Perry's Roar. I press Cole closer into me. "This is my favorite lyric," I whisper. "Oh, and why's that?" "Because you used to be so quiet when we first got together. And now?" I pause for a moment to line up my words with the lyrics, paraphrasing them a little. "I love making you roar. Oh, 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 oh." He chuckles. "You'll hear me roar all night, mate." I pull back slightly. "All night? But the honeymoon is for 2 weeks. You'll be roaring for the next 14 days and 14 nights, Cap. I'll have to book you throat surgery for when we get back." He shakes his head, but his eyes, those beautiful blue-green eyes that I get to spend the rest of my life staring into, are sparkling. "So, now we're legally wed, will you be asking me to rate you every time we have sex?" "No. Like I said, I was only doing that until I knew you were mine." I reach down and lift his hand, brushing my thumb over his wedding ring. "And now you are." He grins as he rests his cheek on my shoulder. "I am. I can't believe how well today went," I murmur, stroking the back of his head. "We're married." "I know. Nothing went wrong. It was the best, most perfect day of my life." "You realize this means you can't leave now?" He lifts his head. "Drat, and here I was getting Colby and Bridge to help me dig a tunnel out of here." We move gently to the jazzy rendition of Roar, staring into each other's eyes. "I will never get sick of you," I say. "I would love to be able to say the same thing in return." I laugh. "I'm pretty sure you find me irresistible." Cole runs his fingers over my gel-slicked hair. "I'm pretty sure you're right." My core clenches. And yep, it's time for us to leave and for me to devour my husband. I wonder if Dunlop would mind us fucking on his plane, because I don't think I'm going to be able to keep my hands off my husband until we land. "Should we head off?" he asks, reading my mind. Fuck yeah. I was hoping to perform for the crowd, but fuck it, there's only one person I want to perform for. We stop dancing and are about to do the whole bouquet throwing bit when Fitz and Muir spot us and come over. "The ceremony was beautiful," Muir says. "It was," Fitz agrees. "You guys have been surrounded by people all day, so we didn't get a chance to see you earlier." "Sorry, getting married is busy business," Cole says, prompting Muir and Fitz to look at each other funny again. "Okay, what is going on with you two?" I say. "You've been looking funny at each other all day, and you've been even stranger than normal at work. Did something happen when you went to the Gold Coast last week?" Yeah." Fitz scratches the back of his head. "We went away to propose to our girlfriends on Valentine's Day." "Yeah, and?" "Well, see, here's the thing." Muir turns to Fitz, who gives him a solemn nod. "Somehow we ended up getting double dumped and double married on the same night." "Dumped by who?" Cole asks. "By our girlfriends," Muir answers. I frown, confused. "So, who did you get married to?" Fitz, with his brow furrowed, clasps a hand over Muir's shoulder. "To each other." This concludes The Flirty Vet by Casey Cox, narrated by Rupert Channing. Copyright 2024 by Casey Cox. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Casey Cox and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.